Chapter 241 Meeting Feng Chaofei for the first time. The full moon rises, spreading silence all over the place. The snow in Dongnan Mountain melts, and the traces of the battle 2 years ago are revealed again. At this moment, the green grass is still young and cannot cover such traces. A flying boat crossed the sky, dragging out a blue brilliance. Su He lay quietly on the flying boat, looking up at the sky. Elder Qiao stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the scene below him that had turned into an afterimage. Su He returned to Dongyun with him. Elder Qiao went to take care of Qingyuan affairs, and Su He happened to go to Dongyun to refine the small world portal. Moved. The barbarian king has been practicing world refining technique for several months. It is absolutely impossible to refine a small world. He can only refine a portal, which should be fine. The flying boat is extremely fast, passing through clouds and fog. Xia Chongluan looked at the scenery outside the boat, his sleeves fluttering in the wind and making a crisp sound when hitting the side of the boat. He glanced slightly at the side of the ship and let out a sigh of relief. This spaceship, very expensive. He can't afford it even if he sells it. In addition, all the brothers and sisters of the same generation also had to cut their flesh and bleed them, so there was no place to buy them. This flying boat must be customized. The basking platform on the deck should be specially designed for turtles. It is comfortable to lie there and look at it. This flying boat has given up all functions and only retains speed. How can it be so fast? Qingyuan arrived in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chongluan greeted Su He, stepped on his right foot, and the fairy sword flew out, and he jumped down with the sword on his body. Su He's flying boat turned around and headed towards the small world. Outside the door of the small world, Cho Nuer and Yuzhuer look exactly the same, like a pair of side-by-side sisters, standing at the door eagerly waiting. The entrance to the small world is guarded by a boundary stone, and only she can enter and exit at will. Seeing Su He Feizhou, he immediately became happy and bowed from a distance. Su He got off the flying boat. God! Their voices were so identical that it was extremely difficult to tell them apart. You go inform the priest and prepare. I will refine the entrance to the cave and move away. Is God going to suppress chaos? Their eyes lit up at the same time. It was fundamental for the small world to advance into chaos. If you only relied on treasures to improve here, you would never reach the scale of the small world next door. Not to mention other worlds that respect gods. The two of them saluted excitedly and hurried back to the small world. The entrance to the refining world will inevitably involve turbulence in the space within it, so preparations must be made in advance to prevent the formations in the small world from shaking and causing accidents. Su He threw a fragment of the gate of the two realms from the foreign minister space. Close your eyes and look out, carefully sensing the entrance in front. The entrance to the small world is different from ordinary space cracks. It is not a fragment caused by unstable space, but is embedded in Dongnan Mountain, a superimposed entrance to another space. Su He needs to peel it off from the Dongnan Mountain space and integrate it into the fragments of the gate of the two realms of war. Then he can take it away at will and unfold it wherever he wants. The power of the world was integrated into the body step by step. Su He's dragon horn reached forward and pressed against the entrance of the small world. Divine consciousness and the power of the world poured in at the same time. Move the space carefully. The barbarian king's world refining technique is not barbaric at all, but is extremely sophisticated. The more Su He learned, the more he felt that the king who came out of Shirwan Mountain was extremely talented. There are also those about his wars and conquests, which seem rough, but are actually rough and detailed. The word barbarian king was not deliberately called barbarian king to cause misunderstanding. It's just someone maliciously throwing dirty water. The realm opens and compresses at the entrance of the small world, and the drizzle falls and soaks every corner of the entrance of the small world. After an unknown amount of time, the entrance here swayed slightly, like thin ice melting, turning into a trickle and flowing into a fragment of the battle domain gate. The fragment seemed to be wrapped in a ball of lotion. The lotion rippled slightly, and the majestic space breath emanated from it. Come! King Su Heman's mastery of the world refining technique is still a little weak. He can only refine it, and it may explode if he is not careful. It wouldn't be an explosion, but a slight turbulence would open the entrance to the original space. The space fluctuations are too serious. This piece of gravel cannot be loaded into the outer space, and can only be carried on the turtle SHL. The small world is taken away, and the lonely and broken gate of the two realms of war is left here. The gate of the mortal transformation battle realm is broken, but the demon transformation realm and the heaven stepping realm are still there. The great world of Emperor Feng can be killed at any time. After thinking for a while, Sui spit out a mountain god seal. The mountain god seal spun and landed on the gate. The dragon turtle's majestic momentum emanated from the dice. This dice is in a state of being ready to go. And when it triggers, a mountain god seal is printed. It's mainly placed here as a warning. The momentum of the dragon turtle invades the two realms of battle. Those with ideas will naturally consider whether to break through the two realms of battle and rush into Dongnin Mountain. In fact, on both sides of Dongnin Mountain, one is Zuanshanmen and the other is Yunming's. Especially Yunming Dragon Palace is closer. It only takes a moment to kill them. Emperor Fengwang World is not a fool, and will not give away food easily. Sui picked up the rubble at the entrance to the small world, turned around, and headed towards the flying boat. But at this moment, a female voice with a slightly smoky voice came from behind. I didn't expect that the Bailing clan brother is actually a stupid turtle with the kindness of a woman. The sound was sudden and without warning. Behind Sui was the gate of the Two Realms war zone. There was no one within a radius of 30 to 50 miles. And no one had ever been since coming out of the Two Realms war zone. Another person approached silently. The last time someone was so close to him was Master Xiatian Yin Yuan. But when the old man was approaching, he deliberately made a sound to attract Sui's attention. The person behind the scenes is rude. Sui turned around and saw a towering sycamore tree appearing behind him. A phoenix stood quietly on the sycamore tree. Sui's heart suddenly tightened, and his whole body suddenly tensed up. The scales on his body came together tightly, and the muscles under the dragon's horns tightly wrapped and raised the dragon's horns. Feng Chifei, the famous traitor of the Feng clan, the culprit who killed Sui's peacock true blood mother, shattered the existence of Uncle Lei's world bead. What is she here to do? Hunting for a second body? It wasn't until Sui turned around that the scorching breath of the phoenix flame hit his face, and the mountain god seal left on the top of the two realms melted like ice and snow. The mountain god seal is not a magic weapon, but a magical power. Just like the palm skills and the sword energy, they will also be melted. Sui took a few breaths and narrowed his eyes slightly. His breathing calmed down instead. Countermeasures flashed through my mind, and I could call Uncle Lei. But what Uncle Lei didn't see was this opponent. Sui didn't have the contact information of Peacock's real grandmother, Feng Si. I don't know whether it was because of the peacock or because it was just a second body. But Feng Si did not invite Sui to join the Feng clan Xuanjia. Opposite Huifeng lowered his head slightly and looked at Sui. You are not afraid of me anymore. The hoarse cigarette voice described Sui's current state. Sui shrugged his tortoise SHL. I can't beat you anyway. So why don't you kill me because I'm afraid of you? If fear is useful, Sui can fear the whole world. Sui chuckled. Besides, is there any need to be afraid here? Yunming's looked directly at this place. I wonder if Ji Feishua has escaped from the dragon god's sacrifice at this moment. She has not contacted Ming Xian during this period, and she has not understood. For some reason, Sui deliberately avoided in front of Su Huanyan and did not think about the crazy white dragon. But at this moment, Sui prayed that Ji Feishua would set her sights here. If it were the crazy white dragon, it should be able to block this fire phoenix. Huifeng lowered his head. Are you waiting for Dragon King Yuming? Do you think that dragon can beat me? I don't want to guess. Sui blurted out. Feng Chifei's teasing was interrupted, and the flames on his body paused for a moment. For many years, he was the only one who dared to talk to her like this. So out of touch. The other one is also a dragon turtle, but with a white head. But that white turtle was qualified to escape from her. So why was this black turtle? She narrowed her eyes and looked at Sui. Sui shook his body, and the spirit snake on his back hissed. My patron is not the Dragon King Yuming. What should I wait for him? He raised his head high and looked directly at Huifeng. My wife, Princess Yunming's, Ji Feishua. The flames on Feng Chaofei's body suddenly went out, and he looked at Sui in disbelief. Are you looking for death? Dare you tease that crazy female dragon at such a close distance? Do you really think that the female dragon dare not kill the dragon turtle? Sui smiled and said, If it's fake, if you have any questions, just go to the eldest princess to confirm. Huifeng was quiet for a moment, grinned widely, and made a clear phoenix cry. Then, he suddenly stopped laughing and looked down at Sui. Okay, I'll confirm it. Others are afraid of her Ji Feishua. But she is not afraid. What happened to the madman? Who is not a madman? Among the four geniuses, Feng Chifei, Ji Feishua, Bai Ling, and Shui Jun, Which one is not crazy? Isn't it a lunatic who would kill his tribesmen? What genius is not crazy? Feng Qiaofei and Feng Ming smiled and looked at Su He. Originally I just wanted to see what kind of existence the dragon turtle was like when it entered the Jinxiadao Palace. But I thought there would be no surprises. Bai Ling, this little clan member, is also a lunatic. How dare you take advantage of Ji Feishue if you are not crazy? Su He was startled. Didn't you come here to kill my second body? The fire phoenix had already flown down from the sycamore tree, spread its wings and landed on Su He's head, making eye contact with the spirit snake on its back. Dragon turtle, spirit snake, they are indeed Xuanwu. At least in this regard. You surpass Bai Ling. That stupid turtle didn't even come up with Xuanwu. And he didn't even enter the Dao Palace. She chattered and smiled. Her heart was full of joy. And it seemed that it was a great pleasure for birds to compare with Bai Ling in this regard. Have you also been beaten by Bai Ling? Su He was silent for a moment and said quietly. How do you know she didn't come up with Xuanwu? Dao Palace. Maybe she doesn't like the things in Dao Palace? The door of Xuanwu Passage has been recognized and cannot be opened. Do you want to guess which one has entered the Xuanwu Passage? Feng Qiaofei was stunned for a moment, and his smile became more and more unscrupulous. You have entered the Jinxiadao Palace, and you can still say something like this? In the tomb of the Jinxiadao Palace, you can't sense the soaring Taoist rhyme? That is an explanation of the origin of the world. Explains the fundamental things of the great Tao. Why does Bai Ling look down on it? Su He's breath tightened. Sure enough, the real thing left in the Jinxiadao Palace was not the corpse of the previous life, but the Tao Sutra contained in the corpse. Feng Qiaofei looked directly at Su He. Since we have embarked on the path of Xuanwu, we are competitors. Let's see who can enter the tomb first and obtain the charm of the path. Su He. Dot! Feng Qiaofei flapped his wings, the flames rising from his body, and his voice became hoarse. As a senior, I would like to remind you that if you enter the Jinxiadao Palace, you will be marked. Just like the blood curse of your dragon turtle clan, you will have to face it. The enemy is beyond your imagination. Are you ready to be assassinated at any time? Su He's eyes narrowed slightly. There was actually a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. He stopped laughing and then suddenly became serious, with murderous intent suddenly appearing on his body. After finishing the chores, now reveal your true form as a peacock. Chapter 242 Little Husband. Su He's alarm bell rang loudly, and he suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Feng Qiaofei. Feng narrowed his eyes, leaving no room for doubt. The air solidified instantly. Su He remained motionless. Feng Qiaofei flapped his wings slightly and looked at him. Are you still waiting for me to take action? The true form of the peacock appears. Su He didn't move. Feng Qiaofei's timing was very good. All the dragon turtle clan were reduced to eggs, and it was too late to save him. Even Qing Lei might not be able to save him. Qing Lei has just broken out of his SHL. Whether he has mastered the physical strength is still open to question. Feng Qiaofei has already embarked on the road of Suzaku, because he only had a second body. If he lost Uncle Lei, Su He would not be able to overcome this hurdle in his heart. This business would be too costly. Besides, Su He couldn't contact Xuanjia as soon as Feng Qiaofei showed up. Can't run away. Can't be beaten. There is no possibility of escape. If Feng Qiaofei is in such a state, one look is enough to kill him. There really is no lower limit for such a being who can kill even his own clansmen to achieve his goals. He is also a junior. He could kill Yunli 30,000 years ago, but he can kill him now. He didn't kill the dragon turtle directly, probably because he was concerned about the pursuit of the dragon turtle clan. People still have to be strong. The same goes for turtles. If the person who cultivated the second body of the peacock was any elder dragon turtle, Feng Qiaofei wouldn't even show up. Right? Even hide as far as you can. Su He laughed, and with a long groan, a blood curse hit the opposite phoenix. Give up this second body. But if you don't kill me completely today, you will repay me 100-fold in the future. Be a dragon turtle or black tortoise. You can advance without stopping. Su He turned around and suddenly revealed the true form of the peacock. A shrill cry. Ah! Come! The peacock body appeared, and there was a feeling of blood connection from Feng Qiaofei. The mythical beast peacock is essentially a member of the phoenix family, so it is not surprising that they are connected by blood. Feng Qiaofei looked at Su He. His eyes moved, his wings slightly flapped, and his claws stretched out towards Su He. But at this moment, a helpless sigh sounded. Can you keep your paws away from my little husband? The sound was sudden and came out of thin air. Feng Qiaofei suddenly turned his head and saw an extra person on the branches of his sycamore tree. A woman sat sideways with her arms folded, holding up a pair of proud peaks. They were so big that she had to lean back slightly to maintain balance. A pair of bare jade feet like snow lotus swayed gently, and the bells on the ankles jingled. The woman is 70% demonic and 30% charming, and 90% stunning. Ji Fei Xue. "Dot young husband?" Feng Chifei thought he heard wrongly. Ji Fei Xue sighed softly. "I'm so stingy. I don't like messy women approaching my little husband. Even the little husband bird. Can you please take your claws away?" What a husband. The flying feathers of Feng Chao exploded. What kind of breaking news is this? She was even more shocked than when she learned that Su He had entered the evil suppression palace. She was stunned in midair when she saw Ji Fei Xue jumping down from the sycamore tree and walking towards her in the air. Feng Chaofei's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a loud cry, he flapped his wings and flew away in an instant. Madman. She sensed murderous intent from Ji Fei Xue, an unscrupulous killing intention that harms both sides. The phoenix flew through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Feng Chaofei flapped his wings and traveled through several worlds in one breath. He turned around and saw Ji Fei Xue walking towards her with the same smile. After traveling through several worlds, she didn't even close the distance at all. Instead, Ji Fei Xue still approached her step by step. Feng Chaofei stopped and landed on an uninhabited planet. A sycamore tree rose from the ground, supporting the phoenix. Ji Fei Xue's spatial skills are a bit more sophisticated than hers, and it seems impossible to leave Ji Fei Xue without knocking her down. But it's just that the space skills are exquisite. Who is afraid of who in a real fight? Feng Chifei stopped, and Ji Fei Xue's approach speed remained the same, neither too fast nor too slow. There was a loud phoenix cry. The phoenix flapped its wings, and the flames around it disappeared instantly. Concubine Ji smiled with a smile on her eyebrows, and moved her hand forward to make a light seal. A palm as light and soft as a bone. The stars beneath the two of them were safe and sound, but the void around them suddenly collapsed, and countless meteorites turned into powder in an instant. In a duel, no one took advantage. "Are you serious?" Feng Chifei narrowed his eyes. "The dignified Princess Yunming's really fought for a male turtle? It's simply the most ridiculous thing in the world." At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Feng Chifei's mind, and he analyzed them one by one. Whether he had offended Ji Fei Xue in any way, and whether the two had conflicting interests. After thinking for a long time, I finally couldn't figure out the reason. She is a public enemy of the Feng clan, and she is no longer able to survive being hunted by the Feng clan. She is usually very careful not to provoke other enemies, especially a moody lunatic like Ji Fei Xue. Ji Fei Xue giggled. "You are a phoenix that is hundreds of thousands of years old. You are not ashamed to bully a turtle that is only a few years old. What's funny about me fighting for the little dragon turtle?" The man facing me smiled and said, "What's the shame of killing people? You, who are older than me, and a man who keeps your mouth shut. Who should be ashamed?" The female dragon is an estrus. Hungry and not selective about food? So shameless. Ji Fei Xue giggled unscrupulously, looked at Feng Chifei, and said in a clear voice, "Maybe he was my husband in the previous life? There is nothing the slave family can do about the fate of the previous life. I believe you are a ghost." Feng Chifei shouted softly, and large formations fell down, covering himself and Ji Fei Xue. While Yilong and Yifeng spoke, their hands never stopped for a moment. "Where did you come from in the past life?" A dragon turtle and a dragon almost gave up on their own. They are all mythical beasts. So how could they have past lives? Ji Fei Xue tapped lightly and pointed through the formation in front of her, smiling sweetly. "Then who knows? Maybe there is no previous life. But just meeting for the first time is like knowing each other for 3 lifetimes? Madman. Feng Chafei cursed. His feathers trembled, and large formations fell down, trapping Ji Fei Xue in them, but stopped attacking, taking advantage of the moment Ji Fei Xue broke the formation. She turned around and walked away through the air. Large formations surrounded Ji Fei Xue like a star ring. But after just a few breaths, the pieces cracked and shattered. Ji Fei Xue looked at the direction Feng Chafei left, chuckled, turned around, and landed in Dongyan Mountain. He raised his head and looked at Su He, stars shining in his beautiful eyes. Su He had recovered his true form as a dragon turtle and nodded in salute. "Thank you, sister, for saving your life. Tisk!" Ji Fei Xue circled around him a few times and kicked his paws bitterly. "When it is useful, call me wife. And when it is no longer useful, call me sister." If it is completely useless, will I still be the husband? Do you want to call me a yellow-faced woman? Su-hee. Dot. I'll pull the tiger's skin to raise a big banner. You should never say the word daughter-in-law to someone's face. It will kill you. Have no conscience. Ji-Fei-Shua snorted, leaned against the big tree, and looked at Su-hee's business with a hint of resentment. I heard that you raised an ant outside and gave birth to a daughter? Lu Ru is her personal maid and will not hide it from her. Su-hee opened his mouth, but no words came out for a long time. He whispered in his heart, is it possible? You are the one in the outer room? No. Bah! Where did the outer room come from? He has no relationship with Ji-Fei-Shua. He was just teased. Sister, please spare my life. Su-hee begged for mercy. Concubine Ji gave him a white look, pointed her green jade finger at the center of his eyebrows, retracted her jade hand, brushed the dragon's horn, and scratched him gently. Idiot! Su-hee suddenly trembled. The immature dragon horns were too sensitive, and his whole body was trembling. When he came to his senses, he saw that Ji-Fei-Shua had already stepped up and disappeared into the white clouds. If you are in trouble, remember to call your wife for help. I will come. A voice fell from the clouds. Su-hee shook his head and was speechless for a while. Can't afford it. If you can avoid provoking this person, it's better not to provoke him as much as possible. Life is really saved. But teasing is really teasing. That's all. Su-hee was afraid that if he said anything wrong, the turtle's SHL would be peeled off. She can do it. The great world of Fengshen. Qinglei floats among the clear sky and white clouds, looking at the chaos at the north and south poles of the great world. His expression became darker and darker. Fengshen Great World was once the home of the Soaring Snake Clan, and also the ancestral land of the Soaring Snake Clan. It is natural that it has the indelible aura of the Soaring Snake Clan. Zhu and Hui chose to dissolve the egg here and merge with the Soaring Snake, which was careless. It was probably the fusion of the Soaring Snake that caused the commotion in the Fengshen Great World. Undetectable auras condensed in all directions of the Fengshen Great World, turning into existences that looked like soaring snakes, and rushed towards the chaos on both sides. Not to fight, but to blend into Zhu and Hui's turtle eggs and blend with them. But this aura is sinister and sneaky, and if it really blends into the egg, when Zhu and Hui break out of the SHL, their temperaments will probably change drastically. Just like a soaring snake, it has become a sinister thing. The Soaring Snake Clan is special. They are all very similar in terms of their magic weapons and members' fields, and they all have a unique dark style. This is wrong. Just like the dragon turtle. Although the field has grown to a certain extent, it will naturally awaken. But each dragon turtle's domain is different. Su-hee's vast sea, his thunder court, Guluo's desert. Each dragon turtle's domain is different due to attributes and mood. Only Soaring Snake has extremely similar fields. I'm afraid it's because of the influence of these auras. Qinglei took a deep breath. He couldn't get close to Zhu and Hui's turtle eggs. The egg fused with the flying snake is somewhat similar to the ordinary turtle that condenses the shadow of its heart orifice. He used to have an effect on turtle eggs. Zhu Hui is not the ancestral ancestor. The ancestral ancestor is too powerful and cannot be affected by his approach. Qinglei looked at the twisted auras of soaring snakes and let out a sigh of relief. It has been a long time since the egg was transformed, and I don't know how many such auras exist in the chaos. Let Su-hee come. Su-hee had just opened the first level of heaven, and his realm was vastly different from that of Zhu and Hui. Even being close to the turtle egg would not affect him. You can enter the chaos to destroy these breaths. In an uninhabited star field, phoenix flames rose into the sky, instantly incinerating countless attackers. Feng Qiaofei appeared from the middle of the flames and glanced at the corner of his bird's beak. You have seen his true peacock. Are you satisfied? After speaking, her expression and movements changed instantly, as if she had a new soul, and even her voice became clear and sweet. Satisfied? Phoenix's expression and voice changed again, returning to his smoky voice. Not only did I see my son, but I also met my daughter-in-law. She is the only Ji-Fei-Shua in all the worlds. She is not even our opponent. Are you more satisfied? After Feng Qiaofei said this, he did not reply to himself. After a while, he used his cigarette voice again and sneered. Young man, mark me with a blood curse. If Ji-Fei-Shua hadn't come here, I would have plucked all of his peacock feathers right now. Chapter 243 Chaos. When the flames receded, Feng Qiao flew away and talked to himself, sometimes gracefully and gracefully, sometimes as hoarse as smoke. As he spoke, he gradually began to argue with himself. He's not very capable, but he's very angry. Do you think he has seen too many strong men and doesn't know how much he weighs? All mythical beasts have this problem, especially the four spirits. What you see when you open your eyes is the top existence in the world. After seeing many powerful people, they become accustomed to it. They have no fear of the strong and forget about their own weight. How dare you put a blood curse on me? Yensong snorted coldly. Before he finished speaking, his voice suddenly turned into a clear voice. My child, why are you scaring him with your frequent murderous intentions? He is a descendant of your bloodline. Your son! Not my son! Yensho growled. Xinglin immediately retorted. You and I are of the same origin, and my son is your son. He has marked me with a blood curse, and he is a formidable enemy who will never stop fighting to the death. Yensho gasped. Besides, he is a younger brother of the Bailing clan. How can I not have the intention to kill? If it weren't for Bailing, how could she be like this now? One body with two souls. Obviously the physical body and soul of the divine beast are merged into one. So why do two consciousnesses appear in the same physical body? The more Feng Chifei thought about it, the more he went crazy. With a cry of phoenix, the space in front of him was burned up, and he fluttered his wings and crashed into it. The sound of the quarrel disappeared instantly, and the peacock tore up the space without knowing where it was going. The flying boat was swift, and the Changyu mansion was clearly visible. Suhi jumped down, and the flying boat quickly shrank, turning into a dining table and entering the foreign minister's space, carrying the entrance to the small world. One cannot enter Changyu mansion. The entrance to Suhi's refining process was too rough, and the space power scattered too strongly. Changyu mansion is also a secret realm. The gate tower has its own spatial attributes and conflicts with the entrance to the small world. The gravel was placed beside the gatehouse of Changyu mansion, and the entrance to the small world space slowly unfolded, turning into a spiral nest-like existence floating next to the gatehouse. I'll leave it here for the time being. I'll go to Chaos to choose a place of suppression in the future, and then move the small world there. After saying H, low to the shark, the water beneath him was rolling. As soon as he entered Changyu mansion, he saw Qinglei lying in the air, swinging the fishing rod, and fishing in the sky. Yaya lay on the fishing rod and watched eagerly. After becoming a turtle, she became more fond of shrimps. But ordinary shrimps are tasteless. Only the green shrimps caught by Mr. Gui from nowhere made her want to stop eating them. It's a pity that Turtle Daddy is too stupid and doesn't know how to fish. As soon as he entered the door, Qinglei turned around and said, Feng Chifei. He sensed the aura of the phoenix from Suhi. Extremely close. Extremely powerful. Suhi had close contact with that fire phoenix. The talisman flashed across Qinglei's eyes, instantly seeing Suhi clearly. She went to find you. You used the blood curse and your second body disappeared? Qinglei's voice was as cold as ice, and his murderous intent instantly evaporated. Lying on the fishing rod, Yaya blinked and looked back at Master Gui. At a loss, Qinglei immediately restrained his murderous intent, and no longer showed any signs of it. But there was thunder flying and exploding in his eyes. Two dragon whiskers caressed Yaya gently. He said as gently as possible, Yaya is fine. Let's continue fishing for shrimps. Su Huanyan ducked and landed next to Suhi, holding the sword with one hand and looking at Suhi. A sword flashed in his eyes. Suhi shook his head. It's okay. Princess Yunming's is here, and she was not injured. Qinglei shook his head, and the electric light in his eyes receded slightly. The eldest princess is an outsider after all. I can't save you 10 times. Feng Chifei. This time he broke out of his SHL and wanted to find a serious opponent to test himself. Without a real battle, how could he adapt to his current body and create a technique suitable for the turtle and snake? It has been gestating in the egg for a long time, and all kinds of ideas are bursting out. It is just the right time to melt many ideas into one through battle. He looked at Suhi. I will handle this matter, and you don't need to worry about it anymore. If nothing happens, you can leave with me. Your uncle Zhu Huai is in some trouble and needs your help. Sure enough, there must always be larvae among the mythical beasts. There is nothing that adults can't do, and the larvae need to take action. Me! Me! Yaya raised her paws at the side and shouted excitedly. Master Turtle! Master Turtle! I can help too! We are also dragon turtles! Qinglei laughed loudly, and the dragon's beard wrapped around Yaya's turtle SHL. Yaya is the best! Next time something happens, Yaya will take action. But this time you have to stay at home to guard your mother. She is still seriously injured. Yaya retracted her raised paw. Yes, my mother is no longer in the Qingyuan sect. When Father Turtle leaves, she is the only one who can protect her mother. Green Snake. And Snake is too weak. Even with wings she can't beat her. What's wrong with Uncle Zhu and Uncle Huai? The two clan uncles are no weaker than Uncle Lei. If there is anything they can't solve, can they use him? There was doubt in his heart. But Su he did not hesitate. Uncle Lei, I can do it at any time. I have nothing else to do except practice. Qing Lei smiled. Okay. Without further ado, come with me. He turned to Su Huanyan and nodded. And then said to Yaya, my good grandson, please guard your mother here and don't make trouble. Don't go out. Yaya returned to her human form, swung from the fishing rod and landed on the ground, waving her hands grandly. Don't worry. I know. Qing Lei laughed, opened the space and got in first. Su he nodded slightly to Su Huanyan. Take good care of your injuries. Seeing Su Huanyan nodding his head imperceptibly, he followed Qing Lei into the space tunnel. The tunnel then closed. The rule that non-couples were not allowed to enter Changyu Mansion seemed to disappear in Qing Lei's eyes. Looking at the calm space, Su Huayang chuckled and took Yaya back to the bamboo house. Passing by the pond where the toad was, he suddenly turned around and asked as if unintentionally, what kind of existence is that eldest princess? Toad, who was dozing off, froze for a moment, suddenly began to snore, and fell into a deep sleep. This was Suhi's first real long-distance space transfer. He crashed into it, and the space force was like water waves surging on the turtle SHL, and then being bounced off layer by layer. In this layer of space, no secrets are revealed. If you can stay in the space tunnel all the time and practice the Barbarian King's realm refining technique, you should get twice the result with half the effort. But unfortunately, the time was too short. And before he could realize it, Su-he had already fallen out and landed on the edge of Fengshan World. Hurricanes blow. Thunder. Sky fire. Floods. Here chaos meets the big world. And various celestial phenomena burst out irregularly. Even small worlds were born behind the celestial phenomena. But before they had time to escape, they were destroyed by chaos and natural disasters. Occasionally, by chance, one or two disappear into the void and disappear. Perhaps after tens of millions of years, or even longer, it will grow into a truly small world and appear again. This is chaos. You, Uncle Zhu and Uncle Huai, are in seclusion. I can't enter. You have to run in two places. If you encounter such sneaky things, you will kill them all. Qing Lei sent a message to Su-he and waved his claws at the same time. A twisted and weird snake-like aura was grabbed out of the void. This thing gives Su-he the feeling of a fly. A pickled thing. Come out as soon as you finish killing them on one side. I'll send you to the other side. Kill them back and forth until there's no more sneaking around. Or they break out of their SHLs. It must be this aura that has an impact on Uncle Zhu and Uncle Huai's fusion with Soaring Snake. Su-he struck out a mountain god seal and landed on the strange flying snake. The flying snake was instantly beaten into smoke and dispersed. But after a moment, it merged together and turned into a twisted and strange flying snake. The mountain god seal is useless. You must obtain divine power or a chaotic blade, drive it with the power of the world, and then reverse the origin. These things are very stubborn, although they are not real living beings. If the origin is completely wiped out, there will be no end. Su-he closed his eyes and then opened them again. Roaring, roar! This sound mobilized the whole body's strength and landed on the strange soaring snake. The soaring snake was like falling into boiling water, twisting and melting, turning into green smoke and scattering. Su-he's mastery of the divine guide was too short, so the power of countercutting the source was much weaker. Divine power must be exerted with all one's strength. Uncle Lei, Su-he shouted. Qing Lei knew what he meant, and he grabbed a few more breaths and turned them into flying snakes to coil around him. Su-he took a step forward, and the blades rained down, killing several flying snakes in an instant. The Chaos Blade has the power to kill all living creatures. Although this aura is not a living creature, it has a good effect in killing all living creatures. With the help of divine guidance, it is much easier than divine power. It's okay, Uncle Lei. Su-he silently sensed that he could continue to release this level of Chaos Blade without stopping, and the Chaos Blade consumes less quickly than he can recover. Qing Lei nodded. Go! I am outside the chaos. If something unexpected happens, I will get out of the chaos immediately. Suhi nodded and jumped into the chaos. The chaos outside the big world is completely different from the gentle chaos in the world beat, and it is extremely violent. Once you step into the eyes of chaos, it will have no effect. Everything as far as the eye can see is a field of inexplicable colors, and it is impossible to distinguish what is up from what is down. Although we have just entered, there is no limit to the direction we can travel in all directions. The great world of Fengshen suddenly disappeared. Suhi held his breath and concentrated, simply closing his eyes and comprehending carefully. Invisible threads spread out from the dragon's horns, shooting into the chaos like spider webs. The chaos that was originally unclear about direction and time gradually became clear in Suhi's eyes. Although it is still unclear, it is just like a heavy fog covering it. It is no longer that the direction is missing, but that it is simply unclear. Regardless of whether the divine beast is strong or weak, it is born to be able to identify the four directions in chaos. If you look carefully, you can feel the presence of Fengshen world in the direction of your front left paw, and you can also feel the vague aura of Uncle Huai in the direction of your right paw. If the inner world is consolidated, and the power of the world is integrated into flesh and blood, this ability to identify directions in chaos should be stronger. This is the privilege of mythical beasts. The inner world of divine beasts is completely different from the world of monks. The inner world of the divine beast was opened from the chaos of the world bead, and the monks opened it by sacrificing the sword in an unsearchable place in the body. There is no chaos. If you don't have enough Taoism to enter chaos, you will get lost if you are not careful. Suhi headed in the direction of Gu Huai. Before he arrived, he saw a newly opened area in the chaos, with mountains, rivers, and seas roaring. A mountain-like giant egg stands tall in the center of the area. One after another, sneaky snakes burrowed into the dome, spitting out snake messages. The dome radiates light, blocking out sneaky things. The dragon turtle turned into an egg and merged with the flying snake. It should have been quiet and devoted, but now it had to be distracted to resist these sneaky things. The effect can be imagined. Uncle Huai! Suhi let out a long groan, rose up against the waves, and rushed straight towards the giant egg turned into an ancient locust tree. At the same time, the chaotic blades fell like rain, covering a radius of 10 miles. Suhi landed on the top of the dome, and the blades rained down, killing all the sneaks in all directions. The pressure in the dome suddenly dropped, and the light on the Gu Huai dome flashed, saying H, low to Suhi. Who would have thought that Gu Huai would one day be saved by a little turtle hatchling? Suhi's blade flew wildly, cutting off the snake, himself, and the ancient locust egg. Deep in the chaos, an altar slowly emerged. The altar is strange. It consists of 4 stone statues of flying snakes carrying a large drum. On top of the drum is a statue of an ox's feet and 1 horn. They slowly open their eyes. Chapter 244 6,000 years. The stone statue opened its eyes, and a flash of light flashed in its eyes. The stone began to recede from his eyes, and his body gradually recovered. The horn on the top of his head flashes, as if conveying information to the outside world. After a while, all the stone in the statue receded, turning into a living body that stood up with movable joints. Looking at the chaos, he was stunned. I don't know how long it took for me to say one word with difficulty. Turtle! If Suhi came across the chaos, he would be able to recognize at a glance that the creature transformed from this stone statue was the Yuanzun clan who attacked the dragon turtle and sealed his previous body in the records of the suppressing evil Dao Palace. As soon as the stone man stepped on it, the stone drum made a dull sound, and he was about to drive the altar to smash the chaos and head towards Suha. But at this moment, a spiritual consciousness came over. If you don't want to die, it's best not to mess with that turtle. The stone man instantly turned around and saw a young man stepping on a bronze mirror and breaking open the wontons in the chaos. The talismans on the bronze mirror flashed and disappeared, ensuring that he would not be lost in the chaos. An iron rope poked out from the palm of his hand, stretching into the chaos and leading nowhere. Seal the Emperor's palace! After being petrified for too long, the stone man found it difficult to speak. The Yuanzun clan! The young man from the Feng Imperial Palace smiled slightly. I have seen a living member of the Yuanzun clan. The last time I saw a living member was a quick glance when I first opened the mansion. The two looked at each other for a long time and said at the same time, Feng Yin! Yuan! Peng! After announcing their names, the two looked at each other again. After a while at the Shirgu altar, The Yuanzun clan was the first to speak. You? Stop me from hunting. Dragon turtle? He was silent in the chaos of Fengshan's great world, unaware of the years. I just woke up today after being stirred by the breath of turtles and snakes, and immediately felt the breath of young dragon turtles fighting in the depths of chaos. He was about to attack and kill, but was stopped by someone. Feng Yin shook his head slightly, with a bit of a smile. I stopped you from dying. If it wasn't for our seniors to draw Qing Lei's attention away, you would have been noticed and killed the moment you were resurrected. Stop me? With you? Just a jailer? Feng Yin's face dropped, and the smile on his face instantly faded. He stopped talking. When he stepped on his feet, the bronze mirror suddenly grew larger, emitted light, and hooded Yuan Geng. Blink him into the bronze mirror. Yuan Geng roared, and a horn protruded from the bronze mirror, as if it was going to pierce the mirror and break out. Feng Yin snorted, flicked his wrist, and the iron rope wrapped around the bronze mirror. The talisman on the iron rope flashed, completely sealing the entire bronze mirror. It's just a residual poison that only dares to crawl around in the gutter like maggots. And it dares to speak nonsense. These guys have been petrified for too long. Their minds are not clear, and they have no idea who the enemy is. I am here to save you. And you call me a jailer? He can't even figure out how much he weighs. He doesn't need Qing Lei for such a thing. The dragon turtle in the chaos can kill him with just one seal. After doing all this, Feng Yin glanced in the direction of Suhi, patted the bronze mirror, and an arrow appeared on the mirror. He followed the direction of the arrow and crashed into the chaos. In Fengshan Great World, a bolt of thunder fell, shattering the iron ropes all over the sky. An old man fell out from behind the broken iron rope. It was the previous generation King Xianjing, who used the what board to resist the divine seal of Qinglei Mountain. Old King Xianjing fell out, suppressed the shock in his heart, tried his best to calm down the chaotic atmosphere, and laughed like a joke. Fellow Taoist Qing Lei is really powerful. I am no longer my opponent. I am ashamed and ashamed. This Qing Lei disappeared for 2 years, and a snake appeared on his SHL. His Taoism has improved so much. He could still resist it at first. At least, he could retreat calmly in front of Qing Lei. He is no longer an opponent. He was joking. But Qing Lei was not joking. Feng Wuxi? Die! Qing Lei's tone was calm, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary thing. Thunder scattered like rain, sealing the void in all directions, and the mountain god seal struck straight at the old King Xianjing. Appear suddenly and attack immediately. If you can't beat him, you're just taking it as a joke. Who gave you the confidence that Dragon Turtle would play with you? Something went wrong when Zhu and Huai merged with Soaring Snake. And he was bullied by Feng Chaofei again. And he was so angry that he didn't know where to vent his anger. He is seeking death himself. Feng Buxi's expression changed, and the what board suddenly grew in size, turning into a golden bridge blocking him. Boom! The mountain god seal fell, and the golden bridge cracked inch by inch and scattered with a bang. It condensed behind Feng Buxi and returned to the shape of the what board. But it was dim. Feng Buxi spurted out a mouthful of blood and burned on the ground. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Lei Gui across from him. Friend Qing Lei, we are just friends competing. Why would you kill me? Qing Lei snorted, took a step forward, and several thunder dragons emerged from the void and crashed into Feng Buxi. You thought I couldn't sense the movement in the chaos just now? Come sooner or later. Our Dragon Turtle clan is in trouble. So show up immediately. Still want to attack the east and the west? With your little skills. Can you hide it from me? Qing Lei struck without mercy. 3 thunder dragons exploded at the same time. And in an instant, on the edge of chaos, a thunder python could not see anything clearly. Under the explosion of thunder, dragon roars were heard. Iron ropes were waved, and the mountain god seal fell. After a while the dust settled. Under a large blue gold seal, Feng Buxi was as limp as a dead dog. Outside the great world of Fengshan, in the void far away, a mirror light flashed, and Feng Yin appeared, looking back at the great world of Fengshan. My eyes were full of horror. An old man appeared next to him. Little prince, leave quickly. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. King Xianjing is not a king who is good at fighting, but as the real prince of the Fengwang Palace, he is by no means an easy person to suppress the existence of all heavens and worlds. Although he couldn't fight Qing Lei before, he couldn't even escape. Something's wrong with the Dragon Turtle. Advanced? This is by no means good news for Fengwang Palace. The old man pulled Feng Yin and dodged quickly, breaking through the layers of space in an instant. and leapt as if fleeing. The two of them had just left when Qing Lei appeared where they were. A pair of tortoise eyes saw through the void and landed on Feng Yin. He then looked at the bronze mirror under his feet, snorted, and raised his claws to tear the space apart. The two caught it, but dropped their claws a moment later. A thought flashed through his eyes. The dragon's beard rippled slightly, and an unsearchable rune fell on the bronze mirror. The iron robe seal on the bronze mirror had a very familiar aura. It was similar to the unicorn he got in Fenghuang Palace, but more primitive. The things inside must be related to the Yuanzun family. Qing Lei wanted to see what Fenghuang Palace was doing. While escaping, Feng Yin frowned. Eunuch Mo, Qing Lei won't chase you. Right. The old man holding him shook his head. Probably. No. The old slave shattered the void with the scorching sun scissors, and the dragon turtle couldn't clear the chaotic space for a while. Feng Yin was silent for a moment. So sure. Don't hesitate to speak. He stepped on the bronze mirror under his feet and said, Eunuch Mo, I have seen 2 members of the Yuanzun clan since I opened my house. They all seem to be mentally retarded. Does Eunuch know why? Eunuch Mo shook his head. The old slave is just a eunuch in charge. How can he know this? But according to the old slave's memory, these people's soul intelligence was normal 6,000 years ago. If the young prince wants to know what happened, he might as well ask the old prince. Feng Yin remained silent. His father would not tell him these things. Compared with his father, he has a better relationship with Uncle Wang Xianjing. This time he followed Uncle Wang to attend the March appointment. Who knows that the Yuanzun family has been released and resurrected? The meeting was forced to turn into an attack. Uncle Xianjing attacked Qing Lei from east to west, allowing him to take the opportunity to kidnap the Yuanzun clan. Now that the Yuanzun clan has obtained it, Uncle Wang has been suppressed by Qing Lei, and he doesn't know how to deal with him when he returns this time. The two of them were silent for a moment, and they just quickly shuttled through the space and approached the nearest Xiyu world. Once there was a space passage for the Hengyu clan, and it would be much easier to return to the Emperor's world. Eunuch Mo put a pair of golden scissors on his head, cut the space into pieces and fled quickly. He heard a sigh from behind. Since you two don't know what happened 6,000 years ago, can you give me this member of the Yuanzun clan? The two of them were shocked when they saw a stunning woman hanging behind them. I don't know how much space I followed them through. Dressed in red, she looked like a mortal bride, and her beauty was unparalleled. But it made them both feel like they were dead. Yunmingzi, Ji Feishue. Young prince, retreat quickly. Eunuch Mo's face changed drastically, and he stepped in front of Feng Yin. The scorching sun scissors turned into 2 rays of golden light, and they cut towards Ji Feishue. Ji Feishue chuckled lightly, raised her slender hand, and pointed it, and the 2 golden lights instantly shattered. The golden light that reached the sky burst out from the shattered place of the scorching sun, and in an instant everything within sight was golden. His consciousness and energy were completely submerged. Eunuch Mo took Feng Yin and ran away immediately. However, she saw that Ji Feishue was calm and unhurried. She pressed her hand down, and the powerful sunlight was crushed into a small dot and condensed into a pure gold bean. She picked it off and put it into the purse on her waist. There are dozens of similar beads in the purse, but they have different breath attributes. Pressing down the sun, Ji Feishue flew a little higher, and Eunuch Mo and Feng Yin, who took the opportunity to escape, were immediately immobilized and stuck in a space crack. Ji Feishue waved her hand, and Eunuch Mo's face was stunned. His whole body seemed to be broken and scattered like porcelain. Feng Yin's expression changed drastically. A being of the 5th level, who could reach the sky, did not even have the qualifications to resist in front of Ji Feishue. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but found that he could not make a sound at all. Without Ji Feishue's movement, the bronze mirror under Feng Yin's feet had already flown towards her. With a slight click, the iron rope on the mirror retreated. Yuan Geng jumped out with a roar. As soon as he came out, Ji Feishue flicked her finger, and a green light fell between the eyebrows. There was no breath in an instant. Only then did Ji Feishue look at Feng Yin. A descendant of the Yurong family? I owe Yurong a bet. If I don't kill you this time, I will repay the debt. She raised her hand and pointed towards Feng Yin. A ray of green light fell on Feng Yin's eyebrows. Feng Yin's face became more frightened. You want to probe my memory? No! Feng Yin roared. The memories of those who belong to the royal bloodline of the imperial palace cannot be probed. If probed by irresistible force, they will immediately self-destruct. Feng Yin screamed in fear, but found no trace of his memory being explored. Instead, the green light was melting away, and all his memories from the time he met the Yuanzun clan in the chaos to this moment. Feng Huanggong's method of staying in the bloodline to protect the memory is completely useless. In an instant, Feng Yin looked dull and fell unconscious. Ji Feishue threw the bronze mirror at Feng Yin and disappeared in a flash. Ji Feishue looked at her palms in the void and smiled. Xiao Beiling's method of exploring and erasing memories was truly extraordinary. And even the guards of the Imperial Palace could not stop him. No wonder it could cut off her memory and make her unconscious. Next time we meet, I'll beat you to death, Ji Feishue chuckled, as if Bai Ling was beside her. Just laughing. Ji Feishue looked at Yuan Gong floating beside her. Another smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Originally, it was just to guard against Feng Qiaofei and leave something on the young husband's body. But he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. With a finger pointed at Yuan Gong's body, a series of talismans penetrated into Yuan Gong's body. Yuan Gong's whole body seemed to be sliced into pieces. The brilliance on his body flashed, revealing information one after another like a compass. My husband's advice is quite useful. It's a pity that the fool only keeps the Mingjian in his mind orifice to eat dust. But he doesn't know that such a treasure can be used to spy on others with a few modifications, and can even be used to analyze laws and avenues. She has a treasure, but doesn't know it. She has changed her Mingjian. And that guy's Mingjian will then advance. But when will he discover this effect? Ji Fei's Snowfeng eyes fell on the information revealed by Yuan Gong. It was not a panel like Su He's Mingjian, but a series of complicated and difficult to understand information. After thoroughly analyzing Yuan Gong and the Taoist and magical powers of the Yuanzun clan, Ji Feishue only glanced at them and ignored them. But look deeper. No soul can be seen. The Yuanzun clan only has a physical body and no soul. They are different from the divine beasts. Souls and bodies that merge into one. They are pure nothingness. Ji Feishue has known this for a long time. And she has been able to analyze the fundamentals and directly investigate the origin of Yuenging. This sword seems to have been torn in half. Half of his existence was cut off. But the Yuanzun family is special. Unless special means are used, it can be resurrected even if the origin is reversed. Like Feng Yiju, he could be resurrected without any injuries even after being killed several times by Master Shitian. That's just the soul possessing a single horn of the Yuanzun clan, which has some of the characteristics. The pure-blooded Yuanzun clan is far tougher than Feng Yiju. But this one was chopped off half of its existence, but has not recovered. This is not normal. And because half of his existence was cut off, his spiritual wisdom and moral conduct were all affected. The Yuanzun clan members in front of them were already complete trash. Ji Feishue looked at the scars on his origin, and with a gentle flick, a green light fell. This blue light was very similar to the blue light that erased Feng Yin's memory. They are all from Bai Ling's methods. The green light fell, and a strange appearance appeared on the source incision. The power of time, Ji Feishue murmured. The power of time is not strong. It only lasts for thousands of years. But time is a monk's restricted area. No one can manipulate time. Not the Imperial Palace. Not the 10 immortal sects. Not the 4 spirit beasts. This is the first time Ji Feishue has truly seen the time of condensation. It's not that she is profound. She would probably lose herself in the cycle of time after just one glance. Ji Feishue connected her hands, and the power of time squirmed and turned into a white turtle claw. In a moment, it turned into a slender hand again. Bai Ling. Ji Feishue took a breath and smiled bitterly. It is indeed you, little girl. Looking at this extremely beautiful plain hand, Ji Feishue understood. Bai Ling killed half of the Yuanzun clan 6,000 years ago. Ji Feishue couldn't understand such methods. To describe it, Bai Ling killed all the Yuanzun clan with one sword 6,000 years ago and divided them into 2. Half of the body has always existed forward in time, until now, but the other half has stayed 6,000 years ago and has never reached the present. Of course, it's just a metaphor. It's not really cutting the body in half, but cutting the Yuanzun clan's existence in half. How is this done? 6,000 years ago. It was the time when Bai Ling escaped and took the initiative to enter death. She sacrificed herself and killed the Yuanzun clan? Stop making trouble. Let's not talk about whether we can manipulate time. Then Nizi can't be so great. According to Nizi's temperament, as long as something happens to someone she doesn't care about. If others are dead, what does it have to do with her? She won't feel distressed even if the world is destroyed. And it's morally noble not to applaud and applaud. She doesn't care about the affairs of the Yuanzun clan. What did Bai Ling do 6,000 years ago? Zhang Yuanzun was afraid that he was just doing it incidentally. So Nizi, can you really interfere with time? Can she withstand the backlash of time? Could it be that that guy got out of his element and sealed himself 6,000 years ago? But is it possible for humans to do this? Not even turtles. There is no such thing in theory. In ancient times, there was great power that could create a time-space. One day in the outside world is 1 year in the time-space. This is already the limit. Theoretically, it is impossible for Bai Ling to do it. But there is always a weird feeling in my heart, thinking that I guessed it right. That Nizi might have sealed herself 6,000 years ago. She is so out of touch. Ji Feishue was stunned. Deep in the chaos, the territory of the ancient Sephora Japonica, Sui opened his eyes leisurely. He couldn't tell the time in the chaos. He had been here for an unknown amount of time. The surroundings were twisted, and there was an endless stream of flying snakes, killing them endlessly. Still too weak. He was silent for a moment. If the range of Chaos Blade can be expanded a bit, the effect will be even better. He lay on the turtle egg of the ancient locust tree and looked around. This place is the place where ancient locust trees refine chaos. It was originally supposed to be connected to the great world of Fengshan. It has not been managed in the past 2 years, and the connection has been infected by chaos. There is no noise at all here, as if there is no such thing as sound. The mountains and rivers are desolate, and the land is ravaged. Chaos has just been opened up into a world with an original style. The aura of the origin of the world is extremely strong. One puff will fill you up with the essence. It's a pity that opening up the world has a strong ego. These origins are most suitable for Gu Huai, and the effect of Suhi's absorption is much worse. He looked at the chaos in all directions thoughtfully. He couldn't leave this place. He could only stay within the range of the chaotic blades. But chaos was not high above Uncle Huai's head. If he can open up chaos there, he should be able to absorb the origin of the world that suits him. At the same time, it activates Chaos Blade. It will not affect the blade effect. Huaishu Dome is still shrouded in chaos. But the divine beasts needed to open up the chaos, and needed the divine weapon to open up the sky. When the divine weapon of the inner world is taken out of the body, it appears as an illusory and ethereal existence similar to the spirit of the weapon. It has to be refined into a real body. Taoist Shinshin has already designed some ink, and even has a foolproof tutorial for sacrifice and refining. It's just that he lacked materials and didn't start. After all, Dianma is made from head to toe with sacred beast materials. He couldn't get anything like that. He was thinking wildly, and turned his eyes to the cliff behind the ancient Sephora Dome. There was a cave above, and the treasures inside were shining frequently. This is one of the many treasures of ancient Sephora Japonica. Uncle Huai, lend me some materials, and I'll make a heaven-opening weapon. He patted the turtle eggs under his body and whispered. The turtle egg didn't respond. Suhi's domain flashed, condensed into a domain clone, flew towards the treasure house, and a moment later landed in front of he carrying a large amount of treasure. It's a pity that the Dragon Turtle clan has a rule of supporting the younger generations. Even if you become a thief quietly, no dice will come. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, Suhi also had a small world of treasures funded by the ethnic group, but only part of them had been used. He can also check and borrow the treasures of other Dragon Turtle elders. It just needs to be returned when you become an adult. If there is borrowing, it is not considered stealing, and the dice will not come. The toad jumped out of the mysterious world to complete the materials needed for the artifact to open the sky. Lying on the turtle egg, he said to Suhi boredly, "When are you going to let Yaya go out and conquer the world? These days are so boring." It's still fun to accompany Yaya to conquer all directions. The days when he was Prime Minister's were the happiest times in his thousands of years. It's a pity that we couldn't take advantage of Yaya's transformation into a beast to revel. Huh? The toad's eyes suddenly lit up. The master of the soul beast is one. It is Suhi. And Suhi is it. Suhi is now Yaya Zheng'er's biological father. Then it. The Supreme Emperor? Theoretically speaking, being a serious emperor is absolutely correct. The toad huddled under Suhi's turtle SHL, avoiding the random blades, and his eyes lit up. Suhi looked at the messy materials in front of him, closed his eyes and meditated, and went through the design drawn by Senior Shinshin in his mind bit by bit. After confirming that it was correct, he started to refine the weapon. All kinds of materials are taken into the inner world one by one, or placed in the extremely cold place under the abyss, or thrown into the majestic volcano of the inner world. The toad appears spontaneously, and detects the changes in the equipment. Dianma is the body of the ritual refining pen for the inner world. Of course, the sacrificial refining process must be carried out in the inner world, so that it naturally has the Taoist charm of the inner world of Suha, and can be integrated into the heavenly pen. Kue Nyo's leg bone is used as a pole, and Greedy Wolf's hair is used as a front. Kue Nyo's leg bone was thrown into the volcano, and the source of the world of Hunghua poured in majestically, turning into the spiritual power of the volcano. The volcanic magma rose into the sky, but Su He forcibly suppressed it to prevent the energy from dissipating. Kue Nyo is special. Materials of the Kue Nyo mythical beast occasionally appear in all the worlds, but the living Kue Nyo mythical beast has never been seen. I'm afraid it has been lost in the long river of time. Refining weapons in the inner world does not require alien flames or ordinary volcanoes, but it uses the power of the entire world to refine them. Time passes little by little, and I don't know the year or the season. Chaos never counts years, and there is no way to judge the length of time. Suhi only had a trace of consciousness left in the inner world, mainly controlled by the toad. Suhi was not paying attention, and the blade was flying and slashing at the sneaky snake. After an unknown amount of time, a dull drum sound came from the depths of chaos. There is no distance or direction in the chaos, as long as it is not in front of you. Anywhere is the depth of chaos. Suhi's eyes suddenly opened. There is nothing in the chaos, but there can be sounds. This sound is wrong. Following the sound of the drum, the flying snakes composed of twisted and sneaky auras seemed to have heard the order and swam towards the direction of the drum sound. Uncle Lei has thought of a way to completely eliminate these sneaky snakes? Suhi's eyes lit up, but he shook his head. Uncle Lei will not enter this chaos, and he will not get close to the eggs of Uncle Huai and Uncle Zhu. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, Suhi let out a long groan. Report the situation to Qing Lei. The waves roll beneath me, and I rose up on the waves, rushing straight towards the sound of the drums. There is a deserted void, with green thunder across the starry sky, and Ji Feishua on the opposite side. The monitoring runes left in Feng Yin's bronze mirror fell to Ji Feishua, so he naturally wanted to come and see the situation. You could also ask Ji Feishua to help interrogate Feng Busi. When it comes to interrogation, crazy people are always better than normal people. But before the work started, Suhi's long chants were heard one after another in the mysterious world of mountains and seas. Qing Lei looked at Ji Feishua in surprise. The Feng Palace boy you let go has entered the chaos of Fengshan world. Ji Feishua raised her head. Qing Lei's figure flashed and disappeared into the starry sky. He couldn't help but be attracted to a stone drum altar that could attract sneaky snakes. In the chaos, a young man of 22 or 3 years old stood still. The chain in his hand hangs in the chaos. When Suhi came, he was in the opposite direction to Suhi, with his head down and his feet up. There are no 4 directions in the chaos, and every angle feels like it is heading in the right direction. Black clothes, iron ropes, the royal bloodline of the great world. Suhi glanced at him, and his eyes fell on the stone drum beside him. For stone statues of soaring snakes, with wings spread out and connected at the tips, with the snake's head slightly bent, facing all directions. A stone drum was placed on the snake's head. It's a drum, more like an altar. Every time the altar moved, there was a dull drum sound. And from all directions in the chaos, there were flying snakes transformed into sneaky auras, flowing in continuously and integrating into the altar. Who are you? Did you create the sneaky snake? Suhi narrowed his eyes, and a spiritual consciousness came out. And at the same time, the mysterious world of mountains and seas told Qing Lei about the situation here. Feng Huang Palace. Feng Yin! Please give way. Fellow Taoist. Feng Yin's expression was extremely ugly, and his spiritual consciousness responded. Previously, Uncle Xianjing and Prince Xianjing came to Fengshan Great World to meet Qing Lei of the Dragon Turtle clan. But the Yuanzuan clan suddenly revived, forcing the old King Xianjing to divert Qing Lei's attention alone. Ask him to take away the revived Yuanzun clan members. He clearly remembered stepping on the streamer mirror and entering chaos. But he woke up in the void far away, also lost an entire memory. This surprise was no small matter. Feng Huang Palace attaches great importance to the memory of the royal family. If encountering special circumstances, they would rather the family member self-destruct to ensure that the confidentiality is not lost. A memory was wiped out. If Feng Huanggong knew about it, Feng Yin didn't know what would happen to him. Return to the chaos of Fengshan world and find the Yuanzun clansmen, and you will definitely be able to figure out what happened. It doesn't matter if the mission fails. Memory cannot be lost. But when Feng Yin returned to chaos and followed the mark of the streamer mirror to enter, he only saw an altar and no Yuanzun clan members. As soon as the altar was lightly touched, a drum sound immediately erupted. Immediately afterwards, a group of sneaky snakes came, and a dragon turtle appeared. In the way, from the mysterious world of mountains and seas, the long chant of Qing Lei came. Steal the Imperial Palace! Take the fourth step to the sky! You can't beat me yet! Don't be reluctant to fight! Snatch the altar and come out immediately! I will support you outside the chaos! Fellow Taoist, please give way! Feng Yin's expression became even worse, and even his consciousness became a bit colder. The road here is blocked. Go behind! An arrow appeared above Suhi's head, indicating that the road behind him was blocked and something was guarding him. Okay, Feng Yin replied, without making any excuse, and immediately turned around and left. The stone drum altar emits a drum sound with every step taken. After taking the third step, Feng Yin suddenly turned around and thrust the iron rope at Suhi like a spear. You still want to lie? As soon as the dragon turtle appeared, he asked about the sneaky snakes. These sneaky snakes came after hearing the news, and they must be involved with the Yuanzun family. He lost his memory here again. How could this dragon turtle be innocent? The two coincided with each other. The moment before Feng Yin pulled out the iron rope, Suhi had already opened his mouth and roared. A dragon turtle roar. The sounds in the chaos come and go, and there is no roar, but the divine power is unmitigated. Suddenly the iron rope was swung open and blasted towards Feng Yin. Immediately afterwards, the mountain god seal came out. The golden light almost blended with the chaos, and crashed into Feng Yin. Feng Yin stomped back, and the iron rope flew like a whip. The whip struck the mountain god seal, and the mountain god seal and the iron rope exploded at the same time. Suhi's divine plan flashed, and he stepped forward. The heavy rain drifted in the chaos, and the rain turned into giant stones and fell one after another. Feng Yin's wrist shook, and the broken iron rope disappeared, and another iron rope appeared, waving an afterimage, blocking his head, away from the heavy rain. From time to time, sounds appeared, and the heavy rain falling on the iron rope made a clear and crisp sound, clanking like a pipa. Feng Yin looked gloomy. Divine beasts belong to chaos. If you fight a divine beast in chaos, you will still be the dragon turtle clan among the four spirits. You will suffer too much. Dragon turtles are not affected by chaos, and the more they fight, the more they adapt to chaos, and they even feel like a fish in water. But he was like a blind man, relying entirely on his spiritual senses. Divine consciousness can also be hindered by chaos. Don't fight with mythical beasts in chaos. Feng Yin licked his lips, and immediately wanted to pull the altar away from the chaos. As long as he emerges from chaos, and is only a first-level dragon turtle, what should he fear? After probing out the iron rope, I suddenly discovered that the altar had disappeared. Also disappearing with the altar was the spirit snake on the back of the dragon turtle. The spirit snake took advantage of the battle to steal the altar. A burst of intensive drumbeats came from overhead. Sneaky snakes swarmed into the depths of chaos in pursuit of the beat of the drum. Feng Yin's expression changed drastically. Following the drumbeat, he chased after him, but a dragon turtle set off a huge wave to block him. Seeking death? Feng Yin looked gloomy. The Yuanzun family's family and life are at stake. Who cares whether you are a dragon turtle or not? Besides, what about the dragon turtle? It is nobler than the imperial family. It had been confirmed when I came here before that Qing Lei was not in Fengshan world, and he was probably led elsewhere by Uncle Xianjing. There were rumors in the clan that Uncle Xianjing and Qing Lei had always been rivals, and it was normal for them to be unable to tell the winner for 3 to 5 months. Before they come back, the memory must be retrieved. Feng Yin's iron rope whipped out like a dragon, and each whip struck like a black dragon. Suhi's divine plan flashed through his face, his expression solemn. Is this the fourth step in sealing the imperial palace? Each blow was a full blow with 6 times the power of his mountain god seal. Can't be hardwired. Suhi fought and retreated, while the spiritual snake in the chaos behind him wrapped around the stone drum altar and headed towards Qing Lei. In fact, the spirit snake cannot leave the dragon turtle too far. They have always been close to the turtle body, but they are separated by chaos. The sound seems to come from eternity, and it is impossible to tell the distance. If Feng Yin's iron whip was a few feet longer, it would have hit the spirit snake. But Feng Yin's foundation was too solid, and the iron rope was neither long nor short. Just the distance where the bombardment of Su, he was the most powerful. Suhi's divine machine flickered, relying on his feeling of becoming more and more accustomed to chaos, rushing left and right. Feng Ying clenched his teeth and refused to let go. I don't know how long they were chasing and escaping. Suddenly, the vision suddenly opened up, and all kinds of noises suddenly came from the scene. Thunder, floods, waterfalls, earthquakes. The dragon turtle ran away in all directions and rushed out of the chaos. God help me! Feng Ying was overjoyed. But before he could laugh out loud, he saw a mountain-like paw pressing down on him. And then he fell into a haze and didn't know anything anymore. Thunder and lightning fell from Qing Lei's body, turning into a wave of thunder and water that surged past. The sneaky snakes that came after the stone drum were instantly wiped out. Qing Lei looked down at the Shirgu altar, with an unexplainable meaning in his eyes. Altar drums beat. Suhi let out a long sigh and lay down at Qing Lei's feet. The spirit snake returned to its body and looked at the altar. But nothing can be seen. Lack of knowledge. I don't know which direction to analyze. After a while, Suhi raised his head and asked, Uncle Lei, are there still these sneaks in the chaos? Yes, but it doesn't matter. They are all coming this way, Qing Lei replied. Suhi looked at Feng Ying, who was suppressed by Qing Lei, and asked in silence for a moment, Uncle Lei, how should the dragon turtle's Kaikian realm be connected with the monks? Gu Luo told him when he first passed the tribulation. But in reality Xing feels something is different. Feng Yi lives in the third level of the open heaven. If he didn't have the characteristics of immortality, Suhi could kill him without any harm. Feng Yin was at the fourth level of Kaitian. If chaos hadn't hindered him, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Is the gap between the third and fourth levels of cultivators in Kaitian so big? Qing Lei smiled. Are you asking about the monk's division method or the dragon turtle division method? Huh? Suhi was startled. Qing Lei has already spoken. If we divide it according to the dragon turtle method, you are equivalent to the monk's first step to the sky. If we divide it according to the monk method, your combat power is equivalent to the little genius's third step to the sky. Question mark. The question mark on Suhi's head became even bigger. Qing Lei said with a smile. The dragon turtle is uniquely endowed with nature. The turtle's energy is endless and never withers. The inner world is vast and powerful. If it cannot be invincible in the same realm, is it still called the same realm? He smiled. Now you can kill as many as you want in the first step of Tatian, but you can't do the second step of Tatian. Normally, the second step of Tatian is fine. Killing 7 or 8 at the same time is not a problem. But a monster like your fairy Su can fight you with just 2 or 3 people, and even defeat you with experience. If you can't kill them in groups, in the eyes of Dragon Turtle, they are not of the same level of combat power. Therefore, in the eyes of Dragon Turtle, you are just the first step in the battle. But for ordinary monks, you can also defeat the third step of reaching the sky. It is a real third step of reaching the sky. He looked down at Suhi with a mocking look. The little boy was still very weak. Don't think you can kill a flying snake. Just kill a single one and you'll be great. Just an ordinary cub. Still far from true power. Chapter 245 by Zay. Let's kill by Zay. Suhi tilted his head. Thoughtfully. If he followed the dragon turtle's strokes, the dragon turtle clan would never have the time to take the 7th step to the sky. The 7th step to the sky is the limit of a monk. But the gap between the 7th step of first knocking on the immortal gate and the 7th step of soaking in tens of thousands of years and hundreds of thousands of years is wider than that of humans and dogs. How can we say the same thing? Like the 3 kings and 3 princes of the emperor's great world, the grand marshal of the pavilion, and the top 10 cactus masters of the Xin Huang realm, who are at the 7th level. How can the dragon turtle defeat a group of them? Qing Lei didn't know what a polite thing this guy was thinking in his mind. He annihilated countless sneaky snakes with one giant claw, and then said to Suhi, You have only been in Taoism for a few years. Don't think too much. A good practice will always have the power to shock the heavens. Suhi smiled naively. Qing Lei smiled and said, Just practice here. If there is an accident in the chaos and I need you to take action, you can ask me if you don't understand anything about practice. This is the best thing about the small number of people in the tribe. If you have any problem, you can always have one-to-one counseling at any time. In Suhi's memory, the only person who enjoyed such treatment was the only young student from a top domestic university in his previous life. At this moment, Suhi looked outside. It was still mid-spring when he entered the chaos. But now it was already summer. If the time in the past life was similar to this place, It would be the college entrance examination season. Right. Suhi smiled, shook off the random thoughts in his mind, looked at Qing Lei, and asked seriously, Uncle Lei, I have seen Bai Ling condense a human body. Can a dragon turtle cultivate a human body? This question has been weighing on my mind for a long time. Qing Lei said without thinking. No. Don't think about it. Divine beasts and humans are both Tao bodies. Tao bodies say that if you have one, you cannot have the other. Just like you can't be a dragon turtle and a unicorn at the same time. He looked at Suhi and suddenly fell silent. If you miss these few days, I will take you to rob the Fengwang Palace. Use your unreasonable talent and let me study it. Qing Lei recorded this incident in a small notebook, then looked at Suhi and said, It is logical that it is impossible for a divine beast to transform into a human form. The chapter on transforming into a beast is about the body of a beast, not a human body. Otherwise, the transformation into a beast will be lost in the human state. How to spend it? Bai Ling should leave you as a photo, which can be shaped as you like for your entertainment. I have never heard of a divine beast taking human form. Otherwise, Ji Feishua would not have given up her identity as a divine dragon, transformed into a dragon demon, and condensed into a human form just before surviving the catastrophe and becoming a divine beast. Suhi was silent. What Bai Ling left behind was not a photo, but a thought body. The body of thought should be the same shape as the body. Thinking of the world of the tomb. Bai Ling dancing alone under the moon, with a Xuanwu illusion behind him. Suhi didn't say more. Uncle Lei didn't know the specific situation. Bai Ling seemed to have hidden many things from the Dragon Turtle clan. That dance, when Suhi recalled it at this moment, might really be a set of skills related to the spirit and soul. But Bai Ling left such a dance without knowing its purpose. There were no other problems, and the two turtles went about their own business. Qing Lei used the stone drum altar to destroy the sneaky snake. Suhi closed his eyes and completely fell into the inner world. A consciousness formed in the inner world and headed towards the volcano. Toad was watching the volcano from a distance, looking a bit bored. There was a flash of thunder on the leg bone of Guanyo under the volcano, and the entire leg bone seemed to be soaked soft, and it was constantly squirming with the flow of magma. Can we almost condense the talismans? Toad asked weakly. It's a frog. What did this turtle think? That he'd let him guard the volcano? Suhi shook his head. Not even close. He doesn't know how to refine weapons. So every step must meet the requirements of Senior Shinchan's tutorial. Otherwise, he won't even be able to rescue him if something goes wrong. Suhi lay on the crater and looked at the leg bones below. He closed his eyes slightly. His mind was turbulent, and his thoughts were drawing symbols in the sky. Suhi didn't even understand the meaning of the talisman he drew. He just copied it, and then integrated the power of the world, turtle essence, and spiritual consciousness into the talisman according to the proportions listed by Senior Shinchan. As long as the consciousness is strong enough, the probability of failure in even the most delicate operation will not be very high. Suhi copied the operation twice in advance to ensure accuracy when refining the weapon. Talismans floated in the air. Time passed little by little, and Suhi concentrated on copying the talismans. And the toad's voice came from the bottom of his heart. That's it! Suhi opened his eyes, and saw that the Kuei-Nyo leg bone had completely softened and was floating on the magma in a soft ball. He groaned softly, and the power of the inner world trickled in, mixed with true energy and spiritual consciousness, forming talismans in front of him. With a slight movement of thought, the talisman fell gently and melted into the leg bones. The leg bones, which were like water tanks, gradually squirmed and condensed as the talisman fell. They rolled inward like dough, becoming smaller and smaller as they rolled, and their color became more milky white. The talismans were like a gurgling stream, gathering together and flowing downwards. One talisman after another continued for an unknown period of time before the leg bone turned into a pen holder. This is the time! Toad! Suhi shouted in his heart. And Toad instantly activated the materials from other Jedi in the inner world, throwing them into the magma one after another, and constantly integrating them into the pen barrel. As various materials are integrated, the color of the pen barrel gradually deepens, and a bulge is formed at the lower end. This is the pen root, and the place where the pen tip is inserted. It's time to get in shape. Come! Suhi roared, and the Kaikion pen that was resting on Tai Mountain came out of the air, went straight into the magma and merged into the unformed pen barrel. The toad jumped into the abyss, fished out the greedy wolf's fur, returned to Suhi, and handed over the wolf hair with trembling paws. Suhi glanced at it strangely. The toad was covered in ice, and was about to be frozen to the core. But he looked eagerly at the giant pen that was being sacrificed, with an awe-inspiring expression of sacrificing himself to fulfill Suhi's righteousness. Be a monster? Suhi in the inner world is God. Omnipotent. A toad is no different from a god. Just take out the wolf hair and think about it. Besides, no matter how low the temperature is in your home, you won't be able to freeze a toad. Drama queen. The talisman he had copied in front of Suhi fell on the fur, and the wolf hairs broke away and flew towards the penholder. Suhi was confused. I remember that the wolf in the brush is definitely not a wolf fur. Right. The ice cubes on the toad melted drop by drop, leaving a pool of water stains. And he said funnily, Genma's body is made of mythical beast materials. Have you ever seen a weasel as a mythical beast? Suhi glanced at it. You, a toad, actually looked down on me. Wong Tai Sin? While talking here, the dotted ink in the magma has begun to take shape, and the talisman fell again. But it is no longer a shape, but a series of veins and nodes of the treasure are built in it, just like the meridians and acupuncture points of the human body. Suhi even heard the sound of his heart beating loudly. In Fengshen world, Qing Lei lowered his head and looked at Suhi. The power of the world in Suhi has been surging according to rules since a few days ago, and the auras of many mythical beasts are constantly flashing. Is this little guy refining the heaven-opening artifact? Completely practicing in the inner world. This kind of talisman aura is obviously not the weapon refining technique in the dragon turtle inheritance. The dragon turtle's weapon refining is very open and close, but it will not be so detailed and delicate. This is the method of human monks. Qing Lei carefully sensed that this way of spreading the Tao was the work of the Shinshin Taoist, who listened to his sermon. The Taoist priest knew the dragon turtle very well about the heaven-opening artifact sacrifice and refining technique specially designed for the dragon turtle. Suhi owes a lot of favors. There are many true Taoist friends in Qianjiang. Qing Lei smiled and saw Suhi suddenly opened his eyes, let out a long groan, and a brush came out of his body, and Ling Ran drew chaos behind him with one stroke. With one stroke, a piece of chaos rolled and exploded, turning into a nascent water. The Kaikion pen floated in the air, and bursts of Kaikion aura fell from his body, forcing back the chaos. A joy spread out from the great world of Fengshen. It's a joy to have another mythical beast open up the chaos for it. Qing Lei smiled. The world was already happy. This little turtle is obviously more inclined to open up chaos in the mysterious world. Uncle Lei. Suhi raised his head and looked at Qing Lei. Qing Lei smiled. Go! If anything happens, I'll call you. The heaven-opening artifact had just been released, and Suhi couldn't wait to enter chaos to try it. He was also afraid that the sneaky snake would disturb the practice of the two turtle uncles. With Qing Lei's affirmation, Suhi jumped into the chaos. Qing Lei looked at him and saw the chaos rolling, and a thunder sound came out through the chaos. This heaven-opening artifact is extraordinary. Not only is Taoist Shinshin's magic weapon well designed, the spirit of the weapon is also special. Is this the heaven-opening artifact condensed by Hung Gua and Dui Gua? Suhi made a stroke, and the chaos around him boiled and exploded, turning into a body of water. The Kaitian Bai absorbs the rhyme of Dui Gua Dao. If it is not controlled, the chaos created will be dominated by water. In this water world, an indescribable comfort arises. The chaos opened up by the ink is the most suitable for Suhi, and it is the most primitive water. It made him immersed in it, and unable to extricate himself. Suhi rolled and undulated in the water, swimming freely. Genmo was entangled by the spiritual snake, and waves of heaven-shattering aura surged out, as if he couldn't wait to blast away the chaos in front of him. Suhi raised his head. The stars shining above his head were not meteorites in the starry sky, but stars from all directions. This chaos is definitely not right. This newly opened body of water is still in chaos. But when you look up, you can see the stars. Chaos is weak. You can also see the 4 stars in the waters you opened. In other words, the stars can shine through chaos. This is the low-profile version of chaos. In Suhi's mythological concept, what kind of method can a being master to open up chaos? But here, as long as it is a divine beast that opens the sky, it will be fine. According to Suhi's idea, something as tall as chaos should be outside the entire world composed of 3,000 big worlds and 100,000 small worlds, rather than there being chaos outside every big world. Suhi floated in the water, letting the water wash over his body. Looking at the Xuanwu stars, a kind feeling suddenly emerged. Observing the stars in chaos is completely different from observing them in Changyu Mansion. It seems like we are getting closer to the stars. An inexplicable meaning arose in my heart. I want to catch it, but I can't. Heart scratching and liver scratching. Insufficient foundation. Unable to burst out the feeling brought by the stars. Suhi looked at the starry sky and recited the Tao Te Ching silently in his heart, hoping to understand the stars through the rhyme of Tao Tao. Realize it carefully and immerse yourself in it. But he woke up suddenly. When you are immersed in morality, you will ignore external objects and forget everything, even the stars above your head. This is wrong. At least for Suhi now. At this stage, he should focus on understanding the Xuanwu stars and trying his best to understand Taoism. It would be even better if you could create an adapted technique by observing the stars. Suhi looked at the starry sky, no longer trying to figure out the meaning of morality, and no longer dreaming about the great road contained in it. Just unconscious silent recitation. His eyes fell on the Xuanwu stars again. The constellations composed of hundreds of stars seemed to come alive, swimming in the starry sky, with turtles and snakes entwining their endless charm. Suhi watched quietly, not knowing how long it took before Yunyu woke up. Nothing. I just saw turtles and snakes swimming around, and got nothing else. But the wonderful feeling became even stronger. But I couldn't catch it. But no matter what, this feels like proof that I'm on the right track. The path of Xuanwu is hidden in the starry sky above our heads. Suhi let out a long breath, touched the ink with his finger, broke through the chaos and went out. I don't know how much time has passed, but the sneaky snakes in all directions have been almost wiped out. Qing Lei lowered his head to study the stone drum altar, and the talismans in his eyes flickered, sensing the chaos and turbulence. He looked to Suhi. Have you had enough fun? Suhi nodded, looking at Qing Lei. A thought suddenly flashed through his heart. He had insufficient foundation, and even with the blessing of morality, he didn't understand why. If it were another dragon turtle, he would definitely gain something. Right? The dragon turtle clan is his foundation. The advancement of the dragon turtle is equivalent to his own advancement. Any Xuanwu technique that a dragon turtle realizes will be open to him. Suhi raised his head and said seriously, Uncle Lei, can you seal this world? Huh? Qing Lei lowered his head, not knowing why. Seeing Suhi at his feet, he smiled softly and said, I have a Taoist scripture. It should not be passed on to the 6 ears. It is best to seal this world and let it come out of my mouth and into your ears. Qing Lei laughed. The little turtle's serious look was quite impressive. It's different now that I'm a father. I've become more serious now. Although he was smiling, Qing Lei still stepped down with one claw. An array of cyan lightning passed by. Suhi felt that he was isolated from the whole world, with a thin film of thunder and lightning under his feet, and green light in all directions. The noise outside the chaos disappeared instantly. Mysterious world and soul beasts cannot sense it. Sure enough, heaven and earth were separated. That's enough, Qing Lei said in a deep voice. Suhi nodded and opened his mouth. But I never recited the Tao Te Ching. A strange feeling arose, as if I couldn't explain what happened in Jinxiadao Palace, or I couldn't recite the Tao Te Ching. The Jinxia Taoist Palace couldn't tell why there was something preventing him from leaking it. The Tao Te Ching could not be recited. But the moment Suhi opened his mouth, his mind went blank. He could not even remember a single word of the Tao Te Ching. It's as if the Tao Te Ching itself doesn't want to be recited or spread. Suhi was stunned. This is very moral, very Taoist. He licked his lips and looked at Qing Lei with a heavy expression. Qing Lei narrowed his eyes slightly and asked softly, Can't you tell me? Suhi came out of the evil suppressing Dao Palace earlier and wanted to tell him about the situation. But the power of the contract came and made him speechless. But this time, Qing Lei didn't feel the power of the contract. Suhi nodded, licked his lips, and tried again. But his mind was still blank. The Tao Te Ching was clearly there, but he just couldn't remember it. Suhi took a long breath, closed his eyes, no longer tried to speak out, but silently recited the moral in his heart. The third preface of the Tao Te Ching is imprinted in my mind verbatim. Qing Lei smiled. Suhi had gotten some secret, and he couldn't even open his mouth twice in a row. What kind of thing came out to restrict the arrival of my dragon turtle tribe? This time the dragon turtle clan finished their collective retreat and gathered their clansmen to forcefully destroy the evil suppressing Dao Palace. He wanted to see what it was. How dare he make a fool of himself? There are countless strong men in the world, and there are many who surpass Qing Lei. But there are only one who can pretend to be a ghost in front of Huangzu and Taizu. Even if the ancient power is resurrected, he can only bow his head in front of Taizu. Qing Lei sneered in his heart. And suddenly he heard a buzzing sound. Just like the evening drums and morning bells. They are not sounds in reality, but the existence of Tao. You can't hear it, but it's clearly there. The sound is loud, but the elephant is invisible. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable Taoist charm emerged from Suhi. It is neither words nor objects, but the simple charm of the Tao. It has no form or form, and cannot be explained or explained. Unlike Buddhist scriptures, this rhyme does not have any vision of heaven and earth, and does not even produce illusions. However, Xing Lei seems to have seen the foundation of the world. Xing Lei's breathing suddenly became rapid, and he gasped, but he quickly suppressed his voice, even the sound of his heartbeat and blood flow. He held his breath and concentrated, staring straight at Suhi, afraid of missing anything. This rhyme is so simple that you will miss it if you are not careful. The spiritual snake on its back is coiled around its body, swimming like water and electricity. Can't tell if it's slow or fast. While Suhi was silently reciting the Taoist Sutra for nearly half of the time, thunder and lightning flashed silently on Xing Lei's body. At this moment, countless insights arose, and the tortoise snake true method created in the egg quickly became complete and perfect. Xing Lei's momentum was rising steadily, and there was a bursting sound in his body, like thunder or a waterfall. The mountain-like body shrank visibly to the naked eye. After reciting 3,000 words of morality silently, Suhi slowly opened his eyes. He was shocked to find that Xing Lei's body had shrunk twice. This shock was not trivial. I was afraid that silently reciting morality would have a terrible impact on Xing Lei, so I opened my mouth to ask. But Xing Lei suddenly opened his eyes. 2 flashes of lightning flashed in his eyes, and he looked up to the sky and let out a long roar and laughed. The laughter became louder and louder, and gradually, even the laughter could no longer express his joy. Looking down at Suhi, he raised his head and lifted Suhi up, as if throwing ya-ya, throwing it up into the air and catching it, then throwing it up and catching it again. It wasn't until he threw it up for the 3rd time that the waves rolled under Suhi and stopped in the air without falling. Xing Lei arched his head and found that Suhi had not fallen down. He was immediately disappointed, but only for a moment, and he immediately became happy. Ultimate treasure! He looked at Suhi, eyes glowing. Were you just silently reciting the Taoist scripture you mentioned? Suhi nodded. Xing Lei became even more happy and laughed for a long time before speaking again. Ultimate treasure! Elucidate the ultimate principles of heaven and earth and understand the morality of all things. After saying that, he immediately lowered his head and looked at Suhi seriously. In front of outsiders, remember never to recite this sutra silently. Only around us, or in Chanyu Mansion, or in your small world, or in the chaos where there is no one else. Then you can recite it silently and gain insights. Suhi was still very relieved. He knew what kind of Taoist scripture he had received, and he knew that he had to seal the world before reciting it silently. This Taoist sutra is wonderful. Just the rhyme of the Taoist scriptures that Suhi recited silently made him gain something extraordinary, as if he had found a treasure. If it were any other existence, he would definitely be unable to bear it. Even if he risks being hunted down by the Dragon Turtle clan, he still has to swallow and fuse Suhi alive. The small world is the place where Suhi overcame the tribulation and became the Dragon Turtle. It is special in nature, not afraid of Dalian spreading. Chanyu Mansion is not simple. It is extremely special. He can break through Chanyu Mansion to teleport across space. It is not that Chanyu Mansion's space is easy to break, but Chanyu Mansion is cooperating with him. There must have been the cave of some great power. You can always recite this sutra silently, and you will gain a lot over time. When you recite it silently, you can take Yaya and Fairy Su with you. Their realm is still low, and they will not be able to understand the rhyme of this sutra, and they may fall asleep. But it doesn't matter. Even if you fall asleep and be enveloped by such a Taoist charm, it will be of great benefit. It's a pity that something like Tao Yuan is not the Tao Jing itself. Only the first perception is the most effective. The perceived effect will be greatly reduced in the future. Remember, this sutra is even more important than the Hung Gua. Don't show it to others easily. Suhi nodded. It can be seen from the Yuanzun clan's attitude towards the corpse of his previous life. How could he reveal it if it wasn't a dragon turtle? Xing Lei nodded. You can go back now. There is nothing wrong here. Go back and practice well. You have too many treasures and your realm is too low. If you say anything casually, it will be a recipe for death. Hanghua. Duplicates into pairs. Mythical beasts transformed into beasts. Taoist scriptures. Thinking about it like this, Lei wants to kill the turtle and seize the treasure. What kind of luck is this that can bring together such a treasure? Compared with these, Mingjian is worthless. Suddenly, a crisis came inexplicably. He shrank his neck and moved a little closer to Lei. The closer he got, the more dangerous he felt. He looked at Lei inexplicably. He had just recited the Taoist Sutra silently. And at this moment, He's perception was so sharp that it was indescribable. If you can understand some morality, I'm afraid you have to have Yaya's ability to make predictions come true. You can sense the future a long time ago. Lei smiled and shook his head. And He's sense of crisis disappeared instantly. Lei turned over his front paws and threw a figure to He. Who else could it be if it wasn't Feng Yin? Originally, I didn't want to bully the small. I just wanted Fairy Ji to erase his memory and throw it back. But now I have to kill him. The matter of He's Tao Sutra must not be leaked. Lei's claws shook slightly, and the unconscious Feng Yin suddenly lost his breath. This matter will be recorded on your head. Lei said to He seriously. A question mark appeared above He's head. Lei didn't look at him. How could he, a dignified Lei from the Dragon Turtle clan, have the reputation of bullying the younger ones? Dragon Turtle, you want face? It was He who killed Feng Yin. And it was He who did it when the King of Heaven came. It's not impossible for a Dragon Turtle who has mastered the first level of heaven, with the blessing of chaos, to hunt down a fourth level of heaven. It's still a bit nonsense. He looked at He and said seriously, go back and practice hard. The sky will open later. But your combat power must be improved. He didn't know why. So he just nodded. Let's go. Let's go. I will stay here until the Sephora Japonica breaks out of its SHL. He waved his claws to open a space passage. And on the other side of the passage was the Changyu mansion. He was not in a hurry to step in, and asked curiously, will all the uncles and ancestors break out of their SHLs at the same time? The elders were in seclusion, and were not brave enough to go out and venture out. Lei laughed and said, how is it possible? The higher the Taoist level, the more of the soaring snake's origins are integrated, and the slower it will naturally break out of its SHL. According to age, Luo should be the next one to break the SHL. But there is something wrong with Luo. He has great luck and finds various opportunities every time. Shengxing piled up Daoxing more than Zhu and Huai. Lei chuckled, and saw He looking at him strangely. His eyes could clearly speak, the higher the Taoism, the slower it will be to break the SHL. Get out. Lei shouted violently. I have already fused with the soaring snake once before the Chijua's secret realm. What's wrong with breaking through the SHL in advance? Seeing He's fury, Lei swung out his claws, pulled He into the transmission channel, and then smoothed the space cracks with his claws. Call. Suck. So angry. He is the youngest among the four peers. Isn't it natural that he is the first to break out of his SHL? After wheezing and panting for a while, Lei gradually regained his composure. He waved his claws to unlock the shield between heaven and earth, put away the stone drum altar, and looked at the chaos at the north and south poles of Fengshan Great World. Lei's expression darkened again. Taking a step forward, talismans and formations slowly merged into the great world of Fengshan. Some time ago, there was a big fuss in Fengwang Palace as soon as he broke out of his SHL. It is even more suppressed and sealed here. It's time for outside detection to come. The four spirits are always the focus of monitoring by all major forces. He had been out and about in the past few years, so naturally he couldn't hide the spiritual snake on his back. He broke out of his SHL and went to Fengwang Palace to fight. And the spirit snake was also revealed. In fact, the spirit snake was not hidden in the Chijua's secret realm that day. Zuanshan and Qinglong and the headmaster Yin Yuan all know it. A dragon turtle condensing a spiritual snake may be practicing some special technique. He and He have condensed. And people will definitely think that the Dragon Turtle clan has created some magical power. Inquiry is essential. If it was known that the Dragon Turtle clan was using Soaring Snake to advance, it would be even more troublesome. Other Dragon Turtles have never broken out of their SHLs and come out of seclusion. He faces all the worlds as a turtle. And the pressure is quite high. Especially after the Bei's rankings were updated in the few battles after breaking out of the SHL. Trouble was about to come. Not only at his place, but also at Sui's place. It's just that the old guy Dragon Turtle is still there. And those who test Su-He are mostly those with the same fighting power. And they won't exceed him by much. It's just that the quantity is indispensable. It's great to be under undue pressure at such a young age. You can make a name for yourself. Back then, he had stepped up step by step. And it took him more than 100,000 years to reach the top of the Baizé ranking. After this trial, can Baizé list advance a few more places? Qing Lei deployed formations one after another, waiting for the enemy to come. I don't know where in the chaotic depths of the big world. There are divine beasts here to open up the chaos and form an independent world. A red tower stands in the sky, and the top of the tower has penetrated into the chaos. Around the red pagoda, special creatures suddenly appear and disappear. Each creature has a thick stack of jade slips in its hand, coming and going in a hurry. The three characters, Bai's Tower, shine brightly on the door plate of Hengta Tower. Downstairs from Baizé, the mythical beast Baizé lay miserably on a piece of bluestone. It was covered in injuries, and one of its legs was broken, splinted and wrapped in a sling. His body was even more pitiful. Even the horns on his head were broken. A scroll floated faintly beside him. It looks like an eggplant beaten by frost. Baizé looked miserable. But at this moment the chaos rolled, and a red figure broke through the chaos and walked in. Baizé raised his eyes, and suddenly jumped up. He ran back and shouted, "Ji Fei Xue! I tell you, it's impossible! Baizé can't control Bai Zibang, and it's impossible for you to kill me!" It fled quickly with the wind at its feet, but its words were righteous and uncompromising. Ji Fei Xue's eyes lit up, and her interest was suddenly aroused. Okay, I haven't killed Baizé yet, so I just want to taste Baizé's flesh and blood. Baizé's thin tiger face changed, and he begged regretfully while running away. Princess, please forgive me. The previous generation Baizé, who had a problem with you, has nothing to do with me. Baizé list really can't be changed. It's truth, you probably know its function, and it's really not under my control. Madman! What a lunatic! Even though he knew it couldn't change Bai's list, he still beat him every time to force him to change the list. This time I even chased him home. Is there still Wang Fa? Ji Fei Xue looked at the flustered Baizé, covered her mouth and smiled softly. Okay, I won't change Baizé's list, but I will ask you something. If you answer it truthfully, I will forgive you. Baizé's eyes lit up. You asked? What the princess asked? Baizé knows everything, and will tell you everything. I like your understanding of current affairs, but it's a pity that mythical beasts cannot be kept as pets. Ji Fei Xue really wants to keep one, because you look like a tiger and a deer. She stopped, looked at Baizé, and asked with a chuckle, "Let me ask you, before Bai Ling died, did he have control of the power of time?" Baizé Tower. Which floor did she set foot on? Did she condensation has created a human body? Baizé was startled. I thought that this person would ask some secrets that Baizé didn't share, but I didn't expect that he would ask such a groundbreaking question. Which of these questions can be answered? Baizé looked at Ji Fei Xue carefully with a miserable look on his face. How about we discuss revising the battle list? Princess? It hesitated and said embarrassedly, Princess knows that my predecessor, Baizé, and it's different. My rules are more flexible. If it's really necessary, it's not like Bai's Bang can't be modified a little. Just a little bit. Ji Fei Xue is very easy to talk to and smiles brightly. Okay. All Dragon Clan members are hidden on Baizé's list, and only the real dragons are counted. And the others are not used. I won't embarrass you. White Pond. It sighed. How about we discuss the possibility of killing me? Compared to eliminating all the true dragon names on Baizé's list. Does it think it is easier to die? At worst, he will die, and his memory will be left to the next generation Baizé. If I don't play anymore, the mess will be passed on to the next generation. Isn't it always like this for Baizé? There is no responsible person from generation to generation. Ji Fei Xue squinted at it. The bells on the ankles are automatic in the absence of wind, and the tinkling sound is soul-stirring. Baizé stopped running away, stopped, and sighed softly. Princess, you know what I can't do? Please make some practical demands. Do you want money or treasure? Concubine Ji Xue smiled lightly and looked at it. Okay. The ranking promotion of the Dragon Turtle Clan is temporarily postponed. Bai's jumps. Is this different from the previous request? Just as it was about to speak, it saw Ji Fei Xue glance at it, and suddenly felt its heart tighten, as if it was being grabbed by this enchantress. Ji Fei Xue chuckled. Although she was smiling, There was an undeniable feeling. It's just a temporary delay, and the updates will be slower. If you still can't do it, then we can really discuss the matter of killing Baze. Baze lowered his head, and was silent for a long time, before he raised his head, and looked at G-Faciua seriously. There are too many. I can't press the 9-headed dragon turtle. Baze Bang is not controlled at will. G-Faciua said softly. I have 3 places. Bai Ling has 3 places. And you also have 3 places when you are resurrected. It's just right. Beyond the Baze list. After removing the names from the Baze list, there are 3 places that temporarily affect the Baze list. She and Bai Ling both have 3. But they haven't used them yet. Baze was silent again. And after a moment, he shook his head. I have a quota. And I have already used it. G-Faciua glanced at it. And Baze didn't seem to be lying. She said softly. There is no need to delay Yaya for the time being. She has not been on the list yet. And you don't need to worry about it. Baze nodded with difficulty. A burst of light flashed above his head. The broken corner returned to normal. He arched the scroll next to him. And the scroll unfolded. There were various figures flashing past it. It is a powerful person from all over the world. Every time a person appears, there is a portrait and information about him. Baze groaned. The characters on the scroll changed. And stopped after a moment. On it is painted a lifelike dragon turtle belonging to the thunder genus, which is Qing Lei. Detailed information is written next to it. However, the data is divided into 2 parts. On the left side, there are detailed records of Qing Lei's several battles with the divine beasts and Feng Huang Palace, including the recent suppression of Feng Busi and the suppression of Feng Yin. After each battle, it is marked with the combat power and the ranking that should be improved. The volume on the right appears gray, recording Qing Lei's secrets. Talent, Thunder Rebirth. Can be reborn in thunder. This most powerful ability is not included in the ranking. Baze raised his head and looked at G-Faciua. Only for princesses can you see the main list of the Baze list. You should know that the Baze list only counts some abilities as rankings. The right side is hidden and will not be counted in the ranking. But it must be hidden. To obtain information, all information must be suppressed in the main list so that the list in everyone's hands will not be updated. The amount of money spent on it is countless. The sound gets quieter as it goes back. Chapter 246 Xiao Baze. Concubine Ji glanced at it and said nothing. Sealing the scroll consumes Bai Zilu's power. Do you still want her to pay for it? This is the benefit she deserves for jumping out of the Baze list. Ignoring Baze, G-Faciua looked at the scroll, her eyes blinking slightly. Qing Lei, can you actually be resurrected? The 4 spiritual beasts. The Qilin and Phoenix tribes are not yet known. But the Dragon tribe and the Dragon turtle have their own talents. Even some talents have been revealed before the mythical beast. Just like Su He's ability to copy in pairs. It's unreasonable. Ming Xian has a clone that is somewhat similar to her. Gu Luo. The guy's talent must be related to luck. And Qing Lei can actually be resurrected. It's been hidden deep enough over the years. G-Faciua looked at the scroll again. The records on the left side were clear at a glance. But except for the talent on the right side, everything else was blurry. As if dizzy with ink, G-Faciua glanced at Baze, who immediately stepped back. Princess, don't look at me. I only read a little more information than you do. And I can see things that I can't tell you. Which? He threatened me again. When I take back the legacy of my predecessor, Baze, and my moral character and state improve to the extreme, I will hang you up and fight. You can't beat me. G-Faciua chuckled. Baze jumped to his feet immediately. Mind reading. G-Faciua smiled happily. Look at you. Do you still need to read minds? Compared with the old Baze, this new Baze is even more silly and interesting. With a thin tiger face that can talk. And he can't hide any thoughts. Baze lowered his head and said nothing. It was born not long ago. And it was suddenly attacked by enemies, as soon as it inherited the memories of its previous generation. It felt a little uncomfortable at the moment. When he raised his head again, he had turned into a facially paralyzed tiger, without even the extra movement of his limbs. With a business-like appearance, he used his quota to suppress Qing Lei's information. A rune on it fell on the Baze list. There are 2 cyan iron ropes intertwined and tied on the scroll, temporarily sealing and suppressing the news of Qing Lei. The pattern on the scroll changed and was replaced by other dragon turtles. It's Gulo. G-Faciua raised her eyes and saw that the information on the left side was detailed. But the right side was completely smudged by ink, and only half of the information could be seen. talent, plunder. The back part is smeared with ink and cannot be read. The higher the Taoist realm of the creatures recorded on the Bay's list, the stronger the message on the right side is hidden. Ji Feishue couldn't read it. And Bai Zai probably couldn't read much. Unless it completely inherits the memory and Taoism of the previous generation and obtains Bai Zai's original authority. After Bai Zai sealed the message, Ji Feishue asked casually, "Who do you think the message on the right side of Bai Zai's list is for?" Now that the information has been collected, someone must read it. Bai Zai, who had sealed the scroll, immediately raised an alarm and turned to look at Ji Feishue. "Princess, I was just born and my brain hasn't recovered yet. But it's just that I'm slow to react. So I'm not stupid. If you want to know more information, go to Bai Zai yourself. Lu." This Bai Zai was born not long ago, and the memories of the previous generation are being poured into his mind every moment. His reaction is a little slow. But he is not stupid. Ji Feishue has stopped talking. She was not stupid. Why did she go upstairs for no reason? The higher you go up the stairs, the less free you become. Bai Zai sealed Gu Luo's news, turned the scroll and stopped on a black jade dragon turtle. It was Su He. Written on the left side are Su He's several battles with Zhu Yin, Bifang, Teng Shi, Feng Yiju and even Feng Yin in Chaos, all of which are recorded in detail. The volume on the right is completely gray. It's not stained by ink, but it's blank, with no record. This one is special. The information will not be automatically collected in by Zai Bang. He looked up at Ji Feishue and said quietly, "Even this battle information is collected by my family members on their own initiative. This little dragon turtle is too barbaric. It is either a divine power or a chaotic blade. In order to collect information about him, I lost several of my family members." He took a step back and signaled to Ji Feishue that she could use her authority to seal the information. But there was no movement from Ji Feishue. Only the eldest princess was smiling, looking at the dragon turtle on the scroll. She wanted to poke Su He between the eyebrows. "He doesn't need to be sealed anymore." Ji Feishue smiled lightly. "My little husband is too crazy. He has practiced a lot for just a few years, but has a lot of experience. Once he is sealed, he will cause trouble everywhere, and the news cannot be hidden." "Not sealed?" Bai Zai was stunned, looked at Ji Feishue and gritted his teeth. Which? This clearly meant that one less quota was used. But the first two quotas consumed belonged to it. Bai Zai gritted his teeth. The scroll rolled over and landed on Taizu's page. A wild and majestic atmosphere seems to be coming from the painting. The entire message is no longer divided into two parts, left and right. There is only one word in the entire message, Tai. No need to be burdensome. A name is enough to suppress the world forever. Bai Zai looked at Ji Feishue again, and Ji Feishue chuckled. "Does this person need a seal? Let's not talk about whether it is necessary or not. Can you seal it? Besides, does it matter whether Taizu fuses with Soaring Snake or not? When he comes out of seclusion, you mark him as the best in the world. So what? Who dares to verify it?" Bai Zai opened his mouth in shock. On purpose. This witch definitely did it on purpose. The two of them don't need to seal the news. And his quota can obviously be saved. Bai Zai gritted his teeth and was about to turn over the scroll when Taizu opened his eyes faintly on the scroll. His eyes were cloudy, and he looked like his old eyes were dim. He glanced outside through the scroll. "Bai Zai has changed again." He sighed with emotion. It was just an ordinary sigh. But Bai Zai felt like a huge mountain was pressing on him, and he couldn't move for an instant. "My heart is in turmoil. The ancestor of the Dragon Turtle clan has advanced? The unused Bai's Bang is just an ordinary picture." This was because he sensed someone unfolding his scroll and looked directly at him. Bai Zai was trembling and could hardly bear it. He was born too short ago, and the charm left by the previous generation has faded. Faced with such an existence, he can't even hold on to his appearance. Advanced? Don't be lazy anymore when this day comes. And immediately climb the Bai's tower to integrate the Taoism of the previous generations. Strive to open the 7th level of heaven within 1,000 years, and return to the supreme position of divine beasts. Bai Zai is different from other mythical beasts. Their cultivation is based on inheriting the legacy of previous generations. Naturally, the speed of their cultivation cannot be generalized to that of ordinary mythical beasts. Taizu just lamented the change of Bai Zai, then looked at Ji Feishue. His chaotic eyes became clearer. "Not bad," Taizu praised without thinking. His eyes flashed and a rune fell in front of Ji Feishue through the scroll. Then he closed his eyes and returned to a simple scroll. The pressure on Bai Zai receded. It let out a long sigh, and the shock in its eyes was even greater. Taizu has become so powerful. If anyone in the Dragon Turtle clan is in trouble in the future, wouldn't it be enough to just draw a portrait of Taizu and call for help? Ji Feishua looked at the talisman in front of her and glanced at it. Taizu has never followed the path of incense. What thing in the world can carry his portrait? He is not a deity or Buddha who only makes incense. Ordinary objects cannot bear such an image, unless someone specializes in cultivating the immortality card. The only ones who can shout to Taizu for help are the Dragon Turtle clan. Isn't it easier to shout to Taizu for help in the Kung Fu mysterious realm? Bai Zai was stunned. He was stunned for a moment, and stopped thinking about this problem. His brain was really not working well, while the memory was being passed on. It lowered its head, and manipulated the scroll, to reveal information about other dragon turtles. Ji Feishua only glanced at it, and found it boring. Not to mention Huangzu and Hongzu. The information was completely hidden. And even the information about Zhu and Huai could not be seen completely. This had nothing to do with Ji Feishua dashing, but because she did not have enough authority in front of Bai Zibang. 2 rays of light shot out from Ji Feishua's body, blocking Zhu and Huai's messages, then stretched and stopped. Princess! No longer banned? Bai Zai looked at him in shock. Ji Feishua looked at it with a smile. No matter. I just remembered that this is the matter of the Dragon Turtle clan, and I can't bear to give up this quota. Bai Zai was stunned, suddenly realized, and became furious. Which? Cheated me on my quota. The Dragon Turtle clan is advancing as this generation of Bai Zai, who naturally understands all things. The Dragon Turtle clan kills Soaring Snake, although the slogan is just to avenge the turtle hatchlings. But it's Bai's. How could you not know that there must be a hidden secret? As the Dragon Turtle clan advances, I'm afraid that the update of the Bai's list will attract people's prying eyes. You can figure it out with your hooves. The only 4 dragon turtles that will be spied on are Shu, Huai, Luo, and Lei. Su and he are too young to be worth prying at. The 3 heads above are just as Ji Feishua said. Anyone who dares to take a peek can just go. Bai Zai looked at Ji Feishua resentfully. This which kept saying that she wanted to delay all dragon turtles by Zai's ranking, which was clearly to coax her to get a spot. Didn't the memory of the previous generation Bai Zai say that this demon girl was crazy and had a hard time with her brain? Bai Zai raised his head and looked at Ji Feishua with resentment. Have you taken back the scattered memories and emotions? It makes no sense that Ji Feishua, who is in a crazy state, would cheat her of her quota. Ji Feishua looked at it faintly and smiled sweetly. Are you discussing with me how to kill Bai Zai? The memories and emotions scattered outside are indeed the reverse scales of this witch. Although the female dragon was joking, Bai Zai had no doubt that she would kill it with one palm the next moment. Bai Zai's soul suddenly appeared. His head shrank, and he didn't dare to open his eyes. Can you admit your mistake? After a while, Ji Feishua didn't respond. She raised her head slightly and saw that the territory was empty and windy, and Ji Feishua had long since disappeared. Bai Zai straightened his waist. Bah! The old female dragon has no martial ethics. The majestic Princess Yunming's, who is hundreds of thousands of years old, bullies her 2-year-old Bai Zai. Bai Zai turned his head and looked at the floating scroll. The horns on his forehead flashed slightly, and the scroll was frozen on Sui's page. In the previous generation, Bai Zai saw this dragon turtle returning and immediately perished. No injury, no pain, no disease, no disaster, and taking the initiative to die. That is to hide a shocking secret. Bai Zai is so special. From ancient times to today, every Bai Zai knows everything. There are almost no secrets in the world in Bai Zai's eyes. Knowing more, it is not easy to die easily. I don't know how many people want to completely suppress Bai Zai's lineage. If Bai Zai didn't have a few friends, I'm afraid every generation of Bai Zai would be suppressed before they grew up. Let each generation of Bai Zai be in a state of infancy forever. It was almost beaten to death a few days ago. Fortunately, the location of Bai's tower is special. No one can find it after escaping to all the worlds. Ji Feishua is special. Those who have removed their existence from the Bai's list can find it here. But those beings would not come out to kill Bai Zai. In the previous generation, Bai Zai had an affair with Ji Feishua. Ji Feishua didn't even kill it. Bai Zai looked at Sui's appearance on the scroll and tilted his head in thought. What secret does this dragon turtle have that deserves to be sealed away for a generation? Bai Zai was a little curious. Then he took back the scroll and turned around and entered Bai Zai Tower. It's time to seriously inherit the memories and sayings of previous generations. That's it. This world is too dangerous. If you don't improve your Taoism, it will be difficult to survive. Although Bai Zhe doesn't care much about life and death, sometimes he really gets tired of living. And it's not impossible to play dead. It's just that it has only been born for 2 or 3 years. And it has not yet reached the stage of seeking death and survival. If this generation can advance the Tao a little further, wouldn't that be doubly honorable? Bai Zhe can be flawless and inherit every bit of his predecessor's behavior. After complete integration, you will reach the peak of the previous generation. And only then will you begin to truly practice. If you can go one step further and pass into death in the future, this body and practice can be passed on to the next generation. It can even be improved enough that when the next generation is born from its corpse, even its talent and potential can be improved. As long as we can ensure that one generation surpasses another, there will always be a time when we can dominate the world. Unlike other mythical beasts, what Bai Zhe pursues is not reproduction. There will always be only one Bai Zhe, and there is no reproduction. What it pursues is to surpass the previous generation and lay a solid foundation for the next generation. Also, keep the Bai's list. Ji Feishua walked through the chaos. Thoughtfully, maybe it's time to go up to the Bai's building. There are special memories left by the previous generations of Bais in the Bai's building. But looking at Bais's memory and inheriting Bais's cause and effect, many things are no longer free. What should I do if I just want memories and don't want to inherit the cause and effect? Ji Feishua was annoyed. Suhi ran wildly. Despising Qing lay in his heart. A turtle that's hundreds of thousands of years old can't even take a joke. Why don't you make fun of the weakest one? He actually pulled his claw into the space passage and smoothed the entrance to the space. At this moment, in front of Su, he was Changyu Mansion. And behind him was the space passage that was being closed. If you slow down a little, you will be squeezed out of the space channel. And only God knows where you will fall. The waterways rolled under him. And Su he crashed into Changyu Mansion. And the space passage closed against the turtle SHL. Kankan was not thrown out. The figures in Changyu Mansion were shaking. A garden was built on the shore of the lake. A feeling of comfort and ease came from Changyu Mansion. It's not the charm of Changyu Mansion itself. It's the decoration of the sharks. This garden was created by the sharks. The toad emerged from his eyebrows and asked for credit. How? I released them from the small world. Isn't this garden great? The small world boundary stone is refined by Suhi. But the toad can also control it. There is no distinction between soul beast masters. Suhi nodded. Very good. Although it is not as good as Ji Feishua's underwater garden, it is still pleasing to the eye. The only problem is that the 300 sharks under his command are all in the mortal realm. And the only way to transform into monsters is to sacrifice to Long Min. After all, the knowledge is shallow. Originally, in Tinghehu, the formation set up by Su Huanyan could be modified to make it more suitable for Suhi. Although Tinghehu was gone before it was completely built, the formation set up by the sharks now has basically no effect on Suhi. It just feels more comfortable to stay in it. I went back to say hello to my uncles and ancestors, and sent some overseas students to select a few shark seedlings, and send them to my uncles to receive a shark education. Suhi jumped straight into the garden over the rolling waves. The garden is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and there is a river connecting it to the lake outside. The interior of the garden is extremely large, and Suhi's body shape has been fully taken into consideration. In addition to normal houses, there are also basking stones, diving places, eating places, everything. Seeing Suhi return, the shark bowed and saluted, suppressed the madness in his eyes, and slowly retreated. Good relatives will not be so enthusiastic that they make God uncomfortable. But this God of his own is really unreliable. Whose dragon turtle gets the shark and just throws it aside and ignores it? Normally, at Dragon Turtle's age, shouldn't he be in a state of slumber all day and let the sharks pay homage to him? As for his dragon turtle, he took them in before they could survive the tribulation. But he hasn't had a day off yet. He didn't recognize all the 300 sharks. Fortunately, God has a daughter. During this time, the sharks were extremely excited. 2 dragon turtles. Which mermaid tribe can worship 2 dragon turtles like them? Yaya jumped out of a room and looked at Suhi with eyes shining. Daddy Turtle is back! She ran over happily, spread her hands, and said matter-of-factly, Did you bring me some prawns? Suhi. Suddenly it occurred to me that when a father comes home from a business trip, he should bring a gift to his daughter? No experience. Yaya knew the result as soon as she saw his stunned look, and she snorted and pouted. Suhi was immediately at a loss. Deep down in his heart, The toad was still gloating and laughing. Suhi turned his head and stared at it, humming in his heart. I failed in my duty. How can you be any better? You are also the leader. Before she finished speaking, Toad opened his belly pocket and took out a small jade shrimp. He put it into Yaya's hand like an old cow licking a calf, patted her little hand and said, This is not for food, but cooked with food. Any food will smell like shrimp. Yaya, who was pouting at first, suddenly beamed with joy. Can fruit also taste like shrimp? She smiled, rushed over and hugged Suhi's neck. Thank you, Father Turtle. Turtle Father's soul beast was naturally a gift from Turtle Father, and she was very satisfied with it. Toad looked at Yaya and Suhi. Yaya came over and patted it on the head. Be good. Frog is the shortest in the family at this time, and can be patted on the head by her. Even her mother's blue bird is bigger than her. Dad Turtle. Yaya rescued a sister yesterday. She is a sister she has met before. She is still unconscious in the house, and Mother is trying to think of ways to save her. Yaya stuffed the jade shrimp into her small purse and put her hands on her hips to thank Suhi. Really? Yaya is the best, Suhi praised. After merging the dragon turtle's origin and becoming a dragon turtle, Yaya not only became smaller in size, but even her spiritual intelligence regressed somewhat. Uncle Lei looked at it and said that this is normal. The previous lack of origin was too serious. After the fusion, it started to grow from the age of 2 or 3. Although it grows slowly due to the status of dragon turtle, it will not fall asleep as easily as before. It is a normal growth step by step. And one day she will grow into a big girl. The spiritual wisdom will not be as good as it was before. Suhi coaxed Yaya and walked into the small garden courtyard, in front of a house. She looked in through the door and saw Su Huanyan frowning slightly and looking at the unconscious woman on the bed beside a wooden bed. It seems a little helpless. It's Qianqianzi, separate from everyone before spring. Now he is unconscious here. Su Huanyan had already heard the sound outside the door. He pulled out the silver needle from Qianqianzi's body, put it in the needle bag and walked out, looking at Su Hiqingya and smiling. Back? Su He nodded and gestured to the room. What's wrong with Qianqianzi? Su Huanyan shook his head slightly. Yaya sneaked out of Chanyu Mansion yesterday and saw her falling from the clouds. When Yaya carried her back, she was in a coma and her soul was lost. Qianqianzi was invited by Su He to cross the fairyland to rescue Yaya, although he didn't have time to take action. Su Huanyan also remembered the favor. We haven't seen each other for several months, but I don't know what happened. Toad! Su He turned around. Already asking, Toad said. Compared to Su He, Toad has been wandering around thousands of rivers for more than a year and has become familiar with everyone. It jumped into Qianjiang early and asked in the chat area. Suihua. Qinchin, come out! In the chat area, Master Qinchin posted a big question mark. Toad is rude today. Suihua. Aren't you going with Qianqianzi? Why is she injured and unconscious? Suhi called Senior Taoist Qinchin, but the Toad didn't call. It's not certain who is the senior based on age. Toad made an angry expression and shouted again. Where is little Baiwa? Qianqianzi's soul beast is a soul beast that looks like a sunflower. Xiao Baiwa didn't speak. It was no longer in Qianjiang. And even Qianqianzi's consciousness left in Qianjiang had dissipated. On the tank battlefield, a number of tanks exploded, and 2 figures fell in front of Toad. Bubbles floated above his head. Qianqianzi only stayed with me for a few days and left early for the Heavenly Star Fairyland. The speaker was Master Nan Ning. Taoist Qinchin next to him looked solemn. What's wrong with Qianqianzi? Before the Toad could speak, a dragon turtle suddenly appeared with bubbles above its head. The body was damaged and the soul left the body. Are the 2 seniors still in the mysterious world? Su Huanyan and I are not good at summoning souls. It's not that he's unkind. It's basically impossible for 1 man, 1 turtle, 1 sword cultivator, and 1 reckless man to do it. Master Naming nodded, and the words appeared in the bubble. I'm still there. Tell me the location, little friend, and I'll go there immediately. If there is someone who is good at divination around you, you can first try to see if you can calculate the location of Qianqianzi's soul. I will make up for the time spent meeting you, little friend. The secrets of this world are hidden. The accuracy of divination is extremely poor, and the consumption is frighteningly high. The important thing is that apart from Bai Ling, Su He doesn't recognize anyone who can do divination. Bai Ling has long since died, and there is nothing that can be done to help him divine. Thinking like this, Su He's eyes lit up. It seemed possible. There are 3 huge talismans on the inheritance shadow left by Bai Ling in the inheritance sea, one of which involves divination. He couldn't learn it. But Bai Ling left a message that the talisman could help him with divination once a year. Haven't used it in years. Chapter 247. Wife and daughter are hot on the bed. After informing Changyu Mansion of its location, He withdrew from Xinjiang. Perhaps because of his personality, He rarely awakened his mysterious consciousness and his true body at the same time. Even the dragon turtle consciousness in the mysterious world of mountains and seas was asleep most of the time. To use a toad's term, the turtle is too stupid to take care of multitasking. But this was pure slander. And he didn't bother to argue. He is now multitasking all the time. The origins in the Honghua are constantly consolidating the inner world. And he is also comprehending the law information fed back by Xinjiang, especially the turtle body and the spirit snake, which makes him permanently in a state of dual purpose. Multitasking is nothing more than a basic ability that comes with strong spiritual consciousness. It doesn't matter whether you are stupid or not. When he opened his eyes, he saw a green snake holding the elixir and coming from the outside with its tail swaying. The snake's tail was in a hurry, but its body was not disordered. When it entered the room, it gently opened its lips and teeth and put the elixir in its throat. It lifted and pressed it in the throat. As soon as the spiritual power is sent, the pill will be sent into the belly. Su Huanyan shook his head slightly. This elixir can only cure her external injuries, but cannot bring back her soul. The divine soul is too special. If you are not good at swordsmanship, you are good at killing the divine soul. It doesn't matter, He replied. Senior Nanming will be here later. Just by listening to Master Nanming's Taoist title, you can tell that he is an orthodox Taoist monk, and his attainments in the soul must be quite good. After Green Snake fed the elixir, he walked out of the house and glanced at everyone, and said helplessly, If I save the wounded a few more times, I think I can take up the medical path. Medical skills are also good, safer than sword cultivators, and marriages are much more secure than messing around with people. He was dumbfounded. Green Snake had really been taking care of the injured during this period. Su Huanyan and Elder Qiao now have Qianqianzi again. He shook his head with a smile and crawled to the side. Wait a moment. I will make a fortune for Qianqianzi. Bai Ling's divination rune has never been used, and he doesn't know how to operate it. Green Snake was surprised. How many skills did the turtle master without her? He actually knows the art of divination. This is rare. Suhi's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, entered the inheritance palace, floated on the back of the giant turtle, merged with his own inheritance shadow, and looked up at the 3 giant talismans floating on Bai Ling's shadow. 3 talismans, one of which is related to the art of divination. Suhi glanced at the other 2 and immediately felt dizzy, and his mind was roaring. It's like the consciousness is being sucked in. I don't know what kind of inheritance Bai Ling created. He has already opened the first level of heaven and still can't touch them. Could it be the way to get dizzy? Suhi smiled and his eyes fell on the divination talisman. The experiences on the divination method on the talisman were pouring into Suhi's mind. I can't understand a single one. It can't be said that he can't understand it. It's not that Suhi doesn't know how to operate the ordinary divination method, but the result of the calculation is really random. But Bai Ling's experience was of great significance. Suhi, a primary school student who couldn't figure out addition and subtraction, couldn't afford a doctoral course that was like a sacred book. I want fortune-telling, Suhi muttered silently in his heart. The endless experience on the runes seemed to be fleeing away, as if they were extremely disgusted. The runes changed and turned into a picture, on which a turtle SHL rested, and a line of writing showed on the side. There is something in the heart, and there is something in the hexagram. This rune is extremely humane, and can predict difficult things in Suhi's heart. Suhi was overjoyed, staring at the turtle SHL, and silently reciting the name Qianqianzi in his heart. The turtle SHL began to shake, and a strange thought flashed through Suhi's mind. Is Bai Ling asking questions based on the bones of the same kind? It's almost like a person shaking a corpse to tell fortunes, no matter how weird it looks. As he was thinking wildly, the turtle SHL stopped and a few coins were thrown out. Then the screen turned to reveal a palace. A man in the palace was holding a wine flask and taking a big sip of wine. He said boldly, "The witch queen can die for him. How can I, Emma Wan, not do the same?" He laughed loudly. "Immortal lord, please bring the seeds. Mao Wan will go with the witch lady today." After a moment, a voice replied, "Okay." The voice was clear and graceful, And He immediately held his breath and concentrated. In his current state, any sound he heard only once would never be forgotten. This voice came from the same person as the voice that left him a message in Jinxiadao Palace. The person who built the evil palace is still alive? He was confused. He was asking about Qianqianzi. This scene must be related to Qianqianzi. He looked carefully and saw the camera flipped around. There was a corpse parked in the center of the hall. With a slender hand, he pulled out a hair from the corpse, twisted it gently, and turned it into a golden light, and struck the man between the eyebrows with his fingers. He is too special, and the charm of Tao will last forever. As long as he is here, Tao will never wither. I will imprint his existence into your true spirit, and it will not disappear in reincarnation. As long as you are still in reincarnation, he will not really die. There will always be a time when the true spirit reincarnates and returns. The man touched his eyebrows and laughed. I know. As long as someone knows about his existence, his spirit will be immortal. There are rumors from the outside world that he may be cut off by others, and we will be scattered into reincarnation. One day we can remember him, and he can reincarnate again. Born. Thank you for your hard work, General Mao. The beautiful voice sighed quietly, but the man didn't care, and laughed. We are just a rough man, and we will be gray sooner or later if we can't open the gate of immortality. Today, the immortal helps me to reincarnate, and I will be able to push open the gate of immortality even if I can't do it for 1,000 generations. We will make a lot of money. It's just that the Yuanzun clan is wreaking havoc in the outside world. And today we have entered reincarnation. I am afraid that those old guys will scold us for running away from the battle. He shook his head and laughed and walked aside. As he walked, his body gradually turned to stone and lost his breath. The raised hand stretched out to another stone statue. That is a woman. If her appearance is not Qianqianzi, who is she? A water sleeve danced gently, and the man's stone statue moved and touched the woman's stone statue. The picture shattered at this point, and the divination runes fell into darkness. It will light up after 1 year and can be used again. Suhi's consciousness was focused on the shadow of his inheritance, and he remained motionless for a long time. That stone statue of a woman should be the witch girl that the man calls her. Qianqianzi's past life. Maybe it was a past life. Of course, he recognized the corpse in the hall. It was him. Is this what happened after the fairy snatched his body? The charm of the Tao lasts forever, and the true spirit is immortal. The experience of past life corpses is very rich. The clothes on the corpse had changed. They were not in the pajamas they looked like when they were taken away, but instead were in decent ancient clothes. The immortal lord secretly changed his clothes. He opened his eyes leisurely, and the green snake in front of him stared with hungry eyes. Have you figured it out? He was startled and opened his mouth, but didn't know how to answer. Qianqianzi had finally arrived, but it was a little early, considering her past life. It doesn't seem to help the matter. It is clearly Qianqianzi who is being counted. So why does it involve her previous life? He was deeply puzzled. I didn't count it. Green Snake was immediately disappointed. She is still very curious about divination. If it is really useful, she will ask Long Gui to help her calculate where there is a marriage in the past life. She will go to matchmaking, and it will be faster to advance through marriage. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he turned to look at Qianqianzi inside the house. Which girl? Does this count as a sacrifice for him? For example, with the existence of Wunyang and Mao Wan. I am afraid that 1 or 2 of the corpses in their previous lives had lost a large chunk of their hair. He was able to reincarnate into a tortoise. Did any of these beings remember him? I don't know what period that was, and what I went through. He was no longer curious, but eager to know. There was a knocking sound at the gatehouse. Little friend Suhi. I'm here. Please open the door. Master Naming is here. So fast. From Xiantian Gate to Changyu Mansion. It would take Suhi a long time to cross the Liuguang River by boat. Master Naming only lasted less than an hour. What state has this old Taoist reached? In Qianjiang. Totus confirmed that it is indeed Naming Zhenren outside. Suhi's mind moved. The gate of Changyu Mansion opened, and he jumped to greet him. As soon as he got up, Master Naming had already landed in the garden. He handed over his hands and apologized. Sorry, little friend. I'm rude. Can you put aside the red tape for today? Let me take a look at Qianqianzi. Saving people was important. Long Gui never cared about etiquette. He nodded to Master Nanming. Senior Nanming, you are so polite. Qianqianzi is in the house. Master Naming greeted Su Huanyan and Qin Shi and walked into the house. After just one glance, he nodded and praised Su Huanyan. This is the mysterious jade elixir refined by fellow Taoist? Fellow Taoist elixir is unique, but it is right for the disease. If fellow Taoist does not follow the way of sword, I am afraid that something will happen to the mysterious world in 3,000 to 5,000 years. A master of alchemy. He and Su Huanyan were also considered acquaintances. Qing Lei and Feng Si had been preaching for 2 months. Su Huanyan woke up halfway and already knew everyone. Su Helong raised his head high with pride on his face. Su Huanyan rolled his eyes at him and replied, Senior, you are so complimentary. This is not a ridiculous compliment. Master Nanming shook his head. Su Huanyan's alchemy technique was really unique. She uses the sword instead of fire to remove impurities from the medicinal materials. But it is not something that ordinary alchemists can do. Nanning Zhenren's halberd finger landed on the center of Qianqianzi's eyebrows. After a moment, he frowned and stopped. Senior Nanming, is it very difficult? Su He asked. Master Nanning was immersed for a moment and shook his head. The soul left the body, but it was not punched out by someone. And there are no fragments of the soul in the body. It is completely separated from the body. But I don't know if he left his body voluntarily or was taken away by someone. He turned to look at Su He. Is there any result from my little friend's divination? Su He shook his head. My divination is special. It is the talisman left by the elder sister of the clan. It has taken into account other news, but not this accident. Nanming's eyes lit up. Sister Su He is that legendary existence. Right. The other information he had considered should not be disclosed, so he would naturally not explore Qianqianzi's privacy. After pondering for a moment, he said, In that case, I will take Qianqianzi's physical body away first. Qianqianzi once defeated Shinshin with a golden lotus to protect the way. There must be means of protection in the cave. I will take her physical body to the cave to try to recall her soul. Su He nodded. Of course. Professional things need to be done by professional people. They are at their wits' end. I'm afraid Master Naming has many methods. Although he frowned, he wasn't too worried. I guess it wasn't a problem. Master Naming waved his sleeves, and the Qianqianzi on the bed disappeared. Master Naming handed over to everyone. Without further delay, I will leave now. If there is any misunderstanding, Qianqianzi's soul will return and her body cannot be found. Please explain to me. This jade pendant can temporarily store Qianqianzi's soul. Xian Jian will inform me. I will take his body back immediately. He floated a jade pendant towards Su He. Su He accepted the jade pendant and nodded. And together with Su Huanyan, he sent Master Nanming away. After exiting the gatehouse, Master Nanming waved his hand and released a flying boat. Just as he was about to step on the boat, he patted his head and said in annoyance, As I get older, I forget things easily. He took out a brocade bag and handed it to Su Huanyan. Congratulations to the two of you on moving to a new home in the cave. These are a few spiritual plant seeds, which are of no great use. You two can decorate the cave. Su Huanyan was startled, then accepted it generously. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Su He blinked in surprise. Look, this is the senior. That guy Qing Lei has been here many times, but he doesn't even give me a congratulatory gift. Master Naming smiled. I came too fast and left my fellow Taoist behind. That fellow Taoist will be passing by Shuyo's cave in the next few days. Please explain it to me. He paused and then said, like that the Taoist friend took the opportunity to sell the spiritual treasure to the little friend. And the little friend remembered that all prices must be reduced by 70% to get the market price. Su He, ? Master Nanming shook his head and smiled bitterly. My Taoist friend, Taoist named Long Ming, heard that I had a discount at Zuanshanmen. So he hurried over. He is a well-known profiteer in all the worlds. Although the goods are genuine, the prices are not real. Little friend, don't be fooled. However, there are many hard-to-find treasures from all over the world. If necessary, you should still buy them. He smiled helplessly. This is often the case with profiteers, who have their own unique ways. I don't know where Tao Tang got all the treasures. Master Naming said goodbye again, stepped onto the flying boat, flew through the air, and disappeared in an instant. This flying boat is very fast, several levels faster than Su He's. Envy. Want. The flying boat disappeared, and the two of them turned back to Changyu Mansion. Seeing Su Huanyan's thoughtful look, Su He asked softly, Do you have something you want to buy? Su Huanyan came to his senses and nodded. Yaya has recovered from her illness. And there is no need for her to nourish her true energy and spiritual power every day. And she does not need to deplete her own essence. Then after she recovers from her injury, she can truly take care of herself and practice good. Areas that were previously untouchable can now be tried. The consumption is much greater. But a lot of natural materials and treasures are necessary. Sui's eyes lit up. Not enough money? If you don't have enough money, come to me. What the mythical beast cares about is the source stone, the spiritual stone, the crystal, etc., which are really of no use. The startup capital given to him by the Dragon Turtle clan included countless spirit stones, and he had no place to spend them. Su Huanyan was speechless, but smiled and shook his head. The last time I was granted the title of Yaguangwang, I got back a treasure house from my previous life. I am not short of money. Su He was immediately disappointed. Su Huanyan walked in front, but he chuckled. Even the strand of white hair on his temples was smiling. She laughed more during this period than in the previous 300 years combined. After returning this time, do you still want to leave? Su Huayang asked in a low voice. Su He stretched his body and shook his head. I'm not leaving. I'm just staying at home with my daughter-in-law. It's time to soak in some time. It's time to accept the inheritance, understand the Taoism, and learn lessons. The original plan was to open up chaos and understand the 7 constellations of Xuanwu. But after thinking about it for a while, I gave up for the time being. At this moment, he was reciting the Tao Te Ching silently and looking at the Xuanwu Chisu. But he couldn't understand anything. The background is too shallow. If a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. Now he should work hard to improve his own foundation and accumulate knowledge of practice. Then you can break through in one fell swoop. There are still some origin stones. And a lot of the origin of the world is stored in the Honggua. Cultivation does not lack its source. If you have the opportunity, first master the large formation to condense the source stones. Then go to chaos to open up a small space. Condense the source stones every day. And practice in Changyu Mansion. Just retrieve the source stone every once in a while. The source stone is not simply a condensation of the origin of the world. The chaos created by each divine beast is the most suitable for itself. The condensed source stone cannot be circulated. A large formation must be arranged to eliminate the existence of oneself in order to condense the most basic source stone. It is the treasure that circulates among mythical beasts. But he doesn't need to go to such trouble. He can just gather his own source stones and practice. I'm not leaving. I'm just staying at home with my daughter-in-law. This voice fell on Su Huanyan's ears. Su Huanyan trembled slightly, turned around, looked at Su He with clear eyes, and said extremely seriously, Yaya is your daughter, but I am not your elder. Fellow Taoist, please don't talk nonsense. The word wife is too frivolous in this era, and the fairy cannot say it. Su He laughed. Chapter 248 Taoist Companion. Wife! Wife! Su He was extremely cheeky, laughing and running away while shouting. Su Huanyan's celestial sword suddenly came out of his body and struck the abominable dragon turtle with one strike. Su He disappeared and ran away in a flash. Turtle had already escaped, but he still sent a message, Madam. Su Huanyan's face was cold, and the sword he slashed fell into the lake, creating huge waves and falling, causing the lake to roll. Returned the sword to its sheath. He stood there for a long time, then laughed out loud. In an instant, spring blossoms. There was a mermaid in the lake that swam away aggrievedly, slapping its tail, and the newly built stone house was shattered by the lake water with Madam's sword. But he didn't dare to speak, let alone get angry, and he had to clap his hands to applaud. If the lady can give birth to a baby dragon turtle, she is a real god. Su He ran away and turned around but couldn't see Yaya. When he looked out with his consciousness, he saw behind the garden. Several sharks in the small courtyard were picking up firewood with embarrassed expressions. A large bronze cauldron was set up in the courtyard. There was a fire, and the soup was boiling in the cauldron. Yaya was throwing a bunch of eggs into the bronze cauldron one by one. Inside the cauldron was a shrimp-shaped jade pendant sent by a toad. It did not sink to the bottom but rolled with the soup. Are you boiling your own eggs, Su He leaned over and heard Yaya keep chanting. Berry shrimp, crawling shrimp, big white shrimp, tiger red-tail river shrimp. Yaya doesn't have to be picky about food. This was the instinct of the dragon turtle telling her that it was time to eat the egg but the taste of eggs is hard to describe. There are clams, jade shrimps, and now I'm thinking of ways to make them delicious. Yaya's taste is up to him. Not all turtles like shrimp the most. small fish, lean meat, snails. Each has its own preference. God! Several sharks saluted Suhi from a distance. Suhi waved his paw. Call master! The word God always stabbed Suhi's heart secretly, always feeling like he was being cursed. Master! The shark said respectfully. In the eyes of the sharks, the dragon turtle is a god. So Jinkuyu said that he just changed his name. So he naturally followed it. Bai Ling sharks still call her senior sister. But Gu Huai's mentality is twisted. It is said that the sharks under his command call him father. Call me your majesty. You can call me queen. You can call me empress. Yaya took the opportunity to raise her head and decide on her title. Boom! A burst of true energy hit her, knocking her staggering. Su Huanyan came from outside the hospital and said in a clear voice, when you grow up, you have your own family. I don't care what you want to call me. Now you can call me Miss. You can also call me Yaya. Miss. Several sharks followed suit. Su Huanyan's status among the sharks was almost equal to that of Dragon Turtle. Yaya pouted and muttered in a low voice. I'll run out tomorrow and really build a court. Eat the egg, sleep and digest it. Then go to Aunt Ching. Copy the book and read the Bible every day. Don't leave it behind. Su Huanyan's tone was unquestionable. Yaya suddenly looked frustrated and turned to look at Suhi. Suhi looked up at the sky. Don't look at me. I don't have the right to educate. I decided to study hard. Don't do anything else during this time. Just read the Taoist scriptures. There are countless Taoist scriptures in this world, and most of them originated from the ancestral court of Taoism at Guiwang Mountain. Although it is not a practice method, it is the basis of the method. Elucidating the Tao, spreading the Tao, proving the Tao, and creating Dharma are all inseparable from the Tao Sutra. Of course, as a dragon turtle, you should dabble in all kinds of Taoist scriptures and Buddhist scriptures. Yaya snorted. Her father was so useless that he didn't dare to resist his mother. Su Huayang smiled and asked several sharks to keep an eye on her and not allow Yaya to act recklessly. Then he turned to look at Suhi. Follow me! After saying that, she turned and walked out. Suhi looked at Yaya, and Su Huanyan's voice came from the front. It's just you. Suhi had a premonition in his heart and knew what he was going to face. He felt inexplicably timid, licked his lips, and crawled out. One man and one turtle, one behind the other, were walking in Changyu Mansion. The sky darkened unknowingly, and a light rain fell. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Su Huayang said softly, I can't repair the turtle body. Huh? Suhi's heart twitched, and he looked up at her. I saw Su Huanyan stopped at the edge of the cliff, looking at the clouds and mist below the cliff, and said softly, I have a sword in my heart, which is innate. Therefore, I followed the path of sword cultivation. I tried to transform into an animal and condense a second body, but my heart orifice had it. There is already a divine object, but it cannot be dispersed and condensed into a turtle. Suhi's breath tightened, and he remembered inexplicably what he shouted when the illusion of the Xianqing temple trial was shattered. I can't cultivate into a human being. How about you cultivate into a tortoise? It would be great if you cultivated yourself into a tortoise. Suhi's breathing became rapid. When you try out the illusion, you are actually being tricked. The test tests the participant's weaknesses. The dragon turtle's weakness is lust and reproduction. At that time, although Suhi had the body of a turtle, he had completely human aesthetics and most of the human thinking. As for the woman he saw, Su Huanyan was unique and unparalleled in his past and present lives. Naturally fall into the illusion. If the illusion started after Su, he came out of the tomb of Bai Ling Gui. 9 times out of 10. The Bai Ling turtle body will also appear. At that time, I had my own fondness for Su Huanyan, but it was more of a male impulse and a bit of a charming fantasy. In other words, young Wai. Such a fairy would be more impulsive as a man. What really moved Suhi's heart and entered his heart was returning from the Chijua's secret realm and spending time together in this small world day and night. Fighting every day. Getting beaten. Running away. Laughing. Hurting. And angry. Suhi felt that he was really attracted to her. But without the secret realm to shield his memory and the illusion to embolden him, he didn't even dare to confess his feelings. One is a turtle and the other is a human. They are so different. At most, it's just verbally taking advantage. But the real intention is gone. Su Huanyan suddenly chuckled and turned to look at Suhi, seemingly teasingly yet seriously. Can you cultivate a human body? Suhi's heart tightened and his breathing became more rapid. The tortoise's claws dug into the earth and crushed the stone slabs. He still didn't understand when he said this. It was really a hammer. He gasped, swallowed dryly, and licked his dry lips. Big. It's about okay. But I guess it's difficult. Almost impossible. It is a conclusion that the dragon turtle cannot cultivate the human body. But? Xuanwu. He had never seen Bai Ling's body before. But he didn't even know how to follow the Xuanwu path. And for some reason, I always feel like I've tricked myself. Transform into a beast. Second body. There are 4 complete bodies in the beast transformation chapter. The first body is human. The second body is condensed in the mortal realm. The third body is condensed in the demon realm. And the fourth body is condensed in the heavenly realm. Only when all 4 bodies come together can it be considered perfect. And only then can the power of the beast transformation chapter be truly unleashed. It is said that if you take the path of animal transformation, you can open a fairy gate by merging your 4 bodies. Suhi's first body is a dragon turtle. And his second body is a peacock. If he wants to be perfect, he must unite his third and fourth bodies. If Xuanwu could really cultivate a human body, he might have been delayed by the chapter on transforming into a beast. Isn't it possible that the 4 holy beasts must be condensed into 4 bodies to finally transform into a human form? If you can really do this, the TV series should have a hacking finale. It seems that the aftertaste of reciting morality is still there. And this feeling is particularly obvious. Maybe it will be difficult to achieve the human form in a lifetime. But maybe it will be the ultimate in this life. There are no legends about the 4 holy beasts in this world. I am afraid that there are some beings who do not allow the existence of the 4 holy beasts. Feng Qiaofei said that after embarking on this journey, he would attack and kill countless people. I don't know if this is the reason. Can it be cultivated? Su Huanyan's cold expression was suffocating for a moment. And then a light smile emerged. I'll wait for you. She smiled. If you can't do it, I will break up the spiritual objects in the mind, abolish this body in practice, and start from scratch, revising the chapter on transforming into an animal. Suhi's heart suddenly clenched. He raised his head and looked straight at Su Huanyan. But seeing Su Huanyan's body trembling slightly, the fairy couldn't accept that she said such explicit and bold words. She lowered her head and was silent for a long time before saying softly, I can wait for you. But I already have a daughter. My daughter? Suhi shouted. He is very satisfied with Yaya. Very satisfied. The Dragon Turtle clan are extremely satisfied. Su Huayang smiled. But before he stopped laughing, his face suddenly turned pale. And even his lips turned pale and colorless. I once married a woman. This is the biggest knot in my heart. I'll kill him. Suhi didn't hesitate. Feng Yiju may be great, or he may really want to lead Qingyuan to the top. Suhi admitted that he wanted to hear more about Feng Yiju's various conspiracies and selfishness, especially when his soul grew a horn. Suhi was so surprised that he couldn't bear it. But even if he is not such a person, so what? If you are plotting against Yaya, just kill him. The dragon turtle is never unreasonable. And it is not impossible for him to kill someone and steal his wife. If you really have to bear the burden of infamy, who would dare to gossip? Dragon turtle is synonymous with strength, not a gentleman. Seeing Su Huanyan's trembling body, Suhi was so bold for the first time. With a hook of his claws, he pulled Su Huanyan into his arms. The dragon turtle didn't hold it, but he hooked it at the base of his neck. The dragon's head tilted and hugged her. Su Huanyan suddenly stiffened. After a long while, his face turned red. He broke out, panted slightly, looked at the drizzle, and after a long time, his red lips opened slightly. My father was the leader of the previous generation in the sword washing pool, but he did not practice swords, but followed the path of the god of martial arts. Mother, coming from Tianqing Palace, I had a chance to become the master of Tianjin Palace 700 years ago, but I missed a move and almost died. So I fled to Dongyuan and met my father. Speaking of this, she suddenly chuckled. The place where they met was probably near Changyu Mansion. Are you going to tell me your family history? Suhi blinked and shamelessly came to her side. Su Huanyan pushed but did not push him away. So she simply let him go. I was born in Qingyuan, but not long after I was born, my mother returned to Tianqing Palace and never appeared again. I was born in Qingyuan and grew up in Qingyuan. I was engaged to Feng Yiju before I was born. Her face turned pale for a moment. Suhi moved closer to her. Su Huanyan shook his head and continued. For 200 years, I have dedicated myself to the sword. Originally, A Taoist couple ceremony was supposed to be held when Feng Yiju inherited the position of head. But before that, there was news from my mother. Come! My father chased me and delayed the engagement. She raised her head and looked at Suhi. Before Jiazi, I fought with people, escaped into the 7 absolute secret realm, and the lightning tribulation entered my body, and Yaya was born. Speaking of this, Su Huaiyang laughed. At that time, he thought he was pregnant due to a thunderstorm. I am afraid it was the trick of Suhi. The clan's sister? The Dragon Turtle clan had occupied her early. Suhi was stunned and gave Bai Ling a big thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Clan's sister is mighty. Sister? Su Huayan rolled his eyes at Suhi and continued. After I overcame the tribulation, I took Yaya back to Qingyuan. It was Feng Yiju who saved Yaya. Su Huayan's heart suddenly cramped. The rescue is real rescue. But it also turns Yaya into a great medicine. If she had not returned to Qingyuan at that time and was living outside, Yaya's life was on the line, and she would surely have evoked memories of her past life and knew how to make up for her origins. Su Huayan shook his head and stopped thinking about this. From then on, I am the wife of the sect leader, and Yaya is the sect leader's daughter. The Sword Washing Pond, Tianji Pavilion, and Beast Control Valley all obey the orders of the sect leader. She looked at Suhi with a solemn expression. I just want to tell you this. Feng Yiju and I are Taoist couples, but we live separately. When you saw me, I lived alone in a small mountainside temple and never stayed in the Hall of Eternal Life. But? Her face turned a little red. Yaya is my biological child. Even though Yaya was pregnant due to a thunderstorm. But after all, once you give birth to your baby in 10 months, some things will naturally change. Suhi was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. He raised his head in confusion. But that was not the question he asked. Are we Taoist companions from now on? No. Bah! We don't want a Taoist couple. We want a husband and wife. Is it just a couple? The Taoist couple sounded stiff and stiff. Su Huayan explained so much. This is what he meant. Right? Su Huayan was startled. He really didn't expect Suhi's brain circuit to be here. Just when he didn't know how to answer, Suhi already said nervously, Well, I'm a human and a turtle. I'm not in a hurry for the wedding. Whether this thing can be done in a hurry or not, it is not certain whether it can cultivate a human body. It is impossible to say that Su Huayan really cultivated the beast chapter. Su Huayan was stunned for a long time, and then his face turned red. Hey! There was a sword cry, and the fairy sword came out of the body, with murderous intent. I've been talking to you for a long time about this? You stupid turtle. Go to H.L. Chapter 249. Do you want a betrothal gift? Suhi laughed loudly, turned around and ran away, moving left and right to avoid the fairy sword. Su Huayan gritted his teeth, and his sword fell like rain. Suhi screamed, with a smile that couldn't be hidden from the corners of his eyes. There are some things that Su Huayan cares too much about. The wife of the head of the house, who had been called for a long time, fell into his hands again. In this era, she could not overcome the hurdle in her heart. But what does this mean to Suhi? There is no reality of husband and wife. That is the fairy who is pure and pure. Suhi doesn't care about reputation. Make a lot of money. But Suhi couldn't follow her words and express that he didn't care. She will get into trouble, and find it difficult to get out. Both of them are in a state of inferiority when getting along with each other. This is not what Suhi wants. If you let it out this time by making jokes and teasing, there will naturally be no obstacles in the future. Su Huayan struck with a sword, but Suhi dodged it. Yaya in the distance tilted her head and looked this way, not knowing why. I have never seen my mother look like this before. She is so murderous, but has no murderous intention at all. Did Father Turtle get into trouble? Yaya touched her chin and thought about whether to fan the flames. He saw Suhi laughing loudly, turning around suddenly while running away, and rushed into the center of the fairy sword against the sword light in the sky. Su Huayan was frightened and hurriedly sheathed his sword. The turtle took advantage of the moment when her sword was distracted and bumped into her. With a hook of his paw, Su Huayan was pulled into his arms again. The dragon's head hugged her tightly. Su Huayan suddenly stiffened. Since you were born, apart from being held by your father as a baby, have you ever been so close to a man? Today, I was hugged twice by this turtle. Suhi arched her head, and the warm feeling spread through her scales into her heart, making her whole heart feel numb. Holding her tightly, feeling the delicate body in her arms, all the scales on her body stretched out. After an unknown amount of time, Suhi smiled and said seriously, "Marry me!" Su Huanyan trembled slightly and lowered his head. The sword lost control and fell down the cliff. After a while, he softly said, "Okay." The voice was soft but firm. Without any hesitation, he was decisive. Suhi was stunned for a moment, and a long chant echoed through the entire Changyu mansion. Even the green grass and water snails in Changyu mansion, 300 miles away, exuded a breath of joy. "Qianshui clan, come to see Madam," Suhi said happily. The sharks hiding in various places in Changyu mansion jumped out of the water one after another, and they all said happily, "I've met Madam. Madam has no boundaries. Madam's immortality is endless." Su Huanyan's face turned slightly red. At the gatehouse, as soon as he entered the door, he met the priest Long Min who had the good news. The dragon-patterned staff was placed on the ground, and he burst into tears. "I wish my god and his wife to give birth to the son of God soon. Madam has already given birth to a baby dragon turtle. Maybe she can have another one." In an instant, voices such as having a son early and having a family full of children and grandchildren arose one after another. Su Huanyan bit his lip, formed a small sword between his fingers, and stabbed Suhi hard. Suhi laughed loudly. "It's gone! It's gone! It's all gone! My wife is thin-skinned and can't stand such excitement." The sharks smiled, congratulated each other, and jumped into the lake with a splash, disappearing. Only the sudden rippling of the lake water announced the unrest within. "Dad!" In the small courtyard, Yaya tilted her head and looked at Suhi and murmured. Then he became happy, running, jumping, and calling Dad and Mom. "I felt something was wrong even though I was screaming. I would give birth to a baby early. Oops. The status is no longer guaranteed." She stood aside and thought quietly. Sure enough, parents are unreliable. People still have to have their share of the inheritance. Run out early and carve out your own territory. In a small courtyard in the garden, Green Snake woke up with a shocked look on his face. She was practicing and closed her eyes, ears, mouth and nose. She never heard Suhi's long chant, nor did she hear the sharks cheering. But suddenly, the endless power of marriage surged over from somewhere, and it couldn't be absorbed for a while. So it woke her up. There is a person of extremely high status around her, and they are in love and are destined to be married. Moreover, the quality of the marriage was very high, and the feedback she received was so strong that it was the red rope she had personally held. Then don't think about it. Green Snake looked around and saw Su Huanyan surrounded by Suhi on the cliff in the distance. Fairies and beasts. Green Snake stuck out her tongue and blushed with embarrassment. But it smells so good. This wave of marriage is enough for her to consolidate her moral character and take a big step forward. Moreover, marriage is not a one-time thing. As long as they are doing well, Green Snake will continue to gain strength. Sure enough, we should still seek marriage. Green Snake raised his hand, and several drop-shaped jade stones appeared out of thin air in his hand. This was the power of marriage and its high quality. This can be achieved not only by sincerity and deep feelings, but also by having extremely high moral standards on both sides of the marriage. Although my senior sister is extraordinary, no matter how talented she is still an ordinary person. Because of the dragon turtle? Is the dragon turtle so valuable? This is also too much. Just above the green snake's head, a small basket of marriage stones fell like rain. The green snake's tail flicked back and forth, feeling extremely uneasy in its heart. Did the senior sister still have an identity that she kept secret? Like the world's darling mentioned in storytelling? The sweet girl of heaven? Otherwise, why would there be so many? "Do you want a betrothal gift?" Suhi asked in a low voice. He regretted it extremely now. After being congratulated by the shark, Su Huanyan was too thin-skinned and had already escaped from his arms. Su Huayang smiled and glanced at him. "Will you give it?" How can there be any mention of betrothal gifts among monks? Had she not lived in the fantasy world of Xianqing Guan for half a year, she would not have known what the betrothal gift was. Dragon Turtle doesn't want to be a Taoist couple. He wants to be a husband and wife, like a mortal. Su Huanyan smiled sweetly. There were tears falling from the corners of his eyes. "How about dot I want it?" Suhi said mischievously. "Please order more. Anyway, the bride price must be given by the family. I am thick-skinned. I will go to Uncle Lei later. None of the 7 elders can kill them. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take to accumulate wealth on my own." How can there be such rogue words? How is this different from the mortal man who gnaws on his old age? Su Huanyan laughed out loud. I heard a voice behind me, saying dully, this is not good. The two of them were startled, and suddenly turned around, and saw Qinglei opening a space channel at some point, and the dragon's head came out. I was originally watching Toad's broadcast for it. This is a major source of income for Toad, for broadcasting Yaya's daily life to Qinglei. The broadcast fee is quite considerable. Today was a special day. Suhi was courting a mate, and Yaya was taking the limelight. So Toad changed his vision and broadcast it. Qinglei originally planned to open the passage, congratulate, and send another gift. As soon as the passage was opened, I heard that Suhi was plotting against the entire Dragon Turtle clan. Can I still want a junior like this? Why don't you kill him and keep him for the new year? Qinglei was furious. Su Huanyan bowed slightly, his ears slightly red, and stood aside, watching Suhi being beaten. The blue thunder was very fierce, and something like a mountain was thrown at Suhi's head, cold like pearl, emperor wood, stardust sand, frost jade bamboo. The treasures of heaven and earth condensed into a river, and were swung into a whip by Qinglei. Once the whip was struck, they scattered into treasures all over the ground. Snapped, snapped, snapped. Suhi jumped to his feet and flashed his magic machine randomly, but it had no effect. Every time Qinglei whipped his whip, it hit his turtle SHL accurately, even if the magic machine flashed in the void where it had not appeared before. It was like a whip reaching into the void. Pulled him out. In an instant, all kinds of treasures were piled up on the entire cliff, and they poured down the cliff like flowing water. Suhi screamed and screamed, but found that the whip hit his body, which was not very painful, but it was powerful. Looking at Qinglei's posture, this would seem to have some personal grudges. Suhi looked up at Qinglei. Uncle Lei, are you jealous that I have a wife? The Dragon Turtle clan has 7 elders, from Taizu to Qinglei. 7 generations of old bachelors. Qinglei was startled, then became furious, whipping harder and cracking the whip. Suhi screamed and fell down the cliff. This whip is real, and it really hurts. Qinglei snorted, as if he couldn't poke a sore spot. With a whip, Suhi was whipped into the sea of treasures under the cliff. Qinglei turned to look at the independent Su Huanyan under the tree. He changed his irritable attitude with Suhi and became so gentle that his dragon whiskers fluttered. He looked at Su Huanyan and nodded. He was very satisfied with his nephew-in-law. Very good. If Suhi dares to bully you in the future, just call me. Any end of the Dragon Turtle will do. Don't take off his SHL. I vow not to give up. Long Gui never cares about appearance, temperament, conduct, etc. But Su Huanyan is Yaya's mother. Su Huayang bowed gently. Thank you, senior, for never giving up. Call Uncle Lei. Qinglei laughed. Su Huanyan was startled. Her cheeks turned red, and she bowed down again. Thank you, Uncle Lei. Her voice was a little softer. After they had just settled the relationship, they met their parents. Even Su Huanyan was cold and a little uncomfortable at the moment. Qinglei looked at her and smiled and said, My Dragon Turtle clan has never married a wife, and you are still the first one. The established relationship is that of my own family. Release your soul beast and follow me. A family in words is not a family, but in the mysterious world of mountains and seas. She is the younger daughter-in-law that Long Gui has recognized. The blue bird couldn't wait to fly out from between Su Huanyan's eyebrows. It had just figured it out, but it was suppressed by Su Huanyan and couldn't escape. As soon as it came out, it began to chirp. But before the cry could start, it was caught by an owl, fluttered its wings, and flew into the mysterious world of mountains and seas. The owl flew in the air, sometimes turning into a goshawk, sometimes turning into a monkey. Qinglei's soul beast had no fixed shape. A small red ball shot over from the foot of the mountain. Master Turtle! Master Turtle! Take me to catch a spirit beast! Everyone has a soul beast that can enter the mysterious world. She didn't. Yaya is very depressed. Jumping up and grabbing the blue bird. I felt the scenery in front of me change. And the scene changed instantly. The mysterious world of mountains and seas. The small island of Suha. A toad appeared on the tree house, and a bluebird flew under the tree house. Su Huanyan followed it, and landed here, and turned into a turtle. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas. Except for soul beasts. Any living creature that enters will turn into a turtle shape. Suhi's conscious body woke up and roared at Qinglei. Old turtle, you have gone too far. Forget it. The last whip actually had a suppressive effect, pitting him down at the foot of the cliff and unable to fly out at all. Qinglei looked at him and snorted twice. But Su He ignored him. Su He stared straight at the frost turtle in front of him, his eyes wide open. When Su Huanyan entered the mountains and seas, he turned into a white turtle. But it was different from Bai Ling's white jade dragon turtle. It looked like a snow turtle piled with frost and snow, crystal clear, and with a faint fragrance of winter sweet. Su He was stunned. I didn't know what to say with my mouth open. But the voice of the orphan toad next to me came. Huh? Huh? Why are you in here too? Su He turned his head and saw a small dragon turtle shining with lightning behind him, looking around with curious eyes. Yaya didn't have a soul beast, but she followed him in. Not the body, but also the consciousness. Her body was still on the cliff of Changyu Mansion, collapsed beside her mother at a loss. Suddenly, controlling two bodies was a bit confusing. Su He looked at her in confusion. Because the reincarnation of the white soul beast retained certain characteristics of its previous life? Just like the thunder attribute, she was a small thunder-like soul beast in her previous life. Unexpected, but reasonable. Qinglei seemed to have expected it, and was not surprised. He smiled and whispered to Su Huanyan. Other elders of the Dragon Turtle clan are still in seclusion, and cannot come out to see you for the moment. We will have the opportunity to meet you in the future. This annoying guy, will not disturb your good life. Su Huanyan couldn't understand the beast language, but she had the spirit beast as a simultaneous interpreter. Looking up at Qinglei. Then he saw Qinglei laughing and spreading out. Even the huge dragon head that poked out the passage in Changyu Mansion was withdrawn, and the space was closed. Outside the space, Qinglei was thoughtful. Changyu Mansion did not resist the dragon turtle breaking through the space to enter and exit, and was even a little happy. But this is no longer Su He's territory. Now that he has a family, as an elder, he should pay more attention. He exhaled a breath and turned it into a talisman that melted into the space where Changyu Mansion was located. It is regarded as a warning. If the dragon turtle comes over, it will naturally sense the talisman's warning. If the talisman is touched, the door knocker of Changyu Mansion can be knocked, and the owner can open the door to welcome guests. Qinglei receded. Yaya discovered the new world and was excited to explore. Her whole consciousness turned to the mountains and seas, and her body fell into a deep sleep. The suppression on Su He disappeared. Qinglei was just playing around with him, and did not really want to suppress him. Su He flew to the top of the cliff, and saw Yaya lying on the bluestone, with a little spiritual light in the sky separating the drizzle. Sleeping deeply, Su Huanyan stood quietly on the edge of the cliff, looking at the mountains in the distance. Su He put down her fairy sword and walked to her side. Drizzle was falling overhead. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, and the full moon was not visible. As night falls, the power of the Xuanwu stars becomes more apparent. But Su He didn't bother to practice at this moment. Practice is never rushed. Su Huanyan stood still for a long time under the rain, and opened his red lips. Yaya was born special. Grandpa didn't recognize her, so her color has only changed slightly in the past 20 years. Will there be any conflict if you see him? Fengiji was his personally chosen uncle, but he was killed by Su He. Su Huanyan still followed him. If the old man found out, he would not know what he would think of Su He. Su He thought for a while, and said seriously, try to be restrained, but you should be able to. If an old man who has never met him bullies his own women and daughters, he will probably not agree. At most, due to the relationship, he takes his wife and daughter to stay away. If you really can't, leave the elders' affairs to the elders, and ask him to talk to Uncle Lei, Uncle Luo, and the others? Su Huanyan was speechless. So we wouldn't meet him again. The monks and mythical beasts have not been seen for thousands of years. But it is normal. She turned to look at Su He, gently combing her hair, as if casually. Princess Yunmings, can you talk to me? Danger? Su He instantly raised his 12 distractions, and even withdrew the consciousness of Xinjiang and Shanghai. Chapter 250 Meditation. Su He felt like facing a formidable enemy. Su Huanyan looked at the clouds and mist under the cliff. That day to save Yaya, Yunming's lure came out of the sky. When Su He replenished his origin and became Yaya's father, Liu realized that she hadn't noticed. Surprise, hesitation, and a bit at a loss, as well as the sudden closeness to Yaya. But Su Huanyan could tell that Liu Ru and Su He had nothing to do with each other. Those various emotions are born for the people close to you. In addition, Qinglei was unable to rescue Feng Chao, But the eldest princess appeared immediately. There are some things that don't require guessing. Women are born to be detectives. Su Huanyan turned to look at Su He and reached out to grab the turtle SHL. I won't leave. But you can't lie to me. Su He opened his mouth and was silent for a moment. Use backtracking to project a picture in front. This is exactly what happened that day when Yunmings was seriously injured and confused after the Dragon God Festival, and was brought back to the underwater garden by Senior Qinglong, Yuming Dragon King and Ji Feishue. Su He didn't make any changes at all. He chatted with everyone from his days, played it all the way until he fell into a coma, and then woke up to a strange atmosphere. Then, flirting, getting married, signing the marriage contract. The screen ends. As soon as the air became quiet, Su He wanted to dig a hole in the ground and get in. From a third-party perspective, it looked like he was going to die. But there were more important things at this moment. He looked at Su Huanyan and said seriously, Princess Yunmings is not something I can figure out. It should be just a fool's trick. That piece of paper must not be a marriage certificate. Such every step of existence is calculated. Su He was still explaining, but Su Huanyan laughed softly. It's a marriage certificate. Su He. The idea of making up reasons has been disrupted. Let's be reasonable. How could it be a marriage certificate after only seeing her a few times? Su Huanyan's hand holding onto his turtle SHL never let go. He only lowered his head slightly and said, I recognize the ancient writings on it. The Qingyuan sect doesn't have any background in learning, but it does exist in the memories of past lives. Ordinary. A standard marriage certificate. No tricks. No calculations. Just you and me. It's not a marriage. It's a marriage. Moreover, there is a story in the eyes of the eldest princess, which is very long and very dense. There is still love that cannot be resolved. Su Huanyan turned to look at Su He. Do you have a previous life? Su He was born in Tinghai Lake and grew up in Qingyuan sect. Bai Ling gathered his blood in the small world, and the two worlds fought through the catastrophe. Su Huanyan knew everything, and it was impossible to meet the eldest princess before this. Su He opened his mouth and shook his head suddenly. Yes, but it's impossible. In his previous life, he was just a corpse in this life. Even if there is any story in it, it cannot be related to feelings. Even if Arabian Nights was resurrected for a period of time in its previous life, it would be impossible to meet Ji Feishue. The time doesn't match up. When the past life comes, it should be early. Very early on. At that time, the Yuanzun clan was wreaking havoc across the world, and even the Dragon Turtle Taoist Palace had not yet sunk into the bloodline. Ji Feishue cannot exist. On the contrary. Su He looked at Su Huanyan. If there is a story in the past life, you are more likely. Su He only knew of 3 immortals. The one who helped reincarnate the true spirit in his previous life. The Mingjian immortal in Dishan, recorded in the history of the Dragon Turtle clan, and the Tantai immortal of Su Hua's previous life. There cannot be so many rare things like immortal lords, especially female immortal lords. Su He had doubts that the person who helped him reincarnate could not be Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan looked at the mist ahead and said softly, Baby! If it's not the past life or this life, where do those inseparable feelings come from? Are you angry? Su He moved closer to her with a shy face. Su Huanyan shook his head. You were never wrong. So why should I be angry? Let's not talk about whether Su He molested the eldest princess. Even if he did, she was Su Huanyan, and he was Su He at that time. What else is involved? If something like this happens after today, beat him to death. I don't know where the world is, but the ground here is dark, covered with gray fog, and bones are everywhere. There is almost no place to stand. There are endless islands floating in the sky, and spaceships are flying across the sky, connecting many small islands. On an inconspicuous island, Ji Feishue sat barefoot on an acacia tree, with bells on her feet tinkling, declaring the unrest in my heart. Ming Xian was circling the island, chasing the clouds and the moon, when she suddenly leaned over and stretched out the dragon's head towards Ji Feishue. Auntie, is there something on your mind? Ming Xian asked. My aunt's condition has been bad since a few days ago, and even worse when she came back from a trip to chaos. She actually drank. That's right. Ji Feishue stretched her body and said, When I met an evil person, I helped him fight with bays, but he kept a woman outside his home. I really want to beat him to death. They didn't dare to go back to Yunmenza, for fear that they would really beat him to death. Ming Xian's eyes suddenly widened, and her whole body curled up into a question mark. My aunt is informal and free-spirited, like a witch. But he never joked about matters between men and women. And the most he saw from outsiders was a moody and crazy dragon. One moment they are chatting and laughing. And the next moment, they may be murdering someone with a knife. But it's not like no one has thought about the matter of men and women, that my aunt is so stunningly beautiful. Now. Well. Probably all the ashes are gone. Since my aunt can say something like, "The person I met is not a good person," that person must be someone whom my aunt has identified. Who is so capable? She didn't get any news about such a big event? Ming Xian's eyes were shining with desire. She glanced at Ji Feishue quietly, and saw a big red brocade book beside her aunt. The above few lines of ancient writings. Swan and phoenix sing together. And a beautiful woman is looking for her husband. Swallows are like glue. And a phoenix and phoenix are looking for a huang. The red rope was tied long ago, and they made a couple. And the good relationship was established, and we will be together forever with white heads. This is a marriage letter. It is neither literary nor rhyming. It is the most common marriage letter in the mortal world. But the name signed at the end made Ming Xian's eyes pop with shock. Lang. Su He. Wife. Ji Feishue. After Ji Feishue. A name is emerging at this moment. Su Huanyan. This marriage letter is like a magic weapon. No. Wait a moment. Ming Xian didn't react for a while. An extremely ordinary marriage document. The man is Su He. But the woman is my aunt? And Su Huanyan. She looked at Ji Feishue in disbelief. Ming Xian was stunned for a long time. Then she asked calmly, "Didn't my aunt promise Su He a Princess Yunming's?" When Su He became the dragon turtle, Ming Xian thought he was going to promise her to him. But after entering Bai Ling's little world, and seeing the charm between Su He and Su Huanyan, she gave up her thoughts and asked Yaya to call her aunt. She would never be willing to be a sister. But the identity of Dragon Turtle was there. The 7 princesses of Yunming's. And everyone else was considered a high achiever. But? Aunt. Ming Xian still couldn't accept it, and looked at Ji Feishue in shock. Ji Feishue glanced at her. A little lazy and a little weak. Isn't the eldest princess a princess? But. Ming Xian hesitated for a long time. Her eyes fell on the marriage certificate again. Looking at the 3 words, Su Huanyan, that slowly condensed. He actually wants to enjoy the happiness of everyone. Dishonest thief. Paranoid man. Ji Feishue said softly. So, I really want to go back and beat him to death. She crushed a passing aunt to death with one finger. And her mood became even worse. Then lover. A prodigal son. Ming Xian huffed and puffed for a long time. Looking at Ji Feishue. She couldn't help but hate that iron cannot become steel. Where is your madness? Hit him. Will bully me. Under the big tree. A beautiful fox smashed a piece of bluestone with a slap. The Tao may be Tao. But the Tao may be Tao. And the name may be famous. But it may be famous. Su He recited the Tao Te Ching silently in his heart. And Yaya fell into a deeper sleep. Even his consciousness returned from the mysterious world of mountains and seas, and fell asleep completely. Toad and Blue Bird also slumped beside him. Su Huanyan leaned on him, and fell into a deep sleep. Su He found that he was not good at falling in love. Had too little experience, and had not received any training in this area in his previous life. Staying on the edge of the cliff with Su Huanyan for a long time. I didn't know what to do. There are endless things to say. But there is nothing left to say. The stars overhead shed their star power through the dark clouds. Su He suddenly felt blessed, and silently recited morality, and enlightened the stars. The tortoise and the snake are like yin and yang. And they are somewhat similar to the love between a man and a woman. They are all yin and yang. And they all go hand in hand. Today a happy event has come. I have a lover. I have some enlightenment. And I suddenly wake up. How can we only look at the Xuanwu stars with a tortoise's eye? It is natural for the spirit snake to be carried on its back to walk with it. The turtle looks to the west, and the snake looks to the east. The energy within the body vibrated slightly, swinging along with the power of the stars. I don't understand. I don't understand. I just follow the instructions. An inexplicable feeling of comfort arose from his whole body, which was hard to describe. At this moment, Su Huanyan's cold voice sounded from behind. What kind of Taoist scripture is this? The dragon's head and the snake's head turned around at the same time, sandwiching Su Huanyan in the middle. Su Huanyan was still sleeping, but a solid soul woke up from her body. She felt the Taoist charm radiating from Su He's body, and asked softly. The body cannot bear the moral implications, and falls into a deep sleep. On the contrary, Yuanshan became more and more awake. Su He shook his head. I can't speak the sutra. I can only recite it silently in my heart. That is the ultimate treasure. Su Huanyan nodded. Are you feeling the stars? She felt the aura of the stars from Su-He. It was very weak, but its rhyme was long. Su-He nodded and smiled bitterly. Yes, but I don't understand it at all. Regarding the stars, there is no knowledge reserve or Taoist knowledge at all. Forcibly comprehending is indeed difficult. I'll take you, Su Huanyan said clearly. Her spiritual body stretched out her hand to caress Su-He's head. Don't resist. Just let me go. With a gentle mention, Su-He's consciousness rose infinitely, and he felt as if his soul had left his body and gone straight up to the starry sky. Su Huanyan's voice directly rang in his consciousness. This is the star sensing technique of the Heavenly Star Palace. The Tao Sutra you recite silently in your physical body cannot stop me, and I cannot bring your consciousness to this point. I need help from Na Daoyun. Su-He was startled for a moment and smiled bitterly. He is a man who has more tricks than him. He doesn't know how to use this method to draw out people's consciousness. This method was used in Gu Luo's chapter on transforming into a beast. This is how Su Huanyan pulled Yaya's consciousness into a beast. But Su-He couldn't understand the pulling method at all. At that time, he only acted as a mouthpiece, transmitting the transformation of beasts chapter to Su Huanyan. It was entirely the daughter-in-law who realized it herself. And later Meng Xian helped. Su-He had no effect at all. His consciousness rose all the way, breaking through the Changyu mansion and straight into the starry sky, as if the Xuanwu constellation would be right above his head. Do you want to watch the 7 constellations in the north? Su Huanyan asked. He felt the scent of northern Chisu from Su-He. Yes, Su-He echoed. The stars in the 4 directions are different, Su Huayang said in a low voice. The other stars are in this world, and if you have enough Taoism, you can fly there in person. But the sun, the moon, the 5 stars, and the stars in the 4 directions are not in this world. No matter how high the Taoism is, you can't fly to it either. It's the most difficult to pull the power of the stars. But if you use the power of the stars to cultivate the Taoist method of Tianqing Palace, it will be the most powerful. Su Huanyan has never been to Tianqing Palace, but his mother kept all the inheritance. In summary, the classics of the Tianqing Palace she mastered far exceeded those of the Qingyuan sect. Although I have never practiced in depth, being a teacher of Su-He is enough for me on the path of stars. This world is special. The 3,000 great worlds have the same sun and the same moon. And the main stars of the sun and moon in many small worlds are also inextricably connected with the sun, moon and stars. The same is true for the 4 stars. Su-He listened to Su Huanyan's explanation of the way of stars, and his consciousness slowly dispersed in the starry sky, echoing the Xuanwu's 7 constellations. The dragon turtle is calm, and the spirit snake is sharp. 1 stillness, 1 movement, 1 sinking and 1 rising. Su Huanyan pulled Su-He, and the Taoist Sutra seemed to be whispering in his ears, which could not be heard clearly. But the Taoist rhyme was perfectly revealed, and the whole soul was immersed in the Taoist Sutra's rhyme. The Tao Te Ching cannot improve Taoism. It is not a path of spiritual practice, at least in Su-He's current understanding. It cannot be directly used to improve Taoism in practice. But this kind of Taoist rhyme is the simplest and purest in the world. To understand morality, improvement occurs silently, invisible or audible. But it does exist. Dawn is dawning in the east. With a loud rooster crow, the power of the stars slowly faded away, becoming much weaker than before. Go back, Su Huayang said. Su-He felt a sense of weightlessness, and his consciousness returned to his body. He just finished reciting morals silently. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Huanyan's eyelashes trembling slightly, and he also woke up. The charm of Tao flows in a pair of starry eyes. And what I gained this night is extraordinary. Su-He tilted his head. Are we considered dual cultivators? Su Huanyan's face turned slightly red, but he finally replied, forget it. The fusion of consciousness and simultaneous practice each has its own gains. In essence, it is dual practice. But it was not the dual cultivation that Su-He wanted. Su-He smiled. Su Huanyan leaned over and picked up Yaya, and walked down the mountain with him. Halfway out, Su-He's spirit snake suddenly jumped out and coiled itself around Su Huanyan. Going back? Su Huanyan screamed in surprise, and was already covered by the snake. The spirit snake, together with her and Yaya, hugged the turtle SH.L. Su Huanyan was so shocked that he sat on the turtle SH.L. with Yaya in his arms, his face slightly red. The spirit snake arched its back to support Su Huanyan. The warm feeling spread from the snake's body into Su-He's heart. In fact, if you want to do something bad, You can use a snake body. It's just too obscene. I can't accept it. Practice Xuanwu. Suhi raised his head and sensed the Xuanwu stars where the power of the stars was weakening. After sending Yaya back to the room, Suhi carried Su Huanyan towards the garden pond. The shark was very considerate. Suhi could not have a wooden house. His room was under the garden pond. It was more than 30 feet in diameter. A pavilion was built for Su Huanyan under the water, with a jade bed for sleeping and sitting. Probably the shark has been secretly planning something for a long time. Su Huanyan has a pure water attribute, but he is more inclined to the ice attribute. When Suhi first met her, she healed her wounds underwater. This pool has a river connected to the lake outside. The water is particularly clear and abundant, more suitable for her to heal. But when he didn't come back, she was alone in the water recovering from her injuries. At this moment, Suhi was carried here. Su Huanyan lowered his head and trembled slightly. This turtle is heartbroken. When they met for the second time, they were in a mountainside pool. She was healing her wounds underwater wearing only her little clothes. This turtle was actually, you saw it, growing up since childhood. For the first time, he didn't even hit him to death with one palm. Maybe many things are already destined? A smile rose at the corner of Su Huanyan's mouth. But the trembling stopped, allowing Suhi to carry her and dive into the water. There is abundant water in this place. And even without the aid of elixirs, one can completely recover from injuries in 3 or 4 years here. Coupled with the elixirs, especially the food and materials given to her by Qing Lei, she could be cured in 3 or 4 months at most. At that time, you can start your spiritual path again. The dragon turtle should not put too much distance between her and her. If a practitioner wants to be a couple, he must first be a Taoist couple. Otherwise, she would only have a lifespan of 20,000 to 30,000 years at the second level of Tian. She would be old if the dragon turtle took a nap. Let alone wait until Suhi cultivated to the extreme and transformed into a human being. The water in the pool swayed slightly, and Suhi's clothes clung to his body, outlining Su Huanyan's graceful figure. Suhi was about to turn around. He was turned back by Su Huanyan's sword. Suhi. I just want to ask you if you have contacted Elder Qiao after he returned. Hey! It's only natural that I really look back now. Right. Su Huanyan lowered his head. Cultivation in front of others. Don't go out of line. Suhi was disappointed at first, and then his eyes lit up. Does this mean that if you cultivate a human body, you can break the rules? Su Huanyan's body trembled slightly. His ears turned slightly red, and he tilted his head inadvertently. But she found that the spiritual snake that was making her backrest was spitting out snake messages and staring straight at her. His eyes moved from top to bottom and stopped at a certain position above the waist and abdomen. Suhi's eyes glanced over, and the fairy seemed to be brushed by something. Su Huanyan's whole body suddenly froze. I forgot that the dragon turtle is no longer a pure dragon turtle. In addition to the turtle body, it also has the body of a spiritual snake. The fairy sword was suddenly unsheathed, but the spiritual snake suddenly coiled up and hurriedly put her fairy sword back into the scabbard. Don't make trouble, Spirit Snake said. How can a husband look at his wife and be beheaded? This doesn't make sense to the end of the world. Su Huanyan was angry, and Suhi wrapped himself around her, tightening her tightly for fear that she would break free and give him a blow. A woman with a funny brain is unreasonable. Who knows what will happen? Su Huanyan's face turned redder and redder. Let me go! It was not an order from Fairy Qinglong. Her voice was crisp and slightly trembling. Suhi warned. If I let go, then you are not allowed to kill me. Murdering your own husband is too much. Su Huanyan forced out a voice between his lips and teeth. Okay. Something is wrong with the fairy today. Suhi lowered his snake head slightly, and saw the body of the snake with thick calves wrapped around Su Huanyan from the waist and abdomen, pressing the distant mountains into a plateau, and felt a warm touch. Suhi's breathing became tight. No wonder something was wrong with Su Huanyan. It turned out that the fairy fell into the world. The snake tightened its body and reluctantly let go, but did not leave completely. Instead, it moved to a position, wrapped around the fairy's waist, and wrapped its inging waist around its own body. Su Huanyan suddenly suffocated, and after a while, he whispered softly, I have to heal my injuries. I can't meditate while holding him like this. This reason is too serious. Suhi let her go, carrying her on his back and swimming to the pavilion. Su Huanyan gently pressed his bare hands on the turtle SHL, and a white light fell into the pavilion. The cold jade ice couch in the pavilion was bone-chilling. But the water in the pool never froze. It was the day of his apprenticeship. Concubine Liu Daiji came to congratulate her. Suhi gave Yaya a piece of ice jade that she had dug for him from Chiohu. However, some skilled craftsmen from the mermaids carved it into an ice couch. Su Huanyan happened to be meditating. Suhi looked at her. The rippling water in the pool moved her clothes and perfectly outlined her figure. The white clothes couldn't cover her figure under the water, and her delicate body was looming and beautiful. "You meditate and I will protect you," Suhi murmured, his mouth a little dry even though he was underwater. Su Huanyan's face turned slightly red. "Okay." He reluctantly sat down cross-legged, but he couldn't get rid of distracting thoughts. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt a pair of turtle eyes caressing his body, and his whole heart started to tremble. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Suhi, with a turtle body and a snake body, was standing aside in an orderly manner, and there was nothing wrong with him at all. Su Huanyan closed his eyes and meditated again. The feeling of being passed over rose again, and she reluctantly opened her eyes and looked at Suhi. "Don't look anymore. I can't calm down." Suhi nodded. "I won't look. I'll just stay here with you." Healing is the most important thing. Su Huanyan has been seriously injured for more than half a year, and is still not recovered. There is no time to cause trouble. Suhi withdrew his consciousness and seriously stopped looking. After suppressing the complicated thoughts in his heart, Su Huashang took a breath and slowly closed his eyes. This time she didn't feel like she was being spied on. With a smile on her lips, she breathed out slowly to heal her wounds. But after a moment, he opened his eyes again and looked at Suhi. Suhi sensed it, turned around, blinked and said, "I didn't peek." "I know," Su Huanyan responded. But for some reason, knowing that he was not looking at her, she became even more restless. Looking at Su Huanyan's hesitant expression, Suhi suddenly laughed, waved his paws to stir up the water, pulled Su Huanyan out, and carried him into his arms, with the dragon's head surrounding him and hugging him tightly. Su Huanyan was suffocated, and his heart beat violently. He felt the dragon turtle's powerful surroundings, but gradually relaxed. Before I knew it, I actually calmed down. There is no feeling of being spied on, nor any confusion of mind. When he closes his eyes, he can feel the dragon turtle's scales, which pierce his body and ache slightly. But it made her feel more at ease than she had ever felt before. I have never experienced this feeling before. There is no need to worry about Yaya's condition. No need to worry about her safety. And no need to desperately try to improve her Taoism. I'm just afraid that when Yaya needs it, her Taoism is not enough to nourish her true nature. Yaya was obviously not around. Far away, sleeping alone on the other side of the garden. But she felt inexplicably at ease. It seemed like the sky was falling, and I was no longer afraid. This feeling is not unfamiliar. Ever since Yaya transformed into a beast for the last time and met Soaring Snake, there have been many dangers. Suhi hadn't arrived yet. But when the toad came first, she felt inexplicably relieved. Although he narrowly escaped death, he could only rely on the sword formation to deal with the Soaring Snake. It was not even known whether he would be alive in the next moment. But she knew someone would come to save her. Sure enough, Suhi did not disappoint her. A flying boat crashed into the clouds, and a divine power blocked her behind. Save Yaya and kill Tongue Snake. When Yaya's origin was stolen by Fengiju, Suhi broke out of the dust cover and jumped to kill her at the critical moment. It's easy to live in the bad wind, and it's stable in Yaya. Domineeringly asking Yaya to call Daddy. Yaya would rather die than call Fengiju his father again. But she turned around and called Suhi willingly, and was extremely happy. That call of father not only resonated in Suhi's heart, but also in her heart. Yaya smiled and told her, Yaya is going to die. Yaya has given herself a new father. Please don't hit me. Su Huanyan knew that he probably wouldn't be able to escape. She chuckled. It turns out it wasn't you who saw my body and made me feel uneasy. It was you who didn't hold me. When you get something, you are even more afraid of losing it. 2 lines of clear tears slipped from the corners of his eyes and melted into the water. Invisible and intangible. Suhi arched her arms and held the fairy in her arms tighter. Su Huanyan held his neck gently with trembling hands. Breathe slightly. The pool water penetrates into the nose, flows into the heart and lungs, and is refreshing to the heart. Peace of mind and luck. It turns out that you don't have to meditate to heal an injury. As long as you can meditate, the posture is not important. Chapter 251. Stealing a floating life for 3 to 5 years. It's midsummer, and it rains a lot in Changyu Mansion. The light rain fell one after another, but I don't know when it turned into heavy rain, soaking the mountains and rivers and disappearing the bamboo forests. The deer calls in the bamboo forest, and the sound is clear and clear. The heavy rain fell on the pool water, and the sound of dripping water beads could be heard under the pool, like a song or a complaint. Su Huanyan woke up leisurely, with his arm still holding Su-hee's neck. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su-hee's smiling eyes. There was a blush on the fairy's cheeks, but she did not avoid it anymore. She stroked Su-hee's dark scales and said softly, "Thank you." Su-hee didn't know what she was thanking for, but she just felt happy. His head arched, and he hugged Su Huanyan a little tighter. The fairy smiled softly and leaned her face against Su-hee's scale armor. Neither of them moved, quietly listening to the rain hitting the pond, and the lotus leaves on the water surface were overwhelmed and made a snapping sound. I don't know how long it took, but the anxious voice of the shark came from the shore. "Miss, you are not allowed to trespass in the Xuanchuan pond. It is the residence of the master and his wife. Yaya is here." Su Huanyan's face turned red, and he tried to get out of Su-hee's arms, but he tightened his grip. Su Huanyan's entire body was forced to press against Su-hee's body, clinging tightly to the turtle scales, and he was almost torn out of his clothes due to the pressure. This turtle did it on purpose. Su Huanyan's face turned redder. I heard a thunder in the air. Crackle. A bolt of lightning fell on Xiao Lake and Chanyu Mansion. Outside the pool, Yaya looked up at the sky with an angry look on her face. "Scare me! You are the only one who can thunder!" she screamed, punched out, and a bolt of thunder shot into the sky, exploded among the dark clouds, and illuminated the entire world. The shadows of Su-hee and Su Huanyan under the pond were long, rippling slightly with the frosty pond water. "Okay, Yaya is coming down," Su Huanyan murmured and struggled out of Su-hee's arms. After arranging the clothes that were messed up in the embrace, Su-hee rolled his eyes, and with a slightly red face, he stood up and went straight to the water. Clothes are instantly dry when out of the water. Just in time, Yaya ran in with her little fists dancing. The little red dress she was wearing was a magic weapon that was invulnerable to water and fire. It was not soaked by the heavy rain, but her hair was wet and stuck to her face. Su Huanyan shook his head and chuckled, then gently tapped Yaya's head, and the rain separated naturally. "What are you doing in such a hurry?" Yaya stared at Amber's big eyes, tilted her head with a happy face, walked around Su Huanyan a few times, and blinked. No little brother was born. A mermaid had already run in from outside, and hurriedly pulled Yaya over, murmuring in a low voice, "Miss, it won't happen so soon. It will take at least 10 months to conceive, and it will take even longer if you conceive a dragon and a turtle." Su Huanyan's face suddenly turned red, just as Su-hee was about to emerge from the water. He blinked. "I'm afraid this little shark is not untouched. How could such a big dragon turtle be possible? At least he has to turn into a human form, or Su Huanyan can cultivate a turtle body." Yaya nodded thoughtfully, turned to look at Su-hee under the water, and said happily, "Dad, let's go out and play." She has been staying in Chanyu Mansion for more than half a year. There are too few people here, and only camels can play with her. The sharks were cautious in front of her, not daring to do anything. It's even more extreme than the previous Qingyuan sect's classmates. Su-hee broke out of the water and rubbed her head with his snake tail. "When your state is stable and your mother's injury as well, we will go out to play." Yaya pouted. "Okay then. I want to eat prawns." "Okay." Su-hee smiled. Among the pile of treasures Qing Lei sent yesterday was a fishing rod that could be used for fishing. The shrimp the little guy wants to eat is not an ordinary prawn, not to mention ordinary shrimps. Just ordinary Xian Yi realm exotic beast prawns. If Yaya eats them now, Qing Lei will whip Su-hee with a whip, just after breaking out of the SHL. It is a great opportunity to consolidate the realm and improve the potential. Yaya will be beaten if she eats those miscellaneous things. Yaya cheered and jumped on Su-hee's back. The toad had already consciously appeared through the air, put down a shrimp rod, and hurriedly flashed away. Loss. Big loss. Qing Lei sent a bunch of treasures yesterday, and just threw them on the cliff. It happened to be led by Su-hee's Taoist scriptures, and fell asleep all night, only to wake up when it was dark. Among these many treasures, there are several that should be specially preserved and cannot be scattered around like this. A brood of losers. The toad threw down the bamboo pole and ran away, returning to the cliff. The bluebird was chirping on the tree. The toad glanced at it with a look of helplessness. How could a fairy like Su Huanyan accept such a spirit beast? My head is so empty that I can't even recognize these treasures. The toad jumped into the treasures, sorted them into categories, and put them away one by one. If it needs to be solidified and stored, put it in the belly pocket. If you can store it in a treasure house, put it in your pocket temporarily. And wait until the young couple thinks of building a treasure house. Then put it in again. Suhi was practicing his fishing rod, and Yaya jumped on his turtle SHL and pounced on the spirit snake, then laid down on his back. I am very happy to be able to eat fresh shrimps again. After the sacrifice, Suhi jumped up and walked to the big lake. The sharks had already prepared the bait, swung the rod, threw the line, and pierced the space with a hook to explore the unknown place. Suhi's spiritual consciousness spread along the fishing line. It was a small area of water, only more than 100 miles away. There are 3 fishing rods around the lake, including Suhi. The 3 fishermen did not disturb each other, and no one disturbed the other. They each fished in their own area. It's just that the water in this lake is so clear that there are no fish or shrimps. Suhi was very patient, so he dropped his fishing rod and waited quietly, while mentally reviewing his understanding of the Xuanwu constellation last night. In the garden, Su Huanyan looked at Suhi in midair and Yaya rolling on his back, and smiled. He turned to the shark on the side and said, "Can you please do me a favor?" The shark was flattered. "Madam, if you have anything to do, just ask me." Su Huanyan smiled. "Can we build a water palace under Chill Lake?" The pond here was so small that Suhi struggled to move around underneath it. He reached the shore with just a stroke of his paws. Dragon turtles need a lot of space. The shark bowed and saluted. "Excuse me, madam. Please wait a moment. I don't understand formations and buildings. Please go and ask for sacrifices to my mother-in-law. If you have any requests, madam, my mother-in-law will be able to satisfy them. Sorry to trouble you." Su Huayang nodded lightly. The little shark left quickly, ran out of Changyu Mansion, and went back to the small world to find Long Min. Yaya rolled over and waited for the result. When I got really bored, I jumped into my Chiyo Lake, transformed into the body of a dragon turtle, and chased fish and shrimps. Dragon turtles are turtles after all. No matter what attribute they are, it is instinctive to have some water control. It's just that some like water and some don't. Suhi lowered his head and saw Yaya chasing a tortoise all over the lake. The tortoise was so frightened that it scratched its claws. Yaya chased me from behind. "Hey! Hey! I've been feeding you for so long. Are you going to run away when you see me?" Suhi's face was covered with black lines. He swung the fishing rod, and the fishing line entangled Yaya and pulled her back. The little dragon turtle was hung in front of him, still scratching his claws and screaming. "Don't mess around!" Suhi knocked on her turtle SHL. "It has never seen your turtle body, so don't scare it." Logically speaking, the little girl has to call this grandma. The little dragon turtle muttered. Suhi shook the fishing rod, and she fell into the lake again. After this rod was thrown, it took 4 or 5 hours for a shrimp to take the bait. Suhi's mind moved and he swung the fishing rod floating in the air back. And a golden prawn no smaller than Yaya was swung back. It hit the little dragon turtle on its back. Yaya turned around and bared her teeth at Suhi. But when she saw the prawns, she immediately stopped making faces, bit into the prawns, and paddled towards the shore. The sharks had already caught up with them dragging lotus leaves. How can it eat in the mud on the shore if it is already a dragon turtle? Suhi put away his pole and returned to the garden. It's getting dark again. For monks, one day is too short. Even a few days or dozens of days are still too short, especially when accompanied by fairies. Recite morals silently at night, and then join hands with the fairy to comprehend the stars. During the day, he would accompany her into the water to heal her injuries. Occasionally, I enter Qianjiang consciously and run my own amusement park. It's rare to live in your 30s and 50s. The sharks moved very quickly, and the water palace under Chiyo Lake was built in only 2 months. This still requires dredging and laying foundation for Chiyo Lake. Otherwise it can be faster. However, this water palace is just an ordinary water palace. There is no formation or special formation. The only thing related to the monks is the talisman carved on the bricks, which can ensure that the water palace is not covered with water plants and will not soak. This is what the sharks are good at. The leaves are withered and yellow, floating and falling, and the spots on the lake have a unique charm. Suhi sank to the bottom of the lake, and Su Huanyan was beside him, leaning on the turtle SHL and letting Suhi surround him, looking across the lake with him at the starry sky above his head. The autumn air is crisp, and the stars are shining brightly. It's rare that He didn't understand the stars. Yaya went to bed early. The little girl is growing and sleeps on time every day. When the moon was high in the sky, a mermaid quietly sneaked up and bowed to the two of them from a distance. Master! Madam! There is someone outside the door asking to see you, saying that he is the new head of Qingyuan. Su Huanyan turned to look at Su He. It's junior brother Xia. Changyu Mansion was refined by her and Su He together, and they had already discovered it before Xia Dali even knocked on the door. Go and have a look, Su He said, hooking his paws and sending Su Huanyan onto the turtle SHL. He gently divided the water with his 4 paws and was already on the lake. There are sharks who lure Xia Dali to come. The short fat man in Su He's memory became even fatter. It seems that being the head cook is good. Senior sister? Xia Dali caught up in 3 steps, handed over to Su Huanyan, and smiled at Su He. Junior brother! Junior brother shouted, still feeling a bit strange. The little turtle back then was already a giant at first glance, and the power on his body made him feel like he couldn't breathe. Only senior sister Su, who is so profound in Taoism, can still stand in front of him. Xia Dali looked shocked. He didn't realize it just now, but now he saw that Su Huanyan was too close to the dragon turtle. They have long transcended the distance that should exist between senior brothers and sisters. Senior sister. Don't you also want to take a dragon turtle as a pet? A terrifying thought came to Xia Dali's heart, and he breathed a little heavier. But at this moment, there was a long groan under Chill Lake, and a small dragon turtle broke out of the water, landed on the water, and turned into Yaya, riding on the water waves and running excitedly towards Su He and Su Huanyan. Dad! Mother! My world pearl no longer trembles, and my realm is stable. Let's go out and play! She ran over, bumped her head against Su He's shoulder blade, and pressed her head against Su He's head. She was extremely excited. Daddy! Daddy! My realm is stable. Is Yaya great? Father? Xia Dali's eyes almost popped out. Su Huanyan smiled sweetly and said to Xia Dali, Junior brother, long time no see. She gently grabbed Su He's turtle SHL and said generously, My husband. Now that he has confirmed it, Su Huanyan is not afraid of the eyes of the world. If he has a husband he likes, the whole world will know about it. Crack! Xia Dali felt a thunderbolt in his mind, and he was completely confused. He licked his lips and looked at Su He and Su Huanyan. Suddenly he felt aggrieved for his disciples. I don't know when rumors started to rise in the Qingyuan sect, saying that Long Gui killed people and took his wives, suppressed and killed the previous leader, and took possession of his wife and daughter. What's more, it is said that the leader's wife and dragon turtle have had an affair for a long time. Even Yaya is not a biological child, but a dragon turtle in the form of a dragon turtle. The 3 members of the family joined forces to suppress the leader Feng and plot the Qingyuan Foundation. Xia Dali tried to reorganize his sect for this reason, and countless people were thrown into the prison to face the wall. As a result, the emotional people didn't frame good people. I always feel that he is thinking of something extremely impolite. Kill him and then replace Qingyuan with another leader, Su He said gloomily. Su Huayang smiled. Xia Dali suddenly came back to his senses and his face changed drastically. Junior brother. No. Brother-in-law. We don't do this. I was just shocked when I first heard it. When Su Huanyan returned to the sect with Yaya in his arms, he was also one of the people who knew about it. After a battle between Qingyuan and Brother Feng, he seized the origin of Yaya. He was not blind. Su Huanyan guarded the 2 battlefields and fought against Feng Yiju for a long time to snatch the source. Who could the entire Qingyuan hide? Moreover, Yaya called Feng Yiju father for 60 years. But Su Huanyan never called her husband. They just met today, and she told him that junior brother Long Gui was her husband. She knew it from the bottom of her heart. He and Su Huanyan were similar in age, and had almost grown up together. He sincerely congratulated Su Huanyan on finding a good son-in-law. It was just a joke, and he took 2 steps back, bowing his hands to Su He solemnly. Brother-in-law. Su He laughed loudly, and waved a handful of spiritual stones with his paw, falling into Xia Dali's arms. Correction fee. Xia Dali's expression suddenly became extremely bright, and he looked at Su He. Brother-in-law, if you want to reward me, can you let me take those Ming King demon statues back with you? Feng Yiju died, and the 8 demon statues of the Ming dynasty naturally fell into Su He's hands. Xia Dali looked confused, not knowing whether the Qingyuan sect had improved or fallen behind. It is clear that Dongyun is monopolized. But a lot of bad things have happened. Putting the Wuxiang sword sect aside for now, he has plenty of means to conquer them. But the two realms of war are right there. But they have to be guarded against. But Qingyuan is not in the heaven-stepping realm at the moment. After Feng Yiju's death, Su Huanyan and Su Heqiao moved outside. The war between the two realms seemed like a dark cloud hanging over Qingyuan's head. And at some point a thunderbolt fell. Su Huanyan did not speak. Su He was silent for a moment and shook his head. That thing is not good. The souls of Guhong and others are transformed into the demon statue of the Ming dynasty. If possible, I will find a way to take out their souls. But guarding the two realms of war, if you get smashed a few more times, you won't have a chance again. Feng Yiju does not matter whether it is good or bad. Guhong and Yu were sincere. When they found out that they had swallowed the source of Yaya, they cut out the source without hesitation. Su He didn't hate the guy who fought with Su He on his head. If given the chance, I would like to save him. Su He thought for a while, spit out a mountain god seal, condensed it into the size of a fist, and handed it to Xia Dali with a shining golden light. Take this seal. Go to Zuanshanmen to find Master Xiantian, and negotiate to allow Zuanshanmen to step into the sky and enter the battlefield. Qingyuan can only guard the demon transformation battle area. If virtue is not matched, it will suffer chaos, and Qingyuan will not be able to guard the Tian battlefield. In fact, even Su He himself was not qualified. Ta Tian of the Fengwang world is not easy to deal with. There is really a being of the 4th, 5th and 6th level of Tantian entering the Tantian battlefield. Su He is helpless. Such an existence cannot be resisted by just 8 demon statues of the Ming King. Since you can't hold it, you might as well hand it over. Seeing Xia Dali's hesitation, Su He said with a smile, Don't worry. Yin Yuan is old and cunning. He will not allow them to mess around. If he is sent to guard the Taotian battlefield, he will only guard the battlefield and will not cause any trouble. In the eyes of Zuanshanmen, Dongyan Mountain does not belong to Qingyuan, but to Su He. Since Xia Dali holds the Su He Mountain Divine Seal to ask for help, he is guarding the sky trading battlefield for Su He, and he will not mess around. Xia Dali nodded. Okay. He took the Mountain God Seal and put it in his arms. As soon as he took possession of the Mountain God Seal, it hit him like a giant drop and crashed to the ground. Xia Dali pouted and looked up at Su He confusedly. Junior brother, are you trying to intimidate me? Forgot to eliminate the various effects of the Mountain God Seal. Su He apologized, and with a thought, the suppression and collision effects of the Mountain God Seal were retracted. This was a dice with only the mark of his breath. Yaya got out of Su He's arms, looked at Xia Dali and laughed. Uncle Xia, do you want mine? I also have the Mountain God Seal. She transformed into the shape of a dragon and a turtle, opened her mouth and spurted out a small Mountain God Seal as big as a mung bean. It shot out in front of Xia Dali with a pop, shooting through the earth to an unknown destination. Her Mountain God Seal has not yet taken shape. Xia Dali. Dot! He also said it was not a show of force. Even Xiao Yaya will threaten him. If this blow suddenly hit the center of the eyebrow, he really didn't have the confidence to dodge it perfectly. Xia Dali shook his head and looked at Su Huanyan. Uncle Qiao said that senior sister is recruiting disciples on behalf of the master to recruit junior sister Qing Shi. I have another thing to do here. The Qing Yuan ceremony has been delayed for 2 or 3 years, but it should be held. Okay. We are about to open a mountain to recruit disciples during the grand ceremony. Do you want junior sister Qing Shi to go back to become a disciple? Even if it's just a memorial tablet, there should always be a ceremony. In fact, the Qingyuan ceremony should have been held as early as the 2nd year of Su He's apprenticeship. But at that time Feng Yiju had just been beaten by Su Huanyan, and the 2 of them were guarding Qingyuan, and the other were guarding the small world. There is no chance to hold a grand ceremony. Su Huanyan agreed. Beijian sent me a letter before the ceremony, and I will take my junior sister back. Okay, Xia Dali said with joy on his face. It's settled over there. With Su Huanyan and Su He here, the Qingyuan sect will have 2 more reassurances. Xia Dali offered his hand. Senior sister, junior brother, I won't stop here anymore. The battlefields of the 2 realms have already overwhelmed Qingyuan, and I can't breathe. I will go to Zuanshanmen now. I won't delay the 2 newlyweds. Wait. When I come back, everything in Qingyuan is stable before I can bother senior sister. As he spoke, he took out a Qianquan brocade bag from his arms and brought it up. If you come to ask for the demon statue of Ming Dynasty, how could you not prepare a gift? Su Huanyan shook his head. I can probably guess Qing Yuan's situation. Just leave the things in the door. She and Su He now have almost a lot of money. Retrieved a treasure house from the past life. But it hasn't moved at all. The treasure said by Qing Lei are still eating ashes at the Toad's place. Only in Chanyu Mansion. There is no place to spend money. Then, Xia Dolly took back the Qingquan bag with a wry smile. Then junior brother is being stingy. We really need these things more now. He is a bachelor. He smiled and touched Yaya's head. Took out another small bag and gave it to Yaya. This time Su Huanyan did not refuse. Yaya smiled. Uncle Xia wants to leave. Xia Dolly nodded. And she immediately turned to Su He. Dad, as you promised, my realm has been strengthened. And my mother's injury as well. Let's go out and play. Let's go together. Su He looked at Su Huanyan, who nodded slightly. Yaya cheered. Xia Dolly shook his head and touched Yaya's head. Uncle Xia won't go with you anymore. Uncle Xia still has many things to do. He squatted down and scraped Yaya's nose. Uncle Xia raised another child. There are so many animal pets. I'll give Yaya a beautiful one later. Xia Dolly was not stupid. He was traveling as a family of 3. So why did he go with him? Chapter 252 Empress? It's a rare sunny day, with a bright moon in the sky. A few white clouds flew with the wind. A flying boat flew slowly under the bright moon. On the flying boat, Su Huanyan stood leaning on the side of the boat. His light blue clothes looked like they were woven by a stream in the moonlight. Looking at the floating clouds outside the flying boat, it looks like a quiet fairy, with an elegant and cold temperament that makes people feel ashamed and dare not approach. However, a pair of evil eyes were not affected, and instead fell on her more and more wantonly. Su He lay on the deck and looked at Su Huanyan. The wind blew by, and she pressed her clothes tightly to the fairy's body, perfectly contouring her proud figure. Yaya was running back and forth on the deck. There was no one in Chanyu Mansion who could even fight. The child was going crazy. The speed of the flying boat is not very fast. Going out for fun is not a rush. There is no need to rush. Yaya got tired of running. So she came back, quietly leaned on the rudder, pressed her little hand upward, and the airship suddenly accelerated and shot straight into the sky. Yaya screamed and hurriedly turned the rudder down. The flying boat fell down, roaring through the sky and crashing into a low mountain. The lights on the short mountain were brightly lit, illuminating the entire mountain top. And a long dragon of torches was winding up from the foot of the mountain. There is a cottage on the mountain. The smell of meat is filled with the wind. And the smell of alcohol is everywhere. In the center are half a box of ingots, and 3 to 5 boxes of copper coins. A group of bandits are sharing the money and eating meat. Getting very drunk. I heard shouting from above. Yeah! People down there! Run! I can't fly a flying boat! The Mountain King is a young man of 22 or 3 years old, with a temperament unlike ordinary people. Sitting on the tiger skin chair. He did not eat meat like a bandit, and looked at the gold and silver and laughed. Just holding the wine bottle and drinking alone. Hearing the shouting, he looked up. I saw a 2 or 3-year-old girl controlling a flying boat, heading straight towards the mountain village. Suddenly shocked, he jumped up, and a flywheel behind him rose into the air to block the flying boat. The flywheel hit the flying boat and shattered into fragments with a crack. Sui's flying boat had no defense. Compared to the divine beasts and the heaven-stepping realm, an attack like this from the mortal realm requires no defense at all. Just a head-on collision. Yeah! Yeah! It's hit! It's hit! Yaya yelled, trying her best to break the rudder with her little hands, and finally stopped the flying boat 10 feet away from the top of the mountain. The strong wind from the flying boat hit the hill, and a group of mortal bandits were immediately pressed to the ground. The pots and pans were shattered on the ground. The bonfire was extinguished in an instant. The moment the flying boat stopped, it exploded again. Burn. Even the Mountain King himself could barely stand, and his flesh and skin were blown downwards. Squeak! The flying boat corrected itself. Instead of charging down vertically, it turned sideways and stopped steadily. Yeah! Yaya patted her violently beating heart, looked back at the empty flying boat, and cast a hateful glance at the clouds. Bad dad. The moment she touched the rudder, her father picked up her mother, jumped out of the boat, and stopped among the clouds. Dad really approached her because of her mother. Right? Yaya carefully got off the flying boat and looked at the bandits everywhere with an apologetic look. The Mountain King looked at the flying boat in astonishment. He had never seen such a huge and gorgeous flying boat in his life. What's even more strange is that the person controlling the flying boat is only a 2 or 3-year-old girl. A man who looked like a dog-headed military advisor stumbled towards the king, biting the king's ear, and whispered urgently, "Senior brother! Senior brother! Just a little brat. He must have stolen the family's flying boat. Or even stolen someone else's flying boat. He opened one hand and clenched it into a fist. The Mountain King's expression suddenly changed, and he slapped the dog-headed military counselor on the ground. "Are you crazy? Is it an ordinary family that has such a flying boat? Are you tired of living like a charming girl?" The dog-headed military advisor hit the ground and raised his head in shock. "Brother, what are you thinking? My brain has not been swallowed by the bat beast. I mean, let's get her to join us. With such a backer, why don't you get wind and rain?" The headmaster took a breath, but shook his head. "Such existence is just a small ancestor. We can't afford it. We have to go left. And she wants to go right. What should we do?" Moreover, such people cannot handle the slightest turbulence of their little fish and shrimps. It seems that they should hide from such existence. No matter if it's good or bad. Don't get close. This is the survival of bandits. But I heard the military advisor chuckle. "Senior brother, she is just a little brat. As long as she is coaxed back. Will she be round or flat?" "How can they not coax a child?" "Human Yazzie?" a milkshake voice asked in their ears. "Of course not." The military advisor waved his hand. "How could they do such a shameless thing?" "Ah, but he has bad intentions." Naimeng's voice was a bit hazy. The two of them were startled, and suddenly turned around to see a small fist, magnified infinitely in their eyes, suddenly hitting them in front of them. With a bang, the air shattered. The two of them felt a wave of air hit them, like a huge mountain crashing in. The two of them flew out at the same time, breaking the big banner of "Practice for Heaven" in the courtyard. "Make you round. Let you bien," a small voice screamed, and the two bandits were smashed into the ground, and then popped out and crashed into the woods. They wanted to run, but they saw the little girl punching the air, and the surrounding air sucked them back instantly like a convulsion. "Grandma! Grandma! Spare your life!" the two of them screamed. This is not someone's little girl. This is an old goblin who transforms into a milk baby, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. "Auntie, let's just say it. Our Yuanshan village is a righteous village. We are not bad people. You see, we only robbed a few boxes of copper coins and half a box of silver in a year. It's not even enough for us to eat. We brothers still have to pay. Otherwise, who would still be in a state of mind advanced already? Are you good people?" Yaya blinked and glanced at the corner of her mouth. "But I'm not a good person." As the barbarian king said, "You cannot be a good person if you are a king. It may not be bad, but it must not be good." The two bandits were immediately stunned. When Su He and Su Huanyan landed on the top of the mountain, they saw a group of bandits with their hands cut behind their backs and tied to the top of the mountain. The two monks at the head were hung on the flagpole by a bolt of lightning. Every time they moved, they would be shocked with electric shocks. Tremble. "Dad! Mother!" Yaya ran towards the two of them, then stopped suddenly, jabbing her two index fingers at each other, glancing at Su Huanyan secretly, for fear of being blamed by her mother. After waiting for a long time, Su Huanyan didn't see him scolding him, so he quietly looked up. "But I saw that my mother had already stepped onto the flying boat." Yaya blinked and followed carefully. Passing by Su He, her little feet stepped on Su He's paw. "Bad daddy," she snorted. Su He laughed and glanced at the bandits, who were tied up all over the mountain. There was a bloody aura, but it was not strong. "We've already robbed homes and houses, but we probably haven't had time to kill people and set fires. Yaya's lightning is not strong and will dissipate in 3 hours at most. Then hang it. Su He is a mythical beast. It's not that the judge can't tell right from wrong." He boarded the boat and took off, flying towards the east. On the deck, Su Huanyan's small ruler, which he didn't know where, hit the palm of Yaya's hand with a snap, and his voice was cold. "If your father hadn't stopped the flying boat today, the flying boat would have crashed into the stronghold, and everyone in the stronghold would have died because of you. Can their sin lead to death?" Monks can stay away from mortals, but they cannot despise life. Otherwise, anyone who comes out of the demon transformation realm can slaughter the country, exterminate the species, and practice evil arts. Is the human world still the human world? The ruler fell down with a clatter. Su He raised his head and looked at Bai Yun without listening. "The little guy is a little too arrogant. and even dares to snatch the flying boat. So he must be beaten when he needs to be beaten. After a while, a small red dumpling landed next to Suhi. The atmosphere is not high when holding the knees. I don't know if it's because of the slap in the face, but I still know that I was wrong. Su Huanyan beat him hard. But when the red sun rose and a big city appeared in front of her eyes, the little girl had completely recovered. She lay on the side of the ship and pointed at the big city and screamed. The flying boat landed, and the three of them entered the city. Today is a family outing. There are no monks in this city. There are people walking with swords in the sky, and strange beasts are walking around on the ground. This is a city I specifically inquired about from Xia Dali. It looks like the city is actually an interesting sect. The government offices, prisons, and police officers in the city are all brothers from the same sect. The leader is the city lord. The monks and mortals live together in a wonderful place. Suhi calmed down his momentum and followed the others into the city. As soon as you enter the city, there are constant shouts. And there are endless activities such as candy making, calligraphy and painting, juggling, and water selling. Yaya jumped around in the crowd. And after a while, she stopped in front of a puppet stall. Dad? Mother? Here! It was a stall set up by a monk. The dolls on the stall had no real appearance. And even the height, fatness and thinness were constantly changing. A child was shouting and introducing. Seniors! Neighbors! This is a storyteller puppet specially made by my master. It is not a puppet telling stories to you. You are asked to tell stories to them. After a story is told, the puppets will automatically act as characters in the story, can interpret the story wonderfully. There were children demonstrating next to them, telling a set of brand new dolls a legend about a turtle making waves in the sea. Sure enough, some dolls turned into turtles, and one stage turned into an ocean. Fighting, flirting, extremely realistic. Everyone, this thing can be used by both monks and mortals. Tell a story, and you can interpret it. It is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle and lower. The highest grade is so lifelike that it seems real. This man can also do business, and he can buy low-grade dolls with gold and silver. The middle to higher level requires the spiritual stone Yuan Jing. Business is great. There was a scholar who pulled his money to buy a set. And there was also a young lady who covered her face with a gauze scarf and bought the best one. While buying, she let everyone hear her doubts in a very low voice. If you explain the sword manual to it, I don't know what the little doll will do. Can you practice sword training for me? Well, you can give it a try. Maybe you can help me improve my sword skills. Yes. You can practice sword practice. A group of people immediately thought of all kinds of lofty reasons. After listening to the story, this puppet transformed into a human form, which is extremely lifelike and has a lot of potential. Yaya swept away all the high-quality dolls in the stall. Not only did the 2 children's eyes widen, but even the master who was carving under the frame looked up. Even the curtain on the ox cart was opened, and inside was a half-crazy old man, laughing. The sculpting monk lowered the door curtain and said to the inside, Master, sleep well and buy you a candy man later. When Suhi came over to pay, he saw that a doll in Yaya's hand had been shaped, transforming into a big man with animal skin around his waist, bronze body, and muscular muscles. The big man with the golden sword sat on Yaya's hand, holding a giant axe in both hands. He slightly raised his eyes and looked at Suhi. Wenad Dragon Turtle, I am the master of the 100,000 mountains, and I will accept you as my mount today. Do you have any objection? Yo, little barbarian king. Yaya laughed loudly, put the puppet on her shoulders, and ran forward. The doll kept shouting words such as ignorance and mount. That made people want to crush it. Do you want a ruler? Su Huanyan walked beside Suhi and asked with a chuckle. Suhi snorted. A small doll needs a ruler? I can crush it into its slag with just one breath. Su Huanyan smiled lightly. Is it the doll that deserves to be beaten? Yaya ran wildly in front. Suhi and Su Huanyan followed behind. Suhi raised his head and looked around. What are you looking for? Su Huanyan asked. Bad review. There is no one selling candied haws in such a big market. Su Huanyan was funny. How could there be anyone selling candied haws in this season? As if he thought of something, a smile flashed across Su Huanyan's eyes, and he whispered, Turtles don't eat hawthorns. Eat it. Suhi turned around. Their eyes collided, and they chuckled at the same time. It turns out you haven't forgotten this scene. Suhi never forgot the illusion of Xianqing Temple. buying candied haws and making clay figurines. But Su Huanyan also remembered it. They looked at each other and smiled, and at the same time turned around to look for Yaya running around. In the government office, the city lord put down his teacup and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A monk next to him asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, it is indeed the legendary dragon turtle. Are we in Taiyu City going to line up to welcome him?" Taiyu City is different from ordinary sections. It opens gates in all directions, conducts business in all directions, and is well informed. Perhaps Taoism is not comparable to others, but when it comes to knowledge, ordinary sects can't even catch up. The geniuses of the top 10 immortal sects, the rogue cultivators, and the information about the mythical beasts from all over the world, as long as it is related to the survival of the sect, they will not be ignored. A dragon turtle came into the city openly. How could they not know? The city lord let out a long breath and shook his head. This person is obviously traveling with his family. Why are we showing up to disturb people's purity? The little girl was kissing her as she screamed "Daddy" every time. Moreover, the dragon turtle's aura calmed down, but the little girl did not. That was clearly a humanoid dragon turtle. The dragon turtle bloodline may not be extremely strong. This is a big secret that no one else knows. Show up and tell Dragon Turtle that we have your secret. Looking for death. I won't show up. But let the disciples be very careful. Those street gangsters, local gangsters, and little scoundrels should just stay at home. If one of them dares to come out, he will be crushed to ashes afterwards. The junior brother beside him nodded, cupped his hands and said, Yes, senior brother. Turn around and take the order to leave. Big, big, big. Dad is not blue. He wants pure black. Yaya's voice came from a stall. Suhi looked around and saw a small dragon turtle, screaming and arguing with the stall owner. The boss swallowed and nodded. Terrible. He was obviously a little kid, but because he couldn't describe a turtle clearly, he transformed into a little turtle in front of him. Is this a demon? If the breath of a human body or an animal body is the same, it is not an animal transformation chapter. A demon that can transform into a human being is at least in the demon transformation realm. And looking at the true form of this little turtle, it actually has the head of a dragon, and it is flashing with electric light. It must not be an ordinary monster. Is the father in her mouth the legendary demon of the heaven-stepping realm? The monk's carving knife flew, and in a moment, a dragon turtle was carved into shape. According to Yaya's description, it was not a black and blue turtle with electric light, but a black jade-shaped divine turtle with a mighty snake on its back. An all-powerful fairy is carved on the back of the turtle. Next to the fairy, a little turtle is kicking and kicking with its legs in the air. A family of 3. The monk was clever. He couldn't imagine how to carve the most beautiful fairy in the world from the description of the turtle demon fellow. I can only look at the little Taoist turtle demon and imagine what he will look like when he grows up. Sure enough, the country is captivated. Yaya looked at the clay sculpture and was satisfied. Burn quickly! Burn quickly! She appeared in human form and urged. The monk twirled his fingers, opened his mouth and spurted out a stream of flames, falling on the clay sculpture. In a moment, the clay sculpture transformed from a clay embryo into an object that looked like porcelain and jade. Su Huanyan supported Suhi, looked at Suhi and chuckled. Sure enough. Is it already determined? You see, Yaya's unintentional actions are the same as those of the dragon turtle in the fantasy world. One side was smiling, and on the other side Yaya had already taken out a yuan jing from her purse to pay the bill, and couldn't wait to run towards the two of them holding the statue. The stall owner let out a long sigh of relief. As expected, the senior, who looked like a child, was not afraid of the burning heat of the porcelain sculpture. This was not burned by mortal fire. It was the real fire condensed by him. Looking forward along the path of the child's predecessor, he saw a huge divine turtle and a woman who looked like an immortal next to him. It turns out that there really is such a fairy in this world. And the little girl never lied. Yaya jumped on Sui's back, kicked her feet, and showed off the porcelain sculpture to her mother. Su Huanyan listened quietly. Bypassing the market, there is a horse farm on the street. Horse racing, kuju, and dragon boats on the river. After playing everything, it was already dark. The stalls were put away one after another. Yaya stepped onto the flying boat with satisfaction and followed the two of them back to Changyu Mansion. Passing by the previous cottage, most of the torches in the cottage were extinguished, and the loud shouts of people drinking and eating meat were gone. Only the firelight was still shining in the gathering hall, but it looked extremely desolate. Curious, Yaya asked Suhi to stop the flying boat and land on it. From a distance, you can see that there are only a few people in the hall, and a few pots of charcoal fire are lit, and it is dim. Yaya kicked the door open, and the headmaster came over with a fierce look on his face. He saw the girl by standing at the door with her arms akimbo. Suddenly he lost all his courage and collapsed with a thump. Little ancestor, it's not the shackles I broke free from. It was the thunder and lightning itself that didn't have it. Please give me a way to survive. We are all common people at the bottom of the mountain who can't survive. We have to fall into the grass as a last resort. As bandits, we have an old mother who is seriously ill in the bed, and a young son below who is suffering from pain. Even so, we robbed homes and houses without even killing a single commoner. In a few words, the bandit started talking about his mother, and went on to talk about losing his father, losing his wife, and hurting his son. It seems that there is no such miserable person in the world. Yaya raised her head and asked outside the house, Dad, such a pitiful man. How about beating him to death? If he is beaten to death, he wouldn't have to live in such a miserable life. The bandit was stunned. Suhi on the flying boat chuckled. This bandit treated Yaya as an ordinary 2 or 3-year-old child. With his little mental strength, Yaya knew what he was going to say before he even opened his mouth. As soon as a word comes out of her mouth, Yaya can tell the difference between true and false. But this little guy came all the way to the cottage. He's tired of playing the game of conquering alien beasts. He wants to conquer the cottage. Do he really want to conquer the world and become the emperor of the world? Empress? Chapter 253. Do you remember? Come on the moon and leave after the moon. Sparse stars hang in the sky for 9 days, shining brightly. The flying boat passed through the clouds. The moon and stars were sparse above the head, and the bamboo sponges were spreading below. The new autumn rain washed away the plum blossoms, and the bamboo forest seemed to be growing new and green. It's just that the autumn bamboos lack the vitality of spring, but they look more and more tall. Sitting on the deck, Yaya's golden sword horse looks like a young empress who has just ascended the throne. Having just been worshipped by bandits, it is inevitable that I will fall into the trap. The bandits were convinced. There was no need for Suhi and Su Huanyan to show up. There were only 3 monks in the entire village. 1 taking the 4th step of transformation, and 2 taking the 3rd step of transformation. Yaya could pierce the entire mountain with 1 finger. The scene of more than 200 bandits shouting about the boss is beyond the comparison of the same number of thunder monkeys beating their chests and roaring wildly. This is people. The name of Yuanshan village is invalidated. Yaya feels that she conflicts with the word ape. She transformed into an animal 3 times, became an ape 3 times, and was killed 3 times. Now when she hears the word ape, her heart trembles. But the new name of the village has not been thought of yet. At this moment, the leader, who is sitting in a tense position, can be heard muttering to himself in a low voice. Two village? He village? Huanyan village. It sounds so unpleasant. I don't want it. She racked her brains, but had no clue. Naming this kind of thing was a bit difficult for this little fist. After a long time, Yaya's face was full of pain, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, Qinglong village. Hee hee. And Xian's village name belongs to us. This is Bai Ling's small world. Meng Xian revealed the name of the cottage to be built in the future when discussing life with her. Meng Xian's mother is a green dragon, and she is so powerful and domineering in her name. But now the name belongs to us. When you see Aunt Qinglong next time, show her your copycat village. Yaya jumped off the boat with satisfaction, looked out of the boat, and suddenly pointed at the forest sea below. Big cat! Big bear! Below, a panda was competing with a piece of bamboo. He was very angry and bent the bamboo with a slap. The bamboo bounced back and gave it a hard slap. Suddenly the panda held its head and rolled on the ground, making a barking sound of awe. On the bamboo next to it, another panda was startled by the cry and fell down from the 5 to 6 foot old bamboo. Its body was bouncing and squirming like fat jelly. Yaya patted the side of the boat and laughed. This thing is so stupid. You don't need to be hunted. You can kill yourself. Suhi looked at her. How could a child be so happy? Suhi said quietly. Don't underestimate it. This is the iron-eating beast. Your barbarian king rides on it to fight. Yaya, who was laughing, suddenly froze, turned her head 1 frame at a time, and looked at Suhi in disbelief. She heard the most shocking news in the world. The barbarian king puppet on her shoulder was stunned and even dropped the axe in her hand. as if she couldn't believe it. Then the puppet got into Yaya's purse with a look of horror on its face, and pulled out a transforming puppet sculpture. The puppet was chubby and transforming into a panda. The barbarian king grabbed its hind legs and slammed it onto the deck, preventing it from shaping. But it was too late. In just a moment, a round iron-eating beast as big as a palm condensed and took shape, with its head thrust under the barbarian king's crotch. It threw off its 4 legs and sprinted unscrupulously on the deck. The barbarian king suddenly looked helpless, especially the panda running back and forth, its fur like needles digging into the animal's skin skirt. And the loss of life suddenly turned into despair. Su Huanyan's face was startled. He moved his green jade finger to Yaya's purse silently, and an undetectable ray of light shot out. The ray of light separated and fell on the barbarian king and the iron-eating beast. The man-king's face looked much better, and he looked back at Su Huanyan with a grateful face. This little thing's intelligence is extraordinary. The monk selling puppets has some tricks up his sleeve. Yaya was stunned for a long time, then suddenly turned around, stuck out her tongue and made a face at Suhi. Bad dad. The barbarian king's iron-eating beast must not be such a stupid bear. Even if it's not a divine beast, it should be a top-notch exotic beast. Just like the grass turtle and the dragon turtle. They are both turtles, but they are not the same. Teasing the children again! Yaya slapped Suhi's turtle SHL and jumped to catch the barbarian king. The little iron-eating beast ran stupidly but very fast. It was full of momentum. It was clearly as big as a palm, but it ran with a momentum that shook the earth. Laugh happily and have fun. When the flying boat sailed into Changyu Mansion, Yaya had had enough trouble and fell asleep next to Suhi. The barbarian king puppet struggled out of her arms and was hacking at Suhi's turtle SHL with a small axe, his eyes full of curiosity. I have probably never seen such a giant turtle standing tall in the sky and on the ground. An axe struck the turtle's SHL. The foreign minister automatically counterattacked, and a sword energy passed by. The barbarian king's unbridled hair turned into sawdust and fell to the ground, and his shiny head shone in the moonlight. The barbarian king was stunned. He rubbed his head and groped around, trying to figure out how to get the sword energy out of the black jade turtle SHL. Su Huanyan smiled, leaning on Suhi, looking at the bright moon. Her cold face revealed a smile. In this way, a family of 3 took advantage of the moon to play and returned after stepping on the moon. When he came back, his husband would tease his daughter annoyingly. This scene made her intoxicated. It seems that I have been looking forward to this scene for a long time. From the past life to this life and the next life. Changyu Mansion has arrived. The flying boat landed, and a curve of water picked up Yaya, who turned into a dragon turtle and landed on Suhi's back. Suhi's steps were steady, and the little turtle couldn't feel any bumps on his back. Su Huanyan collected the flying boat and moved lightly to keep up with Suhi. At his feet, the barbarian king rode an iron-eating beast, wielding his giant axe to split the dead grass blocking the road, gritting his teeth and chasing after him. The panda ran too fast and tripped on the withered grass, causing the barbarian king to fall into a gourd on the ground. The barbarian king jumped up, picked up the axe, grabbed the fur of the panda's neck, put it on his shoulders, and ran towards the gate tower with great strides. He held Su Huanyan's heels and rushed towards the gate tower. However, he hit the barrier of the gate tower with a thud, bounced back and fell to the gate tower, on the ground. Turning over, he watched helplessly as the dragon turtle and the fairy stepped into the barrier and disappeared. The little puppet looked confused. And me? In the blink of an eye, he saw a huge creature coming from the gatehouse, uprooting the mountain and knocking down the trees. With a flick of his tongue, he and the little iron-eating beast were rolled up and jumped back to Changyu Mansion, covered with a toad. He tried his best to wipe the saliva off his body, followed the toad inward, and saw the dragon turtle carrying the fairy and his master straight into an endless lake, sinking into the water and disappearing. The barbarian king and the iron-eating beast hesitated. They were puppets. How could they enter the water? Even if it enters the water, it won't sink to the bottom. The moonlight is beautiful. Send Yaya back to the house. Suhi and Su Huanyan went to the Star Observatory again. This underwater palace still has a garden style. There is a star observatory in the northwest of the water palace. There are no mountains and rivers everywhere, and even the water plants have been specially treated. It is convenient for Suhi to observe the stars and gain enlightenment. The two worked together skillfully. Suhi silently recited morality, and Su Huanyan's soul left his body, pulling his consciousness straight up to the stars. In Suhi's eyes, the Xuanwu stars at this moment were no longer a constellation of stars that was both impressive and unapproachable. The stars in the sky seemed to come to life, turning into 4 holy beasts across the sky. The green dragon in the east is circling. The white tiger in the west is roaring and hunting. The red bird in the south is hunched and fluttering its wings. The basalt in the north. The basalt in the north is alive. The other 3 sacred beasts are just like images. Only the northern Xuanwu, a turtle and a snake, are entwined and circling, riding waves and controlling water in the sky. Suddenly, a roar shook the entire starry sky. Suhi comprehended the stars and recited morals every day. After 100 days, the stars in the 4 directions gradually changed like this in his eyes. I asked Su Wanyan. In Su Wanyan's eyes, the stars in all directions are still just stars. It is he who changes, not the stars. It's a pity that these horoscopes are still illusory and ethereal. Suhi guessed that if he could persevere and solidify the horoscopes, there might be fundamental changes? After a night of stargazing, dawn has just ended. The effect of comprehending the stars during the day is much weaker. So it is more cost-effective to consolidate the inner world and condense the true energy. After eating the meal sent by the shark, Su Huanyan stood up with his sword and landed on the top of a mountain. It was covered with snow all year round, and there were no animals or birds, which was perfect for sword practice. A season has passed. Su Huanyan's injuries have recovered. He has fought to the death, and he understands the Tao Te Ching every day. In the past few days, Su Huanyan's practice has been unstoppable, and his realm has been advancing rapidly. She never wanted to break through the 3rd step to the sky, but in the 2nd step to the sky, stepping into the realm of star destiny, you go farther and farther. It far exceeds the limit of the ordinary 2nd step to the sky, but her own limit seems to be still far away. Suhi felt that he should. After all, he was an immortal in his previous life. To embark on the path again in this life, naturally every step should be taken to the extreme. Feeling Su Huanyan's sword energy floating on the top of the mountain, Suhi slowly closed his eyes. In the inner world, small 64 hexagrams surround Mount Tai, moving swiftly like a dragon, then scattering like hexagrams all over the sky. Like a hurricane, there are stars all over the head, dragging their tails across the sky. They are not real stars. In Suhi's inner world, except for the sun and moon, other stars are like illusions. The real stars have not yet begun to condense. In fact, most of the mythical beasts have only the sun and the moon in the inner world. Only geniuses with extraordinary talents, who can drag all the mountains and rivers on the world pearl into the inner world, have the opportunity to gather other stars. The stars swaying in Suhi's sky at this moment are source stones. It is the source stone obtained from Baifeng and Tengxi. They are all the purest source stones with their own attributes removed. Not only the sky, but origin stones are scattered everywhere in the inner world. Mountains, rivers, oceans, abyss. There are many ways to refine the source stone. You can absorb it like a spiritual stone and then enter the inner world. You can also arrange a large array of source stone in the inner world and concentrate on refining and absorbing it. Suhi chose the most primitive method, releasing it at will and letting the inner world absorb it automatically. It is barbaric and primitive, and the consumption is countless times greater, but the effect is extremely good. This is the only improvement that can approach no dead ends and no weaknesses. Suhi does not lack the origin of the world. There is still a lot stored in the Honghua, and he has said Lo to Uncle Lei. As long as a few other clan uncles break out of their LS and consolidate their realm, I'll definitely take him with me when I'm looking for someone to fight with. The source stone that is snatched back is the good source stone. Of course, we should increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Suhi also had a plan. It was time to open up a territory in the chaos, set up a large formation, and condense the source stone non-stop. A flash of consciousness sinks into the small 64 hexagram, causing the hexagram image to leave Mount Tai, like a long dragon surrounding the entire world. This is a cultivation method that Suhi discovered that is unique to him. The circulation of the 64 hexagrams can speed up the efficiency and quality of the source stone absorbed by the inner world. Guided by consciousness, practice falls into a dissociated and hazy state. It's like the dreams of the past, but a little more wonderful. If there is not. It seems to exist, but not to exist. Suhi's conscious body within Qianjian woke up. His island has completely changed its appearance. Next to it is a tank battle site, and a group of spirit beasts are having fun. Toad has stopped gambling. It is working hard to run its own game. It has opened a Super Mario-like venue on the island. The various levels attracted several people to pass through, including Ming Xian. Frogs are also grabbing business. The purpose of advancing to the Soul Beast level has always been clear, which is to open up one's own mysterious world towards the 9th level. You can feel the different rules of the mysterious world here. Why not? It's just that generally Soul Beasts realize together with their masters, and set up games and secret realms together. Unlike a toad who has his own unique ideas. Suhi smiled and shouted in the public area. Suhi, Senior Neming, how is Qianqianzi? Are you awake? Suhahao is still very interested in Qianqianzi, especially this time when it involves the soul. If the soul is not careful, it can be a matter of life and death. After a while, Master Nanming replied. Master Nanming, not yet, but Qianqianzi's spirit should be safe and sound, or it's not known if there is a chance to stay outside. He is currently in Qianqianzi cave, and with the help of Qianqianzi's protective golden lotus, he can slightly sense the state of his soul, which should be perfect. Suhi felt at ease, as long as his soul was intact. No matter where he was trapped, he would always return. Master Nanming, little friend Suhi, if it's suitable, you might as well build a soul summoning altar at the place where Qianqianzi fell, and try to summon the soul of Qianqianzi. Even if you can't recall it, you can also try to contact Qianqianzi. Even if Qianqianzi is fine, she is probably trapped somewhere. Otherwise she would not even be able to enter the Xian realm. Suhi, no problem. But, Senior Nanming, how do you build a soul summoning altar? How do you summon souls? This involves his knowledge blind spot. After Suhi finished speaking, the entire Qianjiang River fell silent. The chat area was all speechless. Zhan Xiao. Dot. Taoist Shinshin. Dot. Fairy Julan. Dot. All ellipses. Junlan Maiden. Incredible. Expression and exaggerated. I'm afraid this is not a fake dragon turtle. The existence of the dragon-like turtle has a profound heritage, and has been passed down for a long time. It can't even arrange a soul-calling altar. Everyone in Qianjiang is talented. Junlan and Fairy Junlan are actually the same person. Just sometimes female, and sometimes male. When he appears as a man, he is given the name Junlan. When he appears as a woman, he is called Junlan. Male and female bodies seem to have different thoughts. Junlan and Fairy Junlan have never met each other. They have never seen each other. But they know that each other exists. Suhi. Dot. He also said in ellipsis. Seniors, I, Long Gui-He, have spent 7 years breaking out of my SHL and 5 years of practicing Taoism. Isn't it a given that a turtle who has been practicing for 5 years can't summon souls at the altar? There was another silence in Qianjiang and I. Suddenly he was stabbed in the heart. And after 5 years of practice, he could kill someone at the 3rd level of heaven. Let others live. Until Ming Xian broke the silence. Yes, at the age of 7, I have 2 stunning wives as wives and a biological daughter. I think this is even greater than the dragon turtle who attained enlightenment in 1 year. Everyone in Qianjiang floated up from their own island, looking shocked and looking like they had a big melon to eat. Everyone who has a daughter knows that although she is a biological daughter, it is an accident and understandable. Suhi had called for help in Qianjiang when he rescued Yaya. But when she was sealed in the dust cover, Toad hurriedly called for help from Shinshin and others. There were some things that couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to. And besides, Suhi didn't hide them either, and didn't stop Toad from telling them in Qianjiang. Everyone in Qianjiang knew that Suhi had a daughter who turned into a little dragon turtle. Now that I have a daughter, the fairy who conquered the country has also fallen. It is not unusual for mythical beasts to fall in love with people. The master of Qianjiang, Princess Yunming's, has a father who is just a mortal scholar, but a mother who is a green dragon from the dragon tribe. Is there a bigger gap than this? Besides this fairy, who is there? Being the wife of a dragon and turtle is a blessing that comes from 10 lifetimes of cultivation. Suhi. Dot. Ming Xian. What? You dare to do it but don't admit it? Don't let me spit on you. Little aunt. Father. At this little uncle's call, the entire Qianjiang River fell into deathly silence. Suhi has 1 head and 2 heads. That which Ji Feishua. Do you tell anyone about anything? Aren't they the only ones who know about this? Even Zuanshim and Qingsong and Yunming Dragon King probably only thought that he would be punished by Ji Feishua. So they exposed the matter. Ming Xian knew everything. No wonder Ming Xian didn't greet him immediately when he came in today. Was it because she couldn't stand him? I was so unjust. Qianjiang had been silent so many times today. especially this time that he fell completely into deathly silence. The consciousness bodies floating on their respective islands seemed to be down one after another. On the island of Fairy Junlon on the left, the Fairy and Jinjuan were switching quickly. Both of them were shocked by the news and dared not accept it. If the switching speed were faster, maybe the two of them would have met for the first time in thousands of years. After being suffocated for a long time, Akiji Doji was the first to ask, "How many aunts does Princess Jin Qian have?" Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere relaxed slightly. Yes, Ming Qian's father is the Dragon King Yuming. There were countless princesses in the previous generation. But aren't there 6 or 7 in this generation? Everyone just breathed a sigh of relief, and before they could say anything, they saw a white dragon rising from the central island, circling around the island, and then turning into Ji Feishue. She looked around and found a figure floating on every island, neatly looking at her. Why is today's welcome ceremony so huge? It wasn't text generated by the bubbles above his head, but it was spoken as a voice. In Ji Feishue's Xinjiang. Ji Feishue is the only one who can speak. Everyone was chatting via text, but she was the only one making voice calls, which was very rude. Ji Feishue looked at everyone. Her eyes fell on Suhi, and she smiled sweetly. My husband is here too? Boom. Everyone clearly heard that something in their hearts was broken. Click. My little husband? It's really Ji Feishue. I can't accept it. One of these two is Princess Yunming's, who has been in the world for hundreds of thousands of years. She looks like a witch, but in fact, no one can get close to her except fellow Taoists from Xinjiang. Even the Yunming Dragon King for several generations feared her, and did not dare to make any mistakes. The other turtle, which had only been out of its SHL for a few years, would have reached adulthood, and could go into estrus if considered an ordinary turtle. But how did these two get together? Still a two-legged boat. Ji Feishue ignored the stunned crowd, and stretched out her hand gently, as if checking something. After a moment, she turned to Suhi and said, Young husband, you don't know how to summon spirits to the altar? I will teach you. She smiled. Her lotus feet lightly landed on Suhi's island. Her green jade fingers gently touched Suhi's eyebrows. And a thought came in. Not only is there a soul-calling altar, but also a lot of knowledge related to the soul has been passed on. Suhi can check it at any time and master it slowly. Ji Feishue sat on his turtle SHL, kicked her feet, and the bells on her ankles jingled. She seemed to be in a good mood. My husband is very concerned about Qianqianzi. Ji Feishue poked his forehead and asked softly, her voice as gentle as an oriole's. Isn't it familiar? Suhi blinked, and a bubble appeared above his head. I owe her my life. Qianqianzi's previous life as a witch girl, like that of Mao Wan, was reincarnated for him. Although Suhi didn't remember it at all, but in his heart, he always felt that Bai Ling's hexagram did not lie to him. And 9 times out of 10 it was true. This debt is no longer a favor. Ji Feishue was startled and jumped down from Suhi. She looked at Suhi with a hint of surprise and surprise in her eyes. You not remembered? Chapter 254 Eat, Sleep and Beat the Old Crocodile. Suhi. He was stunned for a moment. What did he hear? An expression of, Master Shinshin is stunned, appeared uncontrollably above his head. Then came a line of trembling characters. Sister, do you know? Ji Feishue knew about his past life and the reincarnation of the witch. How old is she? Suhi was surprised for a moment and looked Ji Feishue up and down. The peerless fairy who is 26 or 17 years old shows no signs of age. A dragon cannot be judged by its appearance. Ji Feishue looked at him with surprise in her eyes and a smile on her lips. Yeah. Is there anything I don't know about in this world? A big question mark appeared above Suhi's head. Wrong. The two of them were not talking about the same thing. Ji Feishue's eyes clearly flashed with loneliness. Suhi was talking about the reincarnation of the witch girl, who owed her life to Qianqianzi. But what Ji Feishue said was obviously something else. Sister, I'm not stupid. A dialogue box appeared above Suhi's head. Did something happen to me that I don't know about? Is it a past life? Can you tell me? Ji Feishue giggled. My husband is quite smart. You can say it. But I don't want to say it. She smiled coquettishly. Her flower branches trembled wildly, and she opened a ring on her chest, revealing her 2 frosty white curves, as if she was deliberately seducing Suhi. Which? Suhi had bubbles on his head. Senior sister said you have stories in your eyes. But I was born and raised in Tingheu. I have never seen you before the Dragon God Festival. If there is an intersection between us, It must be in my previous life. But I no memory. Is it possible that I was really resurrected in my previous life? Strange. I don't remember anything. Who the hell touched my memory? He was thinking wildly, and was suddenly shocked. I wasn't your father in my previous life. Was I? The scholar who married Qing Long? Ji Feishue was startled. Then gritted her teeth, and poked Suhi's eyebrow with a finger. I call you husband. But you want to be my father? She was floating in midair, and her lips were close to Suhi's ear. I didn't expect that my young husband would have such hobbies. Why don't you divorce your senior sister? And I will satisfy you with everything. Her voice became smaller and smaller as she went back. Almost not audible. The breath hit Suhi's ears, causing Suhi's ear bones to tremble. And she looked at Ji Feishue in horror. The bubbles above his head were conspicuous. Sister, don't make trouble. If there is something that I don't know about, can you tell me? Idiot! Ji Feishue snorted and sat sideways on his turtle L again. I lied to you. I didn't know either. Someone cut off a large part of my memory. I can't remember many things. It must have been Bai Ling's doing. My dear husband, let's catch her. Hang her up and beat her. Shall we? Ji Feishue suddenly became more interested and looked at Suhi with bright eyes. Suhi was helpless. There was not a single word of truth in this witch's mouth. Suhi didn't know which words to believe and which ones not to believe. Outside the island, everyone in Xinjiang looked at the island. In their eyes, the island was covered with clouds and mist, which they could not see through. Only the outlines of Long Gui and Ji Feishue were vaguely visible. What are Fairy Ji talking about with little friend Suhi? You're actually keeping it a secret. Taoist Shinshin stroked his beard, and the bubbles above his head flashed cautiously. Fairy Liuji cannot chat on public channels, but the eldest princess can look through the chat history. A book appeared above Jun Lan's head, and a writing brush wrote, It looks very harmonious. Did Fairy Ji hold the dragon turtle just now? Akaji boy nodded and said with absolute confirmation, Let's rub our ears and temples together. I didn't expect that what happened about my little husband was actually true. I'm afraid this matter will cause huge waves in the world. On Suhi's small island, Suhi's consciousness quietly receded. Ji Feishue might actually have a story. But if she doesn't say anything, no one can do anything. Don't look at this guy who always says he is a little husband and says he acts like a slave. If you really kill someone, maybe you won't hesitate at all. If she didn't tell him, it was not impossible for Suhi to know that Bai Ling's divination runes would be usable again in half a year. Dragon turtles have a long life. And even if they make predictions bit by bit once a year, they can get the whole picture. Moreover, the evil suppressing Dao Palace should also have many records. And there will always be a time when everything is completed. My husband is leaving when you see me coming? Concubine Ji Shui glanced at him faintly. Are you anxious to go back to see your senior sister Su? Suhi didn't speak. She said with a hint of anger and resentment. I'll go meet your senior sister Su some other day to see if she wants to compete with me. Suhi. Dot. After exiting the Xinjiang River and opening her eyes underwater, various changes in Ji Feishue's eyes flashed through her mind. This female dragon definitely knows a lot of things. But she refuses to speak. Is it like the Palace of Suppression of Evil and the Tao Te Ching that cannot be told? Or are you just teasing him and refusing to tell him? I hate the existence of such hidden things. The method of building a soul-calling altar flashed through his mind. And Suhi groaned. Long Min, the sacrificial priest, swam in from outside with his shark tail swinging, bowed and saluted. Master, I have a soul-calling altar here. Mother-in-law, do you think I can build it? He flashed his dragon horns. An array of light hit Long Min's eyebrows. Long Min closed his eyes for a moment, then opened his eyes and said, No problem. Sir, it's just land construction. The sharks are not very good at it. It will take a little longer. I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 months. This soul summoning altar is not complicated, but the formations are interlocking and there is no rush. If you make a mistake, you will have to start over. 2 or 3 months is still worth the wait. If you need anything, just ask Toad. If you are still short, go to the Sifong sect to buy it. Okay, sir. Long Min shook his tail, bowed, and slowly stepped back. Don't mention how happy the sharks are during this time. Shin rarely goes out, and Miss Yaya is also there. The aura of Dragon Turtle in the entire Changya mansion is extremely strong. All the sharks have made rapid progress in their cultivation. The past 30 years have not been as good as these 3 months. She has been stuck in the second step of transforming into a demon for 200 years. And in just these 3 months, there are faint signs of a breakthrough. He bowed and exited. But before going out, he heard Suhi say, "By the way, I said low to Uncle Lei. You can choose a dozen smart and studious tribesmen. I will send them to Uncle Lei, and they will learn from the same sharks over there." Time. Long Min was startled, and joy suddenly appeared on his face. The Tianshui clan has not served the dragon turtle for a long time. Maybe 3 to 5 million years. Maybe 3 to 5 million years. Or even never before. Too much inheritance has been lost. And now God has encountered too many problems that they don't know how to deal with. Even building a water palace for God and his wife can only build an ordinary formation that they know how to deal with. There is no use for it at all. If any guests come, I'm afraid it will make the master lose face. Long Min raised his head. "Master, can you choose a few more juniors?" Suhi smiled. "Okay." Suhi didn't know where Qing Lei's lair was, but he knew that he had tens of millions of shark family members. "I'm afraid there's a whole world out there. Even more than one. Let alone a few more sharks to receive training. It wouldn't be a problem even if they all are sent there. If the sharks don't recognize the master and remain unchanged for life, Qing Lei can send a bunch of them with a wave of his hand. Here, we can send Sharon to study abroad. And we can also hire foreign teachers from Uncle Lei. Both of us can get an education without any delay." "Thank you, Master." Long Min was overjoyed and said to Suhi, "Master, the inheritance of Changyu Mansion has been sorted out by me. Do you want to take a look at it?" I don't know who the Changyu Mansion was once a powerful cave, and left many inheritances that are not actually inheritances. Not a complete series, but more like various experimental data scattered everywhere. Lu Ming and Feng Yiji were both inherited here. Suhi and Su Huanyan were in control of the cave, so the inheritance could not escape naturally. They collected them and gave them to Long Min to sort them into categories. It's been more than half a year, and now I have a clue. Suhi nodded, and after a moment, dozens of jade slips were delivered by the sharks as sacrifices. There is a lot of information. It can be seen that the original owner lived here for a long time and conducted many experiments. Maybe this place is a testing ground? The contents contained in these jade slips are mostly records of experiments on puppets and beast control. There are also many speculations and records about mythical beasts. And there are even 3 that specialize in the study of demon-transforming fruits. Although nothing has been studied, the original owner solemnly stated that the demon transformation fruit is extremely important. Not just for beasts, but for all monks. The secret contained in it is not as simple as enlightening beasts and condensing bloodlines. If the secrets of the demon fruit can be broken, perhaps most of the secrets in the world will be revealed. Suhi threw these jade slips aside. He had enough secrets to explore, and was not interested in the demon transformation fruit for the time being. Suhi just wanted to know whether the original owner of Changyu Mansion was related to the Jinxiadao Palace, and whether he had done any research on the Jinxiadao Palace. The Jinxiadao Palace was banned by Qing Lei, and it was located under the bamboo forest by the lake, and did not leave. Suhi went there and tried to push the door open. You can push, but you can't get in for the time being. The first time he entered, he pushed the door open directly, but the second time, he had to use his true energy and the power of the world. Suhi couldn't push it open in his current state. And in addition to these 2 forces, Suhi could sense that there was a third force blocking him. It should be that you need to master a trace of Xuanwu power before you can enter the evil suppression palace again. Divination. Formation. If you bring up the sword skills list, maybe your wife can use it. Suhi read the jade slips one by one. The original owner of this place had a wide range of interests, and had researched in all aspects. Some of them Suhi couldn't even understand the titles of, while others only scratched the surface. Alchemy, weapon refining, cave opening, constellations, true energy transformation. Suhi picked up the jade slip he had just put down again. Xingxiu. This senior's research on the stars was not in depth. It is far different from the Tianqing Palace Taoism inherited by Su Huanyan. But his perspective is extremely novel. The stars are like beasts. Whether they are long snakes or giant tigers, their shapes are similar, and their qi are connected. When you look at the stars, they are all beasts. Those who cultivate the stars should cultivate the beast transformation chapter. This is the perspective of this senior. He divided the stars in the sky into various kinds of beasts, and studied the stars among the beasts, practicing a practice that is both false and true. And even 2 things that seem completely unrelated may have the same origin. Suhi connected the beasts with the stars and studied them together. But Su, he didn't know what was right or wrong. But it gave him a bright feeling. Something that Su he had been stuck on for a long time was suddenly revealed. Xuanwu is not just a star. It is also a sacred beast. With the word beast in it anyway. I remember the green snake chatting with him while he was sitting on the turtle SHL. I once saw the tortoise-snake combination attack technique in the Qingyuan Sutra library. And I also wanted to practice it with Suhi. It's a pity that Suhi suddenly became a dragon turtle and lost the chance. Turtle and snake are two things. One is moving and the other is still. One is as steady as a mountain. And the other is sharp and quick. It is suitable for combined attacks. Not only are the turtle demons and snake demons cooperating, but there are also many formations and swordsmanship involving these two things at the same time. Suhi let out a long breath and got excited. Why stick to the Taoist scriptures and get stuck in a starry sky if you don't know anything and go straight to understand the Xuanwu constellations? It's no surprise that you will gain a lot. Start with these exercises. Proceed from simple to complex. And proceed step by step. With more reserves in your stomach. You will have another harvest if you feel the stars again. Suhi took back his sword, turned to Su Huanyan on the top of the mountain and shouted, "Daughter-in-law!" Su Huanyan opened his eyes, returned the sword to its sheath, and looked down at Suhi with a cold face and a smile in his eyes. "What's wrong? I need to go to Qingyuan. Is there anything you need me to do together?" Since before the Qingyuan War, Su Huanyan was sealed in the Yaoguang world by Feng Yizhu and has never returned to Qingyuan. The most recent one was Suhi's apprenticeship. She appeared with a sword-condensed clone and gave Gu Laodao a soul beast. Speaking of which, it was already 2 or 3 years ago. Su Huanyan was silent for a moment and shook his head. "I have no other nostalgia for Qingyuan, but I am a little reluctant to leave the sword-washing pond. My husband, would you like to give me a volume of sword tactics to the sword-washing pond?" Although she was asking, she had already moved forward a little, and a sword energy condensed into a small sword and shot straight towards Suhi, stopping and floating in front of him. The sword intention on the small sword is restrained, and one must have deep consciousness to understand it carefully. "Okay," Suhi responded. Su Huanyan's face turned slightly red. "There is also the pool hut where I live. There are my underwear there. Husband, please help me get it back." She didn't want to go back to that place. When it comes to the Qingyuan ceremony, she will probably just send Qingxi back, and will not be able to stay in Qingyuan longer. Underwear. Suhi chuckled. Su Huanyan's face turned red. He pointed his finger in the air, and a small sword energy shot out, hitting him with a crisp sound. Suhi laughed even louder. Su Huanyan glanced at him helplessly. "What are you doing in Qingyuan? I'm very interested in this technique. I'll go get it for reference." "What?" Su Huanyan asked. She had read a lot of Qingyuan Taoist scriptures, and she knew it without saying that there was no need to make an extra trip. "Pan Wu performs Tao's skills." Su Huanyan thought for a moment and said, "Is it the book The Art of Combination of Turtle and Snake? It's on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Library. I've never read it." Most of what she studied intensively was related to swords. Suhi smiled. The mother and daughter were from the same origin, although one practiced swordsmanship and the other practiced boxing. But he has the same undivided attention. Su Huanyan was very passionate about swords and had nothing but swords. Yaya can do everything with just one fist. It took more than half a year to achieve Dragon Turtle, but he still didn't even fully master the divine power. The only Dragon Turtle magical power he could use was the half-finished Mountain God Seal. It's only as big as a mung bean. Until now, the strongest combat skill is still the fist in human form. The identity of the Dragon Turtle condescends to become a bonus of the physical body. "Go early and come back early," Su Hua said young. Suhi responded, and the water waves rolled under him. He left the gate tower and escaped in a flying boat, straight into the sky, and shot towards Qingyuan Mountain. The entire Dongyuan Mountain was dim and dull at the moment. Only 2 places, Qingyuan Mountain and Wuxiang Sword Sect, still had precious light appearing. It proves that there are sects in these 2 places. In just an hour, Qingyuan Mountain was clearly visible. Suhi did not hide his figure, and went straight into the Qingyuan realm openly and brightly. He looked down and heard that there were disciples patrolling outside the sea lake, and no one was allowed to approach at will. Neither Feng Yizhu nor Xia Dali occupied Tinghai Lake. In name, this is still Suhi's dojo. After the Qingyuan War, Tinghai Lake was restored to its original state after being shattered, while Bailey Tinghai Lake did not change at all. On the shore of the lake, a group of old crocodiles were bored and basking in the sun. No matter how the world changes, the old crocodile is still the old crocodile, and has not changed. Some died, some lived, some took advantage of the chaos to escape, and some migrated after the calm. There were still hundreds of them. No more. No less. Suhi took a moment and realized that 3 of them were the same Su family crocodiles from a few years ago. In a great battle. Not everyone died. I don't know where these guys were hiding at that time. At this moment, it seemed that these 3 old crocodiles were obviously several times larger than the other crocodiles. Each Su family crocodile was surrounded by a circle of ordinary crocodiles. These 3 guys actually vaguely looked like crocodile kings. There are even crocodiles hunting. Instead of eating quietly, they feed them to 3 king crocodiles first. Suhi collected the flying boat and landed it in Tinghai Lake. He let out a long roar, and all the crocodiles looked this way. The 3 Su family crocodiles looked at Suhi blankly. The water under the belly trembled wildly, and made a frog-like sound, which was a warning to intruders. These 3 guys are quite big. 3 to 4 feet long. A bit longer than Suhi. There is a vague attitude of breaking through, and becoming a strange beast. Is this an accident caused by the flesh and blood that Suhi fed for a period of time to improve its quality? Of course. Tinghai has set up a formation. And if there is enough water, it will also cause the beasts to evolve. 3 crocodiles roared and charged towards Suhi, trying to drive away the intruders. I haven't seen you in a few years. I'm getting braver. Suhi pressed his paw down, and the 3 sailors grabbed the crocodile's tail, rounded it on the water, and slapped it randomly. Then he brought it up in front of him, threw it into the water, and let out a low roar. Do you recognize your king? The 3 crocodiles looked at Suhi in horror. After a moment, Suhi clearly saw their pupils condense, as if they suddenly remembered something. The 3 crocodiles swam away in a hurry and plunged into their own small group. They swung their tails and lashed at the other crocodiles. After snatching the prey, he hurriedly returned to Suhi and placed the prey in front of the king. Offer up. They thought of Suhi and the feeling of being conquered by a turtle. Sure enough, getting beaten is the first way to improve memory. A dice fell, and 3 points of quality were rolled out. Suhi laughed. A sword light shot from above his head, and Xiao Chongluan flew over from afar, shaking his head and laughing. You bullied a few ordinary crocodiles as soon as you came back. What's your bad taste? Chapter 255. The enemy's traces appear. It's not that it's a bad taste. It's just a childlike thing. Men are young until they die. And so are male turtles. Elder Qiao laughed, like the Tsingy on the stage. Her long sleeves danced in an invite gesture, inviting Suhi to come to Qingyuan. The arms are gone, but the sleeves are extremely flexible. Why do you want to come back today? Xiao Chongluan asked Suhi as he walked through the air. Judging from the posture that day, Su Huanyan and Long Gui did not plan to return to Qingyuan. It was already the limit to be able to hang on to another name and stop Qingyuan's foreign enemies. Come and ask the elder for a review of Qingyuan Kung Fu. What method? Xiao Chongluan was curious. Qingyuan also had other techniques that could arouse Dragon Turtle's interest. Half a year after his return, in addition to recuperating from his injuries, he was also trying his best to find out about Dragon Turtle. Now, this is not the same Wu Xiaomen who knew little about Dragon Turtles half a year ago. How many exercises in the universe can enter the eyes of dragons and turtles? Panwu performs Taoist arts, Suhi said. Elder Qiao suddenly realized as he looked at the spirit snake on Suhi's back. With a flick of his long sleeves, a jade slip floated directly towards Suhi. He laughed. You go to the Sutra library now. But you can't see this technique. You have lost both arms, and use your sleeves as snakes. This technique is suitable for me, but this jade slip has been with me for more than half a year. There are rules for the inheritance of sex skills, but the rules only apply to ordinary disciples. And the existence of dragon-like turtle is not affected by the rules. Not to mention an ordinary skill. It requires the inheritance of the 7 meridians, and even the leader seal. Xiao Chongluan shook his head. It was impossible for such a good thing to happen. If Long Gui wants to be the leader of Qingyuan, he may not be able to wake up from his dream. Suhi was not polite. Put away the jade slips, turned around and asked, No news from my master? There is no trace of Gu Laodao in Qingyuan Mountain. The old Taoist returned to Feng Yiju's path. Feng Yiju has been dead for almost a year now. But the old Taoist did not show up. Xiao Chongluan shook his head. I fly my sword once every 3 days to deliver a message. But there is no news. His knowledge is still shallow. Feng Yiju is an invincible existence in the eyes of Elder Qing Yuan, forcing Elder Good to go back to his path and look for flaws. But he didn't know that in front of the dragon turtle, he would be defeated in a battle. And if he failed, he would die. Su He was silent for a moment. In a moment, the Palace of Eternal Life was in front of him. Xiao Chengluan never invited Su He to enter. The door of the Palace of Eternal Life was too small, and Su He had to squeeze hard to get in. It was too unsightly. At this moment, all the elders gathered outside the Eternal Life Palace and looked at the rooftop. Except for Xia Dali and Jianju, who had not decided on the first seat of the 7 meridians. Everyone else was there. The head of Qing Yuan has been from Jianju for several generations. Xia Dali is a sudden rise, and he can be regarded as a legend for being the first to take over the Palace of Immortality in the Beast Control Valley. Elders! Sir! Long time no see! Su He's voice was dull. This was not his fault. When the body reaches a certain level, the voice naturally becomes thick and dull, as if the voice has vibrated in the chest countless times before it comes out. Not to mention the dragon turtle. It is a liger among ordinary beasts, and its voice becomes majestic as an adult. The elders looked at Su He, feeling a little embarrassed. This dragon turtle is no longer the little guy he was when he became a disciple. This is not the little dragon turtle who came up with an idea but had no choice but to let a bunch of old guys take advantage of him. He was the first to figure out a clear lesson and share the merits. Today's dragon turtle is already quite as imposing as the adult dragon turtle that came out of the sky and came up a mountain during the tribulation that day. On that day, many elders saw with their own eyes Gu Luo tearing apart the space and coming out in all directions. That is an existence that no one even dares to think about. It's ridiculous to think about it now. For such an existence, Zuanshimen would have a green dragon. What on earth are their Qing Yuan sect resisting? It has been planned for 300 years. But it doesn't even know what kind of existence the opponent is. Not to mention Qing Long, whom he has never met before. He is the headmaster of Zuanshimen and the leader of the 28 meridians. In winter, the headmaster of Zuanshimen broke through the space and appeared directly in Qing Yuan, informing everyone in Qing Yuan that Dongyan Mountain had been designated as Su He's territory. The method of jumping from Zuanshimen to Qing Yuan in one step makes it difficult for people to breathe. Everyone looked at Su He. Strictly speaking, Qing Yuan is now considered the subordinate of this dragon turtle? Just like the relationship between Qing Long and Zuanshimen? But it seems a bit embarrassing. Su He looked at the elders and his eyes fell on the woman wearing the robe at the head of the sword washing pool. The robe is brand new, and it should be the first thing that is newly made. Long time no see, Su He greeted. Gulin, the woman who brought Su He and Green Snake out of Snake Valley with Yaya. She had been taking care of Yaya when Su Huanyan was away. Su He always thought that her status was not too high, but she didn't expect that she would become the head of the sword washing pool. Where is the first seat? The previous head of the sword washing pond was Su Huanyan's father, and this generation is a senior brother of the same generation. As if seeing Su He's doubts, Gu Lin looked a little lonely. During the Qing Yuan War, senior brother Qian became immortal. How can a war not kill people? Su He didn't know how to comfort people. After thinking about it, the dragon's horn flashed, and a flying sword condensed with sword energy escaped and landed next to Gu Lin. Senior sister Su asked me to bring it to the sword washing pond. The loneliness on Gu Lin's face disappeared, revealing a bit of surprise. On this flying sword, the sword intention is restrained. Not the specific sword technique, but the senior sister's comprehension and understanding of the sword, which is a priceless treasure. Most of the time, sword cultivators do not need anyone to teach them sword skills. They just need to understand and verify the sword intention, and the effect will be better. Thank you, brother-in-law. The word, brother-in-law, fell into Su He's ears very quietly. The expressions of all the elders suddenly brightened, and they looked at Gu Lin in astonishment. But Gu Lin didn't care at all. He touched the sword Qi immortal sword with a look of satisfaction on his face. To be honest, Su Huanyan and her may not always be in contact. Fei Jian Chuanshu or what? He didn't notice it. Su He was very satisfied with this call of brother-in-law. A jade slip floated towards Gu Lin. It was one of the Kendo jade slips that had been left behind to give to Su Huanyan. Not the most core ones. Moreover, Su He had already written down the contents and could make another rubbing of the jade slip at any time. Gu Lin was even happier. Gu Feng, who was waiting next to him, looked at Su He with resentment. He is Gu Laoda's grandson and Su He's nephew. He was the one who actually discovered the identity of Su He's divine beast. I also gave Su-hee a long lecture in Linanuan. Logically speaking, Su-hee's relationship with him should be somewhat closer. Su-hee smiled and flew a jade slip towards Gufeng. It is also an inheritance left by the previous owner of Changyu Mansion. It is a study of beast control. It is not a specific technique, but it is extremely valuable. Gufeng immediately beamed with joy. Thank you so much, Master Lam Gui. I wish you long life and good fortune. Su-hee glared. Curse me? Gufeng was at a loss. The crowd roared with laughter. The atmosphere relaxed for a while. And it was not until night that Su-hee left the rooftop and jumped into Su Huanyan's thatched cottage in the water pool. The fog rolled outside, but it did not hinder Su-hee. He jumped in, and with a sudden movement of his mind, he used his animal control skills. And the entire thatched cottage flew up. All items inside are displayed. Some materials for forging weapons, some precious medicinal herbs, and some scrolls. In the small box under the bed, there are Su Huanyan's underwear, all of which are relatively elegant. Su-hee was not so perverted that he was obsessed with clothes and wanted to see the person wearing them. After putting away the things, the thatched hut reset itself, turned away from the thick fog and rolled back to heel, covering the entire pool and the thatched hut. After doing this, Su-hee didn't leave in a hurry. He jumped into the elephant water and went straight to Gulaodao's underwater territory. I found the small temple and statue of Gulaodao in his territory, and tried to contact Gulaodao through the statue. But in the end, there was no response. This statue is a clone-like existence refined by Gulaodao, but it can be possessed by spiritual consciousness. The relationship with Gulaodao is a bit closer. Su-hee frowned slightly, turned and left. Follow Xiangshui back to Tinghai Lake and look up outside Snake Valley. Perhaps secretly, the Snake Valley was not destroyed in Qingyuan's battle, and its contents were intact. There are all the pavilions and pavilions built by Su Huanyan. However, Su Huanyan has never spent a day here since they were built. The waterways rolled under Su-hee, straight into the Snake Valley, and sank into the Snake Valley pool. He took out the jade slip used for Panwu's Taoist exercises and connected the dragon's horns to comprehend it. This is Qingyuan Taoism. It's okay to use it for practice and reference. It's not good to take it away directly. It feels a bit like bullying. It's just a demon transformation technique. It doesn't take long to learn. Once you master the jade slip, you can return it. Su-hee closed his eyes and comprehended the magic. He had gained a little bit over the night and was about to start practicing. The dragon turtle's whole head trembled slightly, and a feeling of relief arose. Immediately afterwards, there was a thunderous light on the turtle SHL, and thunder and lightning shot out, crackling towards the nearby valley. And suddenly the mountains collapsed and the rocks cracked. Su-hee's mind moved slightly, and the thunder and lightning disappeared. Everything is calm. The inheritance of the magical power, Tianzhu, has been completed. This magical power, divine guidance, and blood curse were inherited at the same time. The other two were completed in 10 days, and Tianzhu was not completed until more than half a year. This is the longest-lasting magical power in Su-hee's history. Thunder method and heavenly execution, which can reversibly cut off the source and destroy the natal stars of monks at level 2 and above. When he got the inheritance, he rolled a dice with 4 points. It has been passed down for such a long time, so it is no surprise that the power has been increased by points. Su-hee looked around, then jumped up and flew out of Qingyuan. He flew more than 2,000 miles and landed on an uninhabited hill. He groaned and his eyes flashed, and a dark thunder fell from the sky, with a crisp crackling sound, falling on the hills in the distance. There was no explosion or flame, and the Baijiang mountain peak dissipated little by little and turned into nothingness. Not even ashes fell. To reverse the origin is to completely erase the existence of this mountain peak. Just talking about the destructive power, it is not comparable to the mountain god seal. If Su-hee hits the mountain god seal 6 times, the space can be annihilated, but the properties are completely different. The divine guide is too weak and does not have enough modifications to the body, so its power to reverse the source is greatly reduced. It is difficult to kill the existence of the second level of treading heaven with the mountain god seal alone. But Tianzhu is different. After several more experiments, Su-hee became familiar with Tianzhu's attack methods and consumption. The water beneath him rolled, and Su-hee returned to Snake Valley. Before they reached it, Su Huanyan's call came from the mysterious world of mountains and seas. As consciousness entered, Su Huanyan's frost turtle stopped in front of Su-hee, and his thoughts condensed into a sound, which directly rang in Su-hee's consciousness. Husband, a friend of Master Naming passed by Changyu Mansion. Do you have anything to buy? That salesman with genuine goods and high prices? Suhi blinked and groaned. And the blue bird acted as a translator in Su Huanyan's heart. Don't worry about the salesman for now. How did you manage to speak in my consciousness? Isn't this something only your uncles and ancestors can do? They don't use it much. And most of the time, they communicate directly by moaning. They are all dragon turtles. Who can't understand who? Only Taizu is special. He can make human voices in the mountains and seas. How come his wife has just entered the mountains and seas, and has such means? Feelings. The entire dragon turtle clan. Only he doesn't know how to do it. No. Maybe we need to add a Yaya. But how is it comparable to Yaya? Su Huanyan laughed, and gently pushed his turtle head on his dragon's head. A spell was passed over. And at the same time, Su Huanyan's voice rang in his consciousness. There are many ways. I use the Xingyi Ju of Tianqing Palace to condense my thoughts into stars. Pass them into your consciousness and then release them. Not only can your thoughts transmit sounds, but it can also be used to send letters and leave messages with flying swords. Secret. Suhi closed his eyes for a moment, and a spark fell between the two dragons' feet on the center of Su Huanyan's eyebrows. Daughter-in-law. Suhi's voice rang in Su Huanyan's consciousness. Opposite Frost Turtle. A smile flashed in his eyes. I'm here, daughter-in-law. Suhi called again, and the voice in Su Huanyan's consciousness was much clearer than before. Frost Turtle whispered, I'm here, daughter-in-law. Suhi called again. Su Huanyan looked at him. Suhi smiled. I'm fine. I just wanted to scream. Su Huanyan lowered his head slightly. His eyes were full of friendship, and his voice was clear and tireless. I'm here. In the distance, in Qinglei's domain, Qinglei got two huge claws of his conscious body that shone with thunder. He hugged the dragon's head and tried his best to press it into the turtle SHL. Trembling. How could such a disgusting thing happen in my own home? When these two guys are having sex with each other, don't they know how to add a layer of defense to their thoughts? You did a live broadcast in front of all the dragon turtles. Did you know? Don't think that when other dragon turtles turn into eggs, they have no awareness of the outside world. They just can't communicate with the outside world. They're not asleep. And they're not dead. After shaking for a long time, Qinglei poked his head out and waved his paw towards Suhi Island, completely isolating everything on the island. It's better to add insurance, just in case the two guys are too different in reality to do something, and they can't control it in the mysterious world. That would really stand out. Farther away, in a volcano, a giant egg as red as lava shook, expressing its dissatisfaction. This is Hong Zhu, who is resenting Qinglei for meddling in his own business and blocking his big melon. Suhi on the island was completely unaware and asked Su Huanyan, Does the salesman have anything you need? This salesman seems to be doing a good job, and it took him 3 or 4 months to arrive at Changyu Mansion. Yes, I have already purchased mine. Do you need anything? Suhi shook his head. I don't lack much. Let the priest see if there are enough things for the altar. If there is anything missing, take the opportunity to replenish it. Su Huanyan nodded in agreement. Okay. Is Yaya good? Suhi asked with a smile. The feeling of being connected by blood is different, and I feel a little missed after not seeing each other for a day. Su Huanyan had a smile in his eyes. When has she ever been good? I don't know who Yaya looks like. She has been naughty and mischievous since she was born, and she never stopped for a moment even when she fell asleep. When can it be associated with the word good? Suhi laughed. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed, and there was a strange look in his eyes. Daughter-in-law, wait for me for a moment. I will go rescue someone. Su Huanyan looked confused. What's wrong? Do you need me to come over? Suhi shook his head, his eyes becoming more and more weird. It's okay to just transform into the mortal realm. It will be fine in a moment. In Dongyun Mountain, Suhi himself looked at Yunxia Mountain. A woman was being chased by a group of people. She was dressed in red and had a black panther on her crotch. She was carrying a cannon barrel on her shoulder. As she was escaping, an animal-toothed cannonball was fired at her. The pursuer behind him was blasted away. After the blast, he didn't look at the result. He pulled the reins and yelled, Drive! The Black Panther's eyes were blue, as fast as flying, and he rushed towards the Qingyuan gate. Suhi's eyes were filled with surprise. Does this girl have a special physique? Why is she being hunted every time I see her? Is it because my dragon turtle is a bad guy? Or is she being hunted all year round? So she looks the same every time I see her? After one shot, CZ turned around and ran away. Flying swords and magic weapons roared from behind, hitting her directly on the back. CZ's expression changed, and he leaned forward with his spiritual energy rushing towards the sitting Black Panther, trying his best to increase the Black Panther's speed. The Black Panther ran away with blood gushing from his eyes and nostrils. Suhi hid in the clouds and pressed down with his paws. He did not use any magical powers. His paws alone caused the air to vibrate, and a gaseous claw mark was suddenly printed. Magic weapons, flying swords, and chasing enemies were all imprinted into the earth at the same time. There was no sound for a moment. The fleeing Black Panther jumped up and fell into a gourd on the ground. C quickly replaced the animal Fong SH.LS and fired a cannon behind him without looking. This is the top-grade animal tooth cannonball that has been accumulated for a long time, and is only used when absolutely necessary. After firing the cannon, she hurriedly glanced back and saw a dragon turtle behind her, riding on the waves. She didn't move, and the waves turned gently, annihilating her most powerful animal Fong cannonball. CZ watched He suddenly open his mouth. Watching quietly, tears suddenly burst out, like a river bursting its banks, and I couldn't hold it back any longer. It's too late. It's too late. You're too late. Sun Yi is dead. Sun Yi. Your name is slightly familiar to Zhong Sun Yi? Suhi now has a very good memory, and will not forget even a word of what he has heard or seen before. As soon as this name appeared, a pervert immediately appeared in Suhi's mind. It was in Gu Feng's class at Li Nanyuan, when Gu Feng introduced the Beast Transformation chapter. One of the most active disciples, under the name CZ, asked a question that shocked the entire Qingyuan. The second body of the man's beast transformation chapter. Can one cultivate the body of a female beast? Can I get pregnant and have a baby? Can we have offspring with the mythical beast? I remember that he and CZ were from the same village, so they could be considered siblings next door. Has such an interesting soul died? What's going on? Suhi asked. But CZ just cried without saying a word, turned over and mounted the Black Panther, and ran quickly towards the way he came. Suhi then left, following the direction CZ rushed in, his consciousness passing by. 300 miles away, in a canyon, a man stood with a sword. There were 40 or 50 penetrating wounds from various weapons on his body. Dark red blood flows out of the wound. He has been dead for a long time, but the sword in his hand is still full of sword energy. He will guard the canyon and prevent the enemy from passing through. But death is death. Unable to stop anyone, the people who were chasing CZ finally caught up with him. Just by looking at the scene, you can tell how brutal the battle was. Who is this man if he is not Zhong Suanya? He looks much more mature than he did a few years ago. Judging from the corpse, he has good talent and has reached the late stage of the true blood realm, the third step of metamorphosis, and the true blood is about to be condensed. In front of him were 11 corpses, half of them wearing the costumes of the Wuxiang sword sect. In the entire Dong'an mountain, there are only two sects, Wuxiang sword sect and Qingyuan sect. Suhi waved his paw, picked up the cheese, and the magical machine flashed and landed in the canyon. CZ looked at his junior brother, who was still alive, and could not bear it anymore. He bit the back of his hand and burst into tears. Suhi narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhu Yan, scholar, granted the imperial palace. He smelled the scent of these people from the corpses of the Wuxiang sword sect. At least these corpses had seen those people within 10 days. Chapter 256. What do you think I am doing? CZ hugged Zhong Suanya's body and turned to look at Suhi. Save! Save him! Suhi was silent. He was a mythical beast, not a god. The water flowed through, washing away the stains on the corpse, and the water condensed into ice to make an ice coffin and put him inside. Turning to look at CZ, the Wuxiang sword sect and Qingyuan are from the same sect. So why are they fighting to the death? Most disciples of the Wuxiang sword sect come from Qingyuan. So why do they kill people for no reason? CZ shook his head. I don't know. I don't know. My junior brother helped me hunt for strange beasts and get their tusks. And we met with them for just a few words. They said that the Qingyuan lineage protected the dragon turtle to seize the wife and daughter's inheritance. The junior brother retorted, there are usually quarrels, and at most a fight. But, why did you kill? Scholar, Zhu Yan. They are the only ones who can stir up dissension and conspire to cause chaos. Sui's face turned gloomy, and the waves rolling under his body rolled up the cheese and the ice coffin. Follow me. She looked at him. take you to kill people. For some reason, Suhi was so worried that he suddenly just wanted to kill someone. CZ stopped talking and even stopped crying. He let the waves roll up and silently wiped the barrel. One by one, the talismans fell on the barrel, and the barrel emitted the light of the treasure. A breath of fear arose that no one else would die except me. This girl is holding on to the idea of dying together, and would rather be broken than destroyed. The waves on the clouds rolled across the east clouds and penetrated directly into the Wuxiang sword sect. When Guifan arrived, CZ had already dropped a cannon, hitting the Wuxiang sword sect's protective formation. It made ripples and circles, but had no effect. The third level of stepping on the sky. This formation can block ordinary third level attacks. Feng Yijiu's handiwork? A cannon fell into the Wuxiang sword sect, and immediately some disciples flew out. How dare Feng Xiaoxiao attack my Wuxiang sword? When they saw the dragon turtle behind CZ, they couldn't say the rest of the words. They just turned their heads and faced timidly. Inside the sect, Elder Su, an old man inside, flew up, but had never left the sect's formation. He looked at Suhi from across the formation, flicked his sleeves, and said with a gloomy face, "Why did the dragon turtle come here to attack my phaseless formation?" Suhi glanced at him, thinking that he was an elder like Xiao Chongluan. But the moment he appeared and saw Suhi, the fleeting hostility could not be concealed by Suhi's perception. Suhi was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Kill someone to seize the inheritance. Don't you say that I stole someone's property. Wife and daughter. Okay. Here I come. Suhi opened his mouth and shot out a mountain god seal, which landed on the sect protecting formation. The elder's expression changed instantly, and he saw the battle emitting endless light, blocking the mountain god seal. The first strike of the mountain god seal has only the power of the ordinary third-level heaven-stepping seal. The pale-faced Elder Su's expression slowly recovered, and then he was filled with anger. Dragon Turtle, according to your seniority, you have to call me uncle. But you are so rude. Good Jiansen taught such a disciple who bullies his master and destroys his ancestors. Then he should be taken to the ancestral hall and kneel there for 300 years. Divine beast? Who doesn't have it? At this moment, Zhu Yan was in the door to accept the offerings. Zhu Yan was already over 20,000 years old. It has lasted more than 10,000 years than the Qingyuan sect. How can a little dragon turtle that was born only a few years ago afford it? If the elders of the dragon turtle clan dare to show up here out of ignorance, do they really think that the Zhu Yan clan has no elders? The scholar once said that Zhu Yan's clan is the natural enemy of all the gods and beasts in the heavens and the world. Dragon turtle, what's there to be afraid of? So he didn't say anything, but just now he struck, shaking the formation, and Zhu Yan's aura disappeared in a flash. Familiar breath. He has hit it before. The mountain god seal was printed again. Boom! Power times 2. The mountain guarding formation trembled violently, but stubbornly blocked the mountain god seal. Can't be broken. Elder Su relaxed a little as the formation trembled. This time the dragon turtle's attack was much more powerful than the last time. Obviously tried their best, but there is no way to form a big formation. If the mountain protecting formation cannot be broken with one blow, then it is invincible. His mouth became more and more unscrupulous. You gave birth to my Qingyuan and grew up with me. It was not my Qingyuan that led you to practice. At this moment, I don't know where you are gnawing in the mire. Your master dare not be presumptuous in front of me. How dare a mere child be so shameless? Present. Following his words, a big dice fell from the sky and crashed down. Power times 3. Under the pure gold dice, a crack appeared on the light screen of the mountain guarding formation. And then with this crack as the center, dense spider webs spread. The sound of breaking edge, LS came one after another. Elder Su's expression changed, and he saw that the formation was completely shattered. The dragon turtle's breath hit his face, and the life and death crisis suddenly hit him. He almost suffocated, but then he suddenly remembered that Zhu Yan was not afraid of the dragon turtle. But he was not Zhu Yan. I never thought that the dragon turtle could break through the mountain protecting formation. This was designed by the sect leader himself and blessed by Zhu Yan. How could it be smashed by a dice 3 or 2 times? Who is a serious person who uses dice to make magic weapons? He turned around to ask for help from the sect, but was slapped by Dragon Turtle on the roof of the main hall, and his whole body was inserted, leaving only the upper part of his chest outside. Seriously injured, but not dead. Dragon Turtle didn't kill him, but shattered his dantian and meridians with a slap. Elder Su's complexion suddenly changed, and his 1,000-year Taoism practice instantly turned him into nothingness. He spat out blood and begged towards the hall below him. Master Zhu Yin, save me. I saw a giant ape with a white head and bare feet leaping out from the hall and running away without any hesitation, as if it was afraid of something unexpected happening if it ran too slow. Elder Su, who was in pain, was stunned for a moment. Stunned and at a loss. Zhu Yin didn't say a word. The dragon turtle was able to seriously injure him even before it opened the sky, and it still faced several divine beasts at the same time. It has been 2 years since the founding of heaven. Isn't it possible that he has already consolidated his realm and is not waiting to die? Zhu Yan's speed was extremely fast, and the afterimage flew hundreds of miles away in an instant. But Su He was faster. In a flash, he landed in front of it, and the fourfold mountain god seal hit it head on. Mean! There is a way to use space magic, Zhu Yin roared, and his arms made a circle of waves, like whips and spears, and smashed forward, colliding with the mountain god seal. The space at the collision collapsed, and a circle of thunder and lightning flashed out, hitting its fist. Su He's mountain god seal not only has the effect of collision and suppression, but also contains half of the thunder pool presented by Su Huanyan. Zhu Yin came and went back even faster. A wave rippled across the entire body of the giant ape, flying back faster than when it came, crashing into the Wuxiang sword sect, and half of the sect collapsed. Elder Su in the main hall was stunned. However, he saw the dragon turtle's body flashing and already landing in the sect. He raised his paw and waved a barrier to protect Zhe, looking down at Zhu Yin from a high position. Who gave you the courage to tease the dragon turtle? The Zhu Yin clan has to practice in war, especially the war caused by itself. And the gains are even more extraordinary. Maybe he wanted to cause a fight between the Wuxiang sword sect and Qing Yuan so he could practice? But use him as an incision, spread rumors, and then influence him. Court death. Su He hates the Wuxiang sword sect the most, but has no hatred. But Zhu Yin, who provoked the dispute, deserves to be killed. When the two armies fight, kill the talkers first. You want to conspire to cause a war. Fine. I'll satisfy you. One side is me. The other side is you. I'll let you go personally. Zhu Yin did not answer the question. The distance between the Dragon Turtle Divine Machine and the Dragon Turtle Divine Machine had become longer. The longest distance during the Dragon God Festival was several miles. But at this moment, the Divine Machine could overtake it twice instantly. At that moment, it feared that it would not be able to escape for more than 100 miles. If you can't escape, there will only be a fight. Zhu Yin pressed his hands on the ground, looked up at Su He, and jumped up. The moment he jumped up, the entire Wuxiang mountain had gathered up and merged into his body. Zhu Yin, a head of flesh and blood, instantly transformed into Zhu Yin, a 10-foot-tall mountain rock. He lowered his head and looked down at Su He. Zhu hates good soil. There was a fight before the Dragon God Festival, and he once escaped, but no such method was used that day. He was seriously injured at that time, but he still wanted to encourage others to fight without exposing himself. Roar! Zhu Yin roared, raised his fists above his head, intertwined his fingers and clasped his hands together, and smashed his head towards Su He. Roar! Su He roared back, blasting out divine power and hitting Zhu Yin's head. At the same time, his body flashed, and he was already on top of Zhu Yin's head. He was fighting with Su He. He couldn't seal the space, so he was born to be beaten. The mountain god seal instantly hit his head. Power times 5. Boom! The space was shattered, and the 10-foot-long giant ape seemed to be shattered in the mirror. There was a piece of gravel in every space. The giant ape shattered, but Zhu Yin's body was not visible. Instead, blood spurted out from many gravels at the same time, breaking through the broken space and pouring straight towards Su He. Bloodshed has always been Zhu Yin's only way to fight his enemies. A flash of light flashed in Su He's eyes. You still want to use blood to ban my magical powers? How can the same method be used again and again? After smelling Zhu Yin's aura, various ways to get bloody were already flashing through Su He's mind. How could there be no countermeasures? The water waves beneath him gathered into a ball and enveloped him, rushing away in all directions at the same time. How can there be more blood than water? The blood crashed into the water waves, but did not scatter. Instead, it stabbed Su He like a spear. Su He sneered, raised his claws, and the water waves gathered into a tornado, instantly twisting the blood spear together and spiraling away from the mountain. All the blood disappeared. Su He lowered his head and saw Zhu Yin among the broken giant apes. Instead, the nearly 10,000 disciples of the Wuxiang sword sect looked directly at Su He like zombies, gnashing their teeth and wishing they could eat his flesh and blood. They were not lost, but due to Zhu Yan's influence, their hatred for Su He suddenly expanded. Those who could wield the sword had already taken off with their swords, gathered into formation, and slowly approached Su He. Zhu Yin came with a message. Tens of thousands of disciples are all fellow disciples of Qing Yuan. Do you want to kill them? There was actually gloating in his tone. Zhu Yin is sure to make a profit whether he kills it or not. Killing. This is war. Just take the opportunity to draw a wave. If they don't kill, these disciples of the Wuxiang sword sect are deeply bewitched and want to kill the dragon turtle. Hide? Su He looked around. Do you still want to hide under my nose? Dragon turtles always rely only on their eyes. The Wuxiang sword sect is short-sighted. Why are you, Zhu Yin, not the same? You want war. Fine. I'll give it to you. Su He roared, looked up to the sky and chanted. Netherworld. The witchcraft of the Netherworld looks like supernatural power, but is not a supernatural power. It opens the Netherworld passage and attracts the ghosts of the Netherworld. When Su Hezhen killed Soaring Snake, the ghostly aura floated out and the dice rolled 3 points. And the size tripled. The Netherworld channel opened by Su He is not comparable to Soaring Snake. A group of veterans with incomplete armor ran out of the Netherworld. Missing arms, legs and half body. They roared out and charged towards the Wuxiang sword sect waving their rusty iron swords. Killing intent rushed through instantly. And the sword-controlling disciple flying in the air fell down like a sparrow with its wings chopped off. They couldn't even bear the aura of the ghost. The breath of war surged from the ghost's body and rushed straight to Zhu Yin underground. This aura is not much, but it is extremely tyrannical, forcing people to buy and sell directly to Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin was not happy but was surprised. There was inexplicable fear on his face. This breath was poisonous. Where did these ghosts participate in the battle before? What kind of war is this? It is simply not something that a little Zhu Yin can conquer. At least not even an adult Zhu Yin. When this aura entered the body, not only did it not improve the Taoism and replenish the consumption, but it corroded the body like a poison. At this moment, a battlefield seemed to have been opened in the body, and the newly entered war aura rushed into the body, killing in all directions. Zhu Yin jumped out from the ground, lay on the ground, and beat his chest. Lost. I admit defeat. Take away the ghosts. Unexpected effect. But instead of taking away the ghost objects, Su He expanded the Netherworld passage. If you make this mistake again, you just admit defeat when you say you do. Su He didn't even bother Zhu Yin to admit defeat in the Dragon God Sacrifice game. Let alone now. Stop! Stop! Zhu Yan's eyes were red. He held his head and shouted. The Wuxiang sword sect is all disciples of Qing Yuan. They are from the same sect as you. So you want to kill them? Su He looked down at it. It was useless to beg for mercy. So he started to play the emotional card? It's a pity that in the entire Qing Yuan sect, how many people are worthy of Su He's concern? It was just a dozen people who had attended classes together at Linanyuan, plus some elders and a few leaders who had good relationships with them. He gestured to see Zhe and Bing Coffin in the barrier. It's unfortunate that one of the people I care about in the Qing Yuan sect was besieged to death by your people, and the other wishes he could die with you. On the top of the hall, Elder Su, who was planting green onions, stared blankly at Zhu Yin rolling on the floor. His faith in his heart suddenly shattered. Hearing Su He's voice, his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Zhu Yin in disbelief. You? Let the Wuxiang sword sect kill Qing Yuan disciples. He seemed to be unable to believe the news and instinctively thought it was false. But looking at Su Hess's expression, he couldn't help but believe it. And a string in his heart suddenly plucked. Why? Didn't he encourage the Wuxiang sword sect and Qing Yuan to merge and set up a large formation to attack the dragon turtle? Why do you want to kill Qing Yuan disciples? He huffed and puffed. In the distance, Su He and Zhu Yin were confronting each other, but no one paid attention to him. Zhu Yan's hair began to fall off in patches, and he looked straight at Su He, with blood bubbles coming out of the corners of his mouth. You want to kill me? He grinned back, revealing his fangs. Don't you dare. You are attracting enemies to the Dragon Turtle clan. It huffed and puffed. The Zhu Yin clan, are not loaches like Tan Shi who have been living for hundreds of thousands of years. My clan is 70 Zhu Yin. Do you know the consequences of killing me? Su He lowered his head and looked at Zhu Yin. Are all Zhu Yan's people so self-righteous? Arbitrarily setting up traps, causing wars, and then admitting your mistakes when you can't figure it out. How did your clan pass it down? This was the case last time. He gave up when he couldn't beat him. It was probably because Su He didn't teach him enough lessons. This time she dared to tease him. It wasn't enough to admit defeat, but she also wanted to threaten him. Want to stop playing when you can't play anymore? Where does the confidence come from? Su He suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. Yes. This is Zhu Yin. Divine beast. Immortality. There is still a huge ethnic group behind him. Even if the design causes a war between the two sects, in the end, he will at most apologize and lose his property. And there is no way his life will be in danger. No force would easily offend Zhu Yin. Su He could look down on their bloodline, but others couldn't. Opening the fifth heaven upon reaching adulthood is equivalent to the seventh step of a monk taking the heavenly step. How can anyone in the entire clan of 70 clans be able to offend him? In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, Su He let out a long chant in the direction of Qing Lei. Uncle Lei, could Zhu Yin kill him? Qing Lei's conscious body shook his head and waved his claws to unblock Su He Island. Ong, what did you say? The shielding was not done well and actually cut off Su He's outward contact. Could Zhu Yin kill him? Su He groaned again. Qing Lei smiled, and Chang Yin replied, Yes. What am I doing? Su He, ? In the Wuxiang sword sect, the space rolled, and a passage suddenly appeared. On the opposite side of the passage, Qing Lei stepped on an adult Zhu Yin. His eyes flashed violently, and he looked at Su He and said, Remember, no matter which race or side, if the power offends you, I will kill you if you deserve it. Even if you are the crown prince of the imperial palace, the Buddhist disciple of the Buddhist world, and the Taoist disciple of Gui Wan Shan, I will kill you without fail. Especially the Zhu Yin clan. If people abandon the ghosts, they will kill them. But so what? This Zhu Yin, when Su He went through the second tribulation in his second body, watched him sneaking around from a distance. And now he is acting like a monster outside the world of function. How can Qing Lei spare it? Pressing his claws down, the adult Zhu Yin instantly turned into ashes. Qing Lei looked down at Su He. Su He looked at Zhu Yin in front of him. Zhu Yan's face was instantly frightened, and he stopped quietly preparing his back moves. How dare! How dare! Even Dragon Turtle dared to ignore Zhu Yan's huge clan and directly kill the clan uncle. Its heart is in turmoil. The mountain divine seal above his head suddenly smashed down, and Zhu Yan's soul came out. No! As soon as the words came out, the 6 times the power of the mountain god seal was already printed. It hit Zhu Yan's head with a crash, and before blood could flow out, it was suppressed by the huge force. A jet-black thunder struck from the sky and landed on Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin raised his claws and watched as his body was shattered bit by bit and turned into nothingness. When the origin of reverse cutting falls on the monks of the second level of the sky, it is the reverse cutting of the natal stars. When it comes to other things, it is wiped out from the root. Outside the space passage, Qing Lei nodded, and something strange flashed in his eyes. Turtle boy, Uncle will teach you to be good again. Any divine beast, even just a drop of blood, is a treasure. Before killing this Zhu Yin, Uncle had already after all the useful materials are stripped off. What about you? If you sell Zhu Yan's materials, it will be easy to build 7 or 8 of your Qingyuan gates. Su He turned around in shock and looked at Qing Lei in disbelief. Shouldn't this be said before I wipe it out? Qing Lei laughed and smoothed the space with a wave of his claws. The Wuxiang sword sect fell into an eerie silence. Only the ghosts ignored them and continued to fight towards the sword sect disciples. The ghost summons. The combat power of ghosts is random, but it can always summon ghosts similar to your own realm. Killing them at this moment is a massacre. On the top of the hall, Elder Su was completely stunned. Zhu Yin is dead. Not only was this Zhu Yin dead, but also an adult Zhu Yin was turned into ashes under the claws of a dragon turtle. Like a dog, without even a chance to resist. In the eyes of Dragon Turtle, the godlike Zhu Yin is a monkey that can be killed at will, just like the disciples of the Wuxiang sword sect in Zhu Yan's eyes. His heart felt cold. He actually wanted to rely on Zhu Yin to kill the dragon and turtle with his sword. He was silent, suddenly raised his head, and yelled hysterically at Su He. Dragon Turtle, stop! Stop! These are Qingyuan disciples. They are not wrong. They are just being deceived. Kill me! Kill me! Behead the evil and punish those who are evil. Leave a way for others to survive. Even the Wuxiang sword sect is not all targeting you. How can those who have seen you go through the heavenly tribulation have second thoughts towards you? There are also those who have been thrown out of the two realms of war and have seen adult dragon turtles. They even advised me. Advised me. Seeing the ghosts being slaughtered, Elder Su spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhu Yan deserves to be killed. Should be killed. There is also the scholar. It was Zhu Yan whom he attracted that made the Wuxiang sword sect have second thoughts. Zhu Yan ran away quickly as soon as the dragon turtle entered the room. He must have known that he was no match for the dragon turtle. But he tempted the Wuxiang sword sect to have second thoughts. So he waved his claws at the netherworld passage. And a burst of suction came from it. It did not suck in everything, but only sucked in all the ghosts. When the last ghost entered, the passage was immediately closed. There is no trace at all. It is even more perfect than Qing lay smoothing the space passage. The underworld is not in this world. Elder Su gasped and gasped. He looked at him. Where is the scholar? There was a reason for not killing him. In the entire Wuxiang sword sect, only Elder Su had the strongest scholarly smell. And even Zhu Yan didn't have such a smell. He should have seen the scholar within 3 days, compared to Zhu Yan. For some reason, he wanted to kill the scholar more. Chapter 257, The Founding of the Nation. Elder Su was silent for a moment. Maybe spare him? He hated scholars very much. It's not Zhu Yan who is attracted by scholars. The Wuxiang sword sect won't be like this. However, scholars are special. I don't know if it's due to his talent or something, but all the techniques will mutate in his hands. The power may not be greater, but it is extremely weird. It's a crooked talent. With Elder Qiao as his master and hard work in cultivating him, he will have a promising future. He saw that Dragon Turtle was going to kill the scholar. This Dragon Turtle has already killed the master, taken possession of the master's wife, and wants to kill the scholar by force. Qing Yuan really has no future. He glanced at him lightly, ignored him, and looked to the east. Qiao Changluan, who was dressed as a master in the east, dropped his fairy sword and looked at Elder Su. Senior brother Su, I also want to know where is the man who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors now. Bully the teacher. Destroy the ancestors? These 4 words were spoken by a master and were used to describe his disciples. But they were extremely qualitative. He looked at Qiao Changluan's empty arms, and his eyes suddenly condensed. Junior brother Qiao. Your arms. Qiao Changluan glanced at the corner of his mouth and revealed a bit of a smile. That's what my caring disciple did. Elder Su suddenly raised his head and looked at Qiao Changluan in disbelief. Qiao Changluan nodded. He only stayed in Qingyuan to recuperate for half a year after his return and never left. If Xia Dali had not gone to Zuanshanmen, he would not have been able to break through and receive Suhi. Today, when Japan was sitting in the Changsheng Palace, he saw dark lightning falling 2,000 miles away from Qingyuan, and the murderous intent was beyond words. He hurriedly arrived with his sword, only to sense the powerful aura of the dragon turtle. Following the aura, he chased down and saw the body of the Wuxiang sword sect in the canyon. It was the Qingyuan sword art that killed everyone. Without thinking too much, Yu Jian hurried towards the Wuxiang sword sect. Before he arrived, he saw golden light, dyes, and endless ghost objects. When they finally caught up, they saw He annihilating Zhu Yan with his black thunder and then questioning senior brother Su. Next to him was Zhe, who was guarded by the barrier and fell to the ground. There were also bodies of Qingyuan disciples in the ice coffin. He didn't need to think too much. Thousands of years of experience allowed him to immediately understand what happened. But the only thing I can't figure out is why senior brother Su also faced the dragon turtle and was able to be bewitched by Zhu Yan. The premise is that he has this intention. Right? Senior brother Su had a murderous intention towards dragon turtle, so he was bewitched by Zhu Yan. Qiao Chengluan was brought to Zhu Yan by a scholar half a year ago, and his arms were chopped off by Zhu Yan. If the scholar hadn't urgently needed to know which elders had been leaders in the past, he would have died that day, and there would be no chance for Su He to save him. In the past 6 months, he has tried his best to collect information about dragon turtle, Zhu Yan and other mythical beasts, even the legends. Zhu Yan also has a deep understanding of his deceptive characteristics. Elder Su's pupil shrank, condensed and released, stretched and condensed, and trembled violently. Scholar. Cut off his master's arms? The scholar who treated him with respect and became more refined and gentle 3 days ago did such a thing? He couldn't believe it. breathing heavily, and looked at Xiao Chongluan. Xiao Chongluan nodded. If he hadn't been old and still somewhat useful, he would have died a long time ago. If he hadn't been saved by the dragon turtle, he wouldn't be alive today. Wrong. Wrong. Elder Su's breathing became rapid. The scholar had lied to him, and he was stunned. If you can deceive one thing, you can deceive hundreds of things. The matter of killing the leader and seizing his wife and daughter. Just as he was thinking, he heard a sharp sword cry in the sky, and a white light hit the top of the Wuxiang Sword Sex Mountain, falling to the ground and transforming into Su Huanyan dressed in snow. When she landed, she looked at Su He first, looked around to make sure she was not injured, then frowned slightly. Didn't you just kill Xia Fan to save others? Why did you start fighting with Zhu Yan? In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, Qing Niu translated the conversation between Su He and Qing Lei. Su Huanyan couldn't sit still and jumped up to wield the sword. Her chest rose and fell slightly, adjusting her chaotic breath. From Changyu Mansion to Wuxiang Sword Sect, it still took more than an hour for Su He to set up the flying boat. But it only took Su Huanyan less than 3/4 of an hour to arrive with the sword. This was the ultimate explosion. Zhu Yan is causing trouble behind his back and wants to kill him, Su He said with a smile, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. Call me next time, Su Huayang said. All the mythical beasts have existed for an unknown amount of time. Even if they are not good at what they do, they may make careless mistakes due to negligence. If you make a mistake in battle, you will die without rebirth. Okay, Su He replied. Elder Su grinned widely and burst into tears. Su Huanyan has a very good relationship with Long Gui. How could he be robbed if he was so good? Su Huanyan, whom he had watched grow up, also had a tough temper. She might give in for her daughter, but she would never show such emotion. He looked at Xiao Chongluan. What happened to me these days when I was unconscious? Not long after the Qingyuan War started, he was seriously injured by Zuanshanmen's demon transformation realm and passed out. When he woke up, he was in seclusion and recovering. He had only been out of seclusion for 4 months. As soon as he came out, he heard the scholar say, there is a traitor in Qingyuan. Kill the leader. Xiao Chongluan thought for a moment, flicked his sleeves, and a thought came into Elder Su's mind, including the return of Su Huanyan's consciousness clone at the end of the Qingyuan War, including Feng Yiju's stealing of Yaya's origin, and the 10-day battle between Su Huanyan and Feng Yiju before the war between the two realms. Elder Su closed his eyes and opened them after a while. Looking at Su He said solemnly, the scholar is not always at the door. He comes back only once every 10 days or half a month. He only comes back to see Zhu Yan. The most recent time was 3 days ago. Zhu Yan happened to be away at that time, and he chatted with me for half a day. He left in a hurry. Where he went I don't know. I would never tell him what the scholar was busy with. Su He turned to look at Xiao Chongluan. Zhu Yan and the scholar are in the Wuxiang Sword Sect. And you didn't get any information at all? Did Xia Dali, the leader, do such a bad job? Back then, Feng Yiju would know immediately if there was any trouble in Dongyan Mountain. Xiao Chongluan looked bitter and shook his head. The Qingyuan of today is not the Qingyuan of the past. Xia Dali just came to power, and he didn't even win back the hearts of the people. After coming back from Zuanshanmen, I'm afraid it will be even harder for people's hearts to take it back. In the Qingyuan War, regardless of the reason, the direct opponent was Zuanshanmen. But now they actively invited Zuanshanmen to take over the Dongyan Tantian battlefield. The prestige that Xia Dali had not yet established would be greatly reduced immediately. Moreover, Xia Dali is only in the realm of demon transformation, regardless of whether Feng Yiju is in charge of things or not. The third level of the sky trading realm is there. The people in the sect are already accustomed to being the leader of the sky. How can Xia Dali be willing to suddenly become a demon transforming person? Besides, the Qingyuan formation flag and the soul of Dongyan Mountain are gone. How can it be possible to control every move of Dongyan Mountain? Xiao Chongluan sighed and turned to look at Long Gui. How about, which one of you two comes back to take over as the leader? Just stay in charge and stay in charge. There is no need to delay your practice. Just use your name and enjoy the benefits. Other chores will be completed by their elders and chiefs. Su Huanyan stood beside Su He and shook his head slightly. Su He tilted his head. Murder the leader to usurp the foundation? Old man, do you want me to destroy this reputation? Xiao Chongluan sighed again. Su He threw a jade slip at Xiao Chongluan with his backhand. He originally wanted to go back to Qingyuan to practice Pan Wu Yin Dao Ju. But now, he has no intention of staying here. Just now, More than 3,000 members of the Wuxiang sword sect were turned into corpses due to the attack by ghosts. When this news was reported back to Qingyuan, it may not have caused much publicity. Su He didn't bother to pay attention. "Daughter-in-law, let's go!" Su He shouted, and the water rolled under him, and he jumped up. Su Huayang jumped up like a leaf blown by the wind, landed on Su He's turtle SHL, and sat down sideways. Follow Su He straight back to Changyu Mansion. The mountain wind blew by, and the Wuxiang sword sect was filled with dust. After several mountain god seals, the entire Wuxiang mountain was on the verge of collapse. Elder Su looked at the messy mountain peaks, filled with collapsed corpses, and lowered his head. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Qiao Chongluan. "Junior brother Qiao, please erase my name during the Qingyuan ceremony." He smiled, suddenly stretched out his hand, and slapped himself by Wei. The dantian was abolished, but the physical strength that had been tempered for thousands of years was still there. This palm split mountains and rocks, and there was no chance of survival in Bai Wei. Qiao Chongluan stood aside, silent. "It's been 1 day since I returned to Changyu Mansion." Su He was too playful, and did not pilot the flying boat. He carried Su Huanyan, and suddenly got into the clouds, and dived into the deep river. I also watched the bright moon in the bamboo forest for a night. When the gatehouse of Changyu Mansion appeared, it was already another night like water. "It's a pity that we don't have many means to monitor Wuxiang Mountain all the time." Su He looked back at Dongyun. "There is a sudden dragon turtle attack in Wuxiang Mountain, and the scholar may appear quietly to gather information." Su Huayang curled up his hair. "I have reserved my means. If the scholar appears, I will notice." Su He. Maybe I should let my wife give me extra lessons? Outside Changyu Mansion, a group of sharks were surveying and planning to build an altar. Yaya sneaked out from the gatehouse of Changyu Mansion, jumped onto Toad's little flying boat, and flew straight to the east. Green Snake looked helpless and drove another flying boat in pursuit. "What is she doing?" Su He asked. Su Huayang smiled. "The great cause of founding the country?" Su He. Su Huayang raised a finger and made a silencing gesture on his lips. "Follow me." He led Su He down the clouds and returned to Changyu Mansion, straight into Chiu Lake. He went back to the house and took out a bronze mirror. He tapped it gently, and the Yaya picture appeared on the bronze mirror. The Toad controlled the flying boat with one paw, and waved the other paw excitedly in midair. He screamed and sang in a broken gong voice. "We are bandits! We are bandits! Sharpen knives, tame falcons, and rob." Su He. It also has this hobby. How come he doesn't know about it? Yaya poked at the Toad's triangle waist. The Toad suddenly trembled and almost lost control of the flying boat. When he turned around, he saw Yaya saying solemnly, "We are not robbing." Toad curled his lips and replied, "King of the mountain." "Who are you lying to?" "You, a mountain king. Say you won't rob. But if you don't rob, give me Qinglong village." Fighting all the way. The flying boat was very fast, and it took half an hour to cross the mountains and rivers. After landing on the flying boat, someone from Qinglong village immediately came to greet them, crying from a distance, "Your Majesty, you are here. We have done as you asked and carried the stolen money back to the mountain to return it. But the people in the town he doesn't dare to ask for it, ah." The military advisor was crying to Yaya when he suddenly saw the green snake on another flying boat. His cry broke instantly, and then he became sluggish. "Demon? Beauty snake?" The green snake looks like an all-powerful fairy with only its upper body, but its lower body has a minuscule snake tail and wings. Of course, in the eyes of some people, it may be more beautiful. Su He looked at Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan smiled and said, "Yesterday you and Sui Hua went to Yuanshan village. You ordered the bandits to return the stolen property one by one. Green Snake should have taught her." Is this trying to win people's hearts? These three guys have big plans. Su He laughed. "It's a kid's game. You can play it however you like. Generally speaking, dragon turtles like the world. Which dragon turtle has never played in several worlds when it grows up? Even Su He had a prototype of a small world for research. Yaya likes to simulate management. So just let her go. Stop playing when you get tired of it. It doesn't matter if you really try to create a country. If she quits, someone will come up. There is no shortage of careerists in this world." The bronze mirror was placed beside him, and he could see the three guys at any time. Su He and Su Huanyan once again raised their consciousness to the starry sky and understood the stars. The plaque on the gate of Yuanshan village has been replaced by Qinglong village. The words are as sharp as a sword but also delicate. It is Su Huanyan's handwriting. At this moment, the military advisor had recovered from the shock of seeing the green snake and watched Yaya continue to report on her work. But she was no longer crying. Master, not only are the people afraid to take back the money, we also found that the big families in the town are very hostile to us returning the money. He snorted and then said, later, when the brothers turned into businessmen and asked around, we found out. Our Yuanshan and Qinglong village only robbed 700 taels from the town. But that big dog actually robbed more than 4,000 taels in our name. 2. How many people are there in the entire Chipo town? Everyone has to steal 1 or 2. Yaya blinked and didn't seem to understand. Green Snake was behind her and said softly, it should be killed. Kill 30% of the silver to help the people. 20% to accumulate. 40% to recruit soldiers and horses to build the village. And 10% to divide the village among the brothers. Although she didn't understand, Yaya looked like she was thinking about it, and after a moment she pretended to nod. Okay. Just do as the military advisor says. The military advisor of the cottage on the side blinked. I lost my job? Spend the night stargazing and wake up at dawn. Glancing at the bronze mirror, Yaya was preparing her men and horses to kill in the town down the mountain. She won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Right? Suhi asked in a low voice. Not to mention whether you can be a good person or not. Do you regard life as nothing? Killing innocent people indiscriminately harms luck. And the theory of luck is not empty. Just like Uncle Luo, his talent is not unattainable. But his luck is strong. He is not much older than Uncle Lei. But Dao Xing is already the strongest among the 4 clan uncles. Su Huanyan just woke up, shook his head and said, don't worry. There are green snakes following. As soon as she said this, Suhi became even more worried. Don't think of green snake as a good one. That's a snake. It had only been a few years since she opened her spiritual wisdom. But she didn't reveal her true nature in front of them, which really made her have fun. If she let go of her previous life, she would have to be slayed by demons. In terms of truth and cruelty, green snake will definitely surpass the others. Is the green snake that has been swallowing its prey alive for who knows how many years easy to deal with? No. In green snake's view, those things may not be ruthless, but just necessary for survival? Suhi warned Toad several times in his heart, and Toad's impatient voice came back. I know. I know. Go with your wife. And don't bother me. Su Huanyan returned to the top of the snow-capped mountain with his sword. Suhi closed his eyes and recalled the Pan Wu performance. At the same time, Qian Jiang woke up and looked at the central island. But Ji Feishua was nowhere to be seen. I felt a little disappointed, but also inexplicably relieved. Send a message in the chat area. Suhi. Seniors, if anyone has the turtle snake combination attack technique and wants to sell or exchange it, you can contact me. In addition, I asked the seniors to help me buy some more, as long as the price is right. The Qingyuan Sec Kung Fu is not a profound one, and only one is obviously not enough. Suhi needs a large number of similar techniques. Master Shinchen. Little friend Suhi is going to create his own technique. A combined attack of tortoises and snakes requires a large amount, and combined with a spirit snake on Suhi's back. Taoist Shinchen immediately guessed the number. Suhi smiled and said, it's not that far yet. Just for reference. A master nods. Expression took up half of the chat area. Akiji Doji spoke. Understood. We understand you four-spirited beasts. You always said it was for reference. After referring to it, a supernatural power that shocked the world came out. Suhi. Young boy. Do you think I, a turtle who has been practicing for several years, can develop my own magical powers? I'm embarrassed that you think so highly of me. Akiji Doji. So, the Mingjian I just learned was not done by you? Our Tianhe world has completely exploded in the past few months, and everyone is studying Mingjian. They are all studying it, but few of them actually dare to practice it. After all, he wants to condense a mirror in his mind that can observe all his own data. I'm afraid Dragon Turtle has a backup plan, but Akiji Doji is not afraid. Mingjian is already hanging high in the sea of consciousness. Very fragrant. Even the hidden wounds left by his practice many years ago were marked. But the boy himself didn't notice them. With the help of Mingjian, when the boy is sure that his foundation is more stable, the advancement speed will be increased by 30%. It's simply a supernatural power. Taoist Shinshin. We are also studying Mingjian. Master Naming. Same. Same. Zhang Xiu. Dot. Zhang Xiu followed the path of the god of war, and was not good at talismans and formations. He made Mingjian, but it consumed too much and running Mingjian was not worth the gain. Fellow Taoist Naming, how about I exchange 3 gourds of Wu Yuan Dan for your Mingjian practice method? I won't teach it to outsiders. I will only practice it myself. Add 1 gourd and pass it on to my future disciples. Master Naming. Deal. But your future disciple's father is the founder of Mingjian. Are you sure you want to exchange it with me? Isn't this a matter of seeking the far distance? Wu Xiu looked at Su He from the air. Su He blinked and felt a little embarrassed. Senior Naming, don't laugh. I only came up with an idea. And it was only through praying to heaven and earth that I developed the magical power. Advancement depends on everyone's practice. And you slowly push up. How do I know how to practice? Let him talk about it. And he can probably only say, Mingjian is very useful. It works really well. Recently, there are indeed more and more people practicing Mingjian. This technique has gradually spread, and everyone is introducing new ones. The clear view of the sea of consciousness becomes hot from time to time, almost always in a state of advancement. But he hasn't tried out all the specific functions yet. Mingjian can only detect Su He's status, and will not mark what new functions it has. Su He must slowly discover them. Moreover, Mingjian is only an auxiliary, not a real system. It cannot help him deduce the exercises, so its effect is much smaller. Ever since he advanced to Dragon Turtle, Su He used it less and less. Everyone made jokes and chatted casually, and agreed to help Su He acquire the skills. Just as Su He was about to withdraw, Ji Feishua's white dragon flashed and landed on Su He's island. The bell jingled and she smiled sweetly at Su He and said, If you want the turtle and snake technique, please come to me. Chapter 258 Marriage Letter. Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. Su He looked at Ji Feishua suspiciously. The enchantress did not cause any trouble. She just floated over and touched his eyebrows with her green and jade fingers. The fingertips were like electricity, numb and a little itchy, and several spells came through. The altar construction method was justified last time because it was to save Qian Qianzi. This time, the turtle and snake skills were completely Su He's own business. Su He was told 7 sets of exercises for no reason, which made Su He feel extremely uneasy. Blinking, he looked at Ji Feishua, and bubbles appeared above his head. How about you give me a beating? Ji Feishua giggled, her flower branches trembling, and blew into his ear. I never thought that my little husband would have such hobbies, such as calling me daddy and being whipped. I know a lot about this. Her voice was soft and waxy, and Su He felt as if ants were crawling over her body, making her whole body feel weak. When he wanted to refute, he saw Ji Feishua pull out a whip from somewhere in her hand, and she pulled the whip with both hands and cracked it. Looking at Su He with a faint look, Su He blinked, and a sentence of Chinese quintessence rolled on the tip of his tongue, and the consciousness left in Qianjiang completely dispersed like a bubble. Su He opened his eyes under Chiu Lake in Changyu Mansion. I never thought that I would escape. Su He chuckled, but felt a snap on the turtle SHL, and was whipped, causing a numb and itchy pain. She was about to scream subconsciously, but someone pressed her lips. Ji Feishua's voice came to her ears. Chu! Don't scream. Be careful not to be discovered by your little lady. This witch actually chased her home. The touch disappeared as soon as he touched it, and no one could be seen. But the witch was clearly here. Su He's consciousness passed by, and he was the only one in the entire Shui mansion. Where are you? Su He whispered. No respond. On the Chiu Lake, Ji Feishua was dressed in red, running and jumping in circles, her bare feet and ankle bells ringing wildly. She likes it here, with abundant water and peace and tranquility. She ran across the shark's roof, but no one noticed her. Su He's consciousness swept back and forth, still turning a blind eye. Ji Feishua walked and walked, as if she was having fun, but in the blink of an eye she reached the foot of the snow-capped mountains. She looked up at Su Huanyan and walked up barefoot. On the snowy mountain, Su Huanyan stood quietly with his eyes closed. The wind blew by, picking up the snow under his feet. When the snow fell, he cut out a sword energy and cut into pieces a gust of mountain wind. Around her, every mountain, every stone, every plant, and every tree is a sword. As if he sensed something, Su Huanyan opened his eyes, looked at Ji Feishua, who was climbing up, and said in a clear voice, You're here! This eldest princess was even more stunning in real life than in the picture projected in Su He's memory. Can you see me? Ji Feishue chuckled. Su Huanyan did not answer this question, since the memory of the past life in Yaoguang world was awakened. His eyes have changed slightly, and he seems to be able to see some things that he should not see. She would recognize Su He no matter what he looked like. With just a flicker of memory, she could see countless stories from Ji Feishue's eyes over thousands of years. He's looking for you. Su Huanyan looked down the mountain. His eyes filled with surprise as Su He scattered his consciousness around. Ji Feishue giggled, as if to show off something. Ah! I just whipped him. She looked up at Su Huanyan and teased. You don't feel bad anymore, do you? A pair of big eyes seemed to be discovering a new world, and the beautiful eyes were wide open and shining at Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan was immersed for a moment. It's too gentle. She's still alive and kicking, so she's really being beaten lightly. Those who flirt with women should be beaten harder. She can't do it, so it's good to have someone else do it for her. Ji Feishue smiled even happier. Look, we have a common language. What a good start. Su Huanyan looked at her and waited for her to laugh before saying, You didn't come here to beat him. Right. This female dragon seemed not serious. But Su Huanyan's third instinct told her that this woman must not be a boring person, and there must be a reason for her coming today. Ji Feishue smiled. Before we do business, let's beat him to vent our anger. As he spoke, he gently twirled his fingers, took out a big red brocade book, and spread it out in front of Su Huanyan. It was the marriage contract that Su He was forced to sign on the day of the Dragon God Festival. Ji Feishue twirled her hair lightly. Sign it! It's okay to be hanging around like this all the time. If you haven't signed the marriage certificate, how can you count as entering the family? You can't really be an outlaw, right? Su Huanyan looked at it and saw Su He's signature on the side of the man on the marriage certificate. The wrinkled and ugly font took up the entire space for the man's signature, and there was no room for another word. At the woman's signature place, Ji Feishue's name is beautiful and enchanting. There is a charm between the lines, as if a witch is here in person, alluring and delicious. After her name, Su Huanyan's name is being formed, but it is formed and broken, and cannot be completely condensed. There is a faint familiar atmosphere in the marriage certificate. It seemed that she had seen this magic weapon before, but could never remember it. This feeling. You must have seen it in your previous life. Even owned. Seeing Su Huanyan stunned, Ji Feishue laughed. Why? Do you regret marrying him? Or, do you want to compete with me and put your name in front of me? Su Huanyan smiled, and the sword energy in his hand was condensed on the marriage certificate, and he tapped it lightly. The three words, Su Huanyan, in the marriage certificate immediately solidified and stabilized. Concubine Ji Shui smiled sweetly and put away the marriage certificate. It's an advantage for him. This is the first marriage contract between heaven and earth. It has its own rules, and once your name is included in the marriage contract, you will never regret it. Su Huanyan turned around and looked at Ji Feishue. Can you talk about what happened between you and him? Su Huanyan was also curious. How could there be a story between two people who had never met? The snow under Ji Feishue rolled up and turned into a comfortable ice and snow chair. She sat on the chair and gently swayed her feet, saying, I can speak and you can listen. But if I speak out, you and he can't bear it. If you live there, you will die under the pressure of heaven and earth. She was laughing and joking, but her eyes were extremely serious. Then I won't tell you. Su Huanyan said. Not everything can be said. I can't tell you what happened in the palace of suppressing evil. And I can't tell you the scriptures that Su Hahue recited. Even she herself had some things she couldn't express. However, he and Su He couldn't tell. But Ji Feishue couldn't tell what she knew. Su Huanyan only knows one kind of situation. The perspective of heaven and earth. When praying to heaven and earth, someone can use the perspective of heaven and earth to see some secrets that ordinary people cannot see. You can't tell these secrets. If you tell them, you will die. But this is just a rumor that everyone knows. The lower your level, the more you believe it. The higher the realm, the more you don't believe it. When you reach the realm of Su Huanyan and understand the heart of heaven, you will know that no one can share the vision with heaven and earth. Human beings are born from heaven and earth. And even the status of divine beasts is lower than that of heaven and earth. Even if the divine beasts are so high that they surpass the heavens, they can break this world at will. The status is still inferior. Just like in the mortal world, eunuchs can never be compared to emperors in terms of status. The mythical beast may break the world, but as long as it is born in this world, it will not be comparable to the world in terms of personality. Shared perspective cannot happen. Similar situation? The matter between Su-hee and Ji Feishue has reached an unspeakable level? Somehow, Su Huanyan felt a little jealousy in his heart. Su-hee's consciousness swept around, but Ji Feishue's figure was nowhere to be seen. His consciousness re-entered Xinjiang. There were still clouds and mist outside Suha Island in Xinjiang, making it difficult to see the situation inside the island. Ji Feishue's conscious body was sitting on the shore of his island, with a pair of jade feet dangling in the water, listening to the sound of tanks colliding between soul beasts and monks behind her. The mood seemed good. Su-hee climbed up behind Ji Feishue, and the starlight fell on her eyebrows and drifted toward Ji Feishue. But seeing concubine Ji's snowy hair slightly raised, she knocked the starlight away. I don't like the secret exchange of ideas and the openness of thousands of rivers. If you have anything to do, write it out in a fair and just way. Why talk in private? Su-hee. I believe you. If you like to be fair and above board, you should remove the clouds and fog outside my island. He floated another starlight towards Ji Feishue. The starlight hit Ji Feishue's forehead, but it couldn't get in. Ji Feishue turned back and looked at Su-hee. My dear husband, you are not a disciple of Tianqing Palace, but you master the secret method of Tianqing Palace. You will be hunted down. This Darwell Ju is a secret that is not taught in the Tianqing Palace. Many of the techniques that can communicate thoughts and sounds in the mysterious world are all secrets that are not taught. Don't be afraid. Xingyi was knocked away by Ji Feishue again, so Su-hee shamelessly crawled in front of her and exchanged honest bubble text. I am the son-in-law of Tianqing Palace. If they dare to chase me, I will lead them to Zuanshanmen. Tianqing Palace and Zuanshanmen, in their slogans, are fellow members of the top 10 immortal sections. In fact, the dog's brain is about to be knocked out. Except for unification on the issue of the Emperor's great world, everything else is in absolute opposition. It is so outrageous that no matter whether it is right or wrong, if you oppose it, I will approve it. This shameless look made Ji Feishue burst into laughter. At this moment, she didn't feel like a monster at all, but rather felt like a lady. However, this gap between Ping Su's charming and demonic aura made Su-hee feel that her demonic aura was even stronger. Where are you? Su-hee bubble texted, and immediately added, You in Changyu Mansion. Don't stress. He knows what the female dragon will say to him. Maybe he will tell her that he is taking a bath in Yunmen's, and whether he wants to come with him. Should Su-hee agree or refuse? Ji Feishue kicked her feet, and seemed to be in a good mood. On the top of the snow mountain. Let's chat with Sister Su for a while. Sister? Su-hee didn't react for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. Don't make trouble. Did you go to the Palace of Suppression of Evil? Now that she has come to Changyu Mansion, the suppressing evil Taoist Palace can never hide it from her. The Taoist Palace is so strange that it can hide its whereabouts. The talisman that Uncle Lei left outside the Taoist Palace to suppress the Fengdao Palace will also expose the existence of the Taoist Palace. Now that it has been discovered, it is impossible not to pay attention to the witch woman. At Ji Feishue's level, maybe she can break open the door of the Taoist Palace and force her way in. Can you even dig out all the secrets hidden in the Jinxiadao Palace? Who is making trouble? Ji Feishue looked at him. My sister and I have a good communication. We have confirmed our common hobbies and have decided on our elders. After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Su-hee. She really took advantage of this guy. I believe you. You dare to go in front of Su Huanyan. Even if she is not as good as you, she still dares to kill you with one sword. Do you believe it? How can these two women coexist peacefully? Su-hee looked at her distrustfully, and Ji Feishue shook her toes and snorted. I can't enter the Palace of Suppression of Evil. A stupid green dragon from the Dragon Clan has entered, and I can't enter. Su-hee suddenly raised his head. You know, the affairs of the Jinxiadao Palace cannot be told to the outside world. Those who enter cannot tell, and those who have not entered do not know the conditions inside. How could Ji Feishue know? Of course. Ji Feishue snorted and puffed up her chest proudly. Her body as big as a papaya suddenly bounced and almost hit Su-hee's nose. A touch of elegant fragrance floats into the nostrils. That stupid dragon provoked me and was chased by me and fled into the Jinxiadao Palace. How could I know? Su-hee was speechless for a moment. Judging from the photos of the Jinxiadao Palace, the green dragon did look a bit stupid. Senior Ching Song? It doesn't look like it. The words in Su-hee's bubble were vague. It is said that beings who have reached such a state can feel things when they mention their names. Su-hee felt guilty. Ji Feishue gave him a funny look. Jing Song is not the only one who was beaten by me in the dragon clan. Of all the real dragons. Except for the two ancestors. Which one have I not beaten? These words were overbearing. But He didn't believe it. Except for the two ancestors. You can't even defeat your own mother? Feishua looked at him. A strange look flashed in her eyes. Beat me! Mind reading? He was surprised. No. Face reading? He was even more frightened. This was more terrifying than mind reading. How could the dragon turtle's face be read? How about a face covered in scales, and no expression at all? Feishua poked his eyebrows with a finger and giggled. You are not that stupid, Bai Zai. How can you read faces? Even if you don't use magic. With your little tricks. Can't I guess it? He remained silent because of his life experience. This skill made him even more annoying. He suddenly remembered something. Anyone he knew at random would have their existence time measured in tens of thousands. Even Su Huanyan is more than 300 years old. With such life experience, he knew which leg he was going to take as soon as he shrugged. There will be no chance to lie anymore. It will be seen as a joke. He raised his head and looked at Feishua. Sister, how old are you? Gu Luo said that before he became the dragon turtle, this person was already Princess Yunming's. So she was at least 300,000 years old. Feng Si and Feishua Nai are familiar with each other. That was a character from the previous generation's ancestral period. 500,000? 600,000? Or even bigger? Feishua raised her head and looked at He with a sweet smile. She drew circles between his brows with her green and jade fingers. My dear husband, are you going to make us sisters widows before we go to court? Why are you so cruel? After that, she looked at He with a resentful look. As if He was about to abandon them. Which made me feel pity for them. Feeling the coldness between her brows. He shivered. Really murderous. The bubbles above my head began to tremble. And my words were incoherent. No. Wait. Sister. Please forgive me. Wipe it off. Wipe it off. At this moment, he hoped that he had the skills of the master of three phases to erase the words from the bubbles. Let's continue the topic we just talked about. Did you know before that Changyu Mansion has an evil suppression palace? Feishua chuckled lightly, but did not retract her fingers. Instead, she stroked the top of Sui's head. Bit by bit. Sui was frightened, fearing that she would accidentally poke a hole in the big dragon head. Sui's defense would never be broken by an ordinary third-level Tian. But in front of Feishua, it was no different from paper. Feishua smiled and rolled her eyes at him. Changyu Mansion is right at the door of my house. If I don't even know what is going on at the door of my house, wouldn't the eldest princess's work be in vain? Sui blinked, tilted his head slightly, and missed her hand without leaving any trace. Then why didn't you refine Changyu Mansion? This cave is pretty good. Feishua choked and glared at him. Not to mention the key to the cave. Refining Changyu Mansion requires a pair of lovers to work at the same time. Do you plan to let me refine it with someone else? Who is like you? Heartless. He just signed the marriage contract with me. And then he went to refine Changyu Mansion with someone else. Sui chatted. But she became even more confused. She hadn't refined Changyu Mansion. But Changyu Mansion couldn't stop her from coming and going as she pleased. Have you never entered the evil suppressing Dao Palace through the passage of Changyu Mansion? The Qinglong passage was occupied. But no one occupied the Changyu Mansion. Feishua chuckled. Changyu Mansion is the White Tiger Passage. Do you think I look like a white tiger? Not everyone is you. You could enter through any channel. She straightened her body and let Sui distinguish. Sui blinked. But he couldn't tell because he didn't have clairvoyant eyes. The bubbles above his head flashed. I always feel that Dragon Turtle is a bit weak and doesn't know anything. After the dragon god sacrificed to the dragon gate, a white tiger appeared. And the dragon clan was still surnamed Ming. Feishua was not unfamiliar with Baihu at all. However, the Dragon Turtle clan seems to have never understood the Four Saints. Feishua's smile became even brighter. She knew what Sui was talking about. Who said the Dragon Turtle doesn't know? The Dragon Turtle doesn't know where the spiritual snake on your back comes from? The Turtle clan has clearly moved ahead of everyone. But you don't know it. Dragon Turtle really didn't know that as soon as the spiritual snake came out, Taizu immediately led the whole clan to hunt the soaring snake? Even the ancient ancestor who suppressed the Wuchen Sea was thrown two soaring snakes? Let the whole clan advance at the same time. How courageous does this take? After returning to form an egg and merging with soaring snake. He is extremely fragile at this moment. Do you really think that the Dragon Turtle clan can frighten all enemies just by their name? I'm afraid he has to do it. Ji Feishua didn't know the specific reason. But the best way for the entire clan to advance was to advance one by one. But Taizu chose the most inappropriate method. That old turtle had been alive for who knows how long. He would never be so negligent. It could only be out of necessity. Other dragon turtles may not know Xuanwu. But Taizu must know it. At most. I just don't know where the black tortoise spirit snake came from. Until Bai Ling's Qijua secret realm experiment was successful. Su He had a spiritual snake. And Qing Lei had a semi-finished spiritual snake. Then the whole clan was suddenly mobilized to advance. Su He was startled. The turtle snake body is just the form that Bai Ling deduced is most suitable for the dragon turtle. But Bai Ling doesn't even know the name of Xuanwu. It was Su He who told Bai Ling the name Xuanwu on the knob of the Qijua secret realm alchemy furnace. Ji Feishua shook her head. The Bai Ling, there is just a consciousness left behind by the original body. How much can she know? What else can a conscious body do besides explode? I don't even know where my true body is. Not only the Dragon Turtle clan has been investigating Bai Ling for 6,000 years, but Ji Feishua is also there. And the information she possesses far exceeds that of the Dragon Turtle clan. Compared with the elder male turtles of the Dragon Turtle clan, Bai Ling preferred to talk to her. Although even Ji Feishua couldn't dig out that guy's secret. Xuanwu. Bai Ling must have known about it for a long time. Su He was silent for a moment. Maybe Bai Ling really knew. The Xuanwu passage of Jinxia Dao Palace has been occupied by others. Apart from Bai Ling, Su He could not think of anyone else. Bai Ling knew it. And Ji Feishua knew it. Su He looked directly at Ji Feishua. Had she prepared these 7 turtle snake combination techniques? Just for him. Chapter 259, the altar is completed. Hush! Seeing that Su He was still asking, Ji Feishua raised a finger and made a silent gesture. There are many secrets in this world. As many as cow hairs. Some of them can tear the sky in half if you tell them. But secrets require strength. Bear it. You are not strong enough. You will die if you find out. No matter what realm you care about. It's not just a monk. Even a mortal. With insufficient status. How can he spy on top-level state secrets? Su He shook his head. His bubbles trembling. No. I don't ask this. Is the technique you just taught me specially prepared for me? Ji Feishua blinked, and her eyes sparkled with sincerity. Of course. Yes. For hundreds of thousands of years, I have traveled all over the world, killed countless powerful people, and gained the name of a mad devil. Just for the sake of these achievements of my husband. Law. Su He nodded. It turned out that it was not specially prepared for him. But he just happened to have it in hand. It's normal to think that for a being who has lived like this for an unknown amount of time, isn't it natural that he has some weird skills in his hands? Go back and ask Uncle Lei. Maybe Uncle Lei is more. Moreover, Uncle Lei and the others must create new techniques suitable for Xuanwu's real body. Su He is still struggling with whether to live a life where he can open his mouth and open his hands. In fact, the only ones that are suitable for you are self-created ones. Others can only serve as reference. Su He looked at Ji Feishua. Sister, how should I change my existing magical powers? This question has been swirling in Su He's mind for a long time. Not all of Su He's magical powers are highly utilized. Such as Qianjun. The effect of clearing out miscellaneous soldiers was very good. But in the battle Su He faced, Qianjun had almost no effect. Until Nether was used recently. Su He felt that Nether and Qianjun could be merged. Just like Tengxi's underworld realm. Su He can now open the Netherworld channel to release ghosts. But the ghosts he releases are completely different from those of Soaring Snake. Every ghost released by Soaring Snake that day had heaven-stretching combat power. So it was obvious that the ghosts had been chosen long ago. When using it, just summon it directly. Instead of being like Su He, everything is random and depends on luck. The Soaring Snake has its underworld domain and may be able to mark and nourish ghosts. However, most of the Dragon Turtle's supernatural powers are born in the righteous way of Huang Wang, and they are the nemesis of sneaky things. To use the Netherworld, Su He needs to suppress his own aura. The only thing that has the effect of cultivating ghosts is soul sacrifice. But it is a one-time use. If the ghosts are shot out, they can only explode with a pre-destructive ultimate blow, and they will be completely turned into ashes. Only Qianjun has pure water attribute magical powers, and there is no distinction between good and evil. It may be able to accommodate ghosts in the Netherworld. I saw a senior dragon turtle in Jinxia Dao Palace, and every drop of water in Qianjun was like a whole world. Su He was thinking that if every drop of water in his body was like a Netherworld, would it be okay? Every drop of it can accommodate countless ghosts. even if it no longer accommodates ghosts. The netherworld sounds very domineering. Ji-Fei-Shua looked at him and looked around. TSK. TSK. You actually have serious thoughts? Don't expect Bai Ling to arrange everything and passively advance, but actually take the initiative to practice? Su-He. In fact, he has always worked hard and immediately fell into cultivation whenever he had free time. He never thought that he would be automatically promoted after sleeping for 10,000 years. Seeing Su-He's depressed look, Ji-Fei-Shua giggled, rubbed his head, and said with a smile, mystical powers are essentially the same as your minions. The claws can tear, slap, and use the claws as swords to perform sword techniques. Divine powers. It's also the same. As she spoke, she tapped her jade finger lightly, and a fairy sword floated out. The magical power of the Dragon Clan, hundreds of soldiers. Su-He saw that the Mingxian sisters had used it. They could gather all kinds of weapons, and use the weapons to kill the enemy. But Ji-Fei-Shua's fairy sword was different. Su-He didn't perceive the rules of sharpness, edge, cutting, etc. Instead, it felt soothing, healing, blessing, etc. Being stabbed by this sword should feel great. Then he saw spiritual talismans flashing on the fairy sword, changing the function of the fairy sword. Wait! Su-He looked at Ji-Fei-Shua in astonishment. How can you use magical powers in the Xian realm? The mysterious world is essentially a clone of consciousness, and supernatural powers are abilities embedded in the physical body. It's like you can't see without your eyes. There is no physical body in the mysterious world. So how can supernatural powers appear? Ji-Fei-Shua stroked her hair and giggled. Because I'm awesome. Su-He remained silent. This reason was very strong, and he could not refute it. Ji-Fei's snow fairy sword poked it. A feeling of relief arose, and her mind became a little clearer. If you want to change your magical power, you must first find it. Just like a hand is on your arm. If you want to tattoo your hand, you must first find your hand. The magical power is in your body. Find its origin. Comprehend it. Understand it. And then try to change it. But, at this point, she looked at Su-He seriously. Supernatural powers are different from martial arts. If you make a mistake in the martial arts, you will have to abolish the Taoist practice and start over again. However, there is only one source of magical powers. If you change it, you will not be able to change it back. Think carefully before you start. When Ji-Fei-Shua preached, she didn't act like a monster at all. Didn't irony, ridicule, or joke, which made Su-He a little uncomfortable. Su-He nodded. I won't mess around. The woman only said a few serious words before her true colors were revealed. She suddenly came close to Su-He and blew into his ear again. My dear husband, I have been so kind to you. How can you repay me? Su-He trembled and blinked. Bubbles quietly appeared from the top of his head and rode seriously. Isn't it a big favor? Bah! Ji-Fei-Shua poked him and said, think again. Su-He thought for a while. There is nothing to repay in this life. Let's see. In the next life? Have no conscience. Ji-Fei-Shua gritted her teeth and kicked him hard. The bells on her ankles jingled. She poked Su-He's eyebrows. Tell me quietly. Bai Ling's inheritance left in the dragon turtle does it involve the magical power of time? Find out about the dragon turtle's heritage. There's nothing that can't be said. Magical powers are for use. I don't know how many people have studied the magical powers of the dragon turtle clan. Even many major forces know the magical powers of the dragon turtle clan better than Su-He. But all the magical powers are in the eyes of the inherited dragon turtle. And Su-He doesn't know which one is left by Bai Ling. Seeing Su-He's confusion, Ji-Fei-Shua chuckled and said, does the inherited Tao shadow left by Bai Ling have any experience involving time? Su-He blinked. Ji-Fei-Shua knew the dragon turtle inheritance very well. Even the Tao shadow of the inheritance knows it. He shook his head and said, there are fighting skills, various strategies, weapon forging, elixir refining, formations, but I have never seen time. Ji-Fei-Shua looked at it, and suddenly seemed to see something incredible, and said in shock, refining alchemy? Bai Ling refining alchemy? Is she going to blow up the dragon turtle clan? What is the difference between Bai Ling's alchemy and Shinshin Taoist's weapon refining? They are all set by laws. If the furnace is not exploded, one should wonder whether the world is coming to an end. Is there anything else? You don't need to tell me the specific content. Just see if it involves time. Su-He thought for a while, and then a star from the dragon's horns hid Ji-Fei-Shua. Ji Xianzi. who didn't like to communicate in private, did not slap Mars away again. There are 3 most powerful talismans left by the clan's sister. One is related to divination and cannot be read. The other 2 cannot be read. Question mark. A question mark appeared above Ji Feishua's head. She didn't have a dialogue box. The question mark popped up directly, and it swayed from side to side. The other 2 talismans will make you dizzy if your consciousness touches them even slightly, as if they will be sucked in at any time. You cannot watch them at all. Ji Feishua was silent. He stopped talking for a long time. After a long time, he raised his head slightly and looked at Suhi. My dear husband, I have to go out and won't come back for at least 2 months. You have to be careful not to be eaten by Feng Xiaofei. So Phoenix is still evil? Suhi was depressed, with bubbles on his head. What are you going to do? When you hear the Bailing rune, what do you think of? Ji Feishua was tapping her lotus feet and was about to leave. She turned around and smiled at him and said, Don't worry. My family is loyal and will not look at other men twice. Suhi. Dot. There was a flash of white light in front of her, and Ji Feishua's conscious body had disappeared. This female dragon was different from the other clan uncles. She was similar to Suhi in that her conscious body rarely stayed in the mysterious world. Suhi withdrew from Qianjiang River and scanned the Qiu Lake with his consciousness again. There was still no trace of Ji Feishua. He paid special attention to Su Huanyan. The mountain top was quiet, but there was still no trace of Ji Feishua. Fraud. She knew it was impossible for her to go to Su Huanyan. When he couldn't find it, Suhi simply stopped looking. He returned to the observatory and lay down again, preparing to enter the cultivation state. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and said softly, Be careful! After a moment, Ji Feishua's voice rang in her ears. My dear husband, are you concerned about me? Hee hee. Don't worry. No one in this world can hurt me except you. Which? Seduce me again. She hasn't left yet. Suhi's consciousness passed by again, but there was still no trace. On the top of the snow mountain, Ji Feishua stretched her arms and stretched. Okay, I'm going to leave after the matter is done. If I don't leave, you should kill me with your sword. The young husband was absolutely right. This little girl, really dared to kill her with a sword. If it weren't for the subtle timing of her appearance, before they confirmed their relationship, the fairy sword would have fallen on her at this moment. I'm not here, so be careful with your young husband and don't let him hook up with other girls. Ji Feishua giggled. Don't think he's just a turtle. Wait until he gets his wits about him. He'll be really powerful. As she spoke, she glanced at the fairy sword beside Su Huanyan and disappeared in a flash. Madame Su's sword is no ordinary sword. It was carried so openly, and no one saw it take it away. But I'm not afraid now. Who would dare to rob the daughter-in-law of the Dragon Turtle clan for a fairy sword at the risk of their life? Stop looking for her. She's gone. Su Huanyan's voice rang in Suhi's ears. The Dragon Turtle, whose consciousness was released, trembled slightly. Is that witch really looking for Su Huanyan? He quietly looked towards the top of the mountain and saw a snow-carved chair beside Su Huanyan. It was gorgeous and unrestrained. At first glance, it was the work of a witch. I will practice my sword tonight, and you can understand the stars by yourself. Su Huanyan's voice was cold. Suhi opened his mouth, but no words came out. Is this jealous? Will Fairy Qinglong be jealous? I don't know why, but I feel a little happy in my heart. Daughter-in-law! Suhi shouted. Su Huanyan closed his eyes and stood quietly, never paying attention to him. Daughter-in-law! Suhi called again, still not paying attention. Daughter-in-law! Practice! Su Huanyan's cold voice was quite helpless. Suhi still wanted to cheat, but he saw that Su Huanyan was surrounded by sword energy and was already immersed in it. The open mouth then closed again, and he just murmured a sound. He closed his eyes slightly, and the whale sucked in water, absorbed the water essence of Qiu Lake, and increased his own true essence. On the top of the mountain, Su Huanyan had a smile on his face. The heavy rain that had been brewing for several days suddenly fell, crackling on the lake water, and occasionally lightning flashed overhead. I could smell the moisture in the air, and it seemed like the rain wouldn't stop for a while. This year's rainy season came 2 or 3 months late. Autumn is in full swing at this time. The common people must have just finished the autumn harvest and are drying grain. After this rain, the grain may sprout. This winter will be difficult to endure. This thought only briefly flashed through Suhi's mind before he was forgotten. He is a mythical beast, not a god, and there are many things he cannot do. As a dragon turtle, Su-he can stop the heavy rain for hundreds of miles, but cannot stop the heavy rain for thousands of miles. Mortals have their own way of living, and monks have their own way of living, without interfering with each other. Each can cultivate and transform the best. It was already dark, but it was actually just after noon. Su-he glanced at the bronze mirror and saw Yaya standing on a Grand Master's chair in a deep courtyard, looking at the people kneeling on the ground below. Let the heavy rain wash away. Panic and joy merged on the people's faces, forming strange expressions. Everyone looked at Yaya with fears and gratitude. 1 knelt down. 10 knelt down. And all of them knelt down in an instant. They didn't dare to shout "Long live the mountain." But they were grateful for the kindness. There was no great joy on Yaya's face, but confusion. Looking up at the sky, he suddenly punched the sky, shattering a dark cloud, and the heavy rain dissipated. The noisy sounds of gratitude on the ground fell silent for a moment, and then they kowtowed and instantly became devout. Just now they were looking at a mountain king who suddenly did a good deed. He didn't know whether accepting the goodwill would be good or bad in the future. At this moment, it was as if he was looking at the gods. Su-he put down the bronze mirror, separated his claws from the lake water, jumped up, broke through the heavy rain and flew towards the Suhuanyan snow mountain. The mountain is very high. Halfway up the mountain it is already covered with sleet and snow. And further up, there is complete heavy snow. Breaking through the heavy snow and looking back, the rolling dark clouds below me are as smooth as a tile blade passing by. Through the dark clouds, you can see the rain under the clouds, as dense as a curtain of beads. So beautiful. Su-he likes rain. Is it because of the turtle? Or because it was a rainy night before the time travel? He traveled by listening to the sound of rain. Suhuanyan seemed to have never heard the sound of rain. Only the sword energy was floating around him. Su-he stopped beside her without disturbing her, watching her waiting quietly. The sky turned completely dark. Night fell, and the rain on the mountain did not get smaller, but became heavier. Suhuanyan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Su-he helplessly. If you don't practice, what are you doing here with me? Su-he opened his mouth, but no words came out. Inexperienced, he didn't know what to say. Suhuanyan shook his head helplessly. Recite the sutra! Su-he was so happy that he immediately closed his eyes and recited morals silently. Suhuanyan's consciousness was pulled straight up to the starry sky. Daughter-in-law, quietly understand, Suhuanyan said coldly. Su-he didn't know how to respond. After a while, he heard Suhuanyan say, if there is a next time, I will kill you. Su-he was overjoyed. Okay, quietly comprehend. The voice is still cold, but no longer rejecting others. It rained continuously for 10 days, and then it slowly cleared up. The weather has cleared up, but the temperature has cooled down completely. The real late autumn has arrived. Yaya only came back quietly once in 10 days. He didn't come back to see his parents. The unfilial daughter didn't even see Suhuanyan. She quietly asked Su-he for a fishing rod and ran away without looking back. I had been out hungry for 10 days. I couldn't stand it anymore and didn't want to come back. I wanted to hold a fishing rod and be self-reliant. The ruler next to Suhuanyan was rolling up and down. But it didn't come out after all. In terms of age and conduct, Yaya is already independent. Only spiritual intelligence is lacking. But during these 10 days, I went out to collect fortresses, help the people, destroy big households, and kill corrupt officials. I saw a lot and thought a lot. And my spiritual intelligence actually improved significantly. Su-he didn't care about the matter, but was happy to see the results. In the same person, knowledge, experience and wisdom are closely related. The days of practice are very fast, and the Panwuyin Tao Ju has been completed in 10 days. It's just the demon transformation realm technique. With Su-he's current spiritual consciousness and true energy, it can be practiced several times with half the effort. It took 3 or 4 days to completely master it. Even among the 7 techniques passed down by Ji Feishue, Su-he also has one. I understand the beginning. Should it be said that it is worthy of being collected by Princess Yunming's? I don't know how much more advanced it is than Panwuyin Tao Ju. It's too complex to understand the knowledge involved. Suhuanyan spent most of the day helping him with tutoring. The construction of the soul-calling altar outside Changyu Mansion has officially started. Heavy rain is no problem for the sharks. It did not affect the construction period. Time passes quietly and steadily in practice. When autumn turns to winter, there is a heavy snowfall, and everything except the green bamboos withers. Occasionally, if you look around, You can see pandas rolling in the snow in the bamboo forest. There is also the wooden sculpture of the barbarian king who rode a panda and challenged bamboo rats all day long, and was beaten and fled all over the world. In the bamboo forest, a spiritual snake circles back and forth around the green bamboo, spitting out snake messages from time to time. The spirit snake is very powerful. Like a dragon. With a roar, he jumped out of the bamboo forest, turned around on the snow, and suddenly transformed into the true form of a turtle and a snake. Panwu performs Taoist arts. Where is the tortoise, and where is the snake? A turtle is a snake, and a snake is a turtle. Yin and yang complement each other, and do not differentiate between each other. He could feel that this was not the Xuanwu path he pursued. But this set of techniques was very interesting and worth practicing. It's a pity that the monks who originally created this set of techniques were too low level. Probably only at the peak of demon transformation, or just entering the heaven. After all, my horizons have become shallow. Moreover, when practicing Pan Wu Yin Tao Ju, the true energy is used as a turtle and snake, and the body becomes a turtle and snake that complement each other. In Su He, the tortoise and the snake are the true colors. With the help of Su Huanyan and the help of Ji Feishua's Kung Fu, Pan Wu Yin Tao Ju has completely changed in Su He's hands. It is far from Xuanwu. But Su He has a deeper understanding of the harmony between turtle and snake. A shark came in a hurry, and when he saw Su He practicing, he stopped and waited quietly in the distance. It was not until Su He turned into his true form of Xuanwu that he bowed from a distance and said, "Master, my mother-in-law asked me to inform you that the altar has been built." Su He was overjoyed. Long Min was very capable. He only took one look at the drawings and said it would take 3 months. But it really took 3 months. No more. No less. "Let's go! Let's take a look," Su He said happily, the water rolling underneath him. And he headed towards Changyu Mansion first. 3 miles southwest of Changyu Mansion, a dark altar rose from the ground. It's not very high, but it's surrounded by empty space, which makes it look abrupt. It looks like a square tripod, with 2 huge stone pillars standing tall on both sides. The altar was not big, with the length and width of the altar being 9 feet each. To Su He, it was the size of an ordinary room. "Master!" Su He came riding the waves, and the sharks guarding the altar bowed and saluted. In the past few months, I have seen Su He more often. He is no longer as hasty as before, and his greetings are more orderly. Su He waved his paw, said H low, and landed on the altar. Close your eyes and concentrate, and connect your energy to the altar. After a little experimentation, your spiritual power and thoughts connect smoothly without any jerkiness. This altar is very well done. Su He gave a few words of encouragement, and with a slight movement of consciousness, he condensed several water balls filled with spiritual energy and embellished with true energy, compressed into the size of pebbles, just like water jade containing the breath of the dragon turtle's true energy. "Thank you for your hard work. A few drops of water as a thank you." Water droplets floated and fell safely around each shark. The sharks were immediately overjoyed. For the sharks, any item containing the breath of the dragon turtle is a treasure, not only in terms of belief, but a treasure that can truly improve the Taoist conduct. Not to mention the jade containing true energy condensed by dragon turtle himself. Chapter 260 Buddha. In Qianjiang, Su He woke up, and the big characters in the chat area filled the screen. "Senior Naming, the altar has been built." A ray of light fell on Suha Island and transformed into the real person of Naming. Immediately after the rays of light fell one after another, more than 30 people from Qianjiang gathered on the small island of Suha. Master Nanning had bubbles above his head. "My dear friend, are you going to start summoning the soul of Qianqianzi?" The summoning method Ji Feishua had already been passed along with the altar construction method. Su He shook his head. "I can't do the summoning and sacrificial dance. The sharks under my command are doing the sacrificial summons, and I'm on the side to protect the law." "That's fine." Master Nanming nodded. The dragon turtle is really not suitable for summoning souls, as its true energy and magical powers are too overbearing. Summoning the soul mainly uses the power of the altar, and the summoner is just a guide. It is naturally better to have a higher level of Taoism, but as long as you reach the realm of demon transformation, it is enough. The inscription on the half-exploded alchemy furnace above Taoist Chinchin's head is it possible that my little friend is projecting the scene of the altar in Xinjiang River?" "Okay." Su He nodded. Retrospective playback is one's own memory, but what you see is naturally retained in your mind and turned into memory. Strictly speaking, Rewinding cannot be broadcast in real time. In fact, there is a momentary delay, but it is just an imperceptible trace. After using the backtrack function, a video played in front of me. It was the altar scene, but Soo-hee was nowhere to be seen. This was broadcast from Soo-hee's perspective. The Eclipse Soul Altar of the Spirit Clan? Taoist Shinshin was startled. If there is any clan in the universe that has the most thorough study of the Divine Soul, it is the Spirit Clan. The Eldar themselves are existences similar to Divine Souls. Master Nanming shook his head. I just made reference to the Spirit Clan's Eclipse Sun Altar. Fairy G made changes to the altar. Otherwise, the original Eclipse Sun Altar would have taken at least a month to be properly arranged. Taoist Shinshin nodded. At first glance, this altar looked like the Spirit Clan altar. After a second glance, you could see the difference. The Spirit Clan altar was much darker than this one. After all, it is a race that relies on curses to rule the roost. Fairy G should know better about this altar. But it's a pity that Fairy G is not here. As soon as the inscription on Taoist Shinshin's alchemy tripod appeared, everyone looked at Soo-hee. Soo-hee opened his mouth. He didn't know where Ji Feishua had gone. There has been no news since he left 3 months ago. Soo-hee looked around, changing the topic. Master Sanxiang may not have seen you for a long time. After he first learned that Feng Yiju could forcibly transform people, Monk Sanxiang once solved his doubts. But he rarely saw him after that. It has not appeared for nearly a year now. Taoist Shinshin laughed loudly. But he did not laugh. But the bubbles in the shape of the alchemy furnace above his head trembled up and down, showing the joy in his heart. Monk Na-se made the 96th great vow to cultivate the body of the immovable Ming King. And this time he still did the same. If you practice closed-mouth meditation, you won't be able to reveal your body. The war cultivator next to him also made a laugh, with bubbles on his head. Guess how long this old monk can stay here? The old monk could not bear the thought of being motionless for thousands of years. Fairy Junlin was beside him, and said with a smile. 3 years. It can't be any less. Master 3 Phases last time lasted for 3 years. Taoist Shinshin hummed twice, and the alchemy furnace above his head turned into normal bubbles. Last time was special. He fell asleep immediately. This time Master Gu Jingjai Guiyuan personally guarded him. He can't sleep. Up to 2 years. No more. Soo-hee had a question mark on his head. He also knew something about Buddhist practice in this world. Those that require great aspiration to practice are all the Dharma of ascending to heaven. The true and profound Dharma. And this is the 96th time I have made great ambitions. Do I treat great ambitions like cabbage? I'm afraid this is not a fake monk. Only mortals who do not practice Buddhism dare to make vows at will. Moreover, making great wishes in Buddhism is very similar to praying to heaven and earth. If you make great wishes to heaven and earth, all living beings will respond. If you don't respond to this Buddhist teaching, you will not be able to practice it, and you will be punished by heaven. Taoist Shinshin patted Soo-hee's turtle sh. Ellen said, Don't compare yourself to that monk. That monk was born as a son of the Buddha. His vows are like drinking water, and he responds as he wishes. He has not kept any of the rules and precepts. Gu Jingjai still regards him as a treasure. But, Taoist Shinshin smiled even more happily. You will die for your own sins. That monk entered Buddhism very early, and he has been young forever. But once he made a great vow. He became older. 300 years ago. He still had the same face. The handsome young monk is now an old monk with wrinkles on his face. Everyone was talking and laughing, but their voices gradually became lower, and they all looked at Soo-hee. They are all beings who have been practicing for an unknown amount of time. Even if they have to become immortals with swords and axes, they can still laugh. But it is a matter of how heavy it is to deal with fellow Taoist souls. Master Nanming is a bit more subdued. He has been in Qianqianzi's cave, guarding the golden lotus that protects the Tao, so he can feel Qianqianzi's state better. At this moment, he has completely stopped talking, and his real body is running the formation, cooperating with Soo-hee to summon the soul at any time. Soo-hee nodded, and the dragon turtle chanted longly on the altar. Long Min came with a staff, bowed to Soo-hee, and climbed onto the altar. Soo-hee got off the altar and tried his best to control his momentum so as not to affect the summons. Su Huanyan came with a sword and landed next to Soo-hee. He stood quietly and gathered his sword energy. Long Min came on stage and put down a comb on the altar. It was Qianqianzi's personal belongings. Master Nanming got it from Qianqianzi cave and handed it to Soo-hee through the mysterious world. You can use this as a guide to summon the spirit of Qianqianzi. Long Min adjusts his breath, burns incense for a foot, bows to all directions, respects heaven and earth, jumps up and dances and sings, like a witch or a blessing, especially with Long Min's old figure. He looks even more like him. The distant and clear singing voice sounded on the altar. It was not a human singing but a soul-calling ceremony. The dragon and men which dance resonated with the heaven and earth. As the singing began, everything around him fell into a subordinate position, as if the entire altar was designed to draw out this sound. Everyone in Qianjiang held their breath and watched the picture projected by Su He quietly. Taoist Qinshan said seriously with bubbles above his head. Don't be distracted. Remember the sacrificial dance and the song thoroughly. It's best to imprint it in your soul and never forget it. It's the word. Human language speaks Tao, so non-Taoism cannot speak human language. Su He could not speak human words before he passed through the heavenly tribulation and prayed to heaven and earth to obtain the charm of heaven and earth. In turn, the agglomeration of the avenue may also produce human voices. Even mortals have encountered this phenomenon. The wind blows through the valley, but it makes human voices. He was even warning him not to enter the valley and what to do. This is nature, hearing the voice of the great road as a mortal. If you realize that your future is limitless, and finally act according to the Tao, it will be easy to turn danger into safety and encounter the most precious treasure. The soul-calling ritual adapted by Ji Feishue will resonate with the Tao and use the Tao to summon souls. If you memorize this sound, you will definitely make great progress on your journey to the soul. At the same time that Taoist Qinshan reminded her, Su Huanyan had already sent a message to Su He. Remember this dance? Lyrics and music. In terms of knowledge, she far surpassed her husband. As the Taoist sound spread, the entire altar and Long Min fell into an illusion, as if the space was distorted and they were not in the same world. There was a feeling of alienation coming from the altar. Taoist Qianjiang and Qinshan looked at the picture and said, the altar is now half virtual and half real, half in this world, and half using a wooden comb to explore the location of Qianqianzi's soul. Su He nodded and understood. Just like fishing. When a person is on the shore, the fishing line has been thrown into the water, and the wooden comb is the bait. The bait was thrown out, and the result was achieved in just a moment. A green flame suddenly ignited on the wooden comb, and Qianqianzi appeared in the flame, with surprise flashing in his eyes. Found her spirit. As soon as Qianqianzi appeared, he tried to get out of the flames, but at this moment, a big character appeared in the flames, suppressing Qianqianzi's soul. Presumptuous! Damn it! Qianjiang was full of people shouting and scolding. The swastika was preventing Qianqianzi's soul from returning to its place. Her soul was imprisoned. Roar! Su He roared and rushed towards the altar. Su Huanyan had already dodged and landed on the altar. He waved his hand lightly and sent Long Min off the altar. The fairy sword flicked into a sword light and hit the swastika. The golden light of the swastika was strong, blocking the fairy sword back. Huge power struck, and Su Huanyan turned around and stood in the center of the altar. The flames on the wooden comb instantly weakened and were about to be extinguished at the sight of it. Su Huanyan's eyes narrowed slightly. He put the fairy sword aside, danced, took Long Min's seat, and summoned him personally. Ta Tian Air's majestic spiritual energy surged out. The sound of Taoism gradually dissipated on the altar, and suddenly became melodious and clear. The same soul-calling, the same witchcraft dance performed by Su Huanyan was completely different from that performed by Long Min. Even the sound was somewhat cold and quiet. Su He jumped up. His consciousness quickly swayed in all directions, and at the same time, he used his gaze to search in all directions. Rocks, vegetation, and trees can no longer block the view. The witchcraft had just started, and the soul of Qianqianzi was located and recalled immediately. Qianqianzi's soul is not far from here. Su He searched hard but found nothing. Under the altar, the flame ignited again, but it could not recall Qianqianzi. Qianqianzi rushed left and right, but was always blocked by the swastika. But the swastika tried to get into Qianqianzi's soul but couldn't. A faint golden light between the eyebrows completely blocked the swastika. In Qianjiang and the eye, Qinshan left the chat window and directly said from his consciousness, Nan Ming! Master Naming's eyes were filled with anger and his expression was solemn. Don't worry. There's no problem with me. He protected Qianqianzi's body and used it to protect his soul, so he was fine for the time being. Moreover, Master Naming had a vague feeling that in addition to the golden lotus, he was running to protect the way. Qianqianzi's soul must have something else protecting him. Otherwise the pressure on him would be even greater. Look for the 3 phases. Master Nanming replied via voice transmission from his consciousness. Even outsiders can see that it is Buddhist methods that suppress Qianqianzi's soul. For professional matters, find professionals. When he said this, Taoist Shinshin had already landed on the island of Sanxiang Monk. With a wave of his hand, the small monastery rose from the ground and was thrown aside, revealing an old monk meditating with his eyes closed. Master Sanxiang's practice of Fudo Mingwang and Shuku Zen did not take away Qianqiang's conscious body, but the conscious body fell into a state of being motionless, silent and indifferent to external affairs. The conscious body and the main body are synchronized. Just like a dragon turtle egg in a mountain and sea, Shinshin rushed forward and slapped the old monk twice on the face. Wake up! Wake up, you perverted monk! The slaps fell one after another, and everyone in Qianjiang was stunned. The method was rough, but the effect was very good. In a moment, Master Sanxiang opened his eyes, and the bubbles above his head exploded. Go lousy! Your second uncle's ginseng. Buddha! I have just entered Samadhi. You are a bastard seeking death. Qianqianzi's soul has been suppressed. Taoist Shinshin sent a message of thought that exploded in the monk's consciousness. The monk was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, Taoist Shinshin had already dragged him to Suhi's island and pointed at the picture projected by Suhi. On the screen, the soul-calling altar is illusory, with beating flames. Qianqianzi's soul collides with it several times, but it still cannot jump over the swastika. The three-phase monk, who was in a rage, suddenly calmed down, turned to Suhi and said, My little friend, please give me your address. It is not difficult to locate the Xuanjia. Just send a breath of your consciousness clone there, taking over a little bit of Suhi's consciousness. The three-phase monk slowly closed his eyes, as if he had fallen into the realm of Fudo Minggu again. But just for a moment, a dull sound suddenly came from the space beside Suhi outside Changyu Mansion, as if a fist was hitting the wall. Boom! 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 Then, there was a loud explosion, and a red light smashed into the space and fell out. The three-phase monk, covered in flames, suddenly landed next to Suhi. He put his hands together and made a slight Buddha salute to Suhi. Thank you, little friend, for protecting Qianqianzi. He flew down from the sky, walked towards the altar step by step, and bowed to Su Huanyan. Thank you, little fairy, and leave it to the poor monk next. Fairy Qianjiang Nii Junlan spoke carefully with bubbles on her head. Master Three Phases is angry. She has never seen such a polite three-phase master. Taoist Shinshin touched his beard and said with a hint of seriousness on his face, Are you afraid that you have forgotten the origin of his name as a monk? 300 years ago, when Qianqianzi first entered Xinjiang, he was a handsome monk with three qualities. He looked straight at her, jumped over, and asked Qianqianzi, Little fairy, if I return to secular life, can I marry you? Qianqianzi was stunned. Then, the three-phase consciousness was beaten by Ji Feishue. The real body was beaten by Gu Jingjai's master. The three-phase monk calmed down and became honest. Now, Qianqianzi's consciousness has been suppressed, and she is still suppressed by Buddhist methods. One can imagine what the three-phase monk was thinking. After sending Su Huanyan off to the altar politely, Monk Sanxiang took off the beads on his neck and threw them into the sky. The flames on the comb that were about to disperse instantly rekindled, even more powerful than when Su Huanyan summoned his soul, covering the entire altar. Qianqianzi's whole body was no longer exposed, as if she could sense it through space. Senior Sanxiang, is that you? Qianqianzi spoke, but no sound came out. But she could tell what she was talking about just by looking at her lips. The flames on the body of the three-phase monk suddenly started. He pointed at the summoning screen and yelled, Sun thief! Touch me, Qianjiang fairy, and ask the Buddha if he has the demon subduing pestle in his hand? The three-phase monk cursed and shook his fist, wishing he could smash the swastika with one punch. What is the purpose of the great Brahma's dust-removing curse for you to imprison the fairy's soul? You deserve to be a monk, and you deserve to have no descendants. Master Sanxiang didn't look like an enlightened monk at all. He cursed loudly. After cursing, he subconsciously raised his hand to wipe away the bubbles on his head. Then he suddenly realized that this was not Xinjiang, and the bad words could not be wiped away. And what are you doing by scolding these birds and wiping them off? Just scold him. He scolded his 8 generations of ancestors. The more the Sanxiang monk scolded, the more unpleasant he sounded. His insults are unspeakable. Suhi landed next to Su Huanyan, and the 2 little sailors covered the fairy's ears. He was cursing and cursing. and the swastika flashed in the flames, as if he couldn't bear it, so he returned the favor. The three-phase monk's expression suddenly became serious. Got you! Little friend Suhi! Help me kill the enemy! Sanxiang said in a low voice, and jumped straight to the south. Suhi's face was gloomy. Master Three Phases didn't know what method he used. The moment the swastika reacted, he also sensed the other party's location. You guard the house! Suhi groaned to Su Wanyan. The water beneath him rolled over, and he jumped up and headed straight towards Dongyun. Master Sanxiang was much faster than him. Before Suhi arrived, he saw two different Buddha lights rising into the sky thousands of miles south of Wuxiang Mountain, and iron ropes crossing the sky. Buddhism. Sealing the imperial palace. Suhi arrived in a boat and heard Master Sanxiang shout loudly. Rogue! Coward! The old monk didn't have any compassion on his face at this moment. Instead, his cassock was thrown aside. His chest was bare, and he was covered in sinews. His old face was full of murderous intent. Opposite him was an old monk, with a sad face and clasped hands. At a glance, he was an enlightened monk. The master of Three Phases is a rogue compared to him. Next to the master, a member of the Fenghuang Palace clan stood in the sky. An iron rope stretched out from the palm of his hand, spanning the entire space, suppressing the Buddha's light of the three-phase master. However, the three-phase monk was unafraid. He clenched his hands into fists, and his muscles were pulsing. He looked at the monk opposite with a cold snort. Rogue! I just didn't dare to face the Emperor Feng back then. But now, he is colluding with the Fenghuang Palace. In ancient times, the Xianwang world was known as the Xianwang world, the first place among the heavens, and the place where the Tao was revealed. The method of cultivation in all heavens and worlds was born from here. The two gates of Buddhism and Taoism are worshipped in all realms, until Xianwang was plotted by the Emperor of the Great World to steal the origin of the world. That war almost overturned 3,000 worlds. Even though Xianwang world hastily faced the enemy, it has never been at a disadvantage. As long as it slows down, it is still unclear who will win and who will lose. It happened that at this time, there were two Buddha gates, and a Buddhist disciple led nearly 60% of the power of the Buddha gate, escaped to the starry sky, opened the Buddha realm, closed the mountain gate, and escaped the battle. This is the origin of what monk Sanxiang calls a fugitive. The monk opposite is not a monk from the mysterious world, but from the Buddhist world. I don't know how many hundreds of millions of years have passed since ancient times, but Buddhism defected, and a great war broke out. The Xianwang world became the Xianwang world. Which of the top forces in the world doesn't know it? The Buddhist sect that remains in the mysterious world has no face to show to others. It is difficult for future generations to know exactly what happened. They only know that more than 80% of the Buddhist disciples left behind were killed or injured in that battle. After the war was calmed down, several large temples formed the ancient Jingjai, which spread Buddhist traditions. But they were almost half hidden, and never came out of the world again. Occasionally, they usually appear in the mortal world, wherever ghosts are raging and wherever demons disrupt mortals. The disciples of Gu Jingjai will appear wherever they are. Amitabha! The Buddhist monk looked at the three-phase monk, clasped his hands, and chanted the name of the Buddha. Who can you and my descendants know clearly about the various causes of what happened back then? Besides, I am a merciful Buddha, and monks are not stained by the world of mortals. How can I, the true Buddha, participate in such killings and grinding millstones of flesh and blood? The Sanxiang monk jumped to his feet and yelled, Hack you! I didn't mess with the world of mortals at that time. But now that I'm here with your grandson, you come to snatch my Xinjiang girl? Isn't this like being in the world of mortals? The monk's face became more compassionate. Monks are not destined to be doomed in the world of mortals, but they still have to take responsibility. How can monks stand by and watch this evil woman? You should suppress evil and eliminate demons. Evil mother! Before he could finish his words, Master Sanxiang suddenly flashed and punched him. The red flame of the Buddha's light in his fist crashed onto the monk's body, protecting Buddha's light. There was a loud sound, and the two bald heads changed color at the same time. The man in the imperial palace beside him rolled his iron rope and swung it into a whip straight towards Master Three Phases. Suhi's expression changed drastically, and he yelled for an assistant. However, he saw a sword light coming from afar, making a crisp clang sound, and bounced off the iron rope. A middle-aged man dressed in Zuanshanman's costume landed in Dongyun Mountain with a smile on his face. I was invited by the head of Qingyuan to suppress the two realms of war. I didn't expect that before I went to the two realms of war. I ran into the bastards from the Fenghuang Palace. We are quite lucky. The man from the Imperial Palace said nothing. His eyes were gloomy. And he broke the space with a swing of the iron rope and jumped in. The middle-aged Zuanshaman did not hesitate and chased him with his sword. Senior Sanxiang, don't worry. I will kill this thief. Monk Sanxiang did not answer. And the two men had already moved across the space battlefield. There is Yunmings in the west and Zuanshaman in the east. No one from the Imperial Palace would dare to stay here longer even if they were brave enough. Monk Sanxiang looked back at Suhi and said, Little friend Suhi, the soul of Qianqianzi is under the underground palace here. I'm sorry for bothering you, little friend. Suhi took the flying boat away and nodded. The three-phase monk's eyes fell on the monk opposite. And he reminded, Little friend, be careful. There is a third level of the Imperial Palace below. Is it just the third level of Tatian? That way, you can be invincible the next time. Suhi slowly fell into the water. I saw three monks facing each other, clasping their hands together. Poor monk Yuani. This senior brother. How can you and I fight in Buddhism like ordinary people? You and I fight in the spiritual mountain. After he finished speaking, he recited the Buddha's name. Amitabha. In an instant, the Buddha's light shone all over his body, with a clear and dignified appearance. There were thousands of Buddha's lights. Suhi sensed a great crisis from the Buddha's light. Fighting in the Lingshan mountain is a unique method of Buddhist disciples. It is probably a battle between the high and low of Buddhism and Buddhist rhyme. Comparing it with only the light of Buddha, outsiders seem to be in the Buddhist land of Lingshan, where only the light of Buddha shines. In fact, there are many dangers, and people are killed without blood. The three-phase eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he clasped his hands together. As you wish, Amitabha. Seeing that the three phases agreed, Yuani closed his eyes with compassion and slowly closed them. In Bailing Mountain, the monks in the Buddhist world are never afraid of the monks in the Xianwang world. Even the monks from Gujingjai. Such a barbaric monk makes you realize that my dharma is vast. I ask you to enter my Buddhist realm with piety. He closed his eyes, and the Buddha's light on his body flourished and unfolded completely. But I heard the master of three phases finish reciting the Buddha's name. Amitabha. Your second uncle. The three-phase monk suddenly took a step in the void and landed next to Yuani, punching him in the head. Bang! There was a loud sound, and Yuani's eyes suddenly flashed with stars. When he opened his eyes, he saw another punch coming. Sanxiang said angrily, Are you worthy of Amitabha? The Buddha taught you not to mess with the world if it is not beneficial to you. You can't just sit back and watch if you want to benefit yourself. Boom! Another bell tolled. The three-phase monk asked while fighting, Which evil spirit do you worship? Why do you worship me? If I don't go to HL, who will go to HL? Boom! Why do I practice Buddhism? I won't become a Buddha until HL is empty. Boom! Why do I teach me? Even if I become a Buddha, I should still fly like a merciful sail to save the world. Punch after punch. Yuani resisted with his palms turned back. But Sanxiang had already taken the advantage. A Buddhist bead was fixed in the void to suppress his power, and the punches hit the flesh. Your uncle. It belongs to me. Sanxiang punched him and scolded. You forced me to break the body of Fudo Mingwang. You forced me to break Shikuchen. Punch after punch. Yuani resisted desperately, but there was surprise in his eyes. The underground palace was discovered. So this mission was bound to fail prematurely. But it was still a great achievement to force an ancient Jingjai to reach the 6th level of the sky and break the body of the Fudo Ming king. Even today's defeat is worth it. The king of Ming dynasty had to make great aspirations before he could practice cultivation. How many times can a monk make great aspirations in his life? With one punch from Master Sanxiang, the muscles on his body swelled, and the wrinkles on his face shrank, making him look like an old monk in his 70s or 80s, regressing year by year. Every time you get younger, your power increases. Suhi was stunned when he hit her. The wrinkled old monk, who is 70 or 80 years old, has no discernible appearance. Now that he was getting younger, Suhi felt that the bald head was becoming more and more familiar. Mao Wan, the bold man who made a fortune with the Bailing talisman and was reincarnated into reincarnation together with the witch girl. Chapter 261 Pay off the debt? Suhi felt that he had solved the case. No wonder Qianqianzi's soul was suppressed. The monk came directly from the space. Gu Jingjai is not close to Dong'an Mountain, and normal monks do not have the means to travel through space over long distances. Just like Zhan Xiu, who smashed the space to leave in order to pretend to be big. He is still recovering from his injuries. Feelings are something that cannot be described in words. Even reincarnation is rebirth. And it is still imprinted in the soul. Even if you forget everything, that feeling is still there. Suhi took a deep breath. And suddenly a strange idea came to his mind. The witch girl reincarnated as Qian Qianzi. And Mao Wan became a three-phase monk. Both in Xinjiang. Ji Feishua obviously has some kind of connection with her previous life. Xinjiang can't be the same. Right? This thought suddenly made his heart tremble. Ji Feishua dragged him to Xinjiang to make him pay off his debt? Probably not. Suhi shook his head violently. Ming Xian is a golden dragon. Unless there are special circumstances, the divine beast cannot have a previous life. The moment you cross the heavenly tribulation and become a divine beast, your previous life will become a stumbling block that hinders your progress. It is even more impossible to conceive a divine beast directly. Whatever past life is reincarnated into the belly of a divine beast cannot be retained. There was no obstacle for Suhi because he was hanging on the wall. He was a time traveler in his previous life and had no trace in this world. Yaya had a previous life. But she was a dragon turtle soul beast in her previous life. She also had Bai Ling Wanzai's plan. Even Qing Lei couldn't tell what methods were used in it. Suhi's mind was a little confused for a moment. The waves under him had fallen. And a whip shadow suddenly struck. There was a cold light in the corner of Suhi's eyes. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Master Sanqiang has made it clear that Dao Palace has the third level of Imperial Palace. So how can he not be interested? Not knowing what was going on in the underground palace, Suhi dared not enter at will with his nearly 3 feet tall body. She was waiting for him all the way down. Compared to Suhi, the people in Fengwang Palace are more anxious. This is the Xinhuang realm, the place where the two major forces of Dongyin Mountain meet. Help may arrive from time to time. Suhi can wait, but Ta Tian of the Imperial Palace cannot wait, especially if Master Sanqiang is not in a hurry. Qian Qianzi's soul must be in no danger. Suhi was not in a hurry to enter. When the whip shadow attacked, Suhi's body condensed, and he did not dodge and let the whip shadow fall. Snapped. With a crisp sound, the foreign minister was whipped to a large extent. Suhi was not surprised but was happy. The power of this whip was less than he imagined. Approximately equal to 1.5 Fengiju. Winner! And, once you're here, don't leave. The iron rope was pulled on the body, and water waves suddenly rolled on the turtle SHL. A large wave fell on the iron rope, rolling it up and pressing it to the ground. The water waves condensed into ice, freezing the iron rope at the entrance of the underground palace. Suhi's body flashed, and he had already left. As soon as he left, a dark thunderbolt fell from the sky, struck the iron rope with a bang, and jumped into the underground palace along the iron rope. Supernatural power, heavenly punishment. The heavenly punishment was a thunderbolt, which struck the owner of the cave almost at the same time as it fell on the iron rope. There was a thunder, and a muffled groan. The heavenly punishment can reversibly kill the root, but it is not very powerful. It is suitable for the final blow. It is used at the beginning of the chapter to kill the third level of the sky, but it is enough for him to drink a pot. At the same time that Tianju fell, Suhi had transformed into a spirit snake. Xuan used it and entered directly along the entrance of the underground palace. The name of the underground palace is an underground palace, but it is actually an underground cave. The entrance is only a primitive cave that is more than 10 feet large. Panwu performs Taoist techniques and completely transforms into a snake with a body only 7 or 8 feet thick as a bucket, making it easy to enter the underground palace. Following the iron rope straight into the underground palace, I saw a man from the Imperial Palace, his hair standing on end. The iron rope on his palm had broken by itself, and he was holding his hand with a ferocious look on his face. Just when he was angry, he felt something strange. He raised his head and looked towards the entrance of the cave. His expression suddenly changed. The expression of the person next to him changed slightly. What's wrong with the little Marquis? If not a scholar, who would be? Before he finished speaking, he saw a dragon head appear inexplicably in the void. The dragon head was not a real dragon head, but looked like a legendary glutton, and it bit into the little Marquis. The little Marquis turned sharply and barely managed to avoid the blow. The dragon's head hit a stalagmite, but it did not break the stalagmite. Instead, he chewed the bamboo shoot into pieces and swallowed it. Gluttonous eating. The young Marquis was almost dodging, and had already shot his gun towards the spot where Suhi was. But a shining golden dice was lit head-on. The spear intersected with the mountain god seal. A silent wave of air rushed around. and countless stone breasts turned into powder in an instant. The caves with different canine teeth seemed to have been specially polished and became rounded instantly. Yue swung and knocked the scholar away, hitting the roof of the underground palace and then bouncing on the ground. The scholar was not injured, and the thin light on his body swayed, resisting the remaining power. This light contains mountain spirits, talismans, and a lot of Juyan's aura. The scholar is being treated as an experimental subject here. The scholar fell to the ground and looked up in embarrassment. He saw a dragon turtle appearing in the void and smashing it to the ground, causing the ground to roar. Suhi's current weight is immeasurable. Ordinary rocks and earth can no longer bear it. If the water waves under him are contained, he will be crushed wherever he lies. The majestic dragon turtle spread out with force, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on it. The scholar's face instantly darkened. Dragon turtle. The last time we met, we were in front of Sanshin Gate. The dragon turtle was still powerless in his hands, and it would take a drop of the divine beast's true blood to plot against him. However, within a few years, it took only a few years for the monks to go into seclusion. But Dragon Turtle transformed into an unattainable existence. The momentum alone made it difficult for him to breathe, and he couldn't even stand up. The scholar gasped and tried his best to raise his head and look directly at Suhi. Suhi glanced at him and looked around, and saw a stone table in front of him that looked like an altar, with a glass cover covering Qianqianzi, and swastikas hovering on the cover. Qianqianzi looked at Su. He was surprised on her face. While the glass cover blocked Qianqianzi's contact with the outside world, it stretched out roots one by one, as if it wanted to poke her between the eyebrows. But at this moment, a pagoda fell on the glass cover, but the roots could no longer move. The pagoda exudes the aura of Master Sanxiang, but Master Sanxiang has not yet been able to rescue Qianqianzi. Suhi flew too slowly. It took nearly an hour to fly from Changyu Mansion. Master Sanxiang had been fighting fiercely for who knows how long. The glass cover did not even break open the pagoda of Master Sanxiang. Suhi did not think too much and could not save Qianqianzi with brute force. Kill first. Suhi glanced at the young Marquis of Fengwang Palace, then looked at the scholar, and glanced at the corner of his mouth. I haven't seen you for several years, and you look like a dog now. The scholar's face instantly turned purple. He wanted to yell and scold, but was suppressed by Dragon Turtle's aura and was speechless. Elder Daiqiao says low to you. As Suhi spoke, he made a big wave with his claws and rolled it towards the scholar. As soon as I entered, I discovered that the underground palace had a sealed space, and the divine machine could not be used. It's a pity that the magic machine can't go over and kill them. The huge waves rushed straight towards the scholar. The expression of the young Marquis of Fengwang Palace changed. The spear flew in his hand, and he stabbed and picked up the huge waves. The scholar has an experiment to seal the imperial palace, and he cannot throw it away. Today, the woman's soul cannot be saved, and the scholar cannot afford to lose anything. A suitable and cooperative experimental subject is rare. With a spear that cut off the waves, the little Marquis turned around and pressed his spear down to chop Suhi. It was not like a monk's fighting style at all, but rather resembled that of a mortal warrior. Suhi roared, and the turtle mountain appeared on his body. He resisted the gun attack and jumped towards the scholar. His killing intent was like a huge wave, drowning the scholar in an instant. The scholar's gloomy expression suddenly turned into one of horror. The young Marquis expression changed. Even if the dragon turtle was seriously injured, he would kill the scholar first. His downward slashing spear fell in midair and had to be turned into a sweeping move, blocking Suhi in front of him. But at the moment when he changed his moves, the dragon turtle, which was originally murderous and intent on killing the scholar, suddenly turned into a long snake with an extremely agile body. It missed the gun body with a slight slip and bit him. Evil beast. Deceive. The expression on the young Marquis' face changed drastically, and he retreated sharply, seeing that he had escaped the attack of the spirit snake. The snake heard a powerful roar from the dragon turtle's mouth. Suddenly dizzy, fighting against the dragon turtle, defense against the divine power always comes first. But Suhi's timing was perfect. When he was changing his moves in a hurry, he let out a powerful sound, and then a mountain god seal came up and crashed into the little Marquis chest. With a muffled sound, light rose up from the young Marquis body, blocking the mountain god seal. But he was knocked away. Before the person landed, the second mountain god seal had already been printed. He struck it suddenly, but no effect was seen. The young Marquis flew in midair, as if hidden in the snow. His body and aura disappeared at the same time. Stealth has never been the exclusive domain of the Dragon Turtle clan. A moon-destroying sword appeared in the sky and slashed downwards. The blade's light drifted towards the scholar, not only slashing the scholar, but also slashing the void beside him. The scholar's body glowed with light, and he tried his best to resist the chaotic blade. In the void, the little Marquis was cut out of his body by a random blade, and his expression turned gloomy. He carried the scholar with one hand and suddenly jumped up, smashing through the rocks and rushing out of the underground palace. Standing in the air, looking at the Dragon Turtle catching up with him on the waves, he threw the scholar in his hand outward and shouted, "Let's go!" The scholar's expression suddenly changed, seeing that the Dragon Turtle had just looked like he was sure to kill him. Now that he was escaping without protection, the Dragon Turtle would be chasing him in an instant. The young Marquis wants him to be used as bait. He raised his head and looked at the young Marquis. "Master Marquis, I..." The young Marquis didn't listen to what he said at all, and pointed his gun at him. "You go away after I cut it off." The tip of the gun exploded at the scholar's feet, and the huge impact hit the scholar, pushing him and turning him into a shooting star. Crash into the distance. The young Marquis fired a shot, then immediately put the gun away and plunged downwards. Below, the Dragon Turtle stepped on huge waves and broke through the rocks, heading towards him. The golden dragon coiled around the little Marquis gun, and it went straight to the center of Suhi's eyebrows. However, the moment he was about to hit the target, the Dragon Turtle underneath him disappeared for no apparent reason. It's not Shuin. There are spatial fluctuations. After leaving the cave, you can use your magic skills. The young Marquis immediately retreated, but a mountain god seal fell from above his head and suddenly hit his back, forcing him back to the underground palace and crashing to the ground. The space was broken but condensed in an instant. The space in the cave was imprisoned and could not be broken. One blow was successful, and the series of attacks were already falling. The mountain god seal struck down one blow after another, and at the same time, the flying blades cut off his possibility of hiding and escaping. The light on little Marquis' body was cracked and about to disperse. "Stop!" the young Marquis shouted. "I, Feng Huangdong, are not mortal enemies with the Dragon Turtle clan. If this woman hurts my Feng Huangdong, I will definitely pay you generously." "Damn it! The Dragon Turtle didn't go after the scholar," the young Marquis shouted. But Suhi seemed not to hear him. "If you are short-sighted, don't talk too much to the enemy during the battle. You might get tricked and just kill him. Only dead enemies are good enemies." Suhi didn't say a word, and then smashed down the mountain god seal. Click! The light outside the young Marquis was completely shattered. Suhi's face was filled with joy. The Taotai eating method coincided with the dragon's head, and he reached down and bit his chest. But a sense of crisis suddenly came over him. Suhi was startled and retreated. His divine plan flashed, and he was about to run away. However, at this moment, a spider web suddenly spread out from the little Marquis body and instantly enveloped Suhi. A familiar breath came, and another dust-free shield came. The dust cover unfolded and enveloped him and the young Marquis at the same time. "You didn't go out either," Suhi roared, ignoring the dust cover, and bit the young Marquis again. However, he saw that the young prince hit the dust cover with his foot and was exposed. Li Chinchao stopped Suhi but not him. Hearing the roar of the Dragon Turtle behind him, the young Marquis glanced at him, turned around and left. The scholar felt that he wanted to use him as bait, which was true. But how could the young Marquis of the Imperial Palace not have any backup plans? When the Dragon Turtle chases the scholar, he saves a dust-free shield, and the merits and demerits are balanced. The Dragon Turtle did not chase the scholar, but fought with him and shattered the protective golden light on his body. The dust shield opened automatically, thus protecting the scholar's life without losing any money. The young Marquis rushed out of the dust cover and went straight to Qianqianzi on the altar. He took out a bronze mirror and shone it on the glass cover. Out. Having just rushed out of the underground palace, it was already clear that San Xiang and Master Yuani were no longer here, and they didn't know where the battle ended. Otherwise, he would not dare to trap the Dragon Turtle with the dust cover. The dust cover would break apart as soon as the three-phase monk pointed it at him. Little Marquis reached out and grabbed it, grabbing it towards Qianqianzi. But I heard a dull voice behind me. "Thank you." Suhi's eyes lit up. Sure enough, when he was at an absolute disadvantage and unable to struggle, the young Marquis would open the glass cover and take away Qianqianzi's soul. The young Marquis' expression changed, and when he turned around, he saw a Dragon Turtle shouting, "Netherworld, A netherworld passage opened, and countless ghosts rushed out, attacking the lichen shield without even thinking about the second body. The peacock's real body is too weak and cannot break through the dust cover for a while. I'm afraid this is what the young Marquis has in mind. Netherworld ghosts are not Suhi's magical power. Suhi just opens the netherworld passage. The dust cover has never contained the ghost's aura, so naturally it cannot absorb the ghost's attack. There were endless ghosts. Suhi bit into a ghost with overwhelming combat power. It was used as a soul sacrifice. He collected the ghost into the soul sacrifice and struck out again. The ghost jumped with a sword and thrust out the most powerful sword in his life, hitting the dust cover. Click! A crack appeared on the dust cover. With a cold expression on his face, the young Marquis grabbed Qianqianzi's soul and jumped away. As soon as he left the underground palace, he heard the sound of breaking porcelain, a roar of a dragon turtle, and then rolling waves and water rising into the sky. The dragon turtle is out! The young Marquis looked gloomy, and the dust-free shield that Feng Huangdong tried his best to refine was ineffective in front of this dragon turtle. If there is a way to summon ghosts, all dragon turtles can. He didn't dare to think too much. A token lay across his body, carrying him through the air and away. But there are space fluctuations around him, and the dragon turtle has arrived with a magical idea. Facing him was a mountain god seal. Idiot! He only knew these few tricks after beating him back and forth. And the young Marquis snorted. The spear straightened towards the mountain god seal. He had learned the mountain god seal several times in one battle, and he already knew enough about the Sua mountain god seal. 70% of the force of this spear is enough to break open the mountain god seal. You can also use the force to blast away the space and retreat calmly. The young Marquis fired with full confidence, right in the center of the mountain divine seal. But his color suddenly changed. This time the power of the mountain divine seal was doubled. Before he could think about it carefully, the mountain god seal had already knocked away the spear and was stamped on his chest with a bang. Chapter 262 Jailer. An afterimage streaked across the sky, appearing and disappearing as it crashed into space. Finally, it hit the top of two mountains and stopped at the foot of the mountain. Suhi gave chase with a magical machine. The water below him roared, and he crashed into the young Marquis. At the foot of the mountain, the young Marquis rolled and jumped up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Suhi rushing towards him, his face flushed. The young Marquis, who had been granted a royal title, and a royal title, had never been so embarrassed before. A ferocious look flashed across Feng Lu's face, and he suddenly raised a glass bead in his hand, inside which Qianqianzi's expression was cold. Dragon turtle! Let me leave, or I will be granted a salary and die with her today. It turns out that your name is Feng Lu, which sounds like a lucky person. It's time to hit the road today. Suhi's speed increased instead of falling. Feng Lu's eyes flashed with fierceness. He held the hand holding the glass ball, bent his hands into claws, and pinched the glass ball with lightning flashing. This woman is special. There is a trace of Taoism in her soul, which seems to come from eternity. It's unfathomable. But as long as you understand the charm of this path, you can expect the great path. Maybe this woman is the reincarnation of the legendary immortal who opened the immortal gate. That Silk Road rhyme may very well contain the secrets of the immortal sect. He was bewitched by Feng Yiju. Feng Yiju did not regain his consciousness until Feng Yiju died. However, he was afraid that his path would be cut off. He wanted to take advantage of Long Gui's absence to sneak into Changyu Mansion and break into the evil suppressing Dao Palace to see if he could the road to recovery. I didn't want to meet this girl halfway, but she was a blessing from heaven. As for Master Yuani, he was sent by his father to assist him. Originally, the most important thing was to test it on the scholar, but he was pulled by him to start studying Qianqianzi Shenhun Daoyuan. Feng Lu held the glass bead and looked at Suhi shouting. But the dragon turtle didn't stop, and thunder and lightning suddenly exploded in his hand. He didn't believe that Dragon Turtle didn't care about this woman. For Dragon Turtle and San Xiang to sacrifice their lives like this, they must have discovered the Taoist charm in the woman's soul. How could you give up? Back off! Feng Lu's thunderbolt pierced the glass bead, his face full of ferocity. Threaten me? Suhi looked at him and roared. Long Min! I saw a green flame igniting in the glass bead, and a comb appeared in the flame. The flame was like a passage, and as soon as it appeared, it immediately pulled Qianqianzi's soul away. The flame then went out, and there was nothing left in the glass bead, without the glazed cover of the underground palace to suppress it. The soul-calling altar will no longer be affected. On the altar outside Changyu Mansion, Toad was sitting in the corner of the altar, delivering orders at the same time. Long Min helped up the limp Qianqianzi. He had already taken out a jade pendant. Fairy, let's live in this jade first. My master is from the Dragon Turtle clan. Su-He. He is a good friend of the fairy. But don't worry. This jade pendant was given to Su-He by Master Nam-Ming when he left. Long Min presided over the summons, and Su-He had already placed the jade pendant at her place. Feng Lu's hand flashed with electric light, and the sound of retreating was still echoing in the mountains. But the glass beads were empty. Spiritualism. How could it be? His expression gradually became hysterical. The glass beads had rules of confinement and isolation. It was impossible for ordinary soul-calling methods to snatch this woman's soul from the glass beads. Who is it? Who is it? He gritted his teeth, and hatred flowed in his eyes. But he saw that the dragon turtle on the opposite side had already hit him head-on. Before the turtle arrived, the realm had suddenly opened, taking care of Qianqianzi's soul. At this moment, Qianqianzi's soul left, but she could give it a try. Death! Su-He roared. The top of the head and the chaotic blade fell at the same time, hitting Feng Lu with a crackle, and the spirit snake on its back swam into the water. Feng Lu's face was gloomy. He and Dragon Turtle were about equal in combat power. But people from Feng Huang's world would be suppressed in the Xianwang world. He can use up to 80% of his combat power. But he can't beat this turtle. The iron rope flew out from his palm, spiraled into a circle in front of him, formed a giant shield, and crashed into the charging Su-He. There was a loud noise, and the air exploded. This time, the collision did not have the protective divine light left by the elders. The impact was strong, and Feng Lu's whole body was thrown into the distance, like a meteorite. Run! Su-He snorted. This sun thief wanted to use his impact to break out of the domain and avoid Qianjun and Luanren. How can it not be as you wish? Feng Lu flew out. But at the moment, he was about to rush out of the field. A big snake jumped out from the edge of the field. Its tail broke through the water and lashed out like a heavy whip, hitting him hard on the back. The snake body and the turtle body cannot be separated too far apart. The domain envelope is the limit. If it is further away, it will feel out of reach. But it is enough. Feng Lu immediately hit Su-He at a faster speed. It's not a magical power. It's a real physical body, being whipped by the snake's tail. He immediately sensed the state of the dragon turtle and the spirit snake. This was the birth of a new magical power in the Dragon Turtle clan that had not been rumored to the outside world. This is not supernatural power. It is the physical body. The Dragon Turtle clan made themselves into a hybrid of a turtle and a snake, merging into one. The iron chain flew in his hand. Feng Lu's face was full of anger. Mean! You have the guts to go and fight with me in the Emperor's world. The Xianwang realm weakens the monks of the Emperor's Great World. And the Emperor's Great World also weakens the existence born in the Xianwang realm. This dragon turtle was born in Xianwang and grew up in Xianwang. As long as he goes to the Emperor's world, his combat power will be reduced by 30% in an instant. A mountain god seal fell, and Feng Lu was thrown into the bottom of the vast sea again. When he opened his eyes, he saw spiritual snakes rolling under the water, and countless ghosts hiding in them. That one said that Dragon Turtle was young and had magical powers one after another, completely beyond the experience he should have for his age. An iron rope flew away the incoming ghosts. Feng Lu jumped up, broke through the water, and stood in the air. His palm shook slightly, and the iron rope pressed across the entire vast sea. The suppressed ghost cannot be probed. Su-He narrowed his eyes and looked at him. The iron rope of Fengwang Palace was far more effective than other magical powers when targeting ghosts. It seems that it is specially targeted at ghosts. Feng Lu slowly exhaled and looked at Su-He. He seemed to have made up his mind, but calmed down. I'm curious. Why don't you go after the scholar? This dragon turtle's murderous intention towards the scholar cannot be faked. It is no longer a desire to get rid of him quickly, but an obsession to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 100,000 to himself. And he will do it without hesitation. But the fact is that Dragon Turtle did not chase the scholar, but chose to kill him. He looked at Su-He with more doubts in his eyes. Ignoring the dispute between you and the scholar, this is just an experiment on the scholar. As a mythical beast in the mysterious world, he should be killed without hesitation. Dongyun Mountain is special, with Yunmings to the west and Zuanshanmen to the east. The two major forces use Dongyun as their boundary. But they are also suppressing Dongyun? He didn't know what was under Dongyun Mountain. But there must be secrets. The real direct descendants of Yunmingza and Zuanshanmen rarely entered Dongyun. The Dragon Turtle clan put another Dragon Turtle here. Looking at this Dragon Turtle's eyes. Maybe like him? He had only a little knowledge. Or even didn't know anything. However, the Dragon Turtle clan may not have any intention of leaving a backup here. The scholar didn't know where his luck came from. And he merged his body with the soul of Dongyan Mountain. If you want to dig out Dongyan's secrets, you cannot lack scholars. As for whether the secrets unearthed are a stroke of luck or a catastrophic disaster, what does it have to do with him? Just take advantage of good fortune. Wouldn't it be better if there is a disaster? This is the mysterious world. Fengiju may have discovered something. He approached Fengiju personally. But unfortunately, he missed a move and fell into Fengiju's way. In fact, Dragon Turtle is still his benefactor. Suhi looked at the young Marquis and chuckled. How do you know you didn't kill the scholar? Feng Lu's eyes suddenly focused together. Dragon Turtle still had helpers. Far, far away in the north. On a green mountain, Su Huanyan stood with a sword in hand. The sword energy circulated, and even the air condensed into ice, scattering like stars scattered around her. Every ice crystal exudes majestic sword in tint. The fairy was dressed in white, and her cold eyes fell on the scholar, who stumbled over. The scholar swallowed dryly, and his breathing was slightly disordered. Senior Sister Su. Although Su Huanyan had never liked him in the same family for 300 years, he had never looked at him as if he were a dead person. Senior Sister just came out. Su Huanyan suddenly flicked the fairy's sword in his hand and stabbed him straight. The scholar's complexion suddenly changed. His body was filled with brilliance, and the mountain soul appeared and turned into an afterimage of the east cloud, covering him completely. The original soul of Dongyan Mountain was majestic, vigorous, and dignified. At this moment, the mountain soul seems to have been immersed in the realm of Soaring Snake. The Yin energy rises, but under the Yin energy there is a flash of Buddha's light, and there are iron ropes across it to bind the mountain soul. Su Huanyan suddenly realized. No wonder the scholar could still walk out of Dongyan Mountain despite having melted into the soul of the mountain. The mountain soul was half suppressed. Su Huanyan's sword fell and hit the golden light, but it could not pierce the golden light. A smile appeared on the scholar's face. Senior Sister, stop it! You can't hurt me! Even the Dragon Turtle didn't break through my protective golden light. Senior Sister, I'm only at the second level of the sky. So what can you do to me? He sighed softly. I have the right to pretend that what happened today never happened. If Senior Sister continues to be stubborn, Junior Brother is not a clay sculpture. Isn't it just for the sake of powerfulness that you are willing to do the experiment of sealing the Imperial Palace? There is nothing I can do today. Su Huanyan will one day be able to enter the sky and walk on the sky. Su Huanyan nodded and stepped back a little. The scholar chuckled lightly, with a bit of disdain, before the proud look on his face fully unfolded. He saw Su Huanyan coming towards him with his sword, and pointed at him with another sword. This time, the fairy sword no longer seemed to be surrounded by the sword energy just now, but was actually like ordinary iron. Just by passing it forward, it easily pierced the golden light. In the scholar's pride, a sword touched his eyebrows. The pride turned to shock, and the scholar looked at Su Huanyan with disbelief. Su Huanyan didn't use his sword intention or sword energy with his sword, using only the power of the fairy sword itself. He is covered in golden light, but is not even as good as paper. What kind of sword is this? The scholar wanted to take a deep breath, but couldn't do it anyway. I just felt that the sword was bone-chillingly cold, and a bit of coldness spread through my eyebrows and spread all over my body. The entire body was completely frozen and turned into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. With a swing of the fairy sword, the scholar's ice sculpture was completely shattered and turned into powder. This ice method is the root of reverse slashing. A thought came to mind, to kill me in the demon transformation realm. Senior Sister also has to use the method of cutting back the source? Am I worthy? The consciousness flashed through and dissipated with the ice powder in an instant. Su Huanyan took a glance and confirmed that the beheading was complete. He stood up with his sword and headed south. The battle at Sui's place must be difficult. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to stop even a scholar, and she would have to be notified by Shanhai Xianjia to intercept him. Su Huanyan escaped from the light very quickly, and a pair of pale green and blue illusory wings appeared behind him, as if they were about to penetrate the void with a single blow. If there are ancient beings who can recognize it, this is the Qingwan escape method from ancient times. Feng Lu's expression changed completely. Sure enough, there was an accomplice, and the scholar was beheaded. That helper can break through the golden light of the scholar's body protection, and must at least reach the 4th level of the sky. Is it time to rush here now? He looked at Su-hee, and made no reservations. The iron lock in his hand suddenly shattered, turning into pure breath, and pouring into his body. A sense of crisis suddenly rose. Su-hee roared, and the mountain shadow flashed with brilliance. The spirit snake fled back to the mountain, hissing and spitting out the snake message. Feng Lu, using the energy brought by the broken iron chain, surged with energy, like a god. Taking a step forward, the god said, "Zong!" The voice didn't seem to come from his mouth, but rather seemed to come from the unknown. A very ancient gun head, glowing with bronze, slowly emerged, as if it had been picked up from the water, hanging on Feng Lu's head with flowing water. The origin of blood. As a divine beast, his sense of bloodline was too strong. Su-hee immediately noticed something strange. This man brought out the power immersed in his bloodline. This feeling was like Su-hee peeling off the dragon turtle magical power that he had not yet mastered from his bloodline in advance. The bloodline is ruined. He wants to fight hard. The alarm bells in Su-hee's heart rang loudly. He roared and smashed out the mountain god seal. Dark clouds shrouded his head, and a jet of black thunder struck Feng Lu. But Feng Lu seemed unable to see the oncoming attack. He pointed his halberd forward and shouted again, "Zong!" There was a flash of blood on the bronze sword, and Su-hee's eyes suddenly went dark. "Can't see." The law on bronze gu appeared and sealed his eyes, suddenly falling into darkness. Su-hee was startled but did not panic. His consciousness came out, but he still couldn't see anything outside. It's like the consciousness has been castrated. Bronze gu deprived him of all ability to see. Su-hee's body suddenly flashed, and Shinji used left and right jumps. This kind of deprivation was not a ranged skill, and it could not be recovered after leaving Feng Lu. It was like it was imprinted on Su-hee. Can't escape. Su-hee closed his eyes, tilted his head slightly, and raised his ears to the extreme, listening to Feng Lu's movements. At the same time, take a long breath, and the smells from all directions flow into the nasal cavity at the same time, sketching the outside world in your mind. But I heard another voice from all directions. God said, just like before. A bronze sword appeared above Feng Lu's head. Bloodlight flashed on the sword as he stepped forward, and the smell that fell in Su-hee's nose completely dissipated. The air is still breathed in, but there is no smell. Even the consciousness cannot detect the existence of any smell. This magical power cuts off his sense of smell. Out of sight and smell. A crisis suddenly arises. Su-hee roared and stepped down with his claws. The water rolled around him and wrapped him in a swirling nest, spinning rapidly like water knives flying, cutting off the possibility of outsiders attacking. Su-hee's thoughts were racing. He had never seen this method before. Feng Lu cut off his own bloodline and unleashed the inheritance in his bloodline that he had not yet mastered. Zong. They were all mortal punishments. One had his eyes gouged out. Another had his nose cut off. Feng Lu used it to cut off his sense of sight and smell. Jailer? Or executioner? This kind of thing remains in the blood. And the founder of Feng Wang Palace may not have been a jailer. And the iron rope is not the inheritance that a serious bloodline should have. After sealing the eyes and nose, the next step is probably to seal off the hearing. How to break this magical power? Su-hee increased the output of Qianjun and Luanren, and his brain started working rapidly. At the same time, the netherworld passage opened directly under him, and endless ghosts swarmed out. Su-hee was submerged in an instant. However, 80% of the ghosts that emerged were directly killed by the Chaos Blade, and only 20% could withstand the Chaos Blade, dragging their broken bodies towards Feng Lu. Feng Lu looked at the ghost in his eyes. His eyes slightly condensed. God said, "Cut off the ears!" "Coming!" Su-hee roared, and the six-fold mountain divine seal instantly struck in the direction of the sound. Feng Lu is very smart, and his voice is concealed, coming from all directions. But this is Su-hee's domain. Su-hee couldn't hear, see or even sense the mountain god seal. But the feedback from the mountain god seal had already hit the target, either a title or a ghost. Outside the whirlpool raised by Su-hee, Feng Lu flipped his gu, rong, and ox-ear knives back and forth, and his chest was dyed red with blood. There was a wry smile on his face. As expected, facing the dragon turtle was inevitable. The dragon turtle didn't locate him until the third time, so it was already inexperienced. It's a pity that the divine seal has its own ritual, and he can't hide it. If I couldn't dodge, I could only take one hit from the mountain god seal. But it was all worth it. Feng Lu looked at Su-hee, who was completely in chaos, with a smile on his face. I can't enter the palace of suppressing evil, and the woman's spirit has been summoned away. So I'll lend you the blood of the dragon turtle. Use form to supplement shape. Use function to supplement function. Turtle is a great tonic. Use dragon turtle to supplement your own blood. Resume your path. And maybe you can go one step further. From then on, he hid in the Emperor's world until he reached his peak and never came out again. He reached out to fish it out. Grabbed the spear from the void. Jumped up and stabbed Suhi. Suhi remained motionless, concentrating on sensing the outside world only through the vibrations of the vast sea. Can't see, hear or smell, but the body's own feelings are still there. The beast's perception of crisis has increased to an unprecedented height at this moment, becoming more and more keen. The spiritual snake is as soft as a bone and slides into the vast sea. The whole body is stretched, and the perception of the water surface is several times that of a turtle body. The water surface shook with murderous intent. Coming! Sui's body suddenly tensed up, and he felt that the spiral socket around him was instantly chopped into pieces, and a sharp thrust came from behind. He retracted his head and felt a huge force coming from his body. The familiar spear tip was penetrating, sharp, and unbreakable. All kinds of laws are looming. He felt his body shake, and was instantly pierced. The spear pierced the base of his neck and pierced the turtle's scales. The scales blocked it for a moment before being pierced. Insert 3 inches of meat. A flash of joy flashed across Feng Lu's pale face. But as soon as he started to feel happy, he felt something was wrong. The spear that had penetrated the dragon turtle could not be taken back. The foreign minister who was pierced by him became countless times stronger in an instant, and the spear tip was clamped tightly. The young marquis was shocked in his heart. He let go of the spear and was about to retreat, but a spiritual snake jumped out from the water. The snake's head merged with the head of the Taotai-eating dragon. The head of the Taotai dragon was almost solid. It closed its eyes and suddenly rushed up and took a bite. Down. The spirit snake's perception of vibrations is absolutely infallible. Then Feng Lu screamed, and his legs were bitten off from under his thighs. It was only at this moment that the dragon turtle roared, and its divine power vibrated in all directions. No longer distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. Kill from all directions. Feng Lu felt dizzy. Then he saw the dragon turtle man standing up, smashing his claws down, and the dragon turtle's majestic momentum burst out. Behind him, a dragon turtle shadow condensed, and he looked up to the sky and roared. The 3 torture instruments above Feng Lu's head trembled at the same time, making an overwhelming sound. The little marquis turned pale in an instant, and dragon turtle was about to break the punishment. He found a way to escape his punishment. Suhi roared one after another. He didn't know how to break the torture instruments in Feng Wang Palace. But since Feng Lu was a torture instrument condensed from blood, he should break through it with the power of blood. No less than anyone else than the bloodline dragon turtle. The true blood surging all over the body can be turned into an army, rushing to the eyes, ears and nose. As long as the power of the blood is strong enough, what is there to fear? Awing! A dragon turtle roared, piercing the sky and swinging in all directions. On Dongyun Mountain, Su Huanyan's expression changed, and his wings suddenly flapped behind him. His face turned pale, and his speed became a little faster. The fairy was completely invisible. Listening to Suhi's long chant, Feng Lu looked ferocious, clapped his hands on the water, and jumped up. Open! The black clothes on his body fell to pieces, and the energy squirmed outside the body to form a tattered clothes. The clothes looked like those worn by a mortal jailer. They were tattered, greasy, and stained with blood. But the jailer's clothes appeared, and the aura of Feng Lu immediately rose, like a powerful force that suppresses all realms. Roared, and jumped towards Suhi. The man raised his hand to grab it halfway, pulled down the bronze gun above his head, and turned his body into a gun to stab Suhi. The bronze sword pierced the void, shining with dark red light, and with overwhelming killing intent. It rushed straight towards the dragon turtle, and was close to him in an instant. But at this moment, Suhi's hazy eyes suddenly opened, and punishment could no longer hold back his gaze. A roar. The dragon's head was turned to avoid the fatal blow. The red light from the bronze sword did not fall on the head. It split the dragon turtle's outer SH.L from the shoulder blade, and cut into the flesh and blood turtle SH.L. A stream of blood burst out. But when it hit the ground, it turned into a warrior and killed Feng Lu. Suhi turned his head, and bit Feng Lu's chest with a bloody mouth. He let Feng Lu scream and struggle, biting tightly and letting out a powerful sound from his mouth. Roar! The divine power was like the sea, and the waves crashed into Feng Lu's mind. The bronze rong and ox-ear knives surrounding him instantly shattered. The nose and ear punishment is released. Chapter 263. Will you accept a disciple? With a sound of divine power, half of his body could no longer move and could only struggle. Suhi shook his head and spat out, letting out a long groan. And a dark thunderbolt struck down from the sky. The original purpose of Tianju Reverse Slash should be used at this moment to kill people, kill souls, and destroy stars. The thunder descended, and the power of the sky was as bright as the world was destroyed. But at this moment, a space channel opened in the void above his head, and a big hand reached out and grabbed Tianju Leiden. Little dragon turtle. He's young, but he's very murderous. A condescending voice came from the passage. Suhi immediately contacted Qing Lei. But Xianjie couldn't contact him again. Suhi looked at the passage. No one came out. He couldn't even see his appearance. He only vaguely looked like a middle-aged man and stretched out his arm. Chicken-hearted. As a senior, I intervene in the battle of the juniors. But I don't dare to reveal my true identity. And I have to block the mysterious world. I have the ability to let go of the mysterious world. And I will fight against the generals and the generals. Suhi snorted coldly, ignored the people in the passage, and let out a long groan. The sky was filled with dark clouds and dark thunder and lightning fell, striking Feng Lu directly. Presumptuous! The person in the passage did not expect that the dragon turtle wanted to kill Feng Lu in front of him. He was immediately furious, shouted coldly, reached out and grabbed all the heavenly punishers in his hand, and dispersed all the dark clouds in the sky with a wave of his backhand. The magical power was broken, and the chest inside the turtle SHL suddenly turned upside down. And Suhi was furious. Roll! With a roar, Tianju gathered together again. The more someone hides her head, and does not dare to show her full face to others, the more he is afraid of death. Isn't it because he sealed the mysterious world, because he was afraid that Uncle Lei would tear apart the space? When the Xian realm is sealed, the Xian realm consciousness will fall into unconsciousness in an instant. Su Huanyan's frost turtle is next to his conscious body, and must have contacted Qing Lei at this moment. He is fearless. There was silence in the passage for a moment, as if that person didn't expect it. A dragon turtle, who was only at the first level of Kaitian, dared to yell at him, and tell him to get lost. After reacting, he let out a deep laugh. A turtle that has been out of its SHL for less than 10 years. Who gave you the courage? You don't know whether to live or die. Today, I will teach you what it means to be an elder. He waved his hand to break up the dark clouds, and struck Suhi with a palm. But he saw that the dragon turtle was unafraid and looked up straight at him. How dare a rat who hides his head and tail dare to call himself an elder? Kill me today if you dare. Otherwise, I will kill every one of the people in the palace in the future. And even a dog will not be able to survive. Get down. He doesn't dare. Just rolling away was the ultimate humiliation. You could feel that the people in the passage were already angry with shame. But they didn't dare to show their murderous intent. Not only is he afraid of Uncle Lei, he is also afraid of Zuanshanmen and Yunmings on the east and west sides. He didn't dare to kill himself. Then why am I afraid of what you will do? Suhi roared, ignored the printed palm, opened his mouth and struck Feng Lu with the mountain god seal. There is a divine guide to change the body, and the magical powers all over the body have the characteristics of cutting back the origin. The effect of the mountain god seal to kill the origin is not good, but it is not impossible. Looking for death, the people in the passage could no longer hide their murderous intentions. They were provoked by a small dragon turtle again and again. Even the Buddha was angry. With a flick of his finger, the flying mountain divine seal hit Suhi's palm and suddenly accelerated. A palm print came out, but there was a scream, and the palm retracted faster. Suhi was overjoyed. He directed a celestial sword and struck Feng Lu directly. At the same time, he turned around and said with a smile, Uncle Lei, you are here. Sure enough, my wife has already found Uncle Lei. Turning his head, he didn't see Qing Lei's mountain-like body. Instead, Ji Feishua stood behind him in the air at some point. She heard him shouting and rolled her eyes at Suhi with her beautiful eyes. As if she could speak, my husband has no conscience. I'm thousands of miles away from my rescue. But you're thinking about a male turtle? Behind her, Su Huanyan appeared together, looking at Suhi with a spear on his neck. His face was as cold as ice. He suddenly thrust out a sword. An array of frost sword energy and Tianju fell on Feng Lu at the same time. Feng Lu's eyes were round. He opened his eyes, didn't even struggle, and turned into ashes in an instant. However, the heavenly punishment and the sword energy did not stop, following existence, straight into the natal starry sky, and landed on a natal star at the same time, annihilating the star in an instant. Ji Feishue. A voice gnashed in the passage. Ji Feishue chuckled. Feng Buo. My husband wants you to get out. Didn't you hear? The first word she said was still behind Suhi. The second word fell, and she was already in the space passage. And the rest of the sounds came from the passage. Behind the passage is an uninhabited starry sky outside the mysterious world. Ji Feishue walked out as usual, and across from her was a middle-aged man with a cold face and a gloomy expression. His right hand was trembling slightly behind his back. The palm of his hand had been pierced. His flesh and blood were squirming and trying to heal. But he couldn't. She tried her best to smooth the space passage with her left hand, but to no avail. Ji Feishue walked out easily. Instead of closing the passage where she passed, the passage was like an emperor, rolling and expanding, as if she was afraid of bumping into her. Feng Bulo's eyes narrowed slightly, and an unbelievable thought arose in his heart. That space seemed to be afraid of Ji Feishue? How can this be? Ji Feishue, this is a matter between Fengwang Palace and the Dragon Turtle clan. You are too lenient. Shoo. Ji Feishue put a finger to her lips and made a silencing gesture. Don't talk. Get out. Feng Bulo's expression suddenly changed, and he turned cold instantly. They are all beings on the 7th level of the sky, with great power to suppress all heavens and all realms. The Dragon Turtle is young and doesn't know whether to live or die. How dare the dignified Princess Yunmings humiliate him like this? Feng Buo stopped talking and struck Ji Feishue with a palm. But Ji Feishue waved her palm casually, as if to ward off flies. Feng Buo was suddenly ashamed and angry. But before the shout could rise, he felt a huge force coming and crashed into him. His whole body rolled, smashed into the space, and rolled away. Feng Buo's heart was filled with turmoil. Ji Feishue, the same being who took the 7th step to the sky and knocked on the immortal gate. In front of Ji Feishue, he acted like a 3-year-old child, unable to even resist at all. The space that was smashed was no ordinary space. It was filled with Ji Feishue's special laws. The real body rolled into space, and the internal organs and the heavenly world were crushed into pieces in an instant as if they had been put into a meat grinder. Excuse me. I have. Shoo. Concubine Ji Shuadai frowned slightly, with an impatient expression on her face. Quiet. Feng Buo couldn't speak anymore for a moment, and he couldn't even convey his consciousness. If your husband wants you to get out, you just need to get out quietly. Don't talk or listen to other men's voices. It will make you upset. Ji Feishue waved her hand, and Feng Buo rolled again. At this time, his human form was completely lost, and he was completely balled up into a ball of flesh. The balls of flesh were trembling and struggling. Finally, he jumped up suddenly, transformed into a human form again, and volleyed a little higher. God said, Sawing! Cut off! Cut off the ears! Pull out the tongue! Cut off! Flog! Cut off! He used punishments without cutting off his bloodline, and he had already mastered all inheritances at the 7th level of the sky. A series of torture methods came out, and the torture instruments gathered above the head, heading straight towards Ji Feishue. Then, concubine Ji stands in the starry sky, motionless, dressed in red, like a fairy descending from the earth. But Feng Buo was blinded. His nose was chopped off. His tongue was twitching. His legs were cut off. His waist was chopped off. In a moment, he turned into a pile of rotten flesh and fell in front of Ji Feishue. Ji Feishue frowned. I told you not to speak, but you didn't listen. With a gentle wave of his hand, the pile of rotten flesh turned into a ball and continued to roll. The whole ball of flesh was trembling violently, as if it was experiencing the most terrible punishment in the world. A turtle claw poked out of the void, stopped the meatball, and stepped down. Thunder and lightning staggered. In an instant, the meatball turned into powder and disappeared. In the natal starry sky, a huge natal star was shattered. Qing Lei broke through the void and poked his head out, looking at Ji Feishue with strange eyes, as if he was hesitant to speak. Ji Feishue smiled. What? Qing Lei opened his mouth. That? I heard it. What? Ji Feishue asked with a blink. Qing Lei was silent for a long time. Husband! He said this in a low voice. He had just received Su Huanyan's signal, and came out of the sky, only to find that the space in Dongnan Mountain had been sealed. However, it was not Fenghuang Palace Taotian that sealed the space, but a familiar aura. It's Jifeishue. Unable to reach Dongnan Mountain, Qing Lei broke through the air and came straight to the outside of Xianhuang realm. How could he hide this distance from him? However, Qing Lei was shocked in the void, motionless until now, and looked at Jifeishue with a strange look. Concubine Ji Shui rolled her hair in front of her with her green fingers and glanced at Qing Lei. What? Do you still want me to call you uncle? Qing Lei. Dot. It's not impossible. Logically speaking, it has to be called that. No matter how high the Tao is, the sky and the earth are not as big as the seniority. Right? Jifeishue smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. I will introduce Princess Yunmings to you another day, and you and I can discuss it separately. Qing Lei's big dragon turtle face flashed with thunder and lightning, which was extremely exciting in an instant. Confessed the great world and the imperial palace. A eunuch galloped through the palace and hurried to the imperial study. He walked to the 9 steps outside the imperial study, knelt down on the ground and said sadly, Your Majesty, the wind is blowing. The imperial study room is high in the sky, and the old eunuch is only on the ground. His voice is like mosquitoes and ants. He doesn't even dare to take a breath after saying this. He kneels quietly, wanting to tremble, but not daring to move. Above the 9 heavens, the royal study was speechless for a long time. And after a long time a faint voice came out. No! The eunuch remained motionless. The voice from the 9 heavens came down again. We will prepare a posthumous title in the bachelor's mansion and prepare for the funeral. Chumfing's lineage will choose someone to inherit the title. The old eunuch straightened up and bowed again. Here! The old eunuch walked backwards, and the royal study fell into silence again, with only the sound of fingers tapping on the table. There was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe, who looked like an ordinary mortal emperor without any special features. Putting down the book in his hand, he got up and walked back and forth in the imperial study room. He muttered, Suhi, Qing Lei, Spirit Snake, Dragon Turtle, Xian Wu, as if he had encountered a supreme problem. The emperor of the greatest world in the world actually showed deep doubts. He turned to look at the desk. I saw pictures flashing on the scroll I just put down. If Suhi must have seen it. This scene turned out to be what he had seen in the Jinxiadao Palace, where the Yuanzun clan besieged the Dragon Turtle and robbed the Dragon Turtle Heritage Dao Palace. It's just that the angle of the picture is different from the one Suhi saw. This was taken from the perspective of the Yuanzun clan. The Dragon Turtle is like a giant beast from the wild, unrivaled. Countless members of the Yuanzun clan fought bravely and died heroically. Xuanwu, Xilong. They really got it together. The middle-aged man in yellow robe turned around and looked towards the Xianhuang realm. It seemed that he could see the Dongyun Mountain on the Xianhuang realm across the world. In Dongyun Mountain, Su Huanyan pulled out his spear at the base of Suhi's neck. He frowned slightly and looked at the wounds on Suhi's body, crushed the elixir, and applied it on his wound. After you recover from your injury, spar with me every day. My husband's combat experience is weak. Suhi laughed loudly. You can't beat me. Su Huanyan looked at it with a quiet look. Suhi's laughter died down little by little, and finally he shrank his head, not daring to say anything. There really needs to be more battles. Combat experience is still weak. The battle with Feng Lu took a long time, seemingly one step after another, tricking Feng Lu into unlocking the Qianqianzi seal, and then letting Long Min summon the soul. And Su Huanyan killed the scholar. It's like one thing is inside another thing. Actually, why bother? He should not think too much and use the power of thunder to directly kill Feng Lu, and then consider unblocking Qianqianzi. Feng Lu should not be given the opportunity to use punishment. Go back and review it carefully. You will definitely gain a lot. After all, he lacks experience. After all, he has not experienced a few battles. But by only fighting against Su Huanyan, he could only understand the sword cultivator's fighting style, which would not be very effective. Go back to Qianjiang and make a battle arena. All seniors take turns challenging each day. Several dice fell nearby and landed on the treasure left by Feng Lu. Spear, token, glass beads. Suhi's domain had been confiscated. But now the heavy rain blocked the sight of others, who hurriedly put all kinds of treasures into the foreign minister's space. Just after collecting it, the domain was torn open, and Concubine Ji walked in majestically. As soon as he came in, he had strange eyes and a smile on his face. You two have sealed the space to prevent outsiders from exploring. What are you doing here? Can't you endure some things until you go home? There is just a big battle here, and everyone's eyes are focused on it. Sui's head was covered with black lines. Su Huanyan was not affected and looked up at Ji Feishue. Kill? Ah! Kill! Who is he? Su Huanyan asked. Ji Feishue tied her hair up and then replied. Feng Wang Great World Changfeng Hao. I will take you to raid his house someday. Cut off his bloodline. Okay. Su Huanyan nodded. Ji Feishue came over, raised her buttocks, and sat sideways on Su He's turtle L. Her fingers poking at the wounds Su He had suffered from the bronze sword. There was a smile in his eyes. Su He shivered for a while, but he didn't dare to speak. He rolled his eyes and looked at Ji Feishue, then looked back at Su Huanyan. These two beautiful fairies, who are the most powerful people in the country, are just talking about killing people, setting fires, and robbing people's wealth. Does his family run a copycat and be the king of the mountain? It really is. Ya. That little girl. I don't know what's going on right now. It has been almost a month since I came back. The last time I came back, it was just winter, and I asked Su Huanyan to borrow the eternal fire. It is a special kind of fire used for alchemy. It ignites spontaneously without any object. It does not cause much harm if the temperature is not high. It is like ordinary fire, but it will never go out. It is extremely difficult to extinguish even the ordinary heaven-stepping realm. Right here in Dong'an Mountain, at the place where the murderous battle had just taken place, the three of them were laughing and chatting about everyday things, and the atmosphere was actually harmonious. Presumably, when there is an external enemy, the internal front becomes unified and harmonious? Is there such a use for the Fengwang Palace? Su He was overjoyed and looked up towards the Emperor's world. An inexplicable feeling arose, as if someone was looking at him secretly at this moment. Ji Feishue and Su Huanyan didn't know what they said. They giggled and jumped sideways. The mountains trembling with their laughter happened to block Su He's gaze. Big. Really big. For a moment, Su He no longer cared about looking at the Emperor, and his eyes fell on the Queen. A sharp pain hit his back. He turned around and saw Su Huanyan crushing the elixir and still applying it to him. But he didn't know when the immortal sword in his hand came out of his body. A sword hit his wound, and the sword energy burst into him. In an instant, it was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, and it was painful. Su Hua was stroking his hair, as if he was unaware of his pain. This wound contains the aura of war left by that man. I will cut it out with my sword energy. Su He shivered and dared not say anything. Beside her, concubine Ji's smile became even more colorful. After more than 3 hours, Su He's wound had been replaced with medicine 3 times by Su Huanyan, and it had begun to squirm and heal. Only then could the sound of punch after punch hitting the space be heard from Dong'an Mountain. Then, just like when he first appeared, the 3-phase monk burst into space with fiery red flames and fell out, passing through Su He's domain and falling into the vast sea with a thud. He scratched his head and came out. At this moment, he looks like a 30-year-old man. If he had bold hair, he would be exactly the same as Malwan whom Su He had seen in his divination. As soon as he came out, he saw 2 peerless fairies on Su He's back, one standing proudly in white, and the other sitting sideways in red makeup. But they were all cautious, guarding 1 wound each, and using their own true energy to help him heal. The true essence is as gentle as a gentle stream. Amitabha! The 3-phase monk put his hands together, and said the Buddha's name, his eyes full of envy. Daughter Su! You are so lucky! Su Huanyan's face was cold and unmoving. Ji Feishue giggled. Then he saw the 3-phase monk, looking eagerly at Su He. Su He nodded. Qianqianzi is safe at the moment, and is contained in a jade. However, her soul has been severely consumed over the past few months, and she is now in a coma. After months of struggle, even Qianqianzi's 3rd-level soul could no longer hold on. This is when Monk Yuani and Feng Lu wanted to take out a little bit of Tao Yun from her soul. But they didn't become more aggressive. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. The 3-phase monk put his hands together and bowed. Amitabha, thank you for your help, little friend. And thank you 2 fairies for your help. He hesitated again after saying that. Su He knew that he was worried about Qianqianzi. So he smiled and said, Now that the matter here is over, we can go back after taking away the remains of the underground palace. San Xiang was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, a pagoda flew towards him. There was also a glass cover under the pagoda. He only took off the pagoda and sent the glass cover to Su He with his backhand. This thing is quite mysterious. Please be careful when using it. Huh? Give me? Su-hee was surprised, but saw Monk Sanxiang's expression of matter-of-factness. Seeing that Su-hee was still hesitating, he immediately frowned. Master Gu, don't think too much about it. Donor, for this poor monk, the safety of Qianqianzi is much more important than anything else. Su-hee understood and stopped talking. The dice dropped down impatiently, as if he was afraid that he would give up the glass cover. Su-hee did not dare to hesitate, and immediately threw the glass cover into the outer space, and released the flying boat at the same time. When the three-phase monk saw Su, he neatly put away the glass cover. He immediately laughed happily, and followed Su-hee onto the flying boat first. The flying boat escaped into the sky, and headed towards Changyu Mansion. Snow fell outside the boat. It was not heavy, but it was very beautiful. Ji Feishue sat on the side of the boat, and kicked her feet. She held the side of the boat with her hands, and listened to the bells on her ankles. She seemed to be in a good mood. Su Huanyan stood beside her, holding a sword in one hand, and holding the side of the boat with the other. The winter wind blew her white dress, as if a fairy had come to the world. Su-hee lay on his tanning platform to recover from his injuries. The three-phase monk quietly came over and poked Su-hee. Little friend Su-hee, do you want to accept a disciple? I am born to be filial, so I am definitely the best choice to be a disciple. Su-hee looked confused and looked at San Xiang to signal the two fairies on the bow, eyes filled with envy. Although these two fairies did not recognize each other, they were frosty and cold, making it difficult to approach them at first glance. The other one, that's Xinjiang's crazy mother Long Ji Fei Shui Ji Fairy. It has existed for hundreds of thousands of years across all the worlds. In this way, the two fairies were willing to follow little friend Su-hee. It's not like he just met Qianqianzi, and was beaten repeatedly after just expressing his love. He looked at Su-hee with admiration in his eyes. For such a great god, what are you waiting for if you don't become a disciple? Chapter 264 Yahuang. The snow is getting heavier and heavier, and there is a vast expanse of white outside the flying boat. However, Ji Feishue was not allowed to fly above the clouds, so she only hung the flying boat 10 feet in the air, with the bottom of the boat brushing against the bamboo. There are clusters of bamboo forests, and when the wind blows the waves, it looks like a rough sea from above. The speed of the flying boat slowed down, and Ji Feishue looked at the bamboo forest as if she was lost in memories. The three-phase monk held his hands and opened them again, looking in the direction of Changyu Mansion with increasing eagerness. Just as he opened his mouth to suggest speeding up, Ji Feishue looked at her, and she didn't dare to say anything. He looked at Su-hee depressedly. Su-hee shrank into the turtle SHL. There was nothing he could do. Although Su Huanyan is clear-eyed, he can still give advice and listen to him. Ji Feishue is completely impossible. The three-phase monk let out a long sigh, sat cross-legged next to Su-hee, took out a wooden fish from his belt, and started banging it. The wooden fish is transparent and made of colored glaze. There is a red flame burning inside. In the midst of the flame, Monk Yuani sits cross-legged, clasping his hands together, trying his best to block the flames from licking him. He originally formed a delicate balance with the flames, but at the moment when the three-phase monk struck the wooden fish, he suddenly screamed and fell into the fire. Every sound of wooden fish sounds to him like falling into the dark world. Life is worse than death. The wooden fish made a sound, and the flames hit the body, sticking away a layer of skin and flesh. The sound of the wooden fish passed, and the flesh squirmed and recovered. But the sound of the wooden fish came again. Seems like endless punishment. The three-phase monk is barefoot and bare-chested, with bulging muscles all over his body, and a red flame burning outside his body. The small wooden fish in his hands is like a child's toy, giving people the illusion that it will be broken if not careful. The monk has a solemn treasure, and a group of eminent monks are sitting in the posture, quickly twisting the rosary with his left hand, and knocking the wooden fish like raindrops with his right hand. Knock once, twist a rosary, and recite the Buddha's name. I'll beat you to death, you old bald donkey. You bastard villager. I'll strike you to death with thunder from heaven. A sea of bamboo flew out for half an hour, and the three-phase monk didn't even curse anyone in the same way. At first he thought he was venting his anger, but later he discovered that every time he cursed, Monk Yuani and Muyu would roll on the ground holding his bald head, as if he was being roared by a god. He squinted his eyes. The real energy in his eyes and ears was circulating, and he looked towards the three-phase monk. But his vision went dark, and he could only hear Ji Feishue's teasing laughter. My young husband is so brave. The three-phase young monk dares to use the Buddha's mantra. Are you being reckless? When the darkness dissipated in front of him, he saw Ji Feishue and Su Huanyan looking at him at the same time. Ji Feishue smiled sweetly. Live well and don't seek death. Looking at the muscular body of the Sanxiang monk. In fact, his understanding of Buddhism is almost better than that of the old monks in Gujingjai. Even the previous abbot felt inferior to him, let alone the current generation. It is only with him that all Dharma is the meaning of Buddhism. Laughing and cursing. Men having sex with women. Killing people and setting fires. Where is the compassion of our Buddha? The Buddhist mantras of the three-phase monks can be done as you please, without paying attention to them. The flying boat flew higher and higher amidst the chanting curses of the Sanxiang monks, but still did not break through the clouds. After crossing the bamboo forest, we have left Dongnin Mountain and have not reached Changyu Mansion. There is blood under the body soaring up to the sky. There have been heavy rains this autumn. The grain that the people have collected with great difficulty will only sprout if it sprouts. It is a big deal if it piles up and rots. Some emperors set an example and led the officials to live frugally. Exempt taxes, open granaries, and the whole country weathered the disaster. But there are some who sincerely seek death and don't care whether the people live or die. There are even police officers who go straight into people's homes and rob people of stored grain. Even if people die, their wealth will not be cut off. People will resist. After all, there is still food to eat in autumn, so there will be no chaos. Now that it is winter, most people can't even eat grass roots. At this moment, there is a battlefield under the flying boat. One side is just a refugee-like bandit with few serious weapons, but the other side is a real army. However, the refugees became more courageous as they fought, and the army fell behind. A flying sword flew from the rear of the army, killing the refugees. Ji Feishue glanced over, and the man wielding the sword suddenly turned into a rainbow light and disappeared, leaving only a scream. Su He turned his head and looked at Ji Feishue. Why are all the forces not as good as the Emperor's great world? Unifying the two realms of cultivation? It is too simple for a monk to rule the mortal world. But it seems that few sects do this. Even if they participate, they support it secretly and rarely participate in person. Ji Feishue looked at Feishue, kicked her feet, and smiled sweetly. My dear husband, people have different desires. Emperors want to rule the world for eternity. Monks want to live forever and wield swords in the sky. Each sect has its own sect. The person you seek is a disciple with great talent. She turned to look at Suhi. My dear husband, guess, is it the constantly turbulent mortal world that gives birth to more amazing talents? Or is it the place where all living beings are stable that more evildoers emerge? I won't guess. Suhi was silent for a moment, and the three ministers on the side finished knocking the wooden fish for the last time. He put away the wooden fish and turned to look at Suhi. Our Qianzhong war cultivator was once a general of a country. He has experienced all the wonderful things in the world. Spending time and drinking. Nostalgic for brothels. Marry a princess. Travel to mountains and rivers. Guide the country. His country had prospered and declined. Fought on the battlefield. Won and lost. Had eaten the best things in the world. Drank horse urine and bee sex. Struggled. Fought fiercely. Fought to the extreme on the battlefield. And fought many times of life and death. But in the end, he could not save the country. When the country was destroyed, and the family was destroyed. He also assassinated the king of the new dynasty, became a bandit, and started a rebellion. With his talent, it would be difficult for him to transform into a demon. But now, he is on the 6th level of the sky, with unparalleled combat power. How can he reach this level with his extraordinary experience? Zhang Xiaozu knew about it, and specifically asked Qing Lei about it. After all, Qing Lei was the master of the martial god path that Qing Lei had found for Yaya. So there was no way he could turn a blind eye. As a monk, being able to fight Qing Lei even if he was pinned to the ground and rubbed within 3 moves was a sign of strength. Not everyone can pull off 2 moves under Qing Lei. Even the 7th level of ordinary people cannot do it. What's more, the war cultivator is at the 6th level of the sky. The gap between the real top monks is far greater than that of the bottom monks. The gap between the 7th level and the 7th level is no smaller than that of divine beasts and wild dogs. When the flying boat landed, there were sharks waiting outside Changyu Mansion. Today, the master and his wife are back with guests, and the sharks cannot be rude, welcoming people into the house. On the big tree at the door, the barbarian king was riding his giant panda, carrying the giant axe on his shoulders, and looking at everyone entering the house. The three-phase monk stopped and looked at the puppet in surprise. Spirit? After saying that, he shook his head again. No. It's just a wood sculpture. But it has some spiritual charm. Whose masterpiece is this? Suhi smiled and said, I bought it casually in Taiyu City. But I didn't pay attention to it. Spirit is a naturally occurring entity in heaven and earth. And was even called God. Water has a water god. And mountains have a mountain god. Mountain souls are closely related to mountain gods. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of Master Sanxiang, this wooden sculpture actually has a somewhat spiritual charm. When you get a chance, go and meet this fellow Taoist who sells dolls. The three-phase monk said to Ba. As Suhi entered the water mansion, he sat for a moment and then looked at Suhi eagerly. Long Min bowed from the side and held the jade pendant in his hands. The monk Sanxiang breathed heavily, rubbed his big hands, and wiped them on his pants before taking the jade pendant with a slight trembling. At the same time, a bright pearl was handed to Long Min, and he said gratefully, Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your help. This pearl is a shark pearl I got from a bet with a shark priest from the Taoist realm. It contains its Taoist charm. I should be very grateful to my fellow Taoist. Help! Long Min was startled and didn't dare to accept it. When she built an altar and performed the witch dance, she was only following the instructions of her own god, and was not showing any favor to the master. She didn't dare to accept or refuse, and turned to look at Suhi. A smile flashed in Suhi's eyes, and he nodded. It's just a sharp bead, not considered precious here in Suhi. Long Min was immediately overjoyed and bowed to thank him. After putting it away, he saw the monk looking at the jade pendant impatiently, bowing and retreating with discernment. Mr. Naming's jade pendant. I owe you a huge favor. I'm afraid the Buddha can only repay it with his body. The three-phase monk held the jade pendant and murmured to himself. If I kill him someday, I won't owe any favors, he muttered, and touched the jade pendant a little, and the soul of Qianqianzi floated out from the jade pendant. He landed and opened his eyes. Thank you, Sanxianqian. Huh? Monk say, what's wrong with you? She put her hands together to express her gratitude. But when she saw the red flame burning outside the body of the three-phase monk, and his appearance returned to that of a 30-year-old man, she was suddenly stunned. His overdraft exploded. The three-phase monk has a special practice. Only by triggering the ultimate burst of true energy can his appearance be restored. The red flames outside her body were caused by the dissipated true energy. And Qianqianzi felt inexplicably in her heart. Sui's eyes lit up. Is there something interesting? He quietly retreated outwards with a stroke of his claws, passing by Ji Feishua and Su Huanyan. The two fairies had a clear understanding of each other and landed on his turtle SH. L at the same time. Pieces of snowflakes fall on the surface of Chiu Lake and melt into the water. Looking up from under the lake, the whole world is covered with snow, and the white world ripples with the lake water. Neither the dragon nor the turtle spoke a word, and looked quietly at the wind and snow on the water. Dongyun Mountain, the place where the battle took place, heard a hearty laugh. The space was split open by a chain, and a man came out with a sword, dragging the corpse of a monk from the imperial palace with his left hand, and swinging his iron rope with his right hand. This is Zuanshiman's unique method. It can pull out the iron ropes of people in the imperial palace and condense them into real objects. It has extraordinary magical effects. As soon as he came out, he looked around. Huh? The battle between Master Three Phases and little friend Dragon Turtle is not over yet. Unexpectedly, he is the fastest. A sense of pride arose spontaneously, and I heard a voice above my head. No, they ended long ago. They were just immersed in Chirinfu, an anxious dreamer, and they all forgot about you. The middle-aged Zuanshanman. Dot! He opened his mouth only to feel the discomfort in his throat, and looked up at the huge dragon turtle floating above his head. Senior Qinglei are here for little friend Suhi? There is only one monk from the Imperial Palace in the underground palace of the 3rd level. Right? The little dragon turtle actually called his parents. After all, they are still young, but their combat prowess is about the same. But they still lack experience. Qinglei shook his head, raised his dragon head, and looked into the distance. Lost eyes. Your little friend Suhi doesn't need me. He has a wife. I just stayed here, wanting to see when that bastard would remember that he had an uncle from the clan across several big worlds, who came to save him. But it was fine if he didn't meet him. And he didn't even say thank you. On Chiu Lake, Suhi shuddered faintly. There is always a sense of crisis. Have I forgotten something? Chief Feishua giggled. My dear husband, Don't think too much. In a state like yours and mine, there are only things you don't want to remember. How can there be things you neglect and forget? Suhi's face was covered with black lines. The message from the underwater three-phase monk came over. Don't worry, little friend Suhi. I have a clone staying in Dongnan Mountain. When fellow Taoist Chu Xing comes back, I will personally thank you and give you a generous gift. If it hadn't been for the fight today by fellow Taoist Chu Xing, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the poor monk. Fairy. Sir, do you still have time to listen to our chat? Master, thank Taoist Chu Xing for me. Chu Xing came to guard the two battlefields to give Suhi face. And Suhi should show his respect. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, Suhi's conscious body let out a long chant in the direction of Qing Lei. Thank you, Uncle Lei, for saving your life. Remember to be early next time. Not as fast as my wife. I won't give you a bad review this time. Crack. A bolt of thunder fell from the sky above the mountains and seas, knocking Suhi over and lying on the ground, twitching for a long time. Before he could recover, the frost turtle on the side had a smile in his eyes and nodded in the direction of Qing Lei. A beam of star will pass over. Trouble uncle from running around. It was the first time I experienced the feeling of calling my parents, and I felt something different in my heart. Suhi's consciousness fell into silence, and she immediately asked Qing Lei for help. Just after calling the parents, they met Ji Feishue. This woman might not have been paying attention to Suhi's battle. What's going on with Ji Feishue? Qing Lei's message came back. The dignified Ji Feishue looks like she is not joking when she calls her turtle boy husband. Frost Turtle shook his head slightly. Qing Lei was silent for a moment, and said in a solemn voice, no matter who she is, if you have any grievances, just tell the elders of the clan. We will take care of this big thing for you. Regardless of the relationship between Suhi and Yaya, Su Huanyan will always be a member of the Dragon Turtle clan. Frost Turtle lowered his head. 600,000 miles east of Changyu Mansion is the original Yuanshan village, now Qinglong village. At this moment, the stockade is more than twice as big as it was 3 months ago. But there are only about 10 people staying in the stockade, and the bandits in the entire village don't know where they are. The dozen or so people guarding the village were all looking down the mountain, looking eager, excited and worried, following the direction of their gaze. Somewhere they couldn't see, there was a big city in the wind and snow. A group of well-equipped bandits outside the city surrounded the west gate of the city, looking eager to attack the city. Under the city wall, Yaya rode a white tiger, and the white tiger roared at the city gate. On the city gate, a figure floated up, looking at the bandits below the city, with a cold expression. Master Su, there are rules in one area. In the past 3 months, you have conquered many cottages. That is your bandits' business. I, Chong Feng Chung, have no control over it. You will be your bandit, and I will be my city lord. If you are willing to return the property to the people, that is the kindness of Mr. Su. But to kill my government servant and lead a bunch of mud-legged people to resist taxes is it too much? Fart. The toad that had just arrived in a flying boat yelled as soon as it landed. Our Qinglong village conquered many copycat villages for 3 months and returned the goods. Is it the special frog who asked you to collect taxes? Why should Lord Frog return the goods? You want to collect 70% of the people? That's it. People who suffered this year's disaster have already bought food. And if they can't collect it, they will arrest people? If you don't release the people today, Mr. Frog will flatten your Chanfeng city. Is it a human being you're trying to catch? Those are the hearts and minds that Qinglong village has tried so hard to win over. The people this grandson captured were all the people who are loyal to Qinglong village. It is intolerable and intolerable. If the dragon turtle didn't need it, he would have killed the turtle grandson long ago. The old man looked at the toad, and a light flashed in his eyes. The frog is here again. This is a soul beast. It is definitely a legendary soul beast. He often went to Taiyu City, where he saw more monks, and he saw someone with a dog-like soul beast. A talking soul beast is especially rare. He has been observing for a long time in the past few months. This soul beast has never penetrated the turtle demon and the snake demon's mind. That is, it has not been subdued by these two demons. He still has a chance. If you can get the soul beast, you may not be able to go one step further and reach the 6th step of the demon transformation realm. You may even be able to take a peek at the legendary sky trading realm. Just kill this little turtle demon and that snake demon. His eyes passed over the figure of the green snake, and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. The snake demon can live forever, as long as he takes care of them. This soul beast will be his. He looked at the swarming bandits under the city wall and sneered at the corner of his mouth. The 3 mountains and 15 counties outside Chanfeng City have been protected by Chanfeng City for generations. Isn't it natural to pay taxes? If you don't kill some of the people who are evil-minded, it would be the end of your kindness and righteousness. If it weren't for the abundance of Yunling grass here, and the Yunling grass was so special that monks couldn't get close to it before it was harvested, the aura that came close would destroy the grass. How would he care about the lives of mortals? Yaya was riding on the tiger, looking up at the old man, intending to knock him down. But she couldn't. This old man is of high moral character. Yaya was originally a 3rd-grade martial god, which was equivalent to the early stage of the demon transformation realm. Her combat power as a dragon turtle sword. But she had just stabilized the boundary pearl and was placed in the dragon turtle clan. She was a real baby. And she could fight against the 5th step of the demon transformation. Is the limit. She is not Suhi. She does not cheat. She relies entirely on her own cultivation. And she cannot enter the country quickly. She has been fighting with this old man for 3 days. The old man can stop her. There are still monks in the city, so it is not something that the bandits can break. Aunt Ching is so stupid. She can't even fight. The old man in the city had a smile on his face. Little turtle. 3 days have passed, and the formations in our city have been activated. I advise you to leave the snake demon and the spirit beast behind and evacuate as soon as possible. 3 days ago, there was nothing you could do but let me wait. But now you still have to wait. Do you want to destroy the city? What a fantasy! Is it a game that our clan has been guarding Chong Maple City for 800 years? How could a big city guarded by a family of monks be fought by 2 goblins? Monsters are just lonely ghost-like existences. Beasts that occasionally get the monster fruit. How do they understand what family is and what power is? Their family has been in business for nearly 1,000 years. He has transformed into a demon, and hundreds more have transformed into mortals. How can 2 demons imagine this? I'm afraid these 2 demons have never even seen the true appearance of the spiritual world. So they are so self-righteous that they come knocking on the door. They simply don't know how to live or die. Bah! Toad spat out. If it weren't for the fear of hurting the people in the city, Mr. Frog would kill you with 1 cannon. If you have the guts, fly a little higher. Do you want to call you Daddy? Toad approached Yaya. Yaya rolled her eyes at it. She was the one who wanted to be the Empress. Not her father. How can you go to your father for everything? She raised her hand and waved back. Retreat. The bandits surrounding Chanfeng City began to retreat slowly. Although they were in chaos, they didn't panic. The rear army turned into the front army and left at a trot. Chanfeng City is not far from the town, and even the marchers had already returned when it got dark. The people in the town who had lost their family members were looking forward to it. I was looking forward to everyone's return with joy. But I was disappointed again when I didn't see my relatives accompanying me. But he was only disappointed for a moment. And he immediately came out with hot soup to greet the bandits. The bandits did not return to Qinglong village and camped outside the town. As soon as she stabilized herself, Yaya stretched out her hand to the Toad. Toad was confused. Lend me the little flying boat, and I'll mobilize the troops. Comparing power and military strength? Who is afraid? I am the queen of alien beasts. Chapter 265 Peacock Heritage. Phew? Phew? A few camels screeched, followed by a thundering ape roaring. A thunderous thumping of the chest was heard, and a flying boat rushed out of Suhi's small world and headed straight to the east. On the flying boat, the camel stood on the bow, head held high, 2 white moons shining brightly between his eyebrows. Mr. Shuang, it has been nearly a year since I was thrown into the small world, and today I was finally remembered again. A hunchback face full of joy. After snoring, he saw the thunder ape beating his chest and roaring on the boat, and his face suddenly dropped with joy. A bunch of poorly raised monkey cubs. This year, the group of thunder apes obeyed its words and told him to go east and never to the west. The camel seems to have found the feeling of being the camel king. It thought it had become tougher, but as soon as Yaya came, the thunder ape rebelled, not to mention the thunder ape, and even it became a mount. At this moment, Yaya was sitting in the middle of its 2 humps, with a small face and a bit of majesty in her eyes. It's not for nothing that you have been the master for so long. There was a wooden sculpture of the barbarian king sitting domineeringly on the hump in front of her. Next to her, a palm-sized giant panda roared to the sky. It changed its usual naive appearance and looked a bit like an iron-eating beast. He raised his paw and slapped it in the air, as if smashing countless enemies to pieces, with a fierce look on his face. However, a gust of wind happened to blow, and the three legs immediately became unsteady. They rolled off the hump and hit the deck, making them confused. Looking up, I couldn't see where the owner was. All I could see were 8 legs like Optimus Prime. The hair on its legs crackled and flashed with electric light, and the iron-eating beast that had been so domineering just now shrank into a ball and shivered. The little man-king jumped up and jumped off the camel to save his mount. But when he glanced down, he felt that the mountains and clouds were shrouded in mist. To him, there was no difference between jumping off a hump and jumping off a cliff. After thinking for a while, he sat down again. He looked like he couldn't be pampered if he had a pet. The panda is a mature panda, and it's time to learn to climb up on its own. In Changyu Mansion, Ji Feishua clicked her tongue and looked at Su Huanyan. Are you a concurrent mother? My daughter didn't even say mother when she came back. He shouted directly, Dad, Dad, lend me the flying boat. He went to Suhi, grabbed the flying boat and ran away. Turtle is also a failed father. I have a daughter, but I can't let him live by me. What is this daughter going to do? A flash of light flashed in her eyes, and suddenly a dragon's body appeared, coiling around Suhi's body. The dragon's head came closer to face Suhi's dragon head, and blinked. My dear husband, how about we have a baby? My sister can't do it in person. Come on. I'm a dragon. No problem. She was coiled around Suhi, her dragon tail swaying lightly, sweeping the turtle SHL and tail, making her feel numb and itchy. The dragon's body shape is fixed, but Ji Feishua obviously cannot be regarded as a dragon. If the dragon's body is large, it can cover the sky and the moon, and if it is small, it can be hidden in the ravine. It is really feasible to do something with Suhi. Su Huanyan looked towards this side with a half smile. Suhi felt as if a sword was poking at the turtle SHL. If he was not careful, there would be a tragedy. He shuddered and shook his head hastily. You can do it, but I can't. Even if the Dragon Turtle clan is extremely talented, they must be at least the 3rd level of open heaven to be able to give birth to offspring. This is still theoretical. In fact, just look at the members of the Dragon Turtle to know how difficult it is for the Dragon Turtle clan to give birth to offspring. Among the 4 spirits, only the Dragon Turtle family is an ordinary tortoise that has achieved great tribulations, and none of them are descended from the bloodline. The fertility rate is astonishingly low. Of course, it may also be because there is no female turtle. Coward! Concubine Ji poked him with her snow dragon horn. The dragon's eyes rolled slightly, and she let go of Suhi and swam into Chill Lake. With one stroke of the dragon's tail, one of the courtyard walls of the water house was wiped away. Without her movement, the gravel from the bottom of the lake floated up. In a moment, the water house was extended by half, and another half of the courtyard was built, connecting it with the original water house. The precious light shining on this half of the courtyard is obviously not comparable to the water mansion built by the sharks. It's crooked and twisted, high and low, like building blocks, and nondescript. I can't say it's ugly, but very special. One of a kind. Forced to take over? Suhi was surprised when he saw Ji Feishua circling the water house several times. Before she could marvel at her artistic talent, the tinkling of silver bells came over. The white dragon turned into a human form. Ji Feishua, dressed in red, sighed and looked back at Suhi. My dear husband, how about we destroy Yunmingzi? Suhi. The ringing became more urgent. Are you asking for help? Suhi asked. You think it's troublesome for your own people to ask for help, so you want to kill them? If you are too lazy to solve the problem, just solve the problem for the person who is in trouble. These days I thought Ji Feishua was getting better, but she turned out to be a witch. Yes, Ji Feishua chuckled. Bone Huangdong is so stingy. Why don't you just kill him as a marquis? Why are you still thinking about revenge? She looked at Suhi with a serious face. Do you think so? Too few kills? If we kill all the princes, will there be no one to take revenge? After she finished speaking, she giggled first, but her eyes sparkled, as if she really wanted to try it. Smiling, his body tore apart the space in a flash and jumped away. After the person left, the voice fell on Chill Lake. Don't damage my yard. Next time you come back, I want to live there. Dignity Ji Feishua. This voice actually has the air of a little girl. He was silent for a moment and asked Su Huanyan, "Why doesn't she go through the main entrance? Is it amazing to be able to tear apart the space of Changyu Mansion?" Su Huanyan looked at the water house under the water. Without answering, he saw the space fluctuate. Qi Feishue, who had just left, came back. She glanced at Su He and poked him between the eyebrows with a finger. "Stingy!" She giggled and put something into Su Huanyan's hand, turned around and walked out of the gate of Changyu Mansion. Climbed high, stepped into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su He was stunned. Su Huanyan lowered his head and looked at the brocade book Qi Feishue put into his hand in confusion. But it was the marriage certificate. "A mere bandit. They don't know whether to live or die." A shout came from Chanfeng's city. The city lord's face turned dark. These bandits were really ungrateful. He was extremely benevolent and righteous. As long as the spirit beasts and snake spirits were willing to let go of the bandits, he would even let the unruly people go. The bandits don't know how to praise. If that's the case, there's no need to be polite. The city lord slowly drew out his fairy sword and slashed it into the sky. "Children of the Wei family, go to battle." The Chang Maple City formation has been opened, and no one can break through the formation and enter the city. The Wei family can rush in unscrupulously and kill the Turtle Demon King first. With a command, several fairy swords rose into the sky. A proud smile spread across the face of the master of the Wei family. 13 cultivators in the spiritual enlightenment realm. This is the 800-year accumulation of the Wei family, and the foundation for guarding a city, even among the 4 sects. There are a few with such power. He was still smiling when he heard a muffled thunder above his head. He looked up and saw a giant flying boat appearing in the clouds. A 2-foot-long giant ape jumped down from the flying boat. The ape was already beating its chest in midair and punched a person on top of the Wei family disciple whose sword flew up. The entire giant ape crushed the disciple and crashed to the ground. A deep pit was created on the bluestone ground by the impact. The giant ape didn't seem to be relieved. He grabbed Wei's disciple's ankles and smashed them left and right. Boom! 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 The violent collision hit the heart of the head of the Wei family, and he was stunned and then frightened. Which force did the Wei family's disciple Yujian collide with? What kind of strange beast is this? He was sure that such a strange beast had never appeared within 1,000,000 miles of Changmaple City. Ape-shaped, mastering thunder. It looks like the legendary Thunder Ape, but it is impossible for this thing to appear in the Xiantian immortal domain. Pets collected from other immortal realms? He swallowed dryly, and was immediately convinced of one thing. He was not the one to offend the existence on the flying boat. He said loudly to Feizhou, "Fellow Taoist, stop it. I am the Lord of Chanfeng City. Today, my descendants are here to kill the bandits and restore peace to the people. I will also look to my fellow Taoists for those who have offended me." Before he finished speaking, he saw thunder apes jumping down from the flying boat, with 5 or even 6 stars shining between each eyebrow. A group of 5 and 6-star exotic beasts. The lord of the city guard couldn't help but breathe rapidly. And when he saw a camel falling from the flying boat, his face turned even more purple. Especially when he saw the 2 black moons appearing between the camel's eyebrows. His rapid breathing turned into wheezing. I have never seen a Xianyu realm camel, but I have heard that only the Qingyuan sect in Dongyan Mountain has one. It is the pet of an elder who has reached the limit of demon transformation. If placed in the Qingyuan sect or even Dongyan Mountain, he will look like an overlord. The presence? The Qingyuan sect is a giant. An existence that even the hundreds of Dongyan sects cannot resist together. Is there an elder from the Qingyuan sect on the flying boat? As soon as he took a breath, he saw Yaya sitting domineeringly on the back of the camel. And her face suddenly became wonderful. The wooden sculpture of the barbarian king stood up on the hump, pushed aside the camel hair that reached his waist, swung the giant axe forward, and looked at the city lord. "Are you hindering our army's journey?" His voice was flat, but this flatness made him look even more arrogant. Following his question, more than 30 thunder apes beat their chests and roared at the same time. Roar! The roar resounded throughout Chanfeng City. The leader of Chanfeng City swallowed. His eyes filled with shock, and his mind was buzzing with horror. He stared blankly at Yaya on the camel's back. His face was full of disbelief. Is this the power that the turtle monster should have? After the flying boat fell, the clouds surrounding the flying boat dispersed, and only then could the flying boat be clearly seen. The formations were incomprehensible, and the materials were unrecognizable. But one could tell just by the carvings and workmanship on it. This flying boat. I can't afford it even if I sell it to Changmaple City. He looked at Yaya. gasping for breath, with resentment hiding hatred in his eyes. You have such a background. What game are you playing with me? Can I afford it? The air froze for a moment, and only the thunder ape roared. In Chanfeng City, a young man who was carving a wood carving on an ox cart raised his head, looked at the camel in the sky, and his eyes fell on the wood carving of the barbarian king. There was surprise in his eyes. The curtain of the ox cart opened, and a crazy old man looked at the wood carving, clapped his hands and laughed. It's alive! It's alive! This wood carving is alive! Hiss! Sui took a breath of cold air, feeling heartbroken. The Su Huanyan fairy sword on the turtle SHL penetrated his wound bit by bit, and cut out a red aura similar to the sword's intention. The aura condensed to one side, and was fixed by Su Huanyan, unable to escape. The more it gathered and gradually turned into a weapon. Injury only occurs in an instant, but recovery cannot be achieved in an instant. The aura of bronze goop penetrated the body, and after being eliminated, it condensed out again every once in a while. He estimated that it would take 2 or 3 months to truly eliminate it. Actually, I can do it myself. He spoke through trembling teeth. Su Huanyan seemed not to have heard it. He stabbed the sword again, before slowly returning it to its sheath. He glanced at Suhi and said, Too slow. Suhi took a deep breath again, and did not dare to refute. I always feel that Su Huanyan's 2 swords have some emotion in them. Suhi slowly exhaled, and felt a little relief in the wound. He closed his eyes, and looked inside. At this moment, the army of true blood in the body beats drums, and gathers the crowd, lining up to kill the wound. The bronze swords above the head of the true blood army glowed with red light, although no one was seen wielding the sword. The sword formation looked like an army, and they were inextricably linked to the true blood army. It was originally supposed to be a protracted war, but Su Huanyan's sword energy entered and killed countless bronze gu with one stab in the back. The pressure on the true blood army was immediately reduced by half. Sui's consciousness went straight into his mind, and he looked towards Mingjian. At this moment, Mingjian has completely changed its appearance, becoming more and more gorgeous. It is a finely carved mirror. If you look carefully, every carving is a pattern condensed by various talismans and formations. At this moment, the mirror flickered, indicating that something was wrong with Suhi's body. I don't know which fellow Taoist who practices Mingjian came up with this function. In the past, Mingjian could only display specific items if Suhi took the initiative to run it and check it. Now when there is something wrong with the body, it jumps and jumps to remind me. The writing appears on it. Status, injured. Punished. In heat. Recovery, shoulders, 79%. Back, 17%. With a quick glance of consciousness, you will know what this percentage means. Regardless of the severity of the injury, the recovery rate is 0 at the moment of injury. The better the injury recovery, the higher the percentage, until 100% complete recovery. If the injury worsens, there may be a negative number. This was his first real injury. Suhi slowly opened his eyes. He was seriously injured, and was not suitable for practice. A smile flashed in his eyes, and he jumped out of Chio Lake. He flew in the air, and turned around. The dragon turtle disappeared, and a half-large peacock spread its wings, and screamed in midair. Ouch! Shaking his body, and stretching his wings, he waved his wings, and shot towards the bamboo forest on the shore. He landed on the bamboo and spread his wings to let the wind blow, and his wing feathers trembled in the wind. Su Huanyan walked out of Chio Lake, and the lake water flowed gracefully along his clothes. Returning to the lake, stepping on the lake water, he walked to Suhi. There was a bit of curiosity in his eyes. She has never really seen Suhi's second body, and she only had a quick glance twice. Even Suhi himself didn't see many second incarnations. The newly condensed peacock body is like a newly broken SHL. It must be stabilized and consolidated first. Especially the true body of the peacock does not have its own boundary beats. The first body and the second body share a world bead. Theoretically, the moment the peacock body is condensed, it is already a divine beast that has opened up the first level of heaven. But the peacock's body was just condensed, and it was too fragile to be released for a long time. Unable to withstand the power of the boundary pearl, Suhi devoured many treasures with gluttonous food, leaving the peacock's true body in the background to slowly increase his physical strength. The half-grown peacock is still fragile, but he can still function normally. It just so happened that the real body of the dragon turtle was placed in the background to be raised and tempered for the second body. Gather Feng Yuan. Also, peacock heritage. Suhi chirped. spread his wings and landed on the bamboo pole. He tilted his bird's head and looked at Su Huanyan. There was something strange in his eyes. Can you adapt to changing from a dragon turtle to a peacock? Su Huanyan knew what he was asking. He reached out and touched the peacock's cheek lightly, with a faint smile on his eyebrows. It doesn't matter if it's a dragon turtle or a peacock. It doesn't matter if it's you. He couldn't help but breathe quickly. Can the cold Su Huanyan be flirtatious? He screamed a few times and looked at Su Huanyan seriously. Do you think I should accept the peacock inheritance? The peacock and phoenix clans are one and the same, with the same inheritance. The peacock inheritance is actually the phoenix inheritance. Su Huayang smiled. If you don't like it, then you won't accept it. Based on Suhi's status, he had the right to choose not to do things he didn't like. Suhi smiled. What's there to like or dislike? It's always good to have more magical powers. Miraculous powers are different from ordinary practice. You don't need to practice them to pass them on. It is enough to just let the supernatural powers become stronger as the physical body becomes stronger. His cultivation time is too short and his means are too few. The only ones who know the magical powers of the Dragon Turtle clan are too easy to be targeted. One more inheritance. Why not? Chapter 266 Phoenix Nest. A long peacock call dispersed the wind and snow on Changyu Mansion. This year's snowstorm is mixed with a bit of blood. There are people revolting in all directions. And there are also armies that suppress bloody things. The sky is full of blood. Suhi didn't like this kind of breath. It wasn't filled with passion, but with countless helplessness and last resort. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, Suhi's conscious body groaned towards the clouds. Uncle Lei, my second body will inherit the magical power of the peacock. If you go to carry the inheritance of another family without saying lo, it is inevitable that there will be some resentment in your heart. In Dongyun Mountain, Qing Lei opened his eyes. His eyes fell on Changyu Mansion, and fell directly on Suhi across the space. The bird has grown up. Go! Qing Lei's voice rang directly in Suhi's ears. Don't be dazzled. Since you can cultivate the beast chapter, what you want to do is not the strongest dragon turtle, nor the strongest peacock or phoenix. You must be the strongest Suhi. The first body and the second body should match. Attack, defense, formations, talismans. How to match the two bodies is what Suhi should consider. For example, the turtle body can completely give up the control of magical powers. Compared with the dragon turtle, the phoenix family's control methods are more outstanding. The peacock body can appropriately give up defensive magical powers. Suhi nodded. On Dongyun Mountain, Qing Lei withdrew his gaze, thoughts flowing in his eyes. Suhi finally found his way. In other words, I found my own way. The animal transformation chapter is really special. In fact, all Taoist teachings with the word Pian are extraordinary. Beast transformation chapter, sword sacrifice chapter, talisman chapter. All these Taoist teachings with chapters and texts all come from Xianwang Cave Heaven. Express the essence of the road directly. Rumor has it that any article that really gets you started can open the door to immortality. But among the truly top powers, very few disciples practice the beast transformation chapter. Seeking Tao and specialization. Each of the four bodies in the transformation of beasts chapter has a unique path. It is difficult for ordinary monks to follow a path like reaching heaven. Being able to enter heaven is already a great blessing. Being able to reach the seventh step to heaven and knock on the gate of immortality is an eternal pride. Not many people in the 3,000 worlds have reached the seventh step of reaching the sky. But the beast transformation chapter requires 4 bodies and 4 paths. Maybe by luck you can reach the heaven stepping realm, but it will be difficult to move forward. Manpower sometimes runs out. But Dragon Turtle is different. The Dragon Turtle lives forever. Even if it takes 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. One day, it will be able to wear all 4 parts of its body to the limit. The road in front of Suhi was smooth, but the road was a little longer. Not only Suhi, Qing Lei's eyes crossed Dongyun and landed on Chanfeng City. Yaya had already entered the city at this moment, with a group of thunder apes and camels to assist them. There is no need to elaborate on the battle process. The little girl, who looked like 3 years old, had already arrived at the city lord's mansion, and was sitting on the city lord's throne. The small wooden sculpture of the man-king rode a giant panda, patrolling back and forth on the chair in front of her, watching the decoration of the city lord's palace. In Qing Lei's eyes, Yaya had a faint aura of pure gold above her head at this moment. This little turtle cub actually has the talent to embark on the imperial road. However, the mysterious realm is not suitable for realizing the imperial way. The place where Tao started was naturally not suitable for the Imperial Tao. You can do it for fun, but you can't take it seriously. Let's see again. If this road is smooth, let her go to the big world next to her to attain enlightenment. Only when you find your own path can you truly embark on spiritual practice. They are also water dragon turtles. And Huangzu's water is completely different from Su He's water. Huangzu has his own way, and his water belongs to himself. Su He has not yet truly realized the truth, and his water is just water. If one could understand the Tao, it would be impossible for Feng Lu to be injured. Qing Lei's heart twitched inexplicably when he thought of Feng Lu being crushed to death by Su He. The ranking of Su He Bei's is about to be updated again. It's the same dragon turtle. After he broke out of his SHL, he made a big fuss in Feng Imperial Palace and suppressed Feng Busi. Until now, his ranking on the Bei's ranking has not changed at all. Did old Bei's have water in his head? Heartbroken, Qing Lei glanced in the direction of Yunmengzi again, where several powerful auras rose, and the Feng Wang Palace took revenge. But Ji Feishue did not allow him to participate. As soon as he left Changyu Mansion, he received a message. If you dare to cause trouble, I will beat you to death. Listen, is this human talk? Don't you have any respect for your husband's uncle? The Green Thunder Dragon's beard swung and pondered. The one who attacked Yunmeng's this time was King Zuxian of Feng Wang Palace. Ji Feishue seemed to be trying to avoid him from confronting the person at the top of Feng Wang Palace. Are you deliberately hiding something? Don't want him to be exposed? The last time there was a big fuss in the Feng Wang Palace, there was no such thing as facing off against the 6 most powerful people in the Feng Wang Palace. Whether intentionally or not, Fei Yu chased Feng Xi away, attracting the attention of the 3 kings and 3 dukes. Based on this speculation, Bai Zhe must have been beaten by Ji Feishue and forced to lower his ranking. Right? This thought came up inexplicably, but was thrown out of his mind. Bai Zhe has always been unafraid of power, and even if he was beaten to death, he would not change the list of Bai Zhe. At the bottom of Yumengzi, there is a battle between 2 realms. Yunmeng's 2-realm battle zone is different from Dongyun Mountain. Here, there is only one gate where all realms can be entered, regardless of whether they can step into the sky or transform into monsters. At this moment, Ji Feishue pointed her finger to retreat from King Zuxian, and lightly drew her hand in the water, condensing the water into a sword. In an instant, the swords became tens of thousands, roaring into the battlefield between the 2 realms. Ji Feishue jumped in with a smile on her face. The tinkling silver bells rang, and panic echoed in the 2 battle areas. In the great world of Emperor Feng, Emperor Luan sat casually behind the desk in the Imperial Study Room. There is no year title in the world of emperorship. Each emperor has his own title. Emperor Luan had been on the throne for 110,000 years, and was in the prime of life. The 3rd prince stood bowed under the desk. On the lap of Emperor Luan was the 6-year-old Princess Qinghe, the only princess of the Imperial Palace. Father! Father! Why does the Emperor's uncle want to fight in the Xianwang realm? At this moment, a water mirror in front of the Imperial Study Room was projecting the battle situation in the 2 realms of Yunmeng's. Emperor Luan hugged his daughter and laughed and said, "Because someone there did something wrong." Princess Qinghe blinked and pointed at the 2 ornaments on the desk. Are they them? Those were clearly the models of Su He and Qing Lei. Emperor Luan laughed. Yes, it's them. What did they do to make father angry? Emperor Luan held her and shook her. They want to pull down the stars in the sky. The little princess blinked and couldn't understand. Emperor Luan chuckled. When they drag the stars down, we won't survive. Princess Qinghe suddenly had an angry look on her face. Emperor Luan laughed and patted the little princess on the head. Go and play with your mother and concubine. Father will be busy for a while. The little princess jumped down obediently and floated away from the imperial study. Her legs were hanging down. She was the only princess in the world of the imperial palace, but one of her legs was congenitally disabled. She didn't know what kind of disability even the imperial palace couldn't cure. Someone from the palace had already picked up the princess in a wheelchair and pushed her carefully to the harem. In the study, the 3rd prince bowed even lower. After a while, Emperor Luan's voice came from behind the desk. What do you want to ask? The 3rd prince bowed again. Father! The dragon turtle and the stars you and my little sister talked about. Emperor Luan glanced at him. That is news that only emperors of the past dynasties can know. Are you sure you want to know? There was no trace of the majesty of an emperor in his voice. Just like an ordinary person chatting with his son. The 3rd prince was instantly frightened and knelt down. I don't dare. He is not a little sister. And he has no right to be presumptuous in front of his father. My father loves his little sister more than he values himself. A flash of disappointment flashed in Emperor Luan's eyes. But his tone was not harsh. Don't be nervous. How can there be so much tension and suspicion between father and son? I will let you know when it's time for you to know. Go ahead. The former emperor waved his hand, and the third prince bowed and saluted. My father is in good health. And I, my son, will retire. He backed out of the study. It wasn't until he was far away that the emperor raised his head and looked at the starry sky through the roof of the royal study. There was a flash of light in his eyes, as if he could see the flowers in the starry sky. He stared straight at the stars in all directions for an unknown amount of time. He suddenly lowered his head, gasping for breath, and sweat dripped from his forehead. Sure enough, it doesn't work. The stars in the four directions are not something he can understand. This has nothing to do with Taoism, but with personality. What exactly are the four sacred beasts? Even though he is the king of the great world and the absolute ruler of all heavens and realms, he is not omniscient. He knew about the existence of the four holy beasts, and also knew that the four holy beasts were related to the starry sky above his head. But the specific relationship is not recorded in ancient documents. But the starry sky above our heads is never allowed to shine into reality. Apart from anything else, the starry sky poses no threat to ordinary monks. Monks who practice star techniques can even draw star power from the stars in all directions, making their techniques even more powerful. But the emperor's lineage, to be precise, is the emperors of the emperor's palace, facing the starry sky. They will feel a sense of powerlessness, as if the starry sky is the emperor, and he is just a mere pawn. If someone could really conquer the starry sky, it would be absolutely unimaginable to suppress the emperor's lineage. This is an absolute difference in personality. One is the master, and the other is the servant. The four sacred beasts are never allowed to exist. This is the ancestral motto passed down from ancient times to the emperor's lineage. And those targeting the four holy beasts are not only the Fengwang Palace, but also the Yuanzun clan. In ancient times, the power of the Yuanzun clan was even greater than that of the Fengwang Palace, and the only one that could compete with it was the Xianwang world. Yuanzun was destroyed, and the great world of Emperor Feng took advantage of the situation to rise. The remaining members of the Yuanzun clan are like rats at the bottom of a ditch, struggling to survive. But even so, there is quite a bit of power. Until 6,000 years ago, I don't know what happened, and the Yuanzun clan was sealed overnight. Even those who occasionally break the seal are as if they are demented. The former emperor let out a long sigh. He was granted the throne in a special way, and he did not get many secrets that should have been known to the emperor. What a big loss. When I find a chance to meet Bai Zhe, maybe many hidden secrets can be dug out from Bai Zhe? Emperor Luan's eyes came out of the royal study room and fell on the third prince, who was riding on horseback. The third prince is heading to Changfenghao Mansion. Chanfeng Hokai was killed in the Xianwang realm, and was strangled by Ji Feishua and Qin Lei together. The successor has not been chosen yet. Emperor Luan shook his head and laughed. Although he has never been a prince, how could he not know what a prince has in mind? The news revealed today is aimed at Dragon Turtle. The third son would naturally make all kinds of arrangements to please him, and it was natural for him to end up in person. Adult dragon turtles and young ones dare not have any ideas. But the dragon turtle who opened the first level of heaven happened to be his opponent. Under the collision, Xuanwu's secret may not be revealed. Even if something happens to cause trouble for the next generation, it is better for the older generation not to get involved. Of course, this kind of game can only be played by forces of the same level, instead of being like Bai Feng and Zhu Yin, who thought he was a divine beast and unscrupulously dared to bully the dragon turtle in the name of a game. Now, Zhu Yin and Bai Feng have all been killed, but the two clans dare not come forward. On the bright side, only the Fengwang Palace, Guowang Mountain, and ancient Jingjai can really play games with the four spirits in all the heavens and all the realms. Not even the Buddha realm, because the four spirits and the Buddha realm do not follow the same principles. The two sides don't like each other. If you bully my cub, I will destroy your whole family. Sui closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness. In the center of the sea of consciousness, his spiritual consciousness crystallized, and the surrounding waves were like a sea. The place where the Dao Palace was originally parked is now empty. Now that he is the true form of Peacock, it is normal that there is no Dragon Turtle Taoist Palace. But it would be wrong if the inheritance place of the Peacock clan is not revealed. Taoist Palace, Longmen, Qilin Mountain, Fengshui. Each clan of the four spirits has a treasure that suppresses inheritance. The dragon turtle has a Dao Palace. And the dragon clan has a Dragon Gate. The phoenix clan has Phoenix Marrow, also called Phoenix Nest. Phoenix Marrow. It sounds like you shouldn't care about it. Soo-hee turned out of consciousness and looked inward at his spine. The body's bones are like pure gold. And the sound of iron and stone can be heard when the consciousness touches it. His consciousness fell on his spinal cord. And he felt a trance in his heart. The scenery in front of him changed drastically. A deep tunnel appeared. And Soo-hee's consciousness turned into a peacock shape and landed in the tunnel. Phoenix Marrow. Phoenix Tunnel. So straightforward. Soo-hee laughed and followed the tunnel inward. Just like walking through the Taoist Palace. After walking out, his eyes suddenly opened up. Behind the Taoist Palace is the Sea of Succession. Behind the tunnel are rolling volcanoes. But not all volcanoes are erupting magma. Blue ice flames. Pure black flames. Red flames. White golden flames. Each flame is a phoenix true fire with different attributes. Between the volcanoes, there is a sea of bamboo. And countless sycamores are scattered in the sea of bamboo. Each sycamore tree emits a different brilliance and aura. And when the line of sight falls on it, there is corresponding information. Soul Locking, Forbidden Sea, Wu Sheng, Qing Yuan. Each one is a magical power. A bluebird landed overhead. Flew over Soo-hee and chirped. Newcomer! Newcomer! This blue bird is almost 70% similar to Su Huanyan's soul beast. But its broken mouth is even worse. Soo-hee was shocked that there were living creatures in the inheritance place. Essentially speaking, the inheritance of mythical beasts is actually hidden in one's own bloodline. In other words, it is within one's own body. If there was no inheritance at all in ancient times, the moment you break the SHL or survive the Thunder Tribulation, you will receive countless inheritances. Then, there are thousands of years of slumber. Later on, when the realm is reached and the physical body is strong, he will fall asleep several times and receive the inheritance in batches. Later, even if there is a place of inheritance, there should only be one person who accepts the inheritance. Plus at most his divine beast. How could there be other living beings? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The blue bird chirped, looking at the younger generation. Young man, I am the second generation ancestor of the blue bird family. As soon as he finished speaking, a phoenix cry suddenly came from his mouth. And then his body ignited with ice flames. And his feathers turned into light blue. His tone became more elegant, with a hint of joy and a hint of urgency. You're here! The blue bird transformed into a small ice phoenix. Phoenix sacrifice. Grandma. Grandma? Soo-hee asked doubtfully. Seeing Bingfeng's affirmative look, Soo-hee was even more surprised. The Feng clan's inheritance brought many people to communicate with each other. There was a smile in Bingfeng's eyes. There is no need to be nervous. The blue bird just now is the second blue bird in the world. After its death, its magical powers condensed into a spirit and guarded the inheritance place. After you open the seventh heaven, you can also descend on it to show up here in this way. Breathtaking. Sure enough, each one has its own characteristics. The dragon turtle is not the best in the world, and the dragon turtle's inheritance cannot be received by the elders. Bingfeng looked at Soo-hee, the smile in his eyes getting thicker and thicker. Yes, the progress is rapid. I also think that you have to wait until your mother's big sacrifice before your body can be stable, and you can accept the inheritance. Yunli has been dead for more than 30,000 years, and the third great sacrifice will be held in 29 years. The newly hatched peacock will need at least several decades to consolidate itself. But Soo-hee is cultivating the second body, and the world pearl is natural, so there is no need to stabilize it. It's just a gluttonous diet to strengthen the body in the background. And it's many times faster. Feng Si flew around him and became more and more satisfied. Let's go! Grandma will take you to ignite your own true fire. Feng Si's voice was cheerful, but his eyes were a bit solemn. All phoenixes have phoenix true fire, but peacock is already a sub-tribe after all. Especially Soo-hee, who is already a second-generation phoenix. It is still unclear whether the true fire can be ignited. Chapter 267 Your Forbidden Land. My Treasure House. The Dragon Turtle clan has countless magical powers, but it is difficult to say clearly which one can be called the natal magical power. Negative Mountain? Divine Power? But when it comes to the Phoenix clan, Phoenix True Fire deserves the title. Feng Si led Soo-hee across the sycamore forest, across volcanoes one after another, and arrived at an open land. Step on the earth. Integrate with it and realize it. Raise your own Phoenix Mountain. Feng-Si looked solemn. But for some reason Su-He always felt that behind her solemnity, she was a little nervous or even timid, as if he was afraid of something. Su-He looked back and saw that one volcano corresponded to a member of the Phoenix clan. 46. Which was the total number of Phoenix clan that had appeared since ancient times. But the Phoenix clan is different from the dragon turtle. The Feng clan has its own subspecies, just like Su-He. Therefore, among the 46, not all are phoenixes. There should be peacocks, rocks, bluebirds and gales. There is also a volcano that is completely isolated. There is a barrier-like existence covering the volcano. And there are iron ropes binding it outside the barrier, like being sealed. That volcano was created by Feng Xiaofei? Su-He asked. Feng Xiaofei should be the only one in the entire Feng clan who is treated like this. Yes. Feng-Si squinted at the volcano, which was covered by a barrier, and couldn't see clearly what was inside. He could only vaguely see the towering parasol trees rising into the sky. I really want to blow up her mountain. Su-He curled his lips and stopped talking. Close your eyes and step on the ground, integrating your consciousness into the earth beneath you, and comprehend it carefully. A feeling of blood connection came up from the earth. Gradually, Su-He had the illusion that he was riding on the wind and his consciousness was being lifted up infinitely. It was wrong. It was not an illusion. It was true. His consciousness is hovering. But he is not flying by himself, but is carried by the ground beneath him. Consciousness spreads out to observe the earth. After more than half a year of comprehending the Xuanwu stars, Su-He had adapted his consciousness to observe infinite objects. Su-He's eyes fell on the ground, and Su-He was stunned. What kind of earth is there under your feet? This is a phoenix flapping its wings. It doesn't know the direction or speed. It just keeps flying forward. The inheritance of the Phoenix clan is on the back of this huge phoenix. The consciousness connected to the earth is connected to this phoenix. No wonder there is a feeling of blood connection. Following Su-He's consciousness, an unexplainable force rushed into the peacock's true body. The force was huge but gentle, filling his whole body in an instant. The whole body became warm. There are hundreds of thousands of mountains in the south. This place is not like the heavy snow in Dong'an Mountain. It has a southern scenery, with no snow falling all year round. There is no trace of the legend of the barbarian king that was born here. As far as the eye can see, there are only endless mountains. In the silent mountains and rivers, a clear and beautiful phoenix call suddenly broke the tranquility, followed by the sound of phoenix calls one after another. The little peacock worshipping the ancestral family is going to ignite the true fire of the phoenix. A phoenix as black as ink opened its eyes. There was a bit of joy in his eyes. Farther away, a fire phoenix shook its head. Difficult. A little guy whose second body is a condensed peacock is still a second-generation peacock. He is further and further away from the phoenix bloodline. It is almost impossible to condense the true fire of the phoenix. Divine beasts are special, and their bloodlines are stable and pure from generation to generation. But once they become alienated, they fade away from generation to generation. Yunli is the first generation of peacocks from the ancestor sacrifice branch, and is closely related to the phoenix. He has never lit up the Phoenix Mountain to awaken the true fire of the phoenix. The little peacock born from her essence and blood is naturally even more impossible, unless he can return to his ancestors and surpass his mother in blood quality. But if he can surpass it, he will not be a peacock, but should condense the true body of the phoenix. What a pity! The other phoenix sighed. If I had known that the little dragon turtle could condense the second body of the mythical beast, I would have sent the phoenix essence and blood to help it become a phoenix. In this way, we will have one more member of the Phoenix clan, even if it's just a second body, as long as Xiao Jior is introduced to him. A real descendant of the Phoenix will be born in 10,000 or 100,000 years. Huddled in his own volcano, Feng-Yi listened to his seniors chatting, and flaming question marks appeared above his head. If he were Phoenix, would you sell me? How can any elder do this? Feng Min was startled for a moment, as if this was the elder of the mythical beast. From the perspective of the mythical beast, reproduction is the most important thing. Not to mention, if the dragon turtle's second body really becomes a phoenix. Not to mention all the old guys. Even she herself thinks that it is only in order to get together. It's so nice that he's a peacock. The little golden dragon had already told her that this dragon turtle was not a serious thing. If you hug me before you reach adulthood, forget it. Two wives. One is a human, and the other is a dragon. Is this something that a serious turtle can do? Aren't you afraid of hurting the little lady with your hard SHL? If his second body were a phoenix, the phoenix could stun him to death. Peacock is good. Very good. For some unknown reason, phoenixes can only produce offspring with phoenixes, but not with other subspecies. Reproductive isolation. At this time, the old guys will never allow him to have anything to do with Suhi. Feng Yi looked at the projection of the inheritance land rising from the 100,000 volcanoes. Inside, a peacock stepped on the earth and was connecting with the inheritance phoenix. He also felt that Suhi was having a whim. An ancestor C should actually have told the dragon turtle in advance. The possibility of the peacock igniting the true fire of the phoenix is almost impossible. The phoenixes sighed and listened to the inheritance. The peacock chirped loudly, opened its mouth, and spit out pure gold flames. In Changyu Mansion, in the bamboo forest by the autumn lake, a peacock stood with its wings spread. But at this moment, its feathers couldn't help but tremble. Su Huanyan opened his eyes and looked at the peacock, and saw the peacock let out a long cry and trembling feathers. It suddenly ignited, and the flames burned all over the body. In an instant, the entire peacock was wrapped in flames. There was no scorching smell in this flame, but the ground that the peacock touched melted instantly. Xiao Lake shook, and the three-phase monk jumped out, with Qianqianzi's soul floating in the Buddha's light behind his head. The two of them looked at the peacock at the same time. The three-phase monk said Amitabha, and a Buddhist bead shot out and landed in front of the peacock, emitting rays of brilliance and absorbing all the flames scattered by the peacock. "My dear, what a pity," the monk said with regret on his face. "This is the first time the Phoenix clan has awakened, and the Phoenix born is so hot. A Phoenix comes only once in a lifetime and is extremely precious. It is these dissipated true fires that can be refined into elixirs and have the effect of regenerating human flesh and bones. It's a pity that I couldn't collect them all. And it's even more of a pity to think that this is someone else's thing, and you have to return it after collecting it. My heart bleeds." In the inheritance space, the flying phoenix has stopped. The power that penetrated Suhi's body was also withdrawn. This power was like a flint that ignited Suhi's bloodline. A volcano rose from the foot of Suhi, rising higher and higher. Golden light erupted from the crater. Suhi was bathed in the golden light and let out a loud bird call. In the 100,000 mountains, the consciousness that was echoing back and forth suddenly became silent at some point. This peacock lit a real fire and raised his own volcano. This is not a mythical beast at all. How can the bloodline be strengthened by the reproduction of mythical beasts? Yuli had never ignited a real fire to raise a volcano, so it would be even more impossible for Suhi. The air was silent for a long time, and Black Wind asked, "Has he received Fengzu's essence and blood?" The only thing that can improve the bloodline of future generations is Fengzu's essence and blood, and even their essence and blood is not enough. This is to improve the bloodline of a divine beast, not to increase strength. "Impossible," someone responded in a voice. "If the essence and blood of Fengzu appears in this world, how can we not feel it? I guess it's Yunli's fault." "Right. Maybe Yunli had a chance to go further?" Yunli was supposed to be a phoenix, but when Feng Chaofei was gestating in the egg, Feng Chaofei made trouble and injured his roots. So he broke out of his SHL and turned into a peacock. Maybe when this little peacock inherits the essence and blood, he takes a half step forward and regains some of the meaning of the phoenix? Thinking about it this way, it's really possible. Light the phoenix true fire and raise the phoenix mountain. Can Sui plant a clear warning? Yufeng asked quietly. In the inheritance space, Sui flapped his wings and rose up from the crater, fanning pure gold flame straight into the sky. At this moment, I felt a warm sun-like feeling all over my body. It seemed that I had endless energy to hover and scream on the volcano, and then landed next to Feng Si. Only when the golden flame surrounded his body could he feel the terrifying force of Feng Si's icy flames. As soon as he got close to him, the golden flame seemed to freeze him. Feng Si flapped his wings and stepped back a little, watching him make a clear phoenix cry, the joy in his voice undisguised. Okay, she said low 3 times in a row. With Phoenix Mountain, we can plant sycamore trees, Feng Si said happily. The inheritance of the Phoenix clan is different from that of the dragon turtle. All inheritances are in the eyes of the dragon turtle. The Feng clan has a basic inheritance, which is the sycamore forest that He passed by before. Every sycamore tree is a kind of inheritance. Picking sycamore seeds for food, then get its inheritance. However, digesting sycamore seeds is a slow process. If you want to speed up the absorption of sycamore seeds, you have to build a nest and sleep on the sycamore tree where the sycamore seeds are collected. This can increase the inheritance speed several times. Similarly, if you have magical power, you can gather the seeds of your magical power and plant a sycamore tree on your own Phoenix Mountain. And other phoenixes can also inherit it. As for the practice experience and various kinds of knowledge, the Phoenix clan is not like the dragon turtle in that they have inherited Tau shadows and talismans. Phoenix has mountains full of green bamboos. On Sua's volcano, there is only the golden flame vented from the crater, and there is not even a blade of grass on the mountain. On other Phoenix mountains, green bamboos are everywhere. Each green bamboo corresponds to an experience inheritance. Green bamboo matures and produces bamboo rice, which you can eat with satisfaction. Of course, inheritance is not given in vain. By planting sycamore trees and green bamboos, you can see your own strengths and weaknesses from the growth of sycamore trees and green bamboos. This is also an important auxiliary method for the Phoenix clan to check for deficiencies and improve their magical powers. It has the same effect as Su He's Ming Jian. Have you decided which magical power to choose first? Feng Si looked at Su He and said with a smile. With your physical body at the moment, there is a sycamore forest in front of you. You can choose one kind of magical power inheritance. In the middle one, you can choose 2 kinds of magical power. And in the back one, choose from 5 types. One more time and your body won't be able to handle it. Inheriting magical power is essentially to engrave the magical power into the physical body and make it become instinct. The stronger the body is, the more magical powers it can inherit. Su He wanted a lot. The Phoenix clan's magical powers of sealing, restriction, and suppression are invincible. When they fought against White Tiger, Feng Yi was able to limit and slow down even the magical powers of White Tiger. It just doesn't make sense. In addition to the attack methods of the 4 spiritual beasts that are unmatched by the heavens, the dragon turtle is good at defense. The Phoenix tribe is good at control. And the unicorn tribe is blessed with invincibility. To cooperate with the dragon turtle true body, the peacock true body is best to choose auxiliary magical powers. Su He thought for a moment, then looked at Feng Si and said in a slightly shy tone, I heard that our Feng clan has a magical power that is specially used to refine the origin of the world. When Su He needed to open up chaos, there were not many origin stones left. Hunghua still retains a lot of its roots, but it is also a rootless source, and some emergencies should be left in case of emergencies. Now it's almost time to start opening up chaos. But Su He couldn't bear to leave Changyu Mansion. He didn't want a turtle to stay in the chaos for hundreds of years. The method of condensing the source stone must be mastered. The dragon turtle clan has several formations, but the formations are not as convenient as magical powers. Condensation! Feng Si smiled. And Su He's words, we are from the Phoenix clan, made her feel very happy. Condensation is not only a method of condensing source stones, it also collects sunlight, moonlight, and many breaths. It has many uses that can be used in the future. You can realize it on your own. However, I don't recommend you choose Ninglu at this moment. I suggest you choose Shenyu first. Su He was short-sighted and had never heard of this magical power. Feng Si had noticed his embarrassment and explained with a smile. It's like the supernatural power of the dragon turtle clan. After turtles become dragon turtles, they will acquire an instinct, just like true blood forming an army. It is not an inherited magical power, but an ability naturally acquired by the body. As long as the learned techniques are thoroughly mastered and practiced to a certain level, they can be condensed into magical seeds and turned into their own magical powers. There is no need to practice step by step to improve further, but will improve as the dragon turtle's physical body and realm improve. Divine Feather is not about condensing the seeds of magical powers, but condensing formations and talismans into magical powers. Each feather can be turned into a large formation, and thousands of large formations fall down between the wings. Do you want to open up chaos refining? The origin of the world. Just turn the great formation that refines chaos into divine feathers, and the effect is much better than condensation. In terms of power alone, magical powers of the same level are generally not as good as those in large formations. And there is one more thing that Feng Si did not mention. The phoenix was born with its own accompanying phoenix tree, which has extraordinary magical effects. Each sycamore leaf can be engraved with a formation, and a sycamore tree is a treasure trove of countless formations. The phoenix subclan does not have the accompanying Wudong, and Shenyu was created by Feng Zhu for the blood of the subclan. Sui's eyes suddenly shined with light, and he followed the wings of Feng Si and looked at the sky-supporting sycamore tree at the entrance of the heritage site. Feng Si smiled and was about to speak when he was suddenly startled. green feathers emerged from the icy blue flames. The time was up and the blue bird came to take back control. She smiled bitterly, chirped in her mouth, and turned into a blue bird in an instant. I'm so suffocated. I'm suffocated to death. This old lady is trying to steal my body again. The blue bird chirped. He stared at Suhi again, and when he saw the golden flames on Suhi's body, he became furious. Forget your body, but also my job. It is its duty to guide newcomers to acquire inheritance. Mean! Qingyao blinked and looked at Suhi. Young man, do you have any ideas about magical powers? I suggest you subtribes to choose the Xinyu first. You don't have the accompanying Wudong. Before he finished speaking, Suhi had already fluttered his wings and flew into the sycamore forest. This blue bird is not a real living thing, but a condensation of magical powers. Just like Siri and Xiao Ai's classmate in the previous life. Suhi had no interest in training the voice assistant. He fluttered his wings and landed on the phoenix tree indicated by Feng Si. And the magical power about this phoenix tree was directly transmitted to his mind through his consciousness. Divine feather! That's right. Suhi looked around and saw that the sycamore trees were full of fruits. But each sycamore tree was exactly the same in size and shape, as if they were carved from the same mold. Peck off one and swallow it with your mouth open. The sycamore seed will melt in your mouth, and scattered starlight will fall into the peacock's true body, and begin to merge with the physical body. After it is truly digested and absorbed, this magical power can be awakened. Of course, Suhi could also build a nest and live in this sycamore tree to speed up the acquisition of magical powers. It's just a pity that the Phoenix clan inheritance has opened up the supply. There is no possibility of stealing. The dice has no use, and the loss is 100 million. Suhi looked at the sycamore tree under him. There was no rush in building the nest. His consciousness had to return to the physical body first. After igniting the Phoenix true fire, the physical body should have changed. He had to go out and control the situation. With a cry, he jumped through the tunnel and returned to his physical body, regaining his inner perspective. Looking inside at this moment, the entire peacock's true body looks like it is made of gold. And except for the feathers, the whole body is pure gold. The golden flame outside the body is constantly tempering the physical body. Phoenix true fire is an invincible killing weapon to outsiders, but it is a treasure to oneself. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be recovered as long as the true fire is not extinguished. This is also the reason why Phoenix is said to be reborn from the ashes. The peacock is derived from the phoenix, and the peacock true fire has almost the same effect. In the Shirwan mountain, Feng Si opened his eyes, a little helpless in his eyes. He tried again just now, and the blue bird he inherited was guarded against her, preventing her from coming for a while. I am afraid it will take some time. From far away, Black Phoenix's voice came. Ancestor C is back? I have never sensed Mingjian's aura. Didn't the little guy agree to leave Mingjian as a legacy? The moment Phoenix Mountain rose, their projections were dispersed. What happened to the inheritance place later was unknown to the outside world. Mingjian is a good thing, and all forces have seen the role and potential of Mingjian. The Phoenix clan has already studied it, and several phoenixes except Feng Yi have also mastered Mingjian. But what they master is magic, not magical power. Now that I have this opportunity, I have already said Lo to Feng Si. If Suhi comes to accept the inheritance, I will ask if I can keep the Mingjian. The ancestor worshipper is back, but there is no Mingjian aura in the inheritance place. Is this Suhi's rejection? Hei Feng felt slightly disappointed. But that's right. The last time we met Gu Luo, that guy showed off that his little dragon turtle had turned Mingjian into a magical power inherited from the race. It has been placed with the dragon turtle. How could it be returned to the phoenix? How can two major races of mythical beasts share the same magical power? Although he made excuses for Suhi, for some reason, he felt even more disappointed. Feng Si shook his head. Before I had a chance to say anything, that guy Qingyao couldn't wait to take away the body. Hei Feng was startled for a moment, with surprise in his eyes. It wasn't that Suhi refused, or that he hadn't brought it up yet. In an instant, I felt inexplicably better. At this moment, I suddenly felt something in my heart. The little peacock left and came back again, entering the inheritance space again. In the inheritance space, Suhi flapped his wings and flew past the blue bird towards his golden flame volcano, landing at the foot of the mountain with a bit of annoyance in his eyes. Just now I was dizzy due to the noise from the blue bird, and I ignored something. Phoenix and dragon turtle are different. He was born as a tortoise, and became a dragon and tortoise through the tribulation of heaven. It is natural to receive inheritance and care. But Peacock's real body is just his second body. And it's a bit shameless to want to enjoy the same treatment. But he had nothing to reward. And it became clear that everything in his body belonged to him. The Mingjian was either inherited from the dragon turtle, created by Su-He, or it showed the true form of the peacock. The Mingjian still hangs high above the sea of consciousness. His mind was shaken. He extracted Mingjian's aura, condensed it into a bead, dug a hole at the foot of the mountain with his claws, and buried the seed. A golden flame spurted out from the volcano and fell on the sowing spot, condensing the flame into liquid and seeping into the earth. The newly planted Mingjian seed squirmed a few times, and a bud broke through the soil and emerged. It grew inch by inch, sprouted branches and leaves, and grew into a towering tree in a matter of seconds. The trees are full of fruits and covered with sycamore seeds. This sycamore tree was so tall and straight in its early stage that it had the momentum to reach the sky. Su-He looked at the sycamore tree. Endless enlightenment rising in his heart. Status reminder. Town method monitoring. Advancement direction. It turns out that this is how it feels when you look at your own inherited tree species. Looking at other people's inherited sycamore trees. I don't feel anything. I just know what magical powers the sycamore trees carry. But when I look at my own sycamore trees, I feel like I am facing the magical powers directly. In Su-He's eyes, there was a rune on each leaf of the sycamore tree. If you look at it for a moment, you can understand its meaning. There are those that specifically detect the practice status of a certain skill. There are those that enhance the function of detecting the soul. And there are also observers of other people's attributes. This is not a leaf, but the largest branch, together with all the leaves on it. Together form the effect of observing others. The runes were too complicated, and if the specific effects were only seen from the sycamore tree, Su-He couldn't tell clearly for a while. But judging from the composition of the runes, this should be a dragon method. Yulangxiu walked clearly and developed the ability to spy on others. But there is not a single sycamore tree on this branch. It seems that this ability cannot be passed on to others as an inheritance. Moreover, checking other people's attributes is related to one's own moral conduct. It should be difficult to check those who exceed Su-He's moral conduct. Su-He let out a long sigh. Which senior of the dragon clan was using this method? Just as he was sighing in his heart, he saw a sycamore tree being blown by the wind and falling to the ground. It turned into a stream of essence and flowed along the earth's veins to another volcano in the distance. The Phoenix Mountain, that was blocked by barriers and iron ropes, belonged to Feng Qiaofei. What happened? Su-He asked Qingyao. But he didn't hear the blue bird's answer. When he turned around, he saw that the blue bird had transformed into a pure black phoenix. My name is Feng Qi. The black phoenix opened its mouth and pronounced, that mountain belongs to Feng Qiaofei. I've met Senior. Su-He nodded. But I don't know why I have phoenix seeds falling into the mountains where Feng Qiaofei is. Is that seal a decoration? There was a flash of struggle in Heifeng's eyes. But he finally sighed. From your point of view, the seal outside Feng Qiaofei Mountain is the one we are waiting to seal Feng Qiaofei? Su-He raised his head. A question mark above my head. Heifeng smiled bitterly. That was Feng Qiaofei's own seal to prevent us from entering her mountain and obtaining her inheritance. He turned to look at the sealed mountain. In the entire Phoenix clan, except for the ancestor, how many of them have the ability to control the inheritance space? And the ancestor. The ancestor is in a special place and has not appeared for tens of thousands of years. This time it was the ancestor's turn to return and deal with the troubles in the inheritance place. But for some reason, Taizu of the Dragon Turtle clan took advantage of the ancestor's opportunity to come back and destroy the Soaring Snake clan. The feathers on Su-He's head trembled. So Feng Qiaofei sealed off his own mountain, and we can't get her inheritance. But he can collect our inheritance without restraint? Heifeng was quiet for a moment and nodded helplessly. Although I don't want to admit it, it is true. He looked at the angry Su-He and laughed at himself. You can also try to go to his mountain to get back some inheritance. If you can do it, there is a big prize in the clan. He patted Su-He's wings. Don't worry. Fighting is not allowed in the inheritance area. Even Feng Qiaofei can't hurt you here. Sensing that Su-He was gone and coming back, he planted the Mingjian Wudong tree. In surprise, he immediately took the blue bird's body and entered Su-He's inheritance place. But he didn't want to see the scene. Su-He's breath shortened. This feeling is so aggrieved. Isn't this the enemy? Black Phoenix patted Su-He on the shoulder. Don't think too much. Even if Feng Qiaofei doesn't have your inheritance, he is still irresistible to us. Suhi's breath was stuck in his chest, and he couldn't breathe out. This is true. But it doesn't sound like a good thing.
If you are not angry in your heart, it will be easy for you to cultivate. One day you can hang her up and beat her.
If it were Suhi, maybe she could do it? This is the first time I have seen a mythical beast that can cultivate the beast chapter. The speed of practice is also outrageous.
Or, go pee on Phoenix Mountain?
Fengqi blinked. A bit teasingly. Suhi.
Sorry.
Since he became a mythical beast, he has never used this function. No matter how much he eats, he can't excrete it. Even if stone and metal are eaten, they will be completely digested and absorbed. Fengqi laughed and patted Suhi. This kind of psychological problem needs to be solved by Peacock himself. And he can't help. All he could do was to pass on experience to the younger generations. He quietly leaned next to Suhi, pointed at his Phoenix Mountain, and whispered,
"The third border, the 72 bamboos."
After saying that, he patted Suhi again and flapped his wings. The black phoenix turned into a cursing blue bird.
Asshole! Asshole! They are all disrespectful and want to take over my body. There are no rules at all.
It shouted, and its eyes fell on Suhi again, with a guarded look on his face. It was as if Suhi wanted to occupy its body. Suhi coughed and looked at Fengqi's Phoenix Mountain. Black flame soared into the sky from the top of the mountain and kept jumping. At first, I thought it was a real fire with the water attribute. But now it has ice flames. There is nothing wrong with water flames. But looking at it at this moment, the black flame is not of the water attribute, but has some ghostly meaning in it. I should go back to the senior to visit Phoenix Mountain more often. Maybe I can get supernatural powers related to the netherworld, so I don't have to change Qianjun to store netherworld ghosts. The third border, the 72nd bamboo. Bamboo carries the experience of your predecessors. Are there any special experiences that need to be mastered? Suhi flapped his wings and flew away. He glanced over and landed in front of a small bamboo that was only half as tall. There are 3 or 5 grains of bamboo rice scattered on the bamboo. Suhi pecked one and swallowed it. And a thought came into his mind. The second ancestor, like Sori, has a gentle nature, can joke, can be coquettish, and can roll around and act mischievously if requested. The third ancestor, majestic and domineering, the most powerful ancestor of the Weifeng clan, is of the same rank as the Dragon Turtle Huang ancestor and the Dragon Clan Luo ancestor. And he likes tough sons. If you ask for anything, be neither humble nor overbearing. Worship your ancestors and celebrate your descendants. If you have any requests, please do not address yourself as your ancestors. Instead, you can address yourself as grandmother or grandmother. A series of thoughts actually analyzed the Feng clan from the ancestor to Fengyi, one by one, including several seniors of the subclan. This thing is priceless. Suhi took a long breath, laughed, turned around and flew towards the tunnel, passing by Feng Chafei's volcano. His eyes became gloomy again. It's a good inheritance place. And this mountain is an eyesore. He flew past in a hurry, but then turned back. He made a hateful dive and smashed towards the barrier. In the 100,000 mountains, all the phoenixes laughed. The little guy really doesn't have a big heart either. Not to mention him. Are they still worried about Feng Chafei? Every time a supernatural sycamore is planted, it will vent its energy towards the barrier. Shongfeng smiled, sensing the situation at the inheritance site, and saw Suhi slamming into the ceiling barrier, tearing towards the barrier with 2 claws. The barrier was so thick that even the third ancestor was helpless. But Suhi tore it open with a claw and rammed his head into it. Fengqi. Fengyi. Fengxi let out a cry of phoenix, and his huge body suddenly rushed out of the earth's crust and floated in the air, flapping his wings. His eyes filled with astonishment. Her grandson rushed into Feng Chafei's Phoenix Mountain? How can this be? Fengqi was silent for a moment and whispered,
30,000 years ago, Li Mei died because of Lao Lu, who swallowed her origin. She became one with herself. Could it be this reason?
The 6th child is Feng Chafei. Before she rebelled against the clan, her name was Fengqi. Suhi was derived from Yunli's bloodline. To a certain extent, he was closer to Feng Chafei's bloodline, who devoured Yunli's origin, and could even be regarded as half of Feng Chafei's son. So you can break the barrier of blood cohesion? The phoenixes were silent. The matter involved Feng Chafei, so they couldn't help but be careless. Feng Chao flew to Feng Wang Mountain. Suhi was dumbfounded. I really didn't expect this barrier to be so fragile. It opened with a claw, and it suddenly crashed in and hit a sycamore tree. A bunch of sycamore seeds fell down with a crackle. The dice fell from the sky. 2 o'clock. 4 o'clock. 3 o'clock. 6 o'clock. There is a dice on each phoenix tree, and dozens of phoenix trees are rolled out instantly. Feng Qiaofei sealed off her Phoenix Mountain to prevent others from inheriting her legacy. She regarded Phoenix Mountain simply as a tool for testing magical powers. Just like Su, he could see the effect of the Mingjian from the Wudong tree. Feng Qiaofei could also judge the effectiveness and pros and cons of magical powers here. Isn't this a coincidence? This was not just a robbery. It was a home invasion. No wonder Dice is so excited. Su took a deep breath, quickly picked up the sycamore tree on the ground, flapped his wings and rushed out without looking back. I wonder if Feng Qiaofei has any feelings about his Phoenix Mountain. Or it would be better to retreat. As Sui ran, he passed 2 sycamore trees and grabbed 2 sycamore seeds. The dice came down and rolled 4 and 3 respectively. The phoenixes were at a loss when they saw the phoenix flying in the Phoenix Mountain. A peacock flapped its wings and rushed out of the ban. The 2 claws are full of dozens of sycamore seeds. After flying out, he looked back at Feng Qiaofei, his eyes sparkling and his saliva dripping from his eyes. Like a bandit looking at a wealthy family without protection. This place is a treasure. In the 100,000 mountains. Feng Qi blinked. Did Feng Qiaofei really pass on his inheritance? For the big reward he said? So hard. In an unknown small world. On a sycamore tree, Feng Qiaofei's head emerged from under the wings. His eyes filled with incredulity.
Your son rushed into our Phoenix Mountain.
She seemed to be in disbelief and murmured in a hoarse voice. If you want to scold me, think about it. If she scolds Su Hanyang in her current state, wouldn't she be scolding herself? I was laughing unbridled just now. Xiao Na Su, he worked so hard to create a magical power. But he made a wedding dress for her. But less than half an hour later, revenge came? For a moment, her voice became better. As if she was a different person.
How did he do it?
Chapter 268 Acquaintances in the Nether Passage. You ask me. I still want to ask you. Don't say that because I merged with your origin. Your son can enter my Phoenix Mountain. If calculated this way, then Feng Xi should be able to get in. Steal my inheritance? This is the first time in hundreds of thousands of years that someone has been so bold.
Ha ha ha!
Feng Qiaofei laughed in a hoarse voice.
Does he think I'm easy to talk to? Last time I didn't pluck out his peacock feathers, which gave him the illusion that he could act unscrupulously in front of me.
Not to mention Yun Li's bloodline, but also Yun Li's own consciousness. If his consciousness dared to wake up in her body, she wished she could grab it out, hang him up and pump him. Yun Li's son dared to mark her with a blood curse. He was an enemy that would never stop fighting. Could it be that because Ji Feishue was protecting her, there was nothing she could do about him?
Is your death anniversary coming soon?
Yan's voice was low. On the anniversary of his death, that kid always had to go to Feng Tomb. And there was no Ji Feishue to protect him. After she finished speaking, she changed into a clear voice.
Yes. Do you want to worship me? Don't worry. 30,000 years have passed, and I am almost relieved. As long as you take good care of our son, I can forgive you. Your son! Not my son!
Feng Qiaofei gritted his teeth. She, Feng Qiaofei, had never even laid an egg. How could she have a son?
You and I are in harmony. Isn't my son your son?
Qinglin was completely dependent on her. Feng Qiaofei snorted a few times, then suddenly raised his head and looked outside the small world.
Shut up! Silence! Someone is coming! If you let anyone discover that you are in my body, I guarantee that you will be with your son on the next death anniversary. Let's spend time together.
As she spoke, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Then Yunli took control of his body again, and his cold light turned into a mischievous one. He stretched out a wing and scratched his mouth, making a silent gesture. As soon as he finished, he saw the small world barrier suddenly burst into flames, and a green phoenix true fire burned through the barrier and came in. A purple phoenix appeared outside the cave.
Feng San!
Feng Qiaofei narrowed his eyes, and the flames all over his body seemed to be poured into hot oil, and exploded with a bang, and the flames shot into the sky. Feng San, the strongest fighting force among the ancestors of the Feng clan, is on par with the ancestors of the Dragon Turtle clan. It is the existence that truly suppresses all heavens and worlds.
Xiao Luer!
Feng San looked inward at Feng Qiaofei through the hole. This was Feng Qiaofei's little world, and even he didn't dare to rush in. The true geniuses of the four spirits and 4 clans cannot be taken lightly. He is not very old, but his moral character is terrifyingly high. If it were a real life and death fight, he wouldn't be able to win easily. If another 30,000, 50,000, 50,000 or 100,000 years pass, he may only be able to passively defend against Feng Qiaofei.
The dignified third ancestor is not guarding his ancestral land. So why are you coming to my place?
Feng Qiaofei raised his head and looked at him provocatively. San Zhu, I really want to fight. But I wonder if there has been any progress since the first battle 30,000 years ago. Ancestor Shen looked at Feng Qiaofei and lowered his eyes slightly.
It was you who did Suhi enter your Phoenix Mountain?
The traitor is still there. He killed Yunli 30,000 years ago. And is he still thinking about Suhi 30,000 years later? Feng Qiaofei's breath tightened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This is not a question. This is a rebuke. Old stubborn. Sure enough, hundreds of thousands of years have not changed his nature. He is self-righteous, never talks about evidence, is stubborn, and thinks whoever is a thief is a thief. Do you have that arbitrary mind? Feng Qiaofei didn't even defend himself. He chirped, suddenly spread his wings, and flapped forward. The whole small world seemed to come alive, and the barrier that was torn apart by Feng San turned into a huge mouth, and a mouthful of breath spurted out. The arrows flowing inside were like rain, and countless arrows were flying in all directions. Each arrow shines with a different aura. Destroy, devour, kill. This blow came with resentment, and he didn't hold back at all. Feng San's eyes were slightly focused, and his expression was awe-inspiring. With his wings fluttering, a sycamore tree rose up into the sky behind him. As soon as the sycamore tree appeared, it burst into glory and instantly turned into a purple sun. The tree was in the sun, and the phoenix was on the tree. The purple sun sheds thousands of rays of light, and each ray of light hits a flowing arrow accurately, either disappearing into silence or exploding with a bang. From the outside, this space completely collapsed and turned into nothingness. It was like a loophole swallowing the stars in all directions. Everything in the collapse turned into nothingness. Only the small world of jetting light and the shining purple sun. Feng San narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Feng Qiaofei. With such a huge reaction, it seemed that she had been wronged, and it was not her fault. He didn't plot against Suhi, but he couldn't even stand his own Phoenix Mountain. What a waste! It's time to fight! Phoenix 3 fluttered its wings and flew, and the whole sun pressed towards the small world. But he heard a phoenix cry in the small world, and the phoenix true fire suddenly erupted, breaking through the small world and raging in the void. Feng Qiaofei was right in the center of the fire, with his wings folded together, as if he was slashing with a knife. The real fire all over the world gathered together, and turned into a big sword. It looked ordinary, just like the flaming knife commonly used by monks in the mortal realm. It's just that it's too big, filling the entire void. It's originally a dark night, but the stars in all directions are illuminated by the light of this sword. The flaming knife slashed down in the air, slashing straight into the purple sun. Phoenix San in the purple sun screamed, and a huge phoenix condensed with purple flames rose into the sky and hit the sword light. The sword light collided with the phoenix and exploded with a bang. The two kinds of flames intertwined and spread across the void in an instant, spreading in all directions. In the flames, only two birds, Feng Qiaofei and Feng San, were left, looking at each other with their wings spread.
Your true fire has gone astray.
Feng San opened his mouth after a long silence. This true fire is not the true fire of the phoenix, and it cannot be said whether it is advanced or not, without the repairing and healing effects of the true fire of the phoenix. It only has an extremely domineering attack. Feng Qiaofei laughed hoarsely.
How do you know it's not your true passion that's wrong?
The majestic four spirits divine beast, the supreme among the mythical beasts, does not follow the path of killing and overlord, but instead becomes the auxiliary among the four spirits. Who is wrong? Who is right? Feng San shook his head.
You are wrong!
Feng Qiaofei was furious, but saw Feng San looking at him directly.
This is what the ancestor told you.
Feng Qiaofei narrowed his eyes. The Phoenix clan does not have a mysterious world. The true fire of the Phoenix and the mysterious world are naturally incompatible. 1 or 2 Phoenixes are fine. If 5 or 6 Phoenixes appear in a mysterious world at the same time, the mysterious world will basically be abolished. The Phoenix clan's fastest communication method is actually the blue bird. Enter the inheritance and tell the news to the blue bird, and ask the blue bird to pass it on, so that others can get the news in their own inheritance. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is safe. There is no way to imprison a phoenix into its inheritance. Unless killed directly, Feng Qiaofei's inheritance was sealed by himself. And Blue Bird could not enter. The ancestor of the Feng clan couldn't contact him. So he came through the third ancestor. Her relationship with Sanzu is different from ordinary phoenixes. When Feng Qiao flew out of the tribulation, it was the third ancestor who personally brought her up. Her domineering character may not have been influenced by the third ancestor.
Ancestor wants me to tell you. You are wrong. Your path is not in your bloodline, but in the top of your head.
Third ancestor looked at her and told her what the ancestor said word for word. Then he looked at her deeply, turned around and left. Feng Qiaofei looked at his back, intending to give him a hard blow. But she didn't do it after all. The phoenix screamed in anger, and fire gathered around it. It returned to a small world for a moment. Feng Qiaofei dived in, and never came out. Wrong. How could it be wrong? Wudong told her there was nothing wrong. Feng Qiaofei's consciousness penetrated into the phoenix nest, entered the inheritance place, and set foot on his own phoenix mountain. There are many fewer sycamore seeds on the sycamore tree at the foot of the mountain. Feng Qiaofei snorted dissatisfiedly. A turtle's heart is not enough, and a snake swallows an elephant. It's not like the more Watanzi gets, the better. With the same kind of magical inheritance, there is no difference whether you get 1 sycamore seed or 100.
What do you think of such a greedy little thief?
Phoenix should learn from the mortals. How can he be a parent unless he has been pregnant for 10 months? It's a pity that the mythical beasts are a bunch of hungry guys, and their desire for offspring has surpassed everything else. As long as he is a biological child by blood, he will be treated as his own son regardless of where he comes from. Even if they are not biological children. As long as they are cubs of the same kind, they will be treated as if they were their own. Everyone is sick. But he, Feng Qiaofei, would never do this unless he laid eggs and hatched them himself. Otherwise, they are all outsiders. After the sarcasm, she changed to Yunli's voice.
He is my son, and he is your son. Why do you need such a harsh tone?
How can anyone say that their own child is a thief? Feng Qiaofian chuckled.
Don't rely on me. For Patian, I can be considered your aunt at best.
She doesn't dare to recognize the kind of guy who doesn't care about life and death, and dares to call concubine Ji and Shua's wife as his son. Without such a blessing, she can't bear it. There is such a kind son who doesn't know how he died whenever he is implicated to death. Although she was sarcastic about Suhi, she did not take back the sycamore tree at the foot of the mountain. The sycamore tree is still standing, and the trees are full of fruits. Feng Qiaofei flew through the mountains and forests and landed in the crater of the volcano. Looking back, there are many shadows of trees at the foot of the mountain. Once upon a time, there were also shadows of phoenixes here, and some juniors built nests in her sycamore trees to gain inheritance. Now there is only one little thief left who can break the seal and get in. Feng Qiaofei still doesn't know how the guy did it. Find a chance to see him again. But you have to go behind Ji Fei Shua's back. The female dragon didn't know what she had planned, so she protected her very strictly. Feng Qiaofei dived into the volcano and fell into the lava, only to see a sycamore tree inside the volcano. But no sycamore seeds were born on this sycamore tree. This phoenix tree is not yet mature and cannot be passed on. Feng Qiaofei squinted at the sycamore tree. The blood is the root. The origin is the stem. The supernatural power is the branch. The branches are luxuriant, and the body is extremely healthy. The sycamore tree is growing vigorously. This is his Suzaku path, and there is no way he can go wrong. Otherwise, this sycamore tree cannot be full of vitality. Ancestor was afraid that she would hunt her own people again, so he deliberately misled her? No. At this level, this method has no meaning anymore. Gathering blood to become Suzaku was a road of no return. Since Yunli died, she had no way out, and could only continue on unswervingly. Feng Qiaofei carefully checked the sycamore tree to confirm that nothing was wrong, and then looked at an extra sycamore seed in the volcano, which was the seed of Su He Mingjian. Feng Qiaofei's eyes lit up. He opened his beak, and swallowed the phoenix tree with one peck. In the small world, Feng Qiaofei opened his eyes, and a golden light shot out from his eyes, forming a bronze mirror in front of him. The picture flashed on the bronze mirror, and there was a miniature version of the phoenix in the bronze mirror, opening its mouth to report various attributes. These big guys have more tricks than the last. Mingjian belongs to Suhi, but Suhi can only use it honestly. Other bosses can change it at will.
That little guy does have some talent.
The dragon turtle could think of such magical powers before he even realized the Taoism. With such a talent, He could barely be considered her nephew. But when he thought of that bastard who had cast a blood curse on her when they met, the flames on Feng Chofei's body became fierce. But as soon as the fierce flame ignited, it became gentle again, and his voice was cheerful.
Really? After all, he has inherited my bloodline. So my son is extraordinary.
Feng Chofei suppressed Yunli's consciousness and gritted his teeth and said,
Stop trying to steal my control. When your big sacrifice is held, Feng's tomb will be opened. I will personally dig up your body, and you just have to be yourself.
A flash of hatred flashed in Feng Chofei's eyes. I don't know what that bastard Bai Ling did to her. She just received a beating. Why did Yunli's consciousness wake up in the fused origin? Yunli was already dead. She was sure of this 30,000 years ago. But when her consciousness regained consciousness, maybe there was a way to throw her consciousness back into the corpse? There are all kinds of wonders in the world of spiritual practice. It's okay to fantasize about it. But what if it comes true? Click. Click. A cracking sound. The many sycamore seeds in Su He's claws shattered into pieces and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. This is a phoenix that crashed into Feng Chofei Feng Wang Mountain and fell. They were all knotted from the same sycamore tree. Su He smiled bitterly. Sure enough, there is no bug card. Inheriting this thing is a bit special, but it can never be repeated. Just like the dragon turtle inheritance, the stars have obtained some kind of magical power. It's useless to try to rob it again. Even if the dice rolls higher, it's useless. The inheritance only accepts the stars obtained for the first time. The same goes for the sycamores on the phoenix side. Su He bumped into countless sycamores from the same sycamore tree, and each dice fell. But only the first one counted. Others fell apart mid-flight. Chasing the wind. 4 o'clock. End of the world. 3 o'clock. Bright moon. 4 o'clock. These are the 3 magical seeds that Su He snatched from Feng Chofei. None of them are attack-type magical powers. Chasing the wind must be used in conjunction with other magical powers. For example, combined with the Mountain God Seal. The Mountain God Seal will mark the enemy, like a tarsal maggot, which will not stop until it hits. Tianya is an evasion-like magical power, related to Yuan magnetic, which allows the enemy to always keep a certain distance from itself and never get close. The Phoenix clan's physical body is relatively weak among the 4 spirits, and this magical power is specifically designed to prevent people of the same level from fighting in close quarters. The bright moon is a restricted magical power. The bright moon is in the sky, and the enemy can only fight where the bright moon shines. Although they are all auxiliary magical powers, they are all good. It's a pity that Su He has already inherited the divine feather and cannot accept the inheritance of other magical powers for the time being. The 3 Wudong seeds will be stored in the sea of consciousness first, and will be passed on one by one in the future. Su He's consciousness returned to his body, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a huge bald head in front of him, and 2 fairies standing side by side in the distance. At this moment, Qianqianzi looked completely devoid of any illusion of soul. She was extremely solid and indistinguishable from her real body. Even her clothes didn't look fake, and the clothes would still move with the wind as they blew by. Su Huanyan stood beside her. The 2 of them didn't know what they said, but Su Huanyan didn't look as cold as before. Sensing that Su He had woken up, she looked over and raised the corners of her mouth slightly with a hint of a smile. Su He responded with a clear voice. Turning around, he saw the resentful expression of the 3-phase monk. This little tangle.
Didn't you get Qianqianzi?
Su He's eyes indicated. The 3-phase monk responded with an aggrieved expression.
No. What did you do when you were underwater for so long?
Su He and the others exited the water mansion and froze on the surface for a long time. Yaya came back to pick up the thunder ape and brought it down to the city. And Ji Feishua went back to fight. Several days have passed, but you haven't even finished a Qianqianzi yet? Fortunately, the girl is still in a state of emotion.
I am cultivating her soul for her,
the 3-phase monk said seriously. Qianqianzi's soul was imprisoned for several months. If it weren't for the protection of a little Taoist charm deep in the soul, the early fragrance would have disappeared. Her soul was extremely depleted.
Then what?
Su He asked. Qianqianzi is only a loss of the soul, but it is not a damage to the soul. The Buddha cultivates the soul and can do it casually, not doing anything else for so long. The Sanxiang monk thought for a while.
Chanting sutras and knocking wooden fish?
Su He was silent for a long time and looked at him with contempt.
How about you just concentrate on practicing Buddhism?
Where is your attitude and ease in your previous life that once the witch girl is gone? I should follow you, before turning into a stone statue. You have to reach out and touch the bravery of the witch girl. Concentrate. Practice Buddhism? The Sanxiang monk's face suddenly turned pale. He bowed down and took out Buddhist beads, pagodas, scriptures, cassocks, various spiritual fruits, and forging materials into Suhi's arms with a trembling hand. Pushed in front of me.
Master, as long as you accept me. These are all apprenticeship ceremonies.
I'm not short of money. Seeing the monk's eyes filled with fear, Suhi flexed his claws, and the monk came closer.
I don't want these things. I will introduce a friend to you another day. She has special magical powers and can tie people's marriages. No one can run away with a red string.
The monk's eyes were suddenly full of surprise. Is there such a thing in the world? But it can lead to marriage. Is this a friend? This is a close relative. He licked his lips and pushed all the treasures towards Suhi.
Little friend Suhi, please accept this. This is the cost of your dental surgery. After the work is completed, I will also express my gratitude to that friend.
Suhi shook his head with a smile and said in a low voice.
But the ugly thing is up front. The prerequisite for marriage is that there is a marriage between you. In short, if the master has feelings for Qianqianzi, Qianqianzi also needs to have feelings for the master.
There is never any marriage made out of nothing. Some are just a higher level.
I know. I know.
The three-phase monk looked at Suhi.
I think there should be some. The first time I saw Qianqianzi, I felt as if I was destined in a previous life, and the marriage was destined to come true. Qianqianzi regarded me as such. Just a poor monk. Being a monk. The fairy is just worried.
After saying this, Suhi was also curious.
Master, you are pursuing fairies like this, but the master doesn't care?
The three-phase monk clasped his hands together, with the Buddha's light shining on his head and the sound of Sanskrit sounds. His face was solemn and he said,
Master Gu, at the worst, I will be chased and beaten by the master. How afraid are you?
Anyway, the master is not as good as him, so the beating won't hurt at all. Just scream louder. Suhi was stunned. It was a pity that the peacock couldn't raise its toes. Otherwise it would have given him a thumbs up.
Master, what are your next plans?
Turning around Gu Jingjai like this. I'm afraid I won't be able to see Qianqianzi in a short time. Right? Although this is the norm for monks. Even good friends have not seen each other for decades or hundreds of years. But lovers are different after all. The pain of lovesickness is universal. And chasing a girl while the iron is hot should be done within a short period of time. How can anyone chase a fairy? Chase half of them, and go back to seclusion for 100 years before continuing? The monk put his hands together, and received the Buddha's light, and the Sanskrit sound.
Let's send Qianqianzi back to the cave first. It is always not good if the soul and body are separated for too long. If we had to wait for the little friend to wake up, we would have left long ago.
This time, he owed a big favor. But it would not be good to leave without waiting for Suhi to wake up.
Wonderful!
Suhi clapped his wings and whispered.
Don't be idle along the way. Hold an umbrella when the rain falls. Shake a fan when the sun rises. Watch the mountains when encountering. And play in the water. Whatever she likes. No matter whether it is useful or not. That's right. Even if she likes dogtail grass. Just plant a mountain for her.
For the existence of the three-phase monk. Changing the season and planting flowers in winter couldn't be easier. The three-phase monk blinked. But he really didn't understand that for Qianqianzi's state. He was not afraid of rain or cold or heat. What do you need an umbrella fan for? But this is master. Just write it down. Just like when the little novice monk entered the temple. He asked many questions. What should I do? Just do whatever you want to do. And all your doubts will be solved once you become a better person. He bowed to Suhi, where Qianqianzi and Su Huanyan were already walking across the water. Qianqianzi bowed to Suhi Yingying.
Thank you for this time. Fellow Taoist.
Long Gui is indeed a reliable person. If I had known that Sua Cave Mansion was here, why would I have to run to Yunmen's when I was attacked that day? I could just run into Changyu Mansion quickly. She heard Monk Sanxiang say that the people who attacked him in Fengwang Palace that day had been killed directly by Dragon Turtle. Suhi returned the gift.
Qianqianzi said something serious. The fairy didn't ask me to thank you when she came to save Yaya that day.
Since we are calling fellow Taoists, is it not like this? Support each other on the spiritual journey. Suhi looked at them.
Are you two leaving?
Judging from the way they said goodbye, I thought they were leaving. Qianqianzi nodded.
My soul has not returned to the body, and my heart is empty after all. When I return to the body, I will come back to trouble fellow Taoists and fairies when I have the opportunity.
She paid her respects to Su Huanyan again. This fairy Su was also an extraordinary person. He only comes from a small sect, but his knowledge is breathtaking. Waiting for the dragon turtle to wake up. After a brief exchange, they discovered that this fairy had a profound background that even those from major forces could not compare with. Su Huayang stood up and returned the greeting. The monk's Buddha's light shone on Qianqianzi's soul. He protected her soul and bowed again, apologizing to Su He and Su Huanyan. He also bowed to Long Min and the other sharks in the distance before turning around and leaving. Su He sent them out to the gate and watched the two of them leave through the air. Just as he was about to turn back to Changyu Mansion, his eyes passed by, and he noticed that there were figures at the soul-calling altar. Countless lonely ghosts gathered at the altar. At the soul-calling altar, Long Min and Su Huanyan performed a witch dance. And the Taoist rhyme remained, which greatly attracted these lonely ghosts. Su He could tell at a glance that these ghosts were soldiers and civilians who had died due to the war in all directions. These people shouldn't be here. There are no spiritual souls in this world. And there is no afterlife where they cannot reincarnate. They stay in this world like this, always feeling the pain before death. Instead, this world has become the biggest H.L. Su He waved his wings, and the soul-calling altar rose up from the ground, spun and landed in front of him, and was dragged into Changyu Mansion by Su He. A bunch of confused and remnant souls were left at the original soul-summoning altar. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Where it comes from, where it goes. The soul comes from heaven and earth, and it should be dispersed in heaven and earth. Why linger on in this world and endure pain? Su He just set up the altar by the lake, and Su Huanyan came over, looked at the altar and laughed.
Why did you bring it back?
Su He smiled and said,
Understand and understand. This altar involves the way of the soul. It is very profound. Maybe I can understand something.
A witch dance can lead to the sound of the avenue by relying on this altar. This altar is extraordinary, especially since it can be built by just a group of mermaids in the mortal realm. From the great road to simplicity, Ji Feishua has returned to nature. Su Huanyan looked at him and chuckled. Like a naughty boy. If I really want to gain enlightenment, why not just ask Ji Feishua directly? There is even more complete inheritance there. If you don't understand anything, just ask. Seeing that Su He was really tilting his head and focusing on the altar, she stopped talking and walked on the water towards the snow-capped mountains where she practiced. Su He looked at the altar, the light in his eyes getting brighter and brighter. As soon as the body shape transformed into the true form of the dragon turtle, the turtle claws moved forward, and the netherworld passage opened. One after another, ghostly ghosts emerged. There were no enemies when he came out this time, and without the guidance of Su He's consciousness, he wandered back and forth at the entrance to the netherworld, patrolling in a meaningless manner. Su He no longer restricted them, and a moment later a ghost was attracted to the altar of spiritualization and walked towards the altar. Su He caught one and threw it onto the altar, then closed the netherworld channel. The ghost did not turn into ashes, as the passage was closed and the ghostly aura was isolated. He could survive on the altar. Sure enough it can. Soaring Snake originally turned his domain into a netherworld to nurture ghosts. Su He had no such means, and the nether passage was closed, and the ghosts left in the outside world would fly to ashes. Still thinking of using Qianjun to raise ghosts. With this altar, there is no need to harm Qianjun. Su He laughed and selected some ghosts with high levels of combat power to raise on the altar. But this was also a way to fight against the enemy. The netherworld passage opened again, and ghosts filed out. Su He looked for the ghosts in the sky, and suddenly he was stunned when his eyes passed by. The ghosts and ghosts all existed from an unknown era, and they exuded an aura of decay. The whole color looks like gray. But one of these ghosts is different. As soon as the passage opened, he ran out rolling and crawling. He was dressed in Qingyuan clothes, and his whole body was covered with penetrating wounds. He looked like he was dead miserably. Acquaintance. Zhong Suanya. CZ's boyfriend from the same hometown. The guy who wants to use his second body to transform into a female beast to give birth to cubs for Su He. How could this guy end up in the netherworld? Su He was shocked. There are no modern people in the netherworld, and it is absolutely impossible for people who died now to enter the netherworld. Because that day when he took his body to attack the Wuxiang sword sect and fought against Zhu Yin, he had opened the netherworld passage. This guy's soul was sucked into the netherworld along with the ghost. Chapter 269 Master Mountain God. Zhong Suanya ran all the way, stumbling out as if there was a great terror in the netherworld. He bumped all the way out, and saw the dragon turtle outside the netherworld passage. He was startled for a moment, and was immediately overjoyed.
Uncle Master! It's me! It's me! Save me!
He shouted. But no sound came out. It was like a pantomime. He just read his lips. Zong Suinya is happy. It's Uncle Master. Uncle Dragon Turtle. We have taken the Li Nanyuan course together. And this is a small friendship. Uncle Master is here to save him. Although we haven't seen him for a long time. The dragon turtle has completely changed its appearance, and is 3 times its original size. But due to the characteristics of the dragon turtle, he pops up when the name comes up. If it's not the master uncle, who will come? He was overjoyed when he saw the dragon turtle in front of him open his mouth and groaned, spitting out a glazed light shield and covering him with his hood. He looked so fierce. Is Master Longgui hitting me? Zong Suinya was startled. The glass cover fell silently, and in an instant, the entire world was isolated. No sound from the outside world could be heard, and everything as far as the eye could see was completely white.
Uncle Master! Uncle Master!
Zong Suinya shouted. He had already summoned the glass cover back, which was the glass cover that imprisoned Qianqianzi's soul. The 3-phase monk had already erased the imprint on it, and he only left his own imprint. Although it had not been formally refined, it could already be roughly used. The glass cover concealed the soul, and it can also protect the soul, detain Zong Suinya's soul in it, isolate it from the outside world, and prevent the soul from dissipating. After all, his morality is too low. If he just rushed over without hesitation, he would have been stunned by Suhi's momentum. Even without Suhi, if exposed to the sun, it would turn into the purest essence in a few days. Suhi looked back at the snow-capped mountains. Su Huanyan had already sunk into cultivation, and had almost no awareness of the outside world. After summoning Long Min and telling her to be optimistic about the cave, Suhi took a step forward and transformed into a peacock, grabbed the glass cover and left the Changyu mansion, fluttered its wings and flew towards Qingyuan. I have a soul and a body, but I wonder if I can be resurrected. The matter of life and death involves Suhi's blind spot in knowledge. Peacocks are not good at flying, but this is compared to other mythical birds. Compared to the true form of the dragon turtle, no matter how bad the peacock is, it is still a mythical beast with wings. It flaps its wings and flies southeast. The speed is half that of a flying boat. The Phoenix clan has magical powers such as escape. After the chaos formation is gathered, escape must be put on the agenda. Pierce the sky, and you can see the glow of the Qingyuan mountain in half an hour. This is the aura of many monks who gather the vitality of heaven and earth. Breathe in and out, and draw in energy. The more powerful the sect, the more dazzling the aura is. If there is a treasure at the mountain gate, the light of the treasure can be seen from a distance. But the Qingyuan sect's real treasure, the Qingyuan formation flag, had been turned into ashes along with Fengiju during the catastrophe. At this moment, there is only a Qingyuan seal with some precious light. He flew to Qingyuan mountain, but his eyes fell to the south, where he was fighting Feng Lu. Qing Lei's aura came from there, but it was not strong. Uncle Lei consciously restrained his aura. Uncle Lei is in Dongyun? He was happy for a moment, and then he disappeared and landed in the Qingyuan gate. Shui Yin couldn't use it when he was in Peacock's true form. It was the magical power of Dragon Turtle. However, it is just a simple use of true energy and the transformation of spiritual talismans. It cannot be hidden from the monks who step on the sky, but it is still no problem to hide it from the disciples of Qingyuan. There was no need to use his spiritual consciousness to find Cizai's location. She was not in Qingyuan sect, but on Wolf King Mountain, where De Zhuang and He forcibly snatched the Danong fruit. There is a blue wolf that is 1 month old. Judging from its aura, it has not advanced even after several years. The glazed cover was worn on Suhi's head like a crown. It was slightly controlled so that the outside world could not see the soul inside. But Zong Suinya could sense the external situation. Cizai was still dressed in red. He did not change into plain clothes because of Zong Suinya's death, but instead became more colorful, like a wedding dress. There was a forced smile on her face, and there was a new grave in front of her, and the blue wolf with a black moon lying beside her. In the glass cover, just as Zong Suinya could sense the outside world, he immediately threw himself on the glass cover and called his uncle. His mouth did not open, but he was stunned. There was no dragon turtle in all directions, only a handsome peacock under him. In front of me, senior sister Cizai is sweeping someone's grave. That tomb is his. The extremely ugly words on the tombstone in front of the tomb clearly read, "The tomb of Sun Yi." The younger brother is the tomb of the elder sister. I am dead? Zhong Suinya was stunned. He only remembered that day when he was cut off by CZ. There was a big battle. Several sword rays came to kill him. And he didn't know anything anymore. When he regained consciousness, he was pressed to the bottom of the river in a dark and gloomy world, unable to move at all, until a space passage opens around him. As soon as the passage appears, the river water pressing on him seems to disappear, and he can move. But before he could escape, the passage was closed again. Just as he was annoyed, the passage opened again, and he escaped regardless. Although I don't know what is on the other side of the passage. It is better than being suppressed motionless at the bottom of the river. With good luck, he saw Master Longui as soon as he came out. Or was it the passage that Master had forcibly opened to save him? After all, the reason for the fight that day was a few arguments about his uncle. Did I turn out to be dead? So the bottom of the river is where the dead go? Zhong Suinya looked at his grave and let out a long sigh for a long time. He was confused and didn't know what to do or what to look like. But he suddenly jumped up.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Why is it my younger brother Zhong Sunyi and my sister Sais?
He screamed.
You lied to me again! It's agreed that whoever dies first in the practice will bury the other in accordance with the rights of husband and wife.
He shouted, but still no sound came out. The monk's soul could still make a sound. Zhong Suinya was responsible for it. Because he had entered the netherworld? He was confused. Then CZ touched Qing Lang's head and said,
Uncle Wolf, this is Ice Grave. You can guard it for me. Don't worry. No one will come to cause trouble. I'm afraid that I will be dug up and sacrificed to a corpse puppet.
I have burned him to ashes.
The junior brother is so talented. He went from being an ordinary mortal to the late stage of true blood realm in just 2 or 3 years after starting his career. There will be many people thinking about such a talent. Right. The higher the talent, the better the effect of refining the corpse puppet. Especially the junior brother who killed several people from the Wuxiang sword sect and heard that the disciples over there were going to be forcibly merged. There are always people with bad intentions. I was burned. Zhong Suinya in the glass cover was stunned. His mouth opened and opened, but he didn't say a word for a long time. He looked at the tomb, and his spiritual consciousness penetrated the 3 feet of lust and landed directly on the coffin inside. There was a clay pot in the coffin and a few ashes. This tiger girl really burned his body. He was stunned, and a thought arose in his heart. Should he show up? Shake Zhong Suinya's soul in front of her. Pretend to be excited and ask for Zhong Suinya's body. And tell her that he would try to resurrect her. Junior brother? It should be interesting. But such news would kill someone. Right. Fortunately, he was afraid of trouble and came in hiding. Otherwise this girl might really not be able to bear it. I wonder if there is any theory of ghost cultivation in this world. Go and see Uncle Lei and ask questions. Eldar? A special race flashed through He's mind for no apparent reason. He fluttered his wings and flew towards the southwest. And a sharp peacock call came out of Qing Yuan. Ouch. Uncle Lei. Here I come. Qing Lei's dull voice came.
Don't scream. It's unpleasant and harsh.
The most unpleasant bird song in the world is the peacock. It sounds upsetting. A gust of wind came, and the scenery in front of him changed suddenly. He stood firm and landed in front of Qing Lei. Qing Lei's body has shrunk by 3 points. And the more he practices, the more he goes back. Zhong Suinya's eyes widened in the glass cover with a dull look on his face. Qing Lei looked at him in disbelief. I heard from the brothers in the sect that when Uncle Dragon Turtle was going through a tribulation, a senior member of the clan came to protect him. It was a dragon turtle that was as big as a mountain. When he lay down there, the whole world seemed to be under his feet. At first, he didn't believe it. But now looking at the dragon turtle in front of him, he felt that his entire worldview had been overturned. Is there really such a big creature in this world?
What did you eat growing up? Qing Lei looked down at the little chicken at his feet.
Change back into a dragon turtle body. This looks so ugly.
Suhi's beak trembled. What a naked discrimination. He flapped his wings to regain his true form as a dragon turtle, and rolled his snake tail to remove the glass cover from his head. After switching back to the dragon turtle's true form, this thing is stuck between the 2 dragon horns. It feels like a tooth stuck in it, which is very awkward.
What are you doing with a kid?
This kid looks familiar. Is it the body that was protected by Turtle Boy in the ice coffin when Zhu Yan was killed? Suhi smiled bitterly.
He died because of me. I accidentally found his soul today. So I wanted to bring it over to see if I could return the soul to its place and resurrect him. But his body was gone.
Inside the glass cover, Zhong Sunya's whole face collapsed. "See, Zay, my dear sister?" Qing Lei laughed when he heard this.
Are you thinking of something out of the blue?
He looked at Suhi and said,
Why did his soul leave his body?
Suhi blinked and didn't quite understand.
Dead. Dead.
With dozens of penetrating wounds all over his body. How could he possibly be alive? The green thunder dragon's beard floated.
That's right. After death, the lamp goes out and the soul naturally leaves the body. If the soul can be resurrected by stuffing the soul into the corpse, wouldn't everyone be able to live forever?
Suhi was startled. Can't he survive? Qing Lei chuckled.
It's not impossible to do life and death, but it's not easy to do. The Mother Goddess Gourd in the Salvation Building and the Shinshin Hall in the Wantian Palace both have resurrection effects. But that requires preserving the breath in advance. To die unprepared and still want to be resurrected is impossible even for our Dragon Turtle clan. Maybe it is possible for the Phoenix clan? But that would require all the efforts of the entire clan. It's impossible to do this just to save a mortal human being. It doesn't matter if you are a peacock in your second body, unless you give birth to 3 or 5 phoenixes.
If it could be done easily, the Phoenix clan should be the emperors of all heavens and realms. And Suhi's second mother would not have died completely. Suhi looked at Qing Lei.
Uncle Lei, are there any ghost cultivators? They just won't be resurrected and practice with their souls.
Qing Lei shook his head.
Yes, but at least you need a soul in the demon transformation realm to transfer to the soul path. This soul is too weak.
Another road is blocked. Sun Yi, the inner sect of the lily cover, was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed, with a wave of ease on his face.
Uncle Longgui, my nephew will not survive. Can I ask you a favor?
Suhi didn't release his consciousness, nor did he look at him, not knowing what he was talking about. He just frowned and didn't know what he was thinking. Zhong Sunya shouted at the top of his lungs.
Uncle Master, go back to Qingyuan and change the words brother and sister on my grave. Change them to husband and wife.
If you don't change your ways, you won't be able to rest in peace. Qing Lei looked at him. This kid can't make a sound? With a flick of his dragon beard, he opened the glass cover and looked at Zhong Sunya with a slight frown.
What is it? Come out!
The dragon's beard is like a whip, and it whips on Zhong Sunya's soul body, bringing out a cloud of Yin energy, with Yin Qi as the center. A dark yellow ice circle spread quickly, and the white snow turned into dark yellow solid ice wherever it passed. To Yin, to secludedness, it is incompatible with this world. As if it is not the breath of this world. The 2 dragon whiskers of Qing Lei clicked out one after another, and each talisman fell on the Yin Qi. And in a moment, the Yin Qi was gathered into a ball. He looked at this aura with eyes full of surprise. Suhi blinked. HL. This breath has some connotations of the realm of Soaring Snake and Yellow Spring. He raised his head and heard Qing Lei say,
I want this thing.
I didn't expect a little devil to send such a gift. This thing is of great research value. He turned to look at Zhong Sunya.
Don't think about resurrection. I have 2 ways to teach you to continue to exist. You should think about which one you want to choose.
Since he died for Turtle Boy, Dragon Turtle owed him a favor and couldn't ignore it. Zhong Sunya found that he could speak again after being slapped with a dragon beard. Before he could be surprised, he heard the voice of this mountain-like dragon turtle. She was immediately stunned, looking at him with surprise on her face, and knelt down with a plop.
Senior, Grandpa, tell me,
who wants to die if he can live? Qing Lei chuckled.
First, I will solidify your memory, and then send you to be reincarnated. If you succeed in practice in the next life, you will have the opportunity to awaken the memory of this life. This is the orthodox path.
Since the dragon turtle owes a favor, he will naturally help by sending him to reincarnation, helping him choose parents with great talents, and trying his best to improve his potential and talents when he is conceived. It can also be regarded as a path to heaven, if one is willing to be reincarnated into the Shark clan. Qing Lei can even help him gather the bloodline of the Shark Queen. Since he is reincarnated, becoming a man or a woman is not that important. Zhong Sunya thought for a long time and then raised his head.
Senior, what is the other way? Don't want to reincarnate?
Qing Lei asked with a smile. Zhong Sunya shook his head.
The memory of reincarnation will not be revived immediately. It will be another person. When the memory is revived, what is the difference from seizing the body? Once the memory cannot be revived, it will completely become someone else. With death is no different.
Suhi didn't interrupt. This concern was true. The Witch Lady and Mao one were reincarnated. And now one is at the 3rd level, and the other is at the 6th level. Didn't they recover their memories? After being born and growing up in this life. Our relatives and friends are no longer the same two people. Even Su Huanyan did not revive his memory, but only passed down the knowledge and experience from his previous life into inheritance. Qing Lei didn't take it seriously. There are always people like this who resist reincarnation.
If you don't want to be reincarnated, then change your way and become a prisoner.
Without Qing Lei's movement, a shadow fell down. But it was an illusory mountain shadow.
Mountain soul?
He was surprised. This thing was refined by Feng Yiju. And later he injected it into the scholar's body. Both Feng Yiju and the scholar died. But the mountain soul actually fell into Uncle Lei's hands. Qing Lei smiled and looked at Zhong Suanya.
I confuse you with the mountain soul. From now on, you will be the mountain spirit of Dong'an Mountain. Or the mountain god. You are an immortal existence in Dong'an Mountain. And you can use the earth's energy to practice. You can also follow the path of incense. If the mountain is not destroyed, you will be immortal, which can be regarded as a different kind of immortality. It's just,
he looked a little more serious.
If you become a mountain spirit, you will never be able to leave Dong'an Mountain again and will be trapped here for the rest of your life.
There are advantages and disadvantages. And there is no perfect way in this world. Zhong Suanya fell silent, lowering his head in thought. The 2 dragon turtles did not disturb him and waited quietly. The 2 electric lights on his body shuttled back and forth. This was Qing Lei's protection method, ensuring that he would not be hurt by sunlight and the dragon turtle's aura. After a long while, he raised his head and looked at Qing Lei.
Senior, if I were a mountain spirit, would this mountain belong to me or to Qing Yuan?
It doesn't matter if he is banned in one place for life. The worst thing he can do is expand his Taoism and expand Dong'an outwards. If the entire Xinhuang world belongs to Dong'an, he is the spirit of Xinhuang. If all the heavens and all realms belong to Dong'an, then there is nowhere to imprison him. But you can't be enslaved. Qing Yuan is the only sect in Dong'an. It is natural for Uncle Xia to be the leader of this generation. But who knows whether the next generation or the next generation will be like this? What if a careerist emerges? Mountain spirits. Mountain spirits. Sounds like they have a lot of uses when enslaved. Qing Lei smiled.
It doesn't belong to you. Nor does it belong to Qing Yuan. Dong'an Mountain belongs to my family. Su He, even if you are a mountain spirit, you are just a steward.
Zuanshanmen and Yunmings recognized that this was an unchangeable decision. Dong'an Mountain was Su He's territory. Zhong Suanya opened his mouth and was stunned. He looked at Qing Lei and Su He. I always feel like you are tricking me. However, Master Long Gui was the master of Dong'an Mountain. But he did not resist. Uncle Master will not forcefully enslave him. With such a mountain master, maybe Dong'an Mountain can expand indefinitely? Moreover, Dragon Turtle is not very interested in managing mountains and rivers. When Uncle Long Gui had exclusive control of Tinghai Lake, didn't he ever manage it? The most I can do is hunt crocodiles. He raised his head.
Okay, I'll be the mountain spirit.
Immortality in disguise. Will you envy her if you show off in front of senior sister in the future? The Green Thunder Dragon's beard fluctuated.
Okay, you can stay with me during this period. There are still impurities in the mountain soul.
When he said this, his face was obviously dissatisfied. Those idiots and good mountain souls got involved in a bunch of messy things. It is not easy to condense mountains and mountains. And it cannot be condensed by high moral practice. Mountain souls are condensed by mountains and rivers on their own. And any external force will only have a reaction. It was too late to protect the mountain soul. So it was actually used as a test. A bunch of forgetful people. Why not experiment with the mountain souls of the Emperor's world? Qing Lei snorted, flipped up his dragon beard and locked Zhong Suanya under the glass cover. He turned to Su He and said,
This cover is good. Keep it with me for now. It can be used for fusing the mountain soul.
Su He flipped his paw and sent the glass cover and Zhong Suanya over. Then he raised his head and asked curiously,
Why is Uncle Lei in Dongyun? I don't need to guard Uncle Zhu and Huaishu anymore.
Are they about to break out of their SHL? Su He's eyes lit up. Qing Lei glanced at him.
Don't you know why I'm here?
Forget about your own turtle. But you didn't even show any sign of help when someone else helped you? Dong'an Mountain belongs to Su He. And guarding the 2 battlefields of Dong'an Mountain is naturally Su He's task. But this kid is not only not guarding it, but also moving his family away. A Taoist friend from Zuanshanmen came to guard the two realms of battle for him. But this guy didn't even show his face. Are you polite? There was a lot of information in this glance. He immediately knew the reason when his eyes met. And he shrank his neck.
Does Uncle Lei have a suitable gift to thank you? I'll go find fellow Taoist Chu Xing to express my gratitude.
In Sui's heart, Dongyun Mountain had never been regarded as his own territory. It was the Qingyuan sect's responsibility to protect the two realms of war. But he could not stand the thoughts of others. Qing Lei blinked and looked at Sui in disbelief. Where did your shameless energy to ask parents for things come from? You are so happy. Cheating on old age? I just gave you a bunch of betrothal gifts. Are you really free of any money?
No need.
Qing Lei snorted.
I have already sent you a thank you gift. There is no need to go there. They are here.
As Qing Lei spoke, Sui had already sensed that two powerful auras were coming from the direction of the two battle areas. One was Chu Xing, and the other was a Xiong Biaoman. The auras were 7 times the size of the three-phase monk. 8 points similar. It is the clone of the three-phase monk. As soon as he saw Sui, the three-phase monk looked annoyed.
Master! Lord Buddha! I neglected a big thing. Yunmingzi is fighting. And the cause is Qianqianzi. But I didn't go to help.
Damn it! Logically speaking, this kind of thing cannot be ignored. It happened around him. And Ji Xianzi even left in front of him. But it seemed that he couldn't remember it. It wasn't until his body left the mysterious world that he suddenly thought of it. With his words, a cloud seemed to disperse in Sui's mind. And his face changed slightly. Not only was Monk Sanxiang negligent, he also didn't expect it. Something deliberately distorted his cognition to prevent him from thinking about this. Chapter 270. Here I come.
What? Want to go?
Qing Lei looked at Sui amusedly. You don't need to think about it to know that it was Ji Feishua who did it. And even Sui didn't want to let her go. The only thing he and Sui have in common is the snake on their backs. Qing Lei always thought this was something created by Bai Ling. But looking at it now, it shouldn't be the case. This is something that has existed for a long time, but was lost. And was revived by Bai Ling. Ji Feishua seemed to have known about the turtle-snake fusion state for a long time. And deliberately prevented him from being exposed in front of the top of the Emperor's world. Ever since the 30,000-year-old's combat power was equivalent to that of a 5th-level heavenly dragon turtle, which could suppress and kill a 7th-level monk in the sky. This feeling of being protected has never been felt again. The vastness of the world allows him to roam. And even if he has been trapped for thousands of years, no dragon turtle has ever bothered him. Unless he calls for help. Today it seems that I was protected by Ji Feishua again. And my heart felt strangely tight. Does the dragon turtle need to be protected? If dragon turtle needs to be protected, this world will come to an end. He has been suppressing Fengshan Great World these days. Which force in the world does not know? If Feng Huangdong really wants to investigate something, he should have gone there long ago. Those who can't be stopped will be killed if they come. Sui also thought of something, and looked up at Qing Lei.
Uncle Lei, how long will it take for you uncles and ancestors to break through?
Qing Lei smiled.
How can you tell if your personal practice is different?
Even if we knew it, we couldn't publicize it to the public like this.
Uncle Lei is so fast.
Sui muttered softly. Qing Lei looked embarrassed. Could he be the same? Before entering the Qijua's secret realm, he was assisted by Bai Ling's backhand. The backhand was prepared after tens of thousands of years of planning. In fact, most of it had been integrated at that time. And it was just a minor repair later. Of course, the one who gained the most was Sui. The spiritual snake immediately condensed completely after coming out of the Qijua's secret realm. But it just turned into a physical entity as its Taoism improved. Several years have passed by now. And Zhu Huai is fast. It is estimated that it has only been 2 years. Even if he breaks out of his SHL immediately now, he should be able to reach the state he was in before the Qijua's secret realm. If there is an emergency, just break out of the SHL, and it will not affect the foundation. The worst thing you can do is spend more time making up for it later. This is also the reason why he dared to leave Fengshan World. It will be a little late for Luo and the 3 ancestors. Especially Taizu. The old turtle is too mysterious. Since Qing Lei was born, he has only seen him 3 or 4 times in real life. Qing Lei looked straight at Sui. Sui lowered his head and raised it again. And said seriously,
I want to go.
Not to mention Ji Feishua's joking, little husband. Just saving lives several times should not be ignored. Yunmingzi certainly does not lack his 3rd-level combat power. But not lacking and not going are 2 different things.
Then go ahead.
Qing said with a smile.
I'll be right here. If you need anything, just call me. Okay.
Suhi laughed and turned to Chu Xing and nodded.
Thank you, fellow Taoist, for guarding the 2 realms of war. If you need anything in the future, fellow Taoist, just speak up.
Chu Xing smiled and said,
It doesn't matter. The energy of the 2 realms of war is extraordinary. Cultivating here will get twice the result with half the effort. I would also like to thank my fellow Taoists for lending me such a precious land.
With Suhi's current combat power, it is indeed a bit weak to control the 2 war zones. If he can open the 3rd heaven, he can suppress the 2 war zones. Chu Xing reaches the 5th level of the sky, which is just right here. Suhi turned to look at the burly clone of Sanxiang monk. The burly man was stroking his thick hair, with a satisfied expression on his face. When he saw Suhi, he habitually clasped his hands in return, half-folded his right hand, and slapped his left hand. Changed to clasping fists.
Don't look at me. I must go to Yunming's. Then let's go together.
Suhi showed his true form as a peacock with a smile. Said H. Lo to Qing and Chu Xing, and fluttered his wings. But Qing shook his head. It was too slow to fly over at Suhi's speed. His claws moved slightly, tearing open the cracks in the space, and the water energy from the opposite side surged forward. The 3-phase monk laughed and dived in first. He is at a high level and is still just a clone, so naturally it is his turn to explore the way. Suhi followed closely behind, his wings already crossing the space crack and appearing at the bottom of Yunming's. Unlike the 2 realms of war in Dong'an Mountain, there are gate towers and archways. In the 2 battle areas of Yunming's, there is only 1 star, slowly rotating under the water. From time to time, the Yunming's demon appears and jumps in. The Sanxiang monk came out of the air and rushed out with a thought.
The Sanxiang of the Sa family is a good friend of Fairy Ji. Now he comes to the battlefield to help Yunming.
Some people recognize him, although I don't know when Master Sanxiang returned to secular life and grew black hair. It's really great that Master Sanxiang is here. It can make up for the lack of the Dragon King. Just when I was happy, I heard a loud bird chirping in the space channel, and a colorful peacock jumped out, screamed, and crashed into the star Swiss, heading straight for the battle between the 2 realms. The 3-phase monk followed closely behind. The demons guarding outside the passage looked at each other. Was that a divine beast just now? Are there any mythical beasts coming to help? Several people were smiling. The Yunming's 2-realm war zone has existed for an unknown period of time. The interior is not as dark and bare as the 2 battlefields in Dong'an Mountain. It's like a whole world here. Above are the sun, moon and stars. Below are mountains, rivers, jungles, lakes and seas. It's just that the whole world is divided into 2 halves by a canyon. This half exudes the original aura of the mysterious desolate world, while the other half is the aura of the Emperor's great world. In the canyon, there is a dragon flying into the sky, roaring, and huge waves are rushing towards the opposite side. There are chains flying across the sky, whipping towards this side like whips and shadows. At the top, Chief Feishue, dressed in red, stood at the top, with 4 powerful officials from the Imperial Palace surrounding her on the opposite side. But looking at the situation, Chief Feishue, who was surrounded, did not panic at all. Instead, the 4 people on the opposite side were cautious and did not dare to move forward. It seemed as if Ji Feishue surrounded the 4 of them alone. As soon as the Sanxiang monk came in, he said,
Ami, your mother's Buddha,
which immediately attracted countless eyes. As soon as she saw him, she stood up, flipped her head, and spread out her black hair, which was automatically braided and turned into a beautiful braid in an instant. Before anyone could react, hundreds of long braids suddenly stretched out and turned into spears all over the sky, thrusting straight down towards the realm of the Emperor's great world. Boom! There was a loud noise, and most of the cliff collapsed. The collapsed cliff turned into pure essence and dispersed into the space. Different from Dong'an Mountain, this 2-realm war zone draws more of the origin of the 2 great worlds. The scattered essence will turn into heavenly materials and earthly treasures if it is not available. The 2 worlds' war zones are meant to plunder the other's world.
3-phase monk!
Someone shouted loudly above his head, and a middle-aged man from the Imperial Palace came with an angry look on his face and an iron rope in his hand. 3-phase monk. Gu Jingjai does not have 2 realms of war. What they have is a direct passage to the Emperor's world, where there are countless innocent souls from the Emperor's world who died in the hands of the Sanxiang monks. This monk didn't guard the passage and actually dared to come here and act wild.
Death!
He hit San Xiang with a wave of his iron rope. The three-phase monk laughed loudly.
It can't be sealed. You old dog. You throw the iron chain first when we meet. And you can't wait to show the monk the door? Okay. Okay. This poor monk will make an exception and accept you today.
San Xiang took advantage of him and became even more ruthless with his hands. With one fist clenched, his clothes exploded, revealing all the knotted muscles in his body, and he punched out. Feng Buqi's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly swung the iron rope into a disc and turned it into a shield in front of him. However, he didn't see the three-phase fists coming. Instead, there were Buddha's handprints on his head, and each palm had the 6 steps of Tatian. The extremely heavy attack was struck down with one palm. In an instant, the area was sealed, with mountains and rock shattering and whales filling the land. Among the 4 people surrounding Ji Feishue, a one-eyed Xiongbiao man had an angry look on his face.
Three-phase? Don't be shy. If you fight with discord, fight with discord. How dare you attack other juniors?
Against generals and soldiers, it would be shameless to attack the whole screen. The three-phase monk raised his head.
Hey! Isn't this a blind man? His eyes are blind, but his heart is not blind. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment. I, the monk, am naturally shameless. So you bite me?
The big man stopped talking and looked around, and was about to leave his battle circle and come towards San Xiang. But when he saw Ji Feishue immediately killing the other 3 with a smile, his expression suddenly changed. It took the combined efforts of the 4 of them to hold Ji Feishue down. The 6th level of Tatian, led by Feng Buqi, took advantage of the absence of Yunming Dragon King and many ministers and generals to suppress the people of Yunming Dragon Palace. But unexpectedly, a monk who doesn't follow the rules will appear halfway.
Idiot!
He turned around and scolded Xiang Feng Buqi.
He doesn't follow the rules. So you have to follow the rules? Just kill the little demons all over the sky.
Feng Buqi's complexion changed slightly, and he tried to imitate the three-phase killing with a flick of the iron rope. However, there was not even the slightest trace of nervousness on the face of the three-phase monk. He clapped his hands and laughed loudly.
Then kill him! He is not a young monk in my temple. Whoever feels sorry for him is his grandson.
He smiled. The halo behind his head rose. The Buddha's light shone universally, and he was about to shine towards the emperor's realm. Feng Buqi's face was gloomy. It didn't matter whether the iron rope came out or not. He looked at the three-phase monk and narrowed his eyes.
You and I will fight in the air, and leave it to the junior below. Bah!
San Xiang monk spat at him.
I don't practice cultivation. Buddha, I can clearly kill countless juniors. Why do I have to be restricted by you when I go up there?
Feng Buqi's expression turned even worse when he heard the big man Xiongbiao above him say,
After today, we will kill Gu Jingjai together. We will not stop until we kill 2 bald donkeys who are at the 6th level of the sky.
The three-phase monk blinked, and then jumped.
Your uncle. You don't have martial ethics. You are a dignified nobleman of the imperial palace. But you actually threatened someone outside of me. I'm afraid of you. Let's fight in the sky.
He looked at Feng Buqi.
But you, a little chicken, are not strong enough for Buddha to punch you.
He pointed at Feng Buqi, and then pointed at another Feng Huangdong Tantian 6th level.
2. Buddha!
If you want to fight too, come up with me together, and we will fight to the death. Whoever dares to leave midway will be killed by Buddha.
Okay. The 2 of the 6th level heaven-reaching monks looked at each other, and the first one jumped up into the sky. The three-phase monk waved his hair and flew up with a laugh.
You guys from Fengwang Palace, please thank Buddha. Buddha, I'll spare your lives today.
The monk from the Fengwang Palace in midair below breathed a sigh of relief. It was extremely frustrating to encounter such an unruly person during the battle between the 2 worlds. The 2 good people at the 6th level of Tantian were restrained by him. Everyone looked angry and waved their weapons to attack the other side. But at this moment, a phoenix cry suddenly came from beneath their feet. Then there was a muffled sound, like something exploding, and endless golden flames erupted from beneath him, covering an area of 40 miles in an instant.
Phoenix is so hot!
Someone screamed. A 3rd-level emperor of the imperial palace followed the flames and saw a colorful peacock underneath him. This was a sneak attack using the monk's long hair to escape here. How dare you be so bold as a peacock that is as big as the sky? Court death. He fired his gun to break through the flames and aimed at Suhi. They were dozens of miles away, but they arrived in an instant. When he stabbed the opponent with a spear, he saw a sneer in the eyes of the bird on the opposite side. His body suddenly changed and turned into a dragon turtle out of thin air. With a long groan, a pure gold dice as big as a carriage crashed. Come up, smash the spear, and stamp it on top of his head. There was a muffled sound,
and the whole head hit the chest. It's just that he has just entered the third level of Tion, which is only equivalent to 0.7 Fengiju. You don't need all your strength to defeat him. Suhi succeeded in the attack, raised his head and roared. His divine power spread out, attacking enemies in all directions. At the same time, a dark thunderbolt suddenly struck down from above his head, hitting the top of the head of the three-layered sky-trading man. He didn't even let out a scream, and was instantly wiped out. Everything happened in an instant, until the monks of the Fengwang Palace shrouded in the true phoenix fire screamed and jumped up to hide high in the sky. There was a powerful battlefield above, and the flames could not go up. Just as he flew up, a moon-destroying sword slashed down above his head, the blade flying wildly. Taking advantage of the chaos, they chopped off countless corpses.
Dragon Turtle!
Someone from the 5th level of the sky roared, and the iron rope turned over and hit Suhi. But he was stopped by a beautiful woman who flipped her swords in the air. If not Lu Ru, who would come? She covered her mouth and smiled softly towards Suhi, seeming to be extremely satisfied with Suhi's arrival. Then I heard a pleasant voice above me.
My dear husband, you shouldn't have come.
Suhi looked up and saw that Ji Feishue was scolded, but her eyes were full of smiles.
Ah, I know,
Suhi replied nonchalantly.
Then you're still coming?
Said angrily.
I'm coming as soon as I want,
Suhi said shamelessly.